In the 51st year of Konoha, on the night of October 10th, tranquility enveloped the Hidden Leaf village, shattered abruptly by a piercing howl. The colossal Ninetales, a fearsome fox, loomed ominously beneath the full moon, having succumbed to a rampage. With claws thrashing and its vast tail sweeping, the village of Konoha was laid to waste. Roam, roam. After an interminable haze of unconsciousness, the calls around him grew clearer and more urgent. The acrid scent of smoke and dust invaded his nostrils, inducing a maddening itch that almost made him sneeze. Amidst the ruins, Uchiha Roan gradually regained consciousness, only to be met by the pallid visage of a giant square face looming above him. Ah, achoo! The refreshing release sent the enormous face back to its normal proportions in an instant. Thank goodness, Roan, you're all right. The square-faced individual displayed a look of relief. Rising from the ground and rubbing his nose, Uchiha Roan adjusted to the light, finally taking the figure before him. He noted the short black hair, gleaming silver forehead protector, an unremarkable appearance, a green vest, and robust arms. Who are you? Before he could process his astonishment, a torrent of information surged through his mind, accompanied by a sharp, piercing pain that spread rapidly. Enduring the discomfort, Uchiha Roan felt a swell of unease within, hastily glancing around. Wails, screams, and the frenetic movements of shadowy figures danced before him, while in the distance, for lifelike rock formations loomed ominously on a cliff. Fortunately, the pain was fleeting, and as a multitude of memories coalesced, Uchiha Roan realized that he had indeed traversed into another realm. He found himself in the world of the Chronicles of Black Absolute. Boom! A sudden explosion caused Uchiha Roan to flinch, his gaze trembling as it fixed upon the front. The Ninetales' eyes burned a menacing crimson with 3 tomo, wreaking havoc on everything in its path. Following the blast, the surroundings were further marred by debris. The Konoha village of his memories had transformed into a desolate ruin, engulfed in smoke and devastation. In the distance, the colossal fox lashed its 9 tails, rearing back to unleash a deafening roar, its gaping maw poised to unleash its latent power. Roan, the fox is attacking. The number of casualties in the village is rising. We must act swiftly. His thoughts interrupted. Uchiha Roan raised his head to see the square-faced ninja hastily wiping his face, swiftly hoisting a fallen comrade's body over his shoulder, and dashing westward. Is this a joke? A body mover? Am I on probation? A wave of incredulity washed over Uchiha Roan as information flashed through his mind. Roan, what are you doing? Get to work. As he mulled over his thoughts, a booming voice beside him startled him into action. Turning, he saw a burly middle-aged ninja, shoulders burdened with a corpse, silently glaring at him. The leader of the body disposal unit. Upon seeing the stout man, relevant information surged into Uchiha Roan's mind. Suddenly, a rush of air swept overhead, converging into the distance. Both men instinctively turned, their expressions shifting dramatically. Before the gaping maw of the 9 tails, a sphere as large as a house, dark purple in hue, coalesced, brimming with overwhelming power, slowly taking form. The direction in which the 9 tails aimed was precisely at their location. Run! A robust ninja, bearing 2 hefty men on his shoulders, shouted with a voice that resonated powerfully. Upon turning his head, he was astonished to see Uchiha Roan already carrying the lifeless body of a female ninja, sprinting away like the wind for several dozen meters. The burly man was left dumbfounded. This little brat was faster than him. Uchiha Roan's heart raced, wishing he could employ a 3rd leg as he dashed at a perpendicular angle to the 9 tails, running with all his might. Why did he have to traverse to a time of chaos, specifically during the tumult of the 9 tails? Feeling the energy in the air surge with increasing intensity, Uchiha Roan was consumed with urgency. That was the ultimate technique of the tailed beasts, a single-tailed beast bomb capable of annihilating a village. Unless he managed to escape the village entirely, even 10 lives would not suffice. Ding! Just as Uchiha Roan, shouldering the corpse, was frantically fleeing about 50 meters, a melodious chime echoed in his mind. Ding! The corpse recovery system in the ninja world has been activated. Huh? Detected 5 corpses within a 100-meter radius of the host. Speed increased by 1. Strength increased by 0.5. Sensory perception increased by 2. What? Detected 10 corpses within a 100-meter radius of the host. Speed increased by 2. Strength increased by 1. Sensory perception increased by 4. What the hell? Detected 30 corpses within a 100-meter radius of the host. Speed increased by 6. Strength increased by 3. Sensory perception increased by 12. Wow. The weight of the female ninja's body suddenly felt lighter on his shoulder, and his feet propelled him forward with greater speed. Uchiha Roan deftly sidestepped a barrage of exploding rocks, unable to suppress his astonishment. The next ethereal mechanical voice in his mind invigorated him even further. Ding. Deceased name. Shimizu Yuhong. Chakra attribute. Wind. Detected that the host palm has touched the deceased for over 10 seconds. Residual chakra is being absorbed unobstructed. As he sprinted, a refreshing breeze seemed to caress his limbs, uplifting his spirits. In this moment of exhilaration, gazing at his right hand resting on the deceased ninja's back, Uchiha Roan fell into contemplation. Yet soon, his musings were once again interrupted. Ding! Detected ninjutsu possessed by the deceased. Body replacement technique, wind release. Vacuum wave, wind release. Shuriken, wind instantaneous technique. The host may choose one of these ninjutsu for imprint fusion before the residual chakra is fully absorbed. The system's notification caused Uchiha Roan to breathe heavily, his heart racing, and he instinctively tightened his grip. Wind instantaneous technique. As he leapt to evade another colossal boulder, Uchiha Roan swiftly made his choice. In the dire circumstances of the Nine-Tails rampage, preserving his life was of utmost importance. Congratulations, host. You have successfully imprinted the deceased's ninjutsu. Wind instantaneous technique. Current fusion rate. 100. In the heart of Uchiha Roan, elation surged as a thought crossed his mind, rendering his body as light as a swallow. His figure blurred, transforming into a gust of wind, swiftly surpassing the square-faced youth ahead. The square-faced youth blinked in confusion, utterly bewildered by the fleeting entity that had just zipped past him. Sensing the cool wind attribute chakra gradually gathering within him, Uchiha Roan felt a jolt of energy, dispelling the fatigue that had recently begun to creep in, yet he still sensed a lingering deficiency. The absorption rate is insufficient, thus, he engaged his left hand as well. Instantly, the refreshing sensation within him intensified, accelerating the absorption of chakra. With the enhancement of the wind body flicker technique, Uchiha Roan swiftly navigated to a vacant expanse on the western outskirts of the village, a place untouched by the Nine-Tails rampage. As a temporary resting place for fallen ninja, the ground was already lined with dozens of Konoha ninja corpses, arranged meticulously. Gazing at the assorted bodies laid out before him, Uchiha Roan struggled to swallow, his heart racing with trepidation. Roan, when did you arrive? I didn't see you. The square-faced youth halted, arranging the bodies with astonishment etched on his face. Hee. While I took a shortcut, Uchiha Roan quickly concocted an excuse to deflect the inquiry. We must intensify our efforts. Lord Fourth Hokage is engaged in battle with that mysterious masked man. We should seize this opportunity to extract all of our fallen comrades from the village. The square-faced youth was nearly radiating the very essence of the will of fire, nodding solemnly at Uchiha Roan before dashing back towards the battlefield. Ding! The absorption of residual chakra from the corpses is complete. The current total chakra within the host is 0.1 units. Only when the notification echoed in his mind did he gently set down the petite female corpse in his hands. Without a moment's hesitation, Uchiha Roan once again executed the wind body flicker technique, reversing direction towards the village. This time, however, his aim was not the location from which he had awakened, but rather the central battlefield where the Nine-Tails resided. Fortune favors the bold. His form darted like a fierce wind. Uchiha Roan's lips curled into a grin as he gazed at the distant, golden figure, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Yongdai Mei, I am coming for you. Level 002. The Flying Thunder God Technique. In no time, Uchiha Roan arrived at the heart of the battlefield where the Nine-Tails resided. He concealed himself behind a crumbled wall. gazing into the distance at the newly minted Hokage, who had just embraced fatherhood. Moments earlier, the third Hokage, robust and unyielding, wielded the adamantine staff, lifting the formidable Nine Tails beyond the village's borders. While the village persisted, the focal point of the battle shifted accordingly. The earlier tailed beast bomb, expelled by the Nine Tails, had been redirected to another location by Minato using the Flying Thunder God technique. At this moment, liberated from Obito's Sharingan, the Nine Tails opened its colossal maw, preparing to unleash a second-tailed beast bomb to vent its pent-up frustration and rage from years of confinement. However, as the dark purple sphere began to form, it was abruptly struck down by a gigantic toad descending from the heavens, Frogmonta, Minato's summoned beast. In his recollection, at this juncture, Obito had already retreated, leaving behind the enraged Nine Tails confronting the shinobi of Konoha. The critical moment had arrived. From his shadowy perch, Uchiha Orochi felt a surge of exhilaration as he fixed his gaze upon Minato in the distance, his heart racing with fervor. With a swift motion, Uchiha Orochi utilized the wind instantaneous technique, stealthily advancing behind the jagged rocks. Ultimately, he positioned himself approximately 30 meters away from the Minato couple, patiently awaiting the opportune moment. According to the original storyline, the couple would combine their strengths to seal the Nine Tails, only for the beast to suddenly retaliate, targeting Naruto and sacrificing themselves to protect him. A muffled thud echoed as the Nine Tails' razor-sharp claws pierced the bodies of the Hokage couple. In their inaugural act as parents, they sacrificed their lives to save their son. The fourth Hokage summoned the toad, handing over the sealing key, and the Nine Tails was ultimately sealed away. Now was the moment. After sealing a portion of their chakra within Naruto, the young couple met their untimely demise, despite having witnessed this scene in his previous life no fewer than 5 times. The reality of Minato and Kushina's death weighed heavily on Uchiha Orochi's heart. He had contemplated using his newly acquired wind instantaneous technique to rush out and relocate Naruto, allowing Minato to execute the Reaper Death Seal without concern. Yet, he refrained from doing so. As a time traveler, he had resolved to strictly adhere to the principle of respecting the destinies of others and relinquishing his urge to intervene until he had fully risen to power. Not to mention, in the midst of the Nine Tails' frenzied state, even Minato would find it impossible to easily snatch his precious son away from a ninja who suddenly emerged. Furthermore, under the wind instantaneous technique, Minato would be unable to immediately ascertain the identity of this Konoha ninja, making it probable that he could fall victim to the swift blade of the kunai wielded by the Flying Thunder God technique. Ding! Upon detecting the presence of a shadow-level ninja's corpse within a radius of 100 square meters, the host experienced a 50 increase in speed, a 30 increase in strength, and a 30 enhancement in perception abilities. Accompanied by the system's notification, Uchiha Long transformed into a gust of wind, moving with a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. As he swiftly approached Minato, lifting his lifeless body with one hand while cradling the infant prince in the other, dashing away with fervor. Ding! Deceased ninja, Namikaze Minato. Strength, shadow level, techniques possessed in life. Flying Thunder God technique, Flying Thunder God, second stage, Flying Thunder God, Thunder Guiding, Flying Thunder God, instantaneous rotation, various sealing forbidden techniques, Rasengan. The residual chakra of the corpse is being absorbed unobstructed. The host may choose one of the techniques for imprinting and fusion, with an indistinct form. Uchiha Long felt a surge of excitement, suppressing his overwhelming joy as he unhesitatingly selected the Flying Thunder God technique. Flying Thunder God technique imprinting successful, fusion in progress. Current fusion degree, 2. So slow? Uchiha Long voiced his astonishment, only to feel a sense of relief wash over him. Such a high-level space-time ninjutsu could hardly be as simplistic as the wind instantaneous technique of the previous Chunin from the Shimura clan. The previous imprinting and fusion had been completed in mere seconds, yet now, while carrying the corpse of the eternal companion, he had been running for over a minute. And the Flying Thunder God technique had barely reached a fusion degree of 2. Fortunately, he had intercepted Minato's body before the arrival of the Umbu and Root. Although the fusion process was sluggish, he had nonetheless acquired this fearsome teleportation ninjutsu that had instilled fear throughout the ninja world. Uchiha Long's spirit soared. Had the circumstances been different, he might have even wished to let out a triumphant howl to express his elation. With such a technique at his disposal, not only could he secure his life within the turbulent confines of Konoha, but even if he were to be treated as mere cannon fodder on the front lines, he would navigate with ease. In the future, he could even manipulate Konoha, marry the Mizukage, and ascend to the pinnacle of existence. Bang! Just as Uchiha Long's thoughts soared and visions of the future danced in his mind, a white mist suddenly enveloped his left shoulder, accompanied by a dull thud. The corpse of Namikaze Minato had bizarrely vanished. Damn it! Uchiha Long was left dumbfounded. In his mind, the system issued a notification. Fusion progress of the Flying Thunder God technique has been interrupted. Current fusion degree, 5. Subsequent fusion to be completed by the host. Sometimes, the transition from joy to anger occurs in a heartbeat. In his previous life, Uchiha Long had watched Naruto but had never discovered the fate of Minato's corpse. Now, he finally understood. Minato's body had been summoned back to Miyaboku Mountain by the reverse summoning technique. Cursed one tie. With a sigh in his heart, Uchiha Long, cradling the swaddled Naruto, rushed toward the medical department of Konoha as recalled from memory. Along the way, the corpses of ninjas were scattered about, and the notifications of enhanced attributes such as speed, strength, and reaction continually echoed in his mind. Uchiha Long did not deliberately accelerate, but maintained a basic, primal speed in his run. Being a newcomer, it was prudent to remain cautious and inconspicuous. As he jogged, Uchiha Long began to organize the vast amounts of information swirling in his mind. Uchiha Long, at the tender age of 15, stands as a mere genin, with parents who were esteemed Nin in Konoha, tragically perishing during the Third Shinobi World War. While this may seem like a conventional setup, it resonates with me. Reflecting upon his circumstances, Uchiha Long finds a strange sense of satisfaction in his environment, though he cannot help but lament his own lack of strength. At 15, he is yet to awaken his Sharingan, and the unique fire chakra of the Uchiha clan flows within him in scant measure. His physical techniques and reflexes are, regrettably, rather rudimentary. However, he takes solace in his physique. His countenance is that of a handsome youth, yet his build surpasses even that of adult male ninjas. Standing nearly 1.8 meters tall, his limbs are robust and elongated, with his chest, abdomen, shoulders, and back brimming with powerful muscles. His lineage and innate talent for ninjutsu are disappointingly poor, which perhaps explains his fervent dedication to physical training. A flicker of determination shimmers in his eyes as he propels himself off the ground. Leaping nearly 10 meters with a single push, his chakra remaining perfectly still, an exhibition of sheer physical prowess. After safely escorting the prince to the medical department amidst the astonished gasps of the medical ninjas, Rong departs once more. For the battlefield still harbors far too many corpses awaiting his attention. For the fallen ninjas of Konoha, death holds divergent meanings. For them, it is a sacrifice made in the name of protecting their village and loved ones, an inescapable fate. For their families, it is sorrow, grief, a final farewell, and an everlasting remembrance. For the village of Konoha, they are citizens, combatants, fodder, tragic forerunners of the will of fire, and the very nourishment that enables the flourishing of their homeland. Yet for Uchiha Long, who has lived 2 lives, it is chakra, a treasure, a vital resource that will anchor his existence in this world. Upon confirming the area is deserted, Uchiha Long unleashes his Wind Shunshin technique. Darting through the remnants of shattered structures with remarkable speed, he seeks out the bodies of particularly unique ninjas, such as those from the Akimichi, the Nara, and the Yamanaka clans. As he surveys the central region, he stumbles upon the imposing corpse of a distinctive ninja. Deceased name, Akimichi Torikase, rank, Elite Nin. With great effort, Uchiha Long hoists the hefty body of the second-generation bodyguard, sprinting away while absorbing the residual chakra of the esteemed Akimichi, simultaneously deciphering the ninjutsu he once possessed. Ah, this is it, the partial expansion technique. Uchiha Long's eyes gleam with excitement. Compared to the butterfly technique and the super expansion technique, he finds himself more enamored with this particular ninjutsu. It is well known that the Akimichi clan's fame in the shinobi world stems not solely from their formidable combat prowess, but also from their appeal among female ninjas. Ding. Congratulations, host. The partial expansion technique has successfully fused and is now available for use. In an instant, Uchiha Long feels his fists growing both harder and larger, swelling to more than double their usual size. What a divine technique. I shall test it on other parts of my body another day, hehehe. As Uchiha Long restored his left fist to its ordinary state, a sense of exhilaration coursed through him, and his steps became lighter. The experience of the Flying Thunder God technique in combat provided him with an intoxicating thrill of instant kills. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully imprinting and merging the Palm Immortal technique. Fusion degree, 100. It can be used immediately. With a gentle touch, Uchiha Long set down his hand, known as Snake Ci, filled with gratitude. Throughout the night, he tirelessly transported corpses, reveling in the task. By the end, he even hoisted a corpse over each shoulder, maintaining his pace without a hint of fatigue. His body absorbed chakra as if it were a parched field quenching its thirst after decades of drought, drawing in the vast amounts of chakra that were akin to the source of life. Within him, alongside his fire attribute, he had acquired wind, water, earth, and lightning attributes as well. Except for the exceedingly rare wood attribute, he had now obtained the foundational 5 elemental chakra of the ninja world. With the battlefield cleared of bodies, the logistics medical team's corpse handling squad finally found respite. Meanwhile, the 13-year-old Uchiha Rong, a rookie in the team, had accomplished the remarkable feat of moving hundreds of corpses single-handedly overnight, a tale that swiftly spread throughout the logistics department. As he exited the statistics office, Uchiha Rong observed the varying expressions directed at him from everyone around. Unfazed, he met their gazes with equal indifference, while a few were visibly shocked. The majority wore expressions of disdain, contempt, and derision, with some openly laughing at him. How could a mere child of the Uchiha clan be reduced to a mere corpse mover? Did he truly believe that hauling hundreds of corpses throughout the night would elevate him to the elite of the logistics department? Haha. Upon hearing the mockery, Uchiha Rong turned towards the source of the voice, flashing a smile, all the while committing the person's appearance to memory as he scanned the entire department hall. Despite their ridicule, once they became nutrients for Konoha, he would not spare a single one of their chakras. As he surveyed the varied expressions of the crowd, Uchiha Rong silently scoffed. To him, they were nothing more than mere chakra reservoirs, and he would not stoop to quarrel with a group of corpses. Upon exiting the medical department, Uchiha Rong declined the invitation from the square-faced youth to join him for ramen at a popular establishment. Although he yearned to savor the highly acclaimed ramen from Hokage, he had more pressing matters to attend to. Bidding farewell to his companion, Uchiha Rong swiftly vanished into the depths of the forest outside the village. Stopping before a colossal tree, he entered the system. The Ninja World Corpse Recovery System. Host: Uchiha Rong. Age: 15 years. Affiliation: Konoha Ninja Village. Ninja Rank: Chunin Department. Logistics Medical Unit. Corpse Handling Division. Bloodline Limit: Sharingan, not yet awakened. Integrated Ninjutsu. Wind Body Flicker Technique. Level: Flying Thunder God Technique. Secret Level: Partial Multiplication Technique. Secret Level. Sage Art. Level: Chakra Nature: Wind, Fire, Water, Earth, Lightning. Chakra Capacity: 3 cards. Passive Skills: Corpse Attraction. Senses the residual chakra within corpses, with a maximum sensing range of 3 kilometers. Gifts from the deceased: the greater the number of chakra-infused corpses surrounding the host, and the stronger the deceased's power in life, the greater the enhancement of the host's attributes: speed, strength, perception, reaction. Chakra Barrier: a barrier formed by the chakra within the body that shields the host's chakra from being fully perceived by others. The host can control the amount of chakra displayed. Active Skills: Recovery: through direct contact with a corpse, the host can unobstructedly recover the residual chakra of the deceased and randomly obtain one of their abilities: Taijutsu, Ninjutsu, Bloodline Limit, Bloodline Elimination, Sage Arts. The host can recover ninjutsu 5 times every 48 hours, with the amount of chakra recoverable limited by the body's capacity. The main interface of the system displays all current status attributes and skills in detail, allowing Uchiha Rong to gain a deeper understanding of this peculiar yet powerful system. He checks the Flying Thunder God technique. With a focused thought, Uchiha Rong begins to conduct his business. The Flying Thunder God technique has been engraved. Current fusion degree: 5. The system prompt remains as before. Uchiha Rong knows he has mastered this advanced ninjutsu, but whether he can actually use it remains uncertain. Entering deeper into the forest and confirming he was not being followed, Uchiha Rong closes his eyes and contemplates. After a few seconds, he suddenly slaps his chakra-infused palm against a massive tree trunk. A muffled sound follows, and the characters of the Sword of Ninja Love appear on the trunk. Uchiha Rong's eyes gleam. The Flying Thunder God technique markings are successful. Rapidly retreating 20 meters, Uchiha Rong feels a surge of warmth within as his chakra flows with intent, and his vision blurs before he vanishes from the spot. Bang! In the next moment, he collides forcefully with the massive tree trunk where he had previously inscribed the technique. Grimacing in pain, rising from the ground, Uchiha Rong, with a sore shoulder, gazes in astonishment at the tree trunk, his heart brimming with elation. Ha ha ha, Flying Thunder God! I have finally mastered the Flying Thunder God. With his heart soaring, he utilizes the Wind Body Flicker technique to advance another 30 meters. With a concentrated thought, His chakra burns fiercely, and Uchiha Rong teleports once more. This time, he deliberately senses the chakra contained in the technique to avoid crashing into a tree again. But he still fails to control his form and collides with the giant tree once more. Ignoring the pain, Uchiha Rong rises again. 40 meters, success. 50 meters, secured. 60 meters, effortlessly evading the tree trunk. After numerous attempts and expending nearly 90% of his chakra, Uchiha Rong finally discerned that the maximum distance for his current application of the Flying Thunder God technique was approximately 120 meters. He also realized that the range of this technique was directly correlated with the sensory technique as chakra. Presently, his maximum sensing distance for the Flying Thunder God technique was around 120 meters. Uchiha Rong felt immense satisfaction with this testing result. This was merely the fifth fusion. Once fully integrated, he would truly be capable of long-distance teleportation. Although he was uncertain how to continue the fusion process, he had ample time. Swish, swish. In the distance to his left, several figures were in motion. The sound of their swift movement slicing through the air resonating distinctly in the secluded depths of the forest. Uchiha Rong swiftly activated the wind body flicker technique, adhering chakra to the tree trunk, propelling himself to the top of a great tree, where he concealed himself amidst the dense foliage to observe in silence. It was a patrol of ninjas from the village. Matching the information, Uchiha Rong quickly identified the three individuals. In his line of sight, the three, adorned with the forehead protectors of the hidden leaf village, bore serious expressions, occasionally scanning their surroundings with vigilance, seemingly on the lookout for something. Could it be that he had been discovered? Uchiha Rong's heart raced, but he swiftly dismissed this notion. For suddenly, three darker-skinned male ninjas emerged boldly from the shadows of the trees, standing defiantly before the three patrol ninjas of the Leaf Village. Ninjas from the Cloud Village. Their forehead protectors bore striking insignia, and Uchiha Rong continued to observe discreetly. The presence of the Cloud Village trio radiated an aura of elite shinobi prowess. It appeared that the Ninetales incident indeed presented an opportune moment for the Cloud Village to attack the Leaf Village, as their reconnaissance ninjas were unabashedly brazen. "Hey, you three. Stop." The leading patrol ninja of the Leaf Village shouted just as three shuriken pierced the air, launching towards them. Truly, they were warriors, ruthless and succinct, striking decisively without hesitation. Uchiha Rong silently assessed from his leafy concealment. With the shuriken's launch, a fierce melee was imminent. Observing the brutal clash of ninjas at such close quarters, Uchiha Rong felt his breath quicken, a mix of anxiety and exhilaration coursing through him. Soon, the three patrol ninjas from the Leaf Village found themselves at a disadvantage. The Cloud ninjas were, after all, prepared. The three from the Cloud Village drew their blades, forcing the Leaf Patrol ninjas to retreat repeatedly. "Quick! Return to the village and report to Lord Hokage, requesting reinforcements," the leading Leaf Ninja exclaimed, narrowly evading a diagonal slash, urgently instructing his younger companion. Trying to escape? One of the Cloud ninjas from the Land of Lightning surged forward with astonishing speed, appearing before the young Leaf Ninja in an instant, delivering a kick that sent him sprawling. The other two Leaf Ninjas also sustained injuries, quickly being subdued. It seems that the village of the Leaves has suffered significant losses. The patrolling ninjas are merely of special Jonin rank. Having incapacitated their leader, they proceeded to eliminate the remaining two on the spot. The robust Cloud Ninja, at the forefront, subtly tilted his head to glance at the top of the giant tree, then scoffed, gesturing for his companions to take action. Uchiha Rong felt a tightening in his chest as an inexplicable surge of anger began to swell within him. That damn brute, having already noticed my presence, dares to feign ignorance. The leading Leaf Patrol ninja lay unconscious, while the two younger ninjas retreated, clutching their chests. Eventually leaning against the trunk of the giant tree where Uchiha Rong was situated, their eyes filled with despair, the lanky Cloud ninja approached them, a cruel smile spreading across his face as he raised his blade for a lethal strike. Suddenly, the air surged with rapid movement. The Cloud ninja felt an inexplicable ripple in the space around him. In the blink of an eye, his vision blurred, and his body was propelled uncontrollably through the air, a sharp kunai piercing through his throat. He convulsed silently in a pool of blood, never to rise again. As he regained his stance, Uchiha Rong's chest heaved violently. His heart raced, nearly leaping from his chest, an indescribable sensation engulfing his very soul. It was the Flying Thunder God technique, a visceral first experience of battle. The exhilarating thrill of instantaneously vanquishing an enemy. Secret technique of the lightning release chakra mode. In the midst of this sudden upheaval, the remaining two Cloud ninjas swiftly leaped back several meters, their gazes fixed on the unexpected newcomer standing 10 meters away. Their faces reflected shock. Before they could scrutinize this individual, two kunai, each wrapped with technique-imbued talismans, hurtled toward them. The kunai were not particularly swift, and the cloud ninjas easily deflected them with their blades, sending the projectiles tumbling harmlessly to the ground. Uchiha Rong, donning a fox mask and wielding a kunai, assumed a combat stance, forming a triangular standoff with the two cloud ninjas. Moments later, he charged forward with remarkable speed. In response to the onslaught, the robust cloud ninja grinned widely, but suddenly swung his blade backward. Uchiha Rong silently leapt down from the tree behind him, plunging the kunai into the nape of his neck. The other cloud ninja, brandishing his sword, charged toward Uchiha Rong. "Be careful," shouted the patrolling ninja, who was seated against the tree trunk, warning Uchiha Rong. From his perspective, the masked elite ninja's ambush had been detected by the cloud Chunin. The battle erupted. The burly cloud ninja slashed diagonally to his left, his blade flickering with white lightning, an awe-inspiring display of might. Uchiha Rong remained unfazed, his expression impassive, thrusting downward with reckless abandon, wagering his life against the enemies. The elite of the Leaf Sambu were not to be underestimated. The burly cloud ninja, with a cruel smirk, declared, "Die." The blade shimmered menacingly, crackling with lightning, striking Uchiha Rong's left rib. The two injured Leaf patrollers, witnessing the scene, were seized by horror and despair. They had believed that this elite ninja, who had swiftly and silently eliminated one cloud ninja, would continue to astonish them. Little did they know he would meet such a grim fate at the hands of the cloud rogue. However, in the next moment, with a resounding bang, they witnessed the robust cloud ninja spewing blood from his abdomen, soaring backward. The masked elite from the Umbu had appeared beneath him, retracting his right leg and flicking the blood from the tip of his kunai. Simultaneously, another cloud ninja, wielding a blade, struck at the masked ninja before him. With another loud bang, a small cloud of white smoke dissipated, revealing the splintered wood that had been cleaved in two. Having partnered with the robust cloud ninja for many years, he was intimately familiar with the unique sound of the Raikiri's lethal strike. Haha. So the one you killed was the real body. This mission has truly been. The cloud ninja laughed heartily, but before he could finish his sentence, he was struck with shock at the sight before him. His formidable partner now lay sprawled on the ground, intestines spilling from his abdomen, devoid of life. The masked Konoha ninja, donning a fox-faced mask and holding a blood-dripping kunai, silently observed him. The two patrolling ninjas who had not been knocked unconscious were equally shaken. Was this a tactical ambush utilizing both a substitution and a shadow clone as decoys? How did the masked figure manage to appear silently before the cloud ninja? They had barely caught a glimpse. Could it be an elite from the Moonlight Clan? Whoosh! A figure flashed, interrupting their internal musings. The cloud ninja who had slain Uchiha Rong's substitute seemed paralyzed with fear, instantly springing into action and choosing to flee without hesitation, disappearing into the depths of the forest after a few swift movements. "Thank you for your timely rescue," said the older patrolling ninja, bowing in gratitude, but was cut off by Uchiha Rong's hoarse voice. "Take him back to the village immediately and inform Lord Hokage and the security forces. Leave this to me." The two survivors, grateful to be alive, nodded in acknowledgement and quickly vanished into the woods, carrying their unconscious leader. Once the three had completely disappeared from sight, Uchiha Rong let out a sigh of relief, dragging his weary body into action. He needed to recover the spoils before the security forces and the true Umbu arrived. Gathering the two corpses together, Uchiha Rong crouched down to examine them. After swiftly inspecting the cloud ninja with a pierced throat, he felt a pang of disappointment. This individual possessed only the common ninjutsu available in the hidden cloud village, with special techniques limited to lightning-based enhancements used in conjunction with swordsmanship, of little use to him. With a glimmer of hope, Uchiha Rong reached toward the robust cloud ninja's corpse. Deceased ninja. Yuf Fengshi. Rank. Elite Jonin. Techniques held in life. Body flicker technique. Cloud flow / level. My flow Kisaragi / level. Lightning release chakra mode. Also known as lightning release Raijin armor. Secret transmitted body technique. How splendid. As expected of a ninja from the Moonlight Clan, to possess such a secret technique. Uchiha Rong praised inwardly, finally discovering a formidable jutsu he could imprint and fuse with. From the moment he began to merge with the first ninjutsu, the wind body flicker technique, and with only 48 hours remaining, he found himself presented with yet another opportunity for fusion. As he felt the pure lightning attribute chakra surging continuously from his palms into his body, Uchiha Rong experienced a shiver, the fatigue in his body gradually dissipating. Please select a ninjutsu for fusion. The system's prompt resonated once more in his mind. Without hesitation, Uchiha Rong chose the lightning release chakra mode. As an ardent admirer of the Hokage, he was acutely aware of the prowess of this ninjutsu. This technique was an esteemed secret art of the Land of Lightning, developed by the second Hokage. It enveloped the user in powerful lightning for both offense and defense, forming an armor based on the user's chakra levels, known as the Raijin armor. Once clad in the Raijin armor, the user's body would undergo significant activation, boasting remarkable speed and formidable damage resistance. Undoubtedly one of the strongest defensive ninjutsu. Ding! The lightning release chakra mode, Raijin armor, has been successfully fused. Please review and test it at your convenience. Suppressing the exhilaration within, Uchiha Rong extended his other hand, swiftly absorbing the residual lightning attribute chakra from the two corpses. In a short while, the remnants of chakra from the two cloud shinobi were entirely consumed, and from a distance, the sounds of ninja body flickers approaching the village began to echo. Uchiha Rong quickly retrieved the two kunai from the ground. These hastily crafted flying thunder god kunai were pivotal in his recent victory over the muscular cloud shinobi, with the wind body flicker technique augmenting his speed. Uchiha Rong hastened deeper into the forest, making his way back to the village. During his journey, he reflected on the earlier battle against the three cloud shinobi. It was essential to analyze this, his inaugural confrontation in the ninja world. He had initially intended to remain concealed among the branches of a towering tree, waiting for the cloud shinobi to finish their nefarious deeds before returning to the village. However, he was discovered by the muscular J-Nin. The mocking and cruel glint in the J-Nin's eyes made Uchiha Rong acutely aware that after the death of the three Konoha patrolling ninjas, his own fate would be sealed. Thus, he was compelled to act first, resulting in the double kill of the cloud shinobi. It might be hard for anyone to believe, but the demise of this elite cloud-hidden J-Nin stemmed from merely casting a lingering glance at another. Upon returning to his family's residence in the southern He River, Uchiha Rong washed away the dust and laid down on his bed. Absorbing the chakra from the two had only alleviated the physical exhaustion after an entire night of moving corpses and the morning's brutal skirmish. Uchiha Rong felt mentally drained and soon succumbed to slumber. In the Hokage building of Konoha village, Sarutobi Hiruzen, having donned the Hokage hat and attire once more, exhaled a wisp of smoke while standing by the window, murmuring to himself. Behind him, in the center of the room, stood his dark operative guard, whom he had named Elephant. Hokage-sama, the elite ninjas of the Moonlight Clan have all ventured out on missions, rendering their presence in the village's outer forest improbable. I suspect it is the elite from the Umbu who have shadowed Hizashi for many years. With this thought, I chose to remain silent. As a seasoned Umbu member, certain matters must remain obscured. Sarutobi Hizashi's gaze flickered slightly. He raised his right hand, clutching his pipe, and commanded, "Go, personally investigate this mysterious individual. And keep an eye on that young boy named Uchiha Rong. Additionally, locate Tsunade. The village is in dire need of her at this moment." In response, Z bowed in acknowledgement and was about to take his leave when Hizashi's weathered voice resonated once more. "If it turns out to be someone from the Uchiha or the root, you know what must be done." In an instant, Z's form vanished, leaving behind a gust of wind that sent a page covered in text fluttering off the desk. The paper landed on the floor, bearing the bold title, "Detailed Profile of Uchiha Rong. 005 has emerged, the foremost in the shinobi world." In the realm of ninjas, Uchiha Rong slumbered deeply and peacefully. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered it was already noon the following day. System. The first order of business was to check the system within him. Ding. The system materialized in his mind, and Uchiha Rong quickly scrutinized it. Soon, he noted some new developments. Ninjutsu integrated. Wind body flicker technique. Level. Initial understanding. Flying thunder god technique. Secret technique. Novice. Partial multiplication technique. Secret technique. Novice. Sage art. Level. Novice. Lightning release chakra mode. Raijin armor. Novice. Chakra amount. 3 cards. Physical energy. 1 Kai. Mental energy. 0. 5 Itachi. His body seemed to have undergone a transformation. Uchiha Rong rose from his bed, stretched, and engaged in some physical activity, ready to embark on a new day in the shinobi village. Opening the refrigerator, he was taken aback. Apples and vegetables filled every nook of the towering appliance. It was evident that the original inhabitant led a well-organized and health-conscious lifestyle. Utilizing the ingredients, Uchiha Rong personally prepared and savored the first warm meal in the shinobi world. Once tidied up, Uchiha Rong securely closed all doors and windows, incinerating the garments he wore the previous day. Donning a long-sleeved black ninja outfit adorned with the Uchiha clan S emblem, he stepped outside. With the Flying Thunder God technique at his disposal, a plan for survival in the shinobi world began to take shape in his mind. The chaos of the Nine-Tails incident had erupted in the Land of Clouds, and Iwagakure would soon engage in battle with Konoha. During this tumultuous period, the undercurrents within the village were particularly sensitive. His inexplicable appearance near Minato Namikaze, coupled with his act of rescuing Naruto under such circumstances, would inevitably arouse suspicion among Konoha's higher-ups. However, the more he pondered, the more Uchiha Rong understood that he could not remain confined within the clan. He had to frequent the usual places as per the original inhabitants' lifestyle. Let us first visit the logistics department. Uchiha Rong swiftly exited the clan grounds and headed towards the logistics department. On his journey, he discreetly observed his surroundings, searching for any signs of being followed while also seeking a secluded spot to leave his Flying Thunder God technique mark. The absence of detected pursuers did not equate to their non-existence. His system could accurately sense corpses, yet it proved utterly ineffective in detecting the living. At this moment, it was certain that members of the Umbu, or perhaps even rogue ninjas, were covertly watching him. Paying no mind to this, Uchiha Rong swiftly arrived at the logistics medical department, specifically the corpse handling unit to which he belonged. The modest office was empty and desolate. Uchiha Rong approached, aligning his right index and middle fingers and placing them against his forehead as he entered the office. A flicker of azure light illuminated the room, as the special barrier within identified and recorded his fingerprint. So this is how the lower-tier shinobi of Konoha clock in and out, he mused, recalling the training information stored in his mind from his original self's time at the corpse handling unit a fortnight prior, allowing him to proficiently punch in his attendance. What followed was the freedom to roam. This role emerged alongside the ongoing conflict. Uchiha Rong stepped out of the office, naturally grasping the doorknob and ensuring the door was securely shut, with the prospect of freedom in mind. His thoughts raced as he ambled through the village at a measured pace, beginning his exploration from the far west. Thus commenced Uchiha Rong's Flying Thunder God plan. He intended to leave his mark in relatively inconspicuous locations at the four corners of Konoha: northeast, southwest, southeast, and northwest. Arrangements within his clan were certainly necessary. Yet the recent disappearance of Watergate's body and the retrieval of Prince Naruto would undoubtedly catch the attention of the third Hokage, that crafty old man. It was prudent to act naturally beneath their watchful eyes. Remaining hidden within the clan's territory would only heighten the scrutiny from the third and Danzo. Consequently, the two formidable organizations under their command, the Umbu and Root, would subject him to relentless investigation and surveillance. The sudden emergence of the Nine-Tails incident, the encroachment of Cloud Shinobi, and the watchful gaze of Iwagakure posed external threats that would exacerbate the undercurrents within Konoha, leading to ongoing internal strife. As a member of a notably powerful and sensitive clan, Uchiha Rong would undoubtedly be under close observation. Starting from the west, he changed his position every hour, and by sunset, he had successfully marked each of the four edges of Konoha with his Flying Thunder God technique. Of course, with each mark he left, he undertook appropriate actions to conceal his true intentions, ensuring that everything appeared remarkably natural. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the young man strolled through the village's various streets, pausing and wandering like a curious tourist, taking in the sights of notable landmarks and dining establishments. The Tea Street Dessert Shop, the village's central cinema, the Ninja Academy, the Mountain Flower Shop, Konoha Hospital, and the distant Ichiraka Ramen Shop in the southern streets, all were subtly marked by him. Accepting the circumstances, and perhaps for the sake of propriety, he purchased a ticket to Intimate Paradise and watched for half an hour. Seated opposite the ramen chef, Uchiha Rong, the sole patron in the establishment at that moment, leisurely savored the last mouthful of the signature tonkatsu ramen, downed the final sip of broth, patted his round belly, and discreetly leaned on the table to rise and settle the bill. Have you heard? Yesterday in the Eastern Forest, 2 Cloud Ninjas were dispatched by a mysterious ninja from our village in just 2 rounds. 3 young male ninjas of similar height lifted the curtain and entered the shop. The one on the left, sporting spiky hair reminiscent of a porcupine, spoke conspiratorially to his 2 companions, though his companions did not respond. The astonishment and curiosity in their eyes replaced their earlier weariness and fatigue. Uchiha Rong, having lifted himself just 2 centimeters from the chair, sat back down once more and resumed his indulgence in the large bowl before him. All-you-can-eat action, commencing from my first dining experience in Konoha, he declared, The spiky-haired ninja, softly divulging the information, ordered 3 bowls of original flavor ramen for the chef. The ramen chef nodded in acknowledgement. Please wait a moment, it will be ready shortly. After greeting the chef, the trio settled at another table and began to converse in hushed tones. I tell you, that mysterious individual possesses astonishing stealth techniques. Merely executing the most basic of body substitution jutsu allowed him to instantaneously eliminate 2 Cloud Ninja elite. The porcupine-haired ninja's tone was filled with awe, tinged with fervent admiration. The other 2 ninjas nodded, their eyes wide, fixated on the spiky-haired ninja, eagerly awaiting further elaboration. Having just returned from a mission outside the village, they were captivated by such sensational news. The village had been besieged by the chaos of the 9 Tails, and they had been summoned back to participate in the rebuilding efforts. Are you certain it was a ninja from our village? Perhaps dissatisfied with the spiky-haired ninja's teasing, the bald ninja in the middle could not suppress his urge to inquire further. He was intimately familiar with ninjas who could conceal their presence. And the silent individual on the right, adorned with 7 colored hair, was undoubtedly one of them. Of course, you 2 have just been called back and are unaware of the particulars. As a member of the patrol team, I cannot possibly deceive you. The spiky-haired ninja lifted his cup of tea, took a small sip to moisten his throat, and lowered his voice further. If it weren't for that mysterious individual's intervention, the 3 of us on patrol that day would have nearly met the first Hokage. Upon hearing this, the bald ninja and the flamboyant-haired ninja transitioned from mere surprise to genuine shock. Although patrol ninjas may not possess high ranks or exceptional combat prowess, each has their own unique skills. For instance, some are incredibly swift, others have keen sensory abilities, and some are adept at setting traps in the wilderness. To think they nearly fell prey to 3 intruding cloud ninjas in the forest fringes. The caliber of those sent from the hidden cloud village seemed excessively high. Haha. I knew you 2 would find it hard to believe. Let me tell you, the esteemed Hokage has covertly commenced a search for this ninja within the village. The exuberant porcupine ninja continued to divulge information, ostensibly to commend this elite jonin who valiantly rescued his comrades. However, at this juncture, the porcupine ninja cast a knowing glance at the other 2, abruptly halting his words. The 2 friends, their expressions deepening with shock, exchanged glances and hastily shifted the topic. Ahem, the bald ninja gently cleared his throat, casting a glance at Uchiha Rome, who sat in the chair to his left. The porcupine ninja and the punk ninja followed suit, directing their attention towards him. At that moment, the boy with long sleeves adorned with a red and white fan tattoo was engrossed in savoring his ramen, producing exaggerated slurping sounds. It was not until he lifted his head, smacking his lips, that the 3 could discern his features, a handsome visage with a wheat-colored complexion, now displaying a look of satisfaction. It turned out to be the historically inept Uchiha Rome, the underachiever of the Uchiha clan. Upon recognizing Uchiha Rome's appearance, the trio collectively exhaled in relief. Retracting their gazes from Uchiha Rome, they resumed their hushed conversation. Perhaps it is best not to discuss this matter casually during these special times. It is wiser to tread carefully. You would never guess the nature of my current mission outside the village. The punk ninja, with an air of arrogance, spoke in a tone even more mysterious than the porcupine ninja's initial revelation. What is it? Both the porcupine ninja and the bald ninja inquired in low voices. Their curiosity piqued. Seeing their intense interest, the punk ninja flashed a triumphant smile, beckoning them closer. My mission this time is to assist the Inuzuka clan in locating the legendary remains of the village's founding ancestor. The punk ninja, his eyes gleaming with pride, continued to whisper to the 2, indicating that the task had only just begun and that in a month, he would have to continue. However, as for the location, I cannot divulge that to you 2. Before he could finish, the punk ninja suddenly shrieked, retracting his forward-leaning body and looking down at the space beneath his chair. Hey, you, why are you pinching my calf? Upon realizing who it was, the punk ninja retracted the kunai from his hand, glaring at Uchiha Rong, who was crouched on the ground, his rear end in the air, clutching onto his calf. My apologies, but you stepped on my coin, Uchiha Rong replied, pulling a coin from under the punk's shoe with 2 fingers, displaying it with a smile and innocent eyes. Get lost. Don't interrupt me while I eat. The punk ninja, interrupted at a crucial moment by Uchiha Rong's unexpected appearance, lost his enthusiasm and scowled. Uchiha Rong offered an apologetic grin, quickly settled the bill, and left the ramen shop, his demeanor unruffled as he strolled leisurely toward the clan's grounds. Upon entering the gates of the clan, Uchiha Rong stepped into the shadows behind a large tree at the corner of the family wall, and in an instant, he vanished. With a sudden buzz, The spatial fluctuations enveloped Uchiha, transporting him instantly to the sanctuary of his bedroom. The calm demeanor he once possessed was utterly replaced by a torrent of shock, excitement, and joy. Moments ago, while crouched on the ground searching for a coin, he had overheard exhilarating news. A certain ninja, suspected to hail from the Moonlight clan, was clandestinely undertaking a mission to locate the remains of Uchiha Madara. Just a moment before, he had successfully inscribed an indelible Flying Thunder God seal on the calf of that very ninja. The first to hitch a ride in the ninja world had emerged. Big Brother 006, might you teach me the art of kicking? He could hardly contain his fervor after enduring the arduous task of maintaining composure upon leaving Ichiraka Ramen. Fortune favors me, indeed. Leaning against the corner wall of his bedroom, Uchiha's heart raced uncontrollably, unable to find solace. Just earlier, he had contemplated the possibility of seizing the opportunity to obtain the corpses of Hashirama or Madara, envisioning his ascension. Yet, upon awakening and indulging in a simple bowl of noodles, a ninja had bestowed upon him such a magnificent gift. How could he not be elated? Dashing into the bathroom, he splashed cold water on his face, gradually calming the fervor and restlessness that surged within him. Once composed, he realized he must reevaluate his survival strategy. Mastering the Flying Thunder God technique, enhancing his compatibility, and extending the range of instantaneous teleportation had become paramount. Initially, he had planned to visit the Konoha hospital, subtly showcasing his medical ninjutsu to seamlessly assume the role of a medical ninja, thereby aiding on the front lines and retrieving fallen comrades. Now, however, he needed to significantly accelerate his mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique within a month to better seize the opportunity presented by the Moonlight Ninja. The body disposal unit he belonged to rarely undertook missions unless there was a significant casualty in battle with other villages, which warranted their deployment to the front lines. Presently, aside from fervently practicing the Flying Thunder God technique, he needed a legitimate reason to venture out, ideally the day before the Moonlight Ninja embarked on his mission. Konoha, the most open among the 5 great hidden villages, typically allowed unrestricted entry and exit. Yet, having suffered considerable losses, they now imposed stringent scrutiny on all who entered or exited the village. Uchiha had drawn the attention of the 3rd Hokage due to the death of Minato and his role in saving Naruto. Venturing out recklessly could easily raise suspicion. He required a plausible reason to leave the village. Lying in bed, Uchiha racked his brain, contemplating until he devised a plan in the dead of night. With his thoughts crystallized, he vanished from his bed and reappeared beyond the northern wall of his clan's compound. In the blink of an eye, he teleported again. This time to the entrance of a floral shop nestled in the mountains, and then vanished once more. After 6 consecutive teleportations, Uchiha found himself atop the visage of the Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. For a moment, he admired the dismal nightscape of Konoha, marred by defeat. Before he activated his all-night training mode, he refused to believe that the Umbu had been surveilling him relentlessly throughout the day, and would continue to shadow him even in the night. If I get caught, I will accept my fate. Uchiha's determination solidified as he vanished from his spot, leaving behind a faint ripple in the fabric of space. Behind the mountain, 120 meters away, his figure suddenly reappeared. With a sharp clap, he marked the ground, and with the wind at his feet, he utilized the body flicker technique, swiftly darting in all 4 cardinal directions, each at a distance of 120 meters. Thus commenced his rigorous training in the Flying Thunder God technique. As the dawn broke on the horizon, Uchiha found himself nearly drained of chakra. Dragging his weary body, he hurried home to the clan grounds before his shift in the Umbu, hastily washed up, and collapsed into slumber. Time flowed like the vivid imagery within the crystal ball of the 3rd Hokage, fleeting as his subordinates entered through the door. With a swift motion, Uchiha brushed away the sleep from the corners of his eyes and tore down the calendar that clung to the refrigerator door. A date encircled in red ink caught his attention. Today marked the day when the shaman would continue on his covert mission. The retrieval of ancestral remains would occur this very day. The system ready to assess his progress in the Flying Thunder God technique. Uchiha focused his thoughts, and the system promptly responded. Flying Thunder God technique fusion progress. 10. Current maximum range. 1,500 meters. Observing the initial glimpse of mastery beside the technique in his mind, Uchiha felt a surge of satisfaction. This was the culmination of 30 nights of relentless effort. Having prepared himself, Uchiha stepped outside. It was still early, and rather than recklessly employing the Flying Thunder God technique, he chose to walk towards the clan grounds. Stand tall and keep your eyes forward. A tall, Fierce-looking young ninja with unruly black hair shouted at a group of children no older than 8. 50 laps is all I ask. Is this too difficult for you? With such a lack of skill, how dare you call yourselves Uchiha? Mark my words. Those who do not complete 50 laps will face an additional 1,000 push-ups this afternoon. Around 20 children, drenched in sweat beneath the scorching sun, grimaced with determination, their eyes red as they pushed themselves to run in circles. Their feet barely lifted from the ground, as if burdened by lead, yet not a single one faltered. Observing this group of youthful yet resolute faces, sweat streaming into their eyes, Uchiha Rong shook his head and silently passed by. Do not become like me, still a mere genin at adulthood. A waste waiting for the Sharingan to awaken. Endure and persevere. The tall instructor, noticing Uchiha Rong as he passed the training ground, raised his voice even higher, causing discomfort to everyone present. We Uchiha do not need failures. The instructor's gaze remained fixed on Uchiha Rong as he shouted at the children. Just as Uchiha Rong was about to walk past the training field, he was taken aback by the instructor's words and turned to face him. As their gazes locked, the coach sneered, "What are you staring at? Do you dare to defy my words, you worthless fool?" The disdain and contempt were laid bare before them. Uchiha Rong felt a familiar echo of words, and his expression began to shift. No wonder it seemed so familiar. The original host had been excessively timid. Each encounter with this coach had resulted in harsh reprimands, ridicule, and humiliation, serving perpetually as a cautionary example for training children. As the memories flashed through his mind and the circumstances became clear, Uchiha Rong clasped his hands behind his back, a cold smile gracing his lips as he approached the coach, standing firm and unwavering, locking his gaze onto the man's eyes without blinking. One of the clan's fearful kin? Apologies, but I am no longer the coward who scurried at the sight of you like a mouse before a cat. With a frosty glare, Uchiha Rong squared his shoulders, fiercely staring down this arrogant individual who looked down upon others with disdain. What are you looking at? Worthless. Care to challenge me one-on-one? The young coach raised an eyebrow, stepping forward to grasp Uchiha Rong's collar with one hand. He intended to once again utilize this scapegoat to establish his towering image and formidable reputation before the new clan members. However, to his astonishment, this 16-year-old, considered an adult by Konoha standards yet still a lowly underachiever, dared to meet his gaze with such defiance. He felt his authority being inexplicably challenged. His elite status within the clan trampled upon. Frowning, he drew back a hand, ready to seize Uchiha Rong's collar and execute an overhead throw. Yet, as he exerted force with one arm, the anticipated scene of his opponent collapsing and begging for mercy did not materialize. Instead, the so-called worthless one continued to gaze at him with a cold, mocking smile, as if he were merely a lifeless corpse. A sense of absurdity stirred within the coach, igniting a blaze of anger as he advanced, aiming a fierce kick towards Uchiha Rong's left side. He deemed it unnecessary to employ any ninjutsu against such a worthless opponent. Yet, in the next instant, this individual he had labeled as worthless effortlessly sidestepped 3 meters to the right with astonishing speed, as swift as the wind. The coach's heart jolted with alarm. Sensing impending doom, he instinctively attempted to evade. The gust of powerful wind brushed against his left ear, and in less than half a second, he transitioned from shock to terror, reflexively raising his left arm to block. However, his body was already propelled uncontrollably, flying away in agony. The naive children, who idolized strength blindly, halted in their tracks, their eyes wide with wonder as they turned to witness the sudden clash between the two adults. What of the fireball jutsu or the Sharingan's ocular prowess? This instantaneous ability to subdue an opponent seemed far more potent and commanding. This older brother is so impressive, so strong. Children are indeed so innocent. One moment they yield to and idolize the coach who mistreats them, and the next, they yearn to learn that formidable taijutsu technique from Uchiha Rong. Is this the Thunder God's armor? Observing the young coach, collapsed and incapacitated several meters away, Uchiha Rong was struck with awe, reflecting on the raw power of this beginner-level secret ninjutsu from the Land of Thunder. Given time, the future holds great promise. Big brother, could you teach me how to kick? I want to learn that move so I can better protect my little brother. A delicate-faced boy, with clear eyes, approached Uchiha Rong, lifting his small face and gazing up at him with hopeful anticipation in his youthful voice. Uchiha Rong's expression turned peculiar. He was tempted to stomp his foot and retort with a drawn-out kick. I'm afraid not, little one. I'm merely a genin. You should continue your training with that jounin uncle and learn the clan's ninjutsu and taijutsu. Uchiha Rong knelt down, tousling the boy's hair and offering a radiant, sunshine-like smile. Do not worry, just train with your father. That uncle, full of nonsense, is not qualified to teach you. Now, go summon the clan's medical ninja to attend to him. Little Uchiha Itachi. At merely 5 years old, Uchiha Itachi had yet to reveal his extraordinary intelligence. Watching the small figure dash confidently into the depths of the clan's territory, believing his words without question, the sharp glimmer in Uchiha Rong's eyes flickered momentarily. Such a prodigy could not be entrusted to the training of a brash individual with only 3 tomo. Only his father, Uchiha Fugaku, who possessed the unknown eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, was worthy of that role. Before ascending to the rank of Chunin, Uchiha Itachi was indeed in peril. Within the clan's grounds, his father would protect him until he reached Chunin, while outside, his older brother would safeguard his growth. Uchiha Rong watched as Itachi vanished into the distance, his resolve firm. Itachi was a vital component of his ultimate plan. Casting a glance at the young coach, still feigning unconsciousness on the ground, Uchiha Rong smiled and made his way toward the clan's entrance. After reflecting on the information he had gathered about this coach, Uchiha Rong found it perplexing how this individual had managed to become a preschool instructor. Was it solely due to his thunderous voice? Shaking his head, he stepped outside. Noticing no one around, he activated the body flicker technique, vanishing into the dense forest to the left of the road, his form blending seamlessly into the shadows. The strategy he had painstakingly devised a month prior was finally materializing into a significant mission in the neighboring lands of Rice and Hot Water. Collaborating with 3 exceptional ninjas to search for the hidden Cloud Ninja while also retrieving the bodies of his fallen comrades from a recent skirmish. In the past 30 days, Uchiha Rong dedicated himself to intensive training in ninjutsu, enhancing his integration progress until the afternoon of the following day. He then reported to the corpse disposal unit, showcasing a glimpse of his muscular strength and agility. Ultimately, a task that was initially intended for another Chunin colleague fell into his hands. When this assignment was announced within the corpse disposal unit, it was expected that a member of Chunin rank would be designated. However, none of the 5 teams within the unit were willing to volunteer for the task. Sending a Jonin would be an excessive allocation of resources, given that it merely involved transporting corpses. Moreover, among the 5 teams, only 3 Jonin were present, 2 of whom were special Jonin. Teleporting to the innermost stall of the restroom nearest to the village's exit, Uchiha Rong gracefully climbed out the window and strolled leisurely towards the entrance. From a distance, he spotted 3 youthful figures, each easily distinguishable by their striking appearances. From left to right, they were clad in black, red, and green. Without needing to discern their features, Uchiha Rong recognized them immediately: the enigmatic silver-haired Kakashi, the exuberant green-clad Might Guy, and the jewel-eyed Yuhi Kurenai. These 3 distinguished ninjas from his cohort stood idly in silence, waiting. "My apologies for the delay. Let us embark," Uchiha Rong declared, fully aware that he had no common ground with his companions. He approached them directly and proposed they set off at once. Kurenai offered a faint smile and a nod in acknowledgement, while Kakashi casually glanced at Uchiha Rong with his exposed right eye before turning away. What was your name again?" Might Guy inquired cheerfully, revealing his bright white teeth. "Don't rush to tell me. I can remember. Allow me to demonstrate my extraordinary memory, the hallmark of this proud azure beast of Konoha." Uchiha Rong felt a jolt of irritation at the overwhelming aura of youthful exuberance emanating from Guy. As the trio continued their journey until the sun began to set, Guy still had not recalled Uchiha Rong's name. Uchiha Rong found himself walking quietly in the middle of the group, flanked by Kurenai and Kakashi on his right, and the chatty Might Guy on his left. Despite possessing an absolute trump card for escape, Uchiha Rong opted to exercise caution. Kakashi, having endured the tragedy of his father's suicide and the incident at the Kamizuke Bridge, and now having risen to Jonin rank, was undoubtedly formidable. Kurenai, with her family's secret genjutsu techniques, wielded unpredictable strength. Meanwhile, the seemingly loquacious and carefree Might Guy had already begun to exhibit the characteristics of a Leaf Village taijutsu artist in both his gait and breathing. Amid such a trio of ninjas, Uchiha Rong felt a profound sense of security. Throughout their journey, he engaged in conversation with Might Guy, while simultaneously attuning his senses to the flying thunder god seal chakra emanating from Guy, ensuring it did not exceed the maximum distance. As they executed their mission, it was noteworthy that Guy had departed the village only half an hour earlier than the other 4. The destination appears to lie in the land of Rice, located to the north of the land of fire. The whereabouts of Uchiha Obito's body have long remained a mystery, even to Uchiha Rong, a traveler who is equally in the dark. This time, the opportunity to embark on this quest through a mission feels like nothing short of extraordinary luck. Wrong. One must ponder, as a member of the enigmatic and formidable Uchiha clan, what compels you to undertake such a task? Upon receiving the mission, the trio had already gleaned from their companion dossier the identity, department, and position of Uchiha. Kakashi and Yuhi Kurenai shared an unspoken understanding, choosing to remain silent about what they knew while still pursuing the mission. However, the carefree Might Guy, without a filter, spoke whatever came to mind, completely oblivious to the implications. Because I'm weak. Uchiha Rong responded with a warm smile, her answer succinct. Weak? What does that mean? The 14-year-old Might Guy, hearing this term for the first time, instinctively questioned her. With genuine sincerity, Uchiha Rong replied, it means being a mediocre fighter, a Kai. In case of danger, I might haha. Don't worry. With me, the proud azure beast of Konoha, you are perfectly safe, Guy declared confidently, flashing a dazzling smile that revealed his brilliant white teeth as he patted Uchiha Rong on the shoulder. Uchiha Rong's eyes sparkled with delight, her expression one of pleasant surprise. All right, I believe in you. As night fell, Uchiha Rong sensed the chakra of the Flying Thunder God technique halt at the maximum distance, positioned at 10 o'clock. The four of them successfully crossed the border of the land of rice and entered a small frontier town, selecting a place to rest. Accompanied by the thunderous snores of Akai from the bed to her right, Uchiha Rong reviewed her progress in ninjutsu. Among her techniques, the wind body flicker technique showcased the highest proficiency, having reached a level of modest achievement. The formidable Flying Thunder God technique had also attained the initial glimpse stage, while the Thunder God armor and certain multiplication techniques remained at the beginner level. The Palm Sage technique, which she had never utilized, was still in the not-yet-used state. After confirming the status and details of her ninjutsu, Uchiha Rong, lying in the middle bed, employed the multiplication technique to gradually expand the flesh within her ear canals, forming makeshift earplugs, and drifted into a comfortable slumber. The following day, the four of them departed the inn and emerged onto the path outside the town. Uchiha Rong and Might Guy remained vigilant, while Yuhi Kurenai, a master of illusion techniques, maintained an air of composure, her mental acuity surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Only Kakashi, with his panda-like eyes, continued to walk silently on the far right. The atmosphere was slightly tense, but fortunately, Guy's exuberance broke the gloom. Every few hundred meters, he would either flicker to the treetops or hang upside down beneath the bridge, exploring with enthusiasm. Uchiha Rong couldn't help but admire Guy, a person who seamlessly integrated physical training into his very essence. Spread out. There is an illusion. Uchiha Rong suddenly heard Yuhi Kurenai's deep voice warning in her ear, before he had the chance to retreat or leap aside. The space 5 meters in front of him began to warp. The road and the trees flanking it swirled like a vortex, transforming into an expanse of emptiness. Above this desolate area, dark, rolling clouds loomed ominously, hovering about 20 meters above Uchiha Rong's head, intermittently illuminated by flashes of lightning. The first crisis for 008. An illusionary entity unleashing a lightning attack. The oppressive clouds threatened to engulf the city. A line of poetry flashed through Uchiha Rong's mind. Yet the reality was that he felt as if he were fixed in place, the thunderclouds above exerting a tremendous force, rendering him immobile. The lightning chakra within him began to surge wildly, prickling his flesh like 1,000 tiny needles. What level of illusion is this? He had watched the Naruto anime 5 times and had never encountered a jutsu that operated from within the body, utilizing ninja chakra as its vessel. With a thought, he invoked the wind instantaneous technique, a mobility-enhancing ninjutsu, enveloping himself in its effects. Movement. Feeling his feet lift from the ground, he leaped 3 large strides forward. Invigorated by the realization that the wind instantaneous technique was effective, and its potency remained unimpeded. However, mere seconds later, horror struck him once more. He was terrified to find that the massive oval thundercloud directly above him persisted, following his every movement, forever hovering 20 meters overhead. What was even more alarming was the increasing frequency of lightning within the cloud. Was this an illusionary entity performing a lightning attack? The hidden cloud village truly harbored hidden talents. With a deep sigh, Uchiha Rong was compelled to tilt his head back, his gaze fixed on the ominous clouds above. Prepared to evade at a moment's notice, he was determined not to resort to the Flying Thunder God technique unless absolutely necessary. As for the Raijin armor, revealing it here was out of the question. This was the domain of a certain cloud ninja, and activating lightning chakra carelessly would be akin to throwing oneself onto the tip of a blade. In an instant, Uchiha Rong had devised a strategy in his mind. He would attempt to forcibly break through using the Flying Thunder God technique, having left a mark on Might Guy's vest the previous night. Alternatively, he could wait for the other three to rescue him. However, this seemingly illusionary entity attack could only be leisurely unraveled by Kurenai Yuhi. Kakashi, with his Sharingan, could also dispel it, but Uchiha Rong believed that someone as proud as Kakashi would not be roused for something of this magnitude. Suddenly, a deafening crack echoed from above, startling Uchiha Rong into a leap of over 10 meters. A tremendous impact created a 2-meter deep crater at his previous location, a sight both shocking and terrifying. Had he been struck, he would surely have been reduced to mere fragments. How perilous! Having narrowly evaded the initial lightning strike, Uchiha Rong distinctly sensed that his current proficiency in the wind body flicker technique was insufficient. The ominous clouds above unleashed simultaneous flashes of lightning and thunder, a stark contrast to the usual sequence of light preceding sound, striking directly above him. Zizzes. Within the swirling storm, the lightning coalesced once more, and as anticipated, after 3 such minor discharges, a formidable bolt was sure to follow. Uchiha Rong clenched his jaw tightly, his gaze fixated on the flickering electricity above, poised to deploy the Flying Thunder God technique at any moment. Just as he was about to activate the technique, the previously oppressive atmosphere of the space transformed, revealing a glimmer of clarity amidst the dark clouds. A brilliant beam of light, more radiant than the lightning itself, pierced through the shrouded sky, causing the surrounding clouds to dissipate, illuminating the area with an ethereal brightness. Had it been Yuhi Kurenai or Kakashi, Uchiha Rong felt a slight easing of tension in his heart. Regardless of who it was, one of the three had finally begun to showcase their abilities. As Uchiha Rong momentarily relaxed, prepared to slice his palm with a kunai to synchronize with the incoming assault from an ally and thus escape the corporeal attack illusion, an unforeseen turn of events occurred. The clouds above, slowly dispersing, suddenly surged with the ferocity of a cornered beast, gathering the most violent electrical energy just as they were on the brink of dissolution. Boom! A bolt of violet lightning, thicker than before by a factor of 5, surged forth with blinding speed, leaving Uchiha Rong no avenue of escape. With a resigned sigh echoing in his heart, he vanished in an instant just before the lightning struck. Dust and debris erupted, leaving behind a massive crater reminiscent of a meteorite impact, where Uchiha Rong had once stood. Buzz! As the space rippled, Uchiha Rong reappeared beside a pine tree, his chest rising and falling erratically. He lifted his gaze to behold the stone-paved path and the bordering trees once more. He had finally emerged. The combination of pain and long-distance teleportation had effectively disrupted the illusion. While mere pain might suffice to shatter the mirage, the threat of being struck by lightning loomed large. The lightning was a genuine offensive ninjutsu, while the illusion merely served as an aid, hindering the opponent's movement or allowing the lightning to track them for precise strikes. Such a potent technique was nothing short of extraordinary. Uchiha Rong contemplated the prospect of mastering this technique. Swiftly surveying his surroundings, he found no trace of Kakashi or the others, not even Might Guy, who, despite rarely employing ninjutsu in the original narrative, was conspicuously absent. Logically, as a master of taijutsu and a fervent practitioner of body refinement, he should not have been so easily ensnared by an illusion. Even with his eyes closed, he would instinctively evade incoming shurikens from all directions. Having received a prior warning from Kurenai, he should have been prepared to shut his eyes in advance. Uchiha Rong's mind raced, contemplating his next course of action. His primary objective was to assist and coordinate with the trio in gathering intelligence on the Cloud Shinobi, and if necessary, to collaborate in capturing or even eliminating enemy Cloud Shinobi. Now, he had completely severed ties with the 3 individuals. Even the Flying Thunder God mark chakra lingering on the calf of the Shamate brother was beyond his perception. The mission seemed to have entirely detached from him. If I fail to bring back Steve and return alone, the relevant departments and higher-ups in Konoha would likely not overthink the situation, for in their eyes, I am rather inept. Uchiha Rong had already entertained the notion of abandoning the original task in favor of pursuing the Shamate brother to realize his own plans. After a moment's hesitation, Uchiha Rong chose to vanish from his current location. Boom. In the next instant, Uchiha Rong reappeared. Damn. A reflexive exclamation escaped his lips as he was jolted with astonishment. He found himself suspended 20 meters in the air, hastily activating the wind body flicker technique. He swiftly drew a kunai and flung it upwards, allowing it to fall freely. Bang! With the aid of the wind body flicker technique and wind chakra, his right foot accurately pushed off the kunai's handle, propelling Uchiha Orochi towards the nearest giant tree. That damn Might guy? Why on earth did he have to appear in midair? The moment Uchiha Orochi utilized the Flying Thunder God and found himself here, he silently cursed, wishing to teleport elsewhere, only to discover he could not sense any marks within his maximum teleportation range. This led to the expletive and the scene of him tossing the kunai. 009 was forcibly cradled. Hinata Yuhi was smitten. Guy had no idea why he found himself airborne, leading to Uchiha Orochi's teleportation behind him, almost causing his demise. Meanwhile, Guy had already opened the rest gate, crashing down from a height of 20 meters and creating a 2-meter diameter pit upon landing, before dashing off once again. It was evident that the physically formidable Guy had deciphered his opponent's Jinjutsu and was adeptly tracing the source of their concealment, preparing for close combat. How reckless! Uchiha Orochi shook his head inwardly upon discovering that there were 3 ninjas opposing him. At this age, Guy, filled with youthful fervor, was at the height of his middle school phase. Though he possessed commendable physical skills, he lacked strategic foresight. Uchiha Orochi refrained from following suit because he noticed a silver-haired youth, with his right hand hanging loosely, rushing towards the opponent while emitting a dazzling white light. With Jonin Kakashi charging alongside, Uchiha Orochi felt no need to worry about their situation, even against 3 Jonin. However, the pressing concern was, where had Yuhi Hinata gone? Uchiha Orochi had come to understand that the opponent's area of effect ninjutsu, centered around lightning release, was layered upon the foundation of space-based genjutsu. Once ensnared, the victim would experience slight movements within the illusion. The absence of Yuhi Hinata, who possessed the deepest understanding and mastery of genjutsu, could only signify one possibility. There must be others lurking in the shadows. He steadied his mind, yet he still could not sense the Flying Thunder God mark left in Yuhi Hinata's palm. After several consecutive uses of the Flying Thunder God technique, the chakra within Uchiha Orochi was significantly depleted. The original 3 units of reserve had diminished by 1. Without hesitation, his figure concealed among the treetops vanished silently, and with a shift in space, Uchiha Orochi materialized on the road several hundred meters ahead of Sunset Red. Just as she called out a warning. Steadying himself, he still failed to sense the Flying Thunder God mark on her. Uchiha Orochi dashed forward, needing to reach the area where Sunset Red had alerted them. The distance of 300 to 400 meters was covered in less than a minute. Bolstered by the wind instantaneous technique, as his right foot landed on the spot he had been previously ensnared in an illusion, an inexplicable sensation surged within him. He sensed it. Just as the thought crossed his mind, the space around him subtly distorted, and Uchiha Orochi vanished from his location. Invoking the Flying Thunder God technique once more, the air resonated silently with waves of distortion as Uchiha Orochi found himself unexpectedly perched on a leafless tree, his body parallel to the ground, approximately 5 meters above it. Since merging with the wind instantaneous technique, he had developed the habit of continuously channeling chakra to the soles of his feet, a practice remarkably effective when employing the second stage of the Flying Thunder God technique on moving targets. Before him, just a meter away, was a young girl clad in pale attire, half her body melded into the peculiar trunk of the tree. The proximity was so close that Uchiha Orochi could even catch a whiff of her delicate fragrance. At that moment, the girl held a kunai, her body leaning forward, poised to silently ambush an unsuspecting cloud ninja below. The ensnaring tree kill. Uchiha Orochi marveled, truly an elite from the Sunset Clan. However, something was amiss. The bound cloud ninja suddenly ceased all movement. Alarm bells rang in Uchiha Orochi's mind as a potent sense of danger surged from the crown of his head throughout his entire being. Yet before he could react, the girl's abrupt movement nearly startled him to death. Sunset Red's kunai, originally aimed at the enemy below, unexpectedly slashed from right to left, piercing upwards from beneath her ribs. Almost entirely merged with the summoned trunk, her head was positioned just above Uchiha Orochi's abdomen. This swift and covert thrust was precisely aimed at his groin. What the? Uchiha Orochi thought in panic, hastily sidestepping to the right while exclaiming in a low voice. It's me. Reacting faster than he anticipated, he swung his right arm, pivoting with agility to confront the girl who was poised to strike again. Her right arm froze above her head upon hearing his voice. The moment paused, yet the angle at which Sunset Red turned left Uchiha Orochi in an awkward predicament. This unfortunate position was interrupted by a sudden, fierce shout. I've got you 2 little devils. An onslaught of wind blades crackling with lightning surged toward the two from all directions. With astonishing speed, Uchiha Orochi felt the air above him become heated and turbulent. From every direction, numerous small lightning blades surged forth, leaving the two with no means of escape. Close your eyes and hold on to me. At the critical moment, Uchiha Rong swiftly scooped up the pale girl, who had momentarily frozen in fear of death, cradling her in a princess hold, while simultaneously shouting and propelling himself off the tree trunk towards a distant, smaller tornado blade above them. For the first time in her life, being held so intimately by a stranger caused the cheeks of the red-haired Hinata to flush uncontrollably pink. She squirmed in his embrace, attempting to break free. Yet Uchiha Rong's strong arms and broad chest rendered her efforts futile. As she twisted, the sensation of her soft form brushing against him was vividly palpable. Biting his tongue to dispel any inappropriate thoughts, Uchiha Rong steadied his mind, his gaze fixed intently on the approaching deadly wind blade. Mentally calculating the distance while also stealing glances at the girl's expressions and movements. In this reckless act of desperation, they charged towards the hissing, sharp wind blades. And as they were about to collide, Hinata instinctively shut her beautiful crimson eyes, wrapping her arms around Uchiha Rong's neck and subconsciously leaning into his embrace. Catching a glimpse of her closed eyes, Uchiha Rong's thoughts crystallized, and in an instant, he vanished from midair, performing a miraculous escape right under the watchful eyes of the hidden cloud ninja. Had these two little spirits truly disappeared before him? The hidden cloud ninja rubbed his eyes and slapped his cheeks, bewildered, as if witnessing a ghostly apparition. In the next moment, Uchiha Rong reappeared in the once quiet forest path, cradling Hinata, her face pale and her eyes still tightly shut. Her delicate lips pressed together in an endearing manner that made Uchiha Rong feel an urge to lower his head. "It's all right," Uchiha Rong spoke softly, his tone gentle. This was his first close encounter with a female ninja. The girl's soft form felt weightless in his arms, a triviality for someone like Uchiha Rong, who had trained his body rigorously. After a long moment, she finally opened her eyes, her ruby-like orbs glistening with moisture, surrounded by a misty haze. A rosy blush adorned her cheeks, and the sight was utterly enchanting. As her gaze fell upon Uchiha Rong's handsome visage, her heart raced anew, causing her to squirm slightly once more. Uchiha Rong, feeling the need to respect her space, gently set her down, taking a deep breath to mask the faint twinge of disappointment within him. "Thank you, Rong." Perhaps due to the intimacy of their encounter, the resilient girl, nurtured by her father's teachings, spoke to Uchiha Rong in a voice that had unconsciously softened. In response to the girl's gratitude, Uchiha Rong merely smiled lightly and said, "Let us proceed. Kakashi and Guy should have concluded their battle by now." Uchiha Rong was acutely aware of the girl's exceptional sensory abilities, and she must have sensed that Kakashi and Guy were not far ahead. As for how he had managed to escape from a seemingly fatal predicament with her, the fact that she did not inquire about it suited his inclination to remain silent on the matter. He had no desire to concoct flimsy excuses to evade the truth. The two shared a tacit understanding and swiftly made their way toward Kakashi and Might Guy. Deliberately lagging a pace behind, Uchiha Rong allowed the girl to take the lead, enabling her to utilize her sensory skills, which in turn might help to calm her tumultuous emotions. They had not traveled far when they spotted Kakashi and Guy swiftly approaching. Aside from a slight tear in Guy's left sleeve, both appeared completely unscathed. "Rong, Hong, are you both unharmed?" Guy exclaimed upon seeing them, his excitement palpable. "Haha. You arrived just in time. 3 cloud shinobi faced with my Konoha Azure Beast could only flee in disarray." Guy radiated confidence, brimming with vitality. "Have they retreated?" Uchiha Rong pondered. The bizarre disappearance he had executed under the threat of lethal jutsu must have unnerved the cloud ninja, compelling him to summon his comrades for an urgent withdrawal. It was only at this moment that Uchiha Rong comprehended why the members of the corpse disposal unit were so reluctant to take on this task. On the surface, it was about rank, but given the perilous nature of their recent encounter, it could easily be classified as an A-rank mission. Uchiha Rong inwardly criticized the third Hokage, realizing he had mastered the art of manipulation. The lackadaisical attitude of the ninja within the corpse disposal unit was of no concern to him. He was indifferent to whether these lower-tier ninjas had been indoctrinated by the will of fire or if they were merely suitable fodder. As long as elite talents like Kakashi, despite the tragedy of their fathers being forced to death by the village, were willing to wholeheartedly accept and inherit the will of fire, that was sufficient. An A-rank mission transforming into an S-rank was something Uchiha Rong was unwilling to accept. It appeared that he had not only faced unforeseen dangers alone, but had also served as a protector of the vulnerable. His true plan for this journey had yet to commence, and he had nearly met disaster before it even began. The world of shinobi was far more perilous than he had imagined. even with the possession of the Flying Thunder God technique and the Lightning Release Chakra mode as his absolute trump cards. Encountering some sinister and powerful jutsu still posed a formidable challenge, leaving him with no choice but to flee defensively. Fortunately, they were drawing ever closer to their destination, a bustling metropolis in the southeastern region of the Land of Rice, and his mission was finally nearing its conclusion. Upon arrival, he merely needed to retrieve the designated corpse of the special Jonin and return it to Konoha to complete the task. Before reaching that point, however, he must assist 3 young ninjas in gathering intelligence and probing the hidden stronghold of the Cloud Shinobi. It is time to part ways with the 3 of them. Although saving Yuhi Kurenai brought its rewards, Uchiha Rong no longer wishes to be a mere tool. He must swiftly and diligently implement his own plans. Becoming stronger is of utmost importance. Kakashi, you are aware of my identity and responsibilities. Continuing to follow you in your investigations will only hinder your progress. I should hasten to Nagata County to retrieve the bodies of my comrades and return to the village, Uchiha Rong stated resolutely to Kakashi, expressing his intention to travel alone to the designated destination. Kakashi, the most taciturn among the trio yet possessing the highest strength and rank, had achieved the status of a Jonin in Konoha at the tender age of 12. This was precisely why Uchiha Rong chose to voice his thoughts to him. The true core and decision-maker must be Kakashi. Kakashi fell into a brief contemplation. Beside them, Yuhi Kurenai felt an inexplicable surge of emotions upon hearing Uchiha Rong's intention to journey alone to retrieve the corpses. The young woman parted her lips to speak, but Kakashi preemptively responded, I agree with your proposal. Your mission differs from ours. You should proceed swiftly and take care of yourself. The young Kakashi remained as taciturn as ever, delivering a simple statement that sealed the decision. However, what if he encounters danger alone? Kurenai blurted out. And only after speaking did she realize her words betrayed a concern for Uchiha Rong, causing her previously settled emotions to stir once again. The sentiments of a young girl can often be elusive, even to herself. The image of Uchiha Rong, who had previously embraced her to break through the enemy's ninjutsu ambush, lingered in her mind, his handsome and stoic visage refusing to fade. Even her repeated invocation of Saratobi Asuma's name proved futile. Noticing the puzzled gazes from Kakashi and Might Guy, Kurenai felt her cheeks flush and quickly clarified, I understand that Nagata County is not far from here, but Kumobakir may have already laid traps along the way. What we just experienced serves as a prime example. Kurenai looked at her 2 classmates, her tone grave. Earlier, with her eyes closed, she had not witnessed how Uchiha Rong evaded the storm of wind thunder blades in midair. She had thought he was merely sprinting with her in his arms. Uchiha Rong was taken aback by Kurenai's sudden concern, feeling a mix of helplessness and gratitude. Sister, I am embarking on a significant endeavor. If you truly care for me, once we return to Konoha, I will spend every day and night with you. Uchiha Rong mused internally. Kurenai was in that tender phase of youthful infatuation, an age meant for interactions with Asuma, yet here she was, swept away by his heroic act. The situation was becoming somewhat uncontrollable. Was this an interception of fate? No worries. Though I may be deemed a failure of the Uchiha clan and have yet to awaken my Sharingan, I possess considerable confidence in my taijutsu. Among my peers in the clan, I have yet to encounter a worthy opponent. Uchiha Rong, with a smile, waved at Hinata Kurenai, his eyes sincerely locked onto hers, as if to convey, what do you think enabled me to save you just now? His words aptly addressed Hinata's confusion regarding his evasion of the deadly attacks from all directions, leading her to place her trust in him. Moreover, the Uchiha clan is indeed shrouded in mystery. Even without the Sharingan, their physical prowess and reflexes far surpass those of ordinary shinobi. Rest assured, I am merely a year or 2 older than you. Although my strength may not rival yours, my experience in undertaking missions outside the village is quite extensive. You may carry on with your special tasks without concern for me. Noticing Hinata wavering under his persuasive words, Uchiha Rong pressed on, urging the trio to allow him to embark on his solitary mission. At last, Hinata nodded in agreement with the plan. However, before parting ways, she retrieved 2 warm explosive tags from her pocket and placed them into Uchiha Rong's hand, swiftly leaping away. AKA, witnessing this, was left utterly astonished. Though he had embarked on nearly 10 missions alongside Hinata since his days as a genin, their conversations had never exceeded a handful. Yet, this Uchiha, deemed the underachiever of his clan, had received Hinata's family as special explosive tags on his very first mission with her. What was more, her recent words of concern and her demeanor before their separation perplexed him. AKA found himself enveloped in confusion, questioning the very fabric of his existence. Even the usually taciturn Kakashi cast a lingering glance at Uchiha Rong before vanishing. It seems Asuma has encountered a formidable rival, as he pocketed the explosive tags. Imbued with a subtle hint of Hinata's fragrance, he watched the trio of Konoha swiftly retreat. Uchiha Rong's expression was complex. He had only sought to deal with Madara's remains and had not intended to engage in any romantic pursuits. With the trio now separated, Uchiha Rong embraced his newfound freedom. He pushed the body flicker technique to its utmost proficiency. The ordinary version of this technique requires one to leap a distance and then gather chakra for a second movement. Repeating this process, while it allows for quick short-distance jumps or evasive maneuvers, its absolute speed remains rather average. Utilizing his wind attribute chakra, Uchiha Rong generated a unique airflow around his body, minimizing resistance during movement and harmonizing with the air currents around him, thereby achieving remarkable speed. At that moment, Uchiha Rong sprinted close to the ground, leaving behind a trail of afterimages, while a gentle breeze stirred the leaves and branches around him, producing a rustling sound. He was indeed swift as the wind. According to the original mission plan, he was supposed to gather intelligence in the southeastern region of the Land of Rice alongside Kakashi and the others before departing from the team to retrieve the corpse in Yongtian County. Plans often falter in the face of unforeseen changes. The Cloud Shinobi, seemingly more informed, stealthily set a potent ambush along the way, deploying 4 ninjas, one of whom was an elite Jonin. In light of the potential danger to Uchiha Rong, Kakashi, as the squad leader, would have arranged for her to withdraw from the team to ensure her safe return to the village, even without her prompting. As the scenery swiftly receded, Uchiha Rong hastened towards the location where the Flying Thunder God Mark's chakra had last vanished. After spending the better part of half an hour battling the Cloud Shinobi during a reconnaissance mission, it was highly probable that the Shamat brother had altered his course. Without a hint of fatigue, Uchiha Rong sprinted towards her determined direction for another half an hour. But the vast consumption of her wind attribute chakra forced her to cease using the wind body flicker technique, opting instead for the most basic physical prowess to propel herself forward. Besides possessing 3 units of chakra, she also had a substantial reserve of 1 unit of physical energy. If her deductions were accurate, the units of chakra and physical energy referred to the reserves of 2 individuals who had recently advanced to Jonin and begun leading their own teams. After another 10 minutes of frenetic running, the familiar sensation surged within her once more, invigorating Uchiha Rong. With a powerful push from her legs, she leaped onto a tree and began to accelerate through the woods, nimbly traversing the terrain. The ability to sense the chakra of the Flying Thunder God Mark indicated that she was no more than 1,500 meters from the Shamat brother. However, this location seemed to diverge from the direction of Yongtian County. It appeared they were heading northwest towards the Land of Iron. Could they be there? Uchiha Rong closely followed, maintaining a distance of approximately 1 kilometer. After mastering the Flying Thunder God technique to its 10th degree, her sensitivity to the Mark's chakra had become markedly clearer. Previously, she regarded the Flying Thunder God technique as mystical and impressive, but only after mastering it did she fully comprehend its formidable strength. It was not merely about spatial teleportation. It also encompassed functions of reconnaissance, tracking, and sensing. The genius of the technique's creator, Senju Tobarama, and its subsequent refinement by the renowned Minato, was indeed remarkable. As she sensed the chakra fluctuations of the Mark cease to move, Uchiha Rong quickened her pace towards the vicinity of the Shamat brother. This led her to a small border town with a modest area. A quaint street ran north to south, flanked by low, antiquated buildings. A man, clad in a black trench coat and wearing a hood that concealed his entire figure, strolled along the lively street. This was Uchiha Rong, now in a change of attire. Stowing her Konoha forehead protector within a black backpack, she walked leisurely down the street, yet her gaze was fixed towards the end of the road. There lay the region where the chakra of the Flying Thunder God Mark had ceased to move. However, what met her eyes was a desolate expanse. The town street spanned merely 500 to 600 meters, culminating in a barren, dilapidated area to the north. It resembled neither a graveyard nor a mining site. It seemed as though this place had been intentionally left behind, a hidden locale complementing the desolate aura of the town. Uchiha Rong, intrigued, quickened his pace. Beneath the black hooded cloak, a terrifying visage emerged, dark-skinned with a menacing scar adorning his left cheek. Over the past month, working in the mortuary of Konoha Hospital, he had absorbed numerous cosmetic techniques, though now he employed them in reverse. The fluctuations of the chakra imprint had ceased, yet I could still sense its presence. Where had they gone? Upon reaching the end of the street, Uchiha Rong distinctly sensed the chakra imprint directly opposite him. approximately 150 meters away. However, there was nothing there, not a soul nor even a stone, save for the swaying half-man-high wild grass and the occasional startled bird. The situation grew increasingly peculiar. Uchiha Rong, resolute, feigned interest in the last iron shop in the town, keeping his peripheral vision attuned to any movement 100 meters away. Armed with his life-saving trump card, he remained cautious. He recalled all the information gathered a month prior within the Ichiraku ramen shop. Uchiha Rong was certain that the task involving the Shamate brother comprised 3 individuals. He surmised that all 3 possessed exceptional sensory abilities and were adept in earth and water release ninjutsu. After observing for a considerable time, nothing transpired in the distance. Resolute, Uchiha Rong made several leaps and landed within the desolate land. The half-man-high wild grass, dry yet dense, provided an excellent concealment. Merely 5 meters ahead lay the precise location where the chakra imprint was sensed. Could it be that, in their quest to uncover Madara's corpse, they had become earth diggers? The more Uchiha Rong pondered, the more plausible it seemed. They were likely beneath this barren ground. Overwhelmed by curiosity, he could no longer restrain himself and decisively advanced to the spot where the imprint lingered. With a swift motion, he parted the wild grass before him, only to recoil in shock. Instead of uncovering a hidden cavern via earth-release ninjutsu, he was confronted with a sight that sent chills down his spine. The Shamate brother, with his 7-colored hair, lay motionless among the wild grass, eyes wide open, devoid of heartbeat and breath. Almost instinctively, Uchiha Rong bent down, skillfully retrieving the slender corpse and securing it at his waist, utilizing the body flicker technique to depart at once. Instead of returning towards the town's streets, he hastened northwest, all the while feverishly collecting the deceased chakra. The deceased, Moonlight Wish, rank, Special Jonin, techniques possessed in life, Konoha-style swordsmanship, Dance of the Crescent Moon, Inton, Secret Sword Moon Shadow, Shadow Clone Technique, Body Flicker Technique. Residual chakra from the corpse is being absorbed seamlessly. The host may choose one of the techniques for imprinting and fusion. Is this a ninja from the Moonlight Clan? Uchiha Rong suddenly recalled something. Having already sprinted 200 meters away from the town, he hastily halted his steps and raced back towards the location of the discovered corpse at an accelerated pace. Inton, he fervently shouted inwardly, feeling the system begin the recovery of the imprint. Uchiha Rong nearly perfected the body flicker technique, returning to the site of the corpse with double the speed he had before. Damn, having moved so many bodies over the past month had ingrained muscle memory in him. Whether they were enemies or fellow Leaf Village ninjas, upon discovering the corpse of that peculiar character, they would undoubtedly scour the vicinity for traces of their presence. Ding. Inton's secret technique imprinting successful, fully integrated, can be used immediately. Crouching amidst the wild grass, as the system's notification chimed, Uchiha Rong sensed several figures rapidly approaching from his left. Uchiha Rong crouched low and propelled himself off the ground, urging his thoughts, as he swiftly darted to the right and vanished from sight. 012. The Flying Thunder God fails. Obito approaches. Just moments ago, due to the urgency of the situation following the enemy's demise, I could only glean partial information. The corpse of that entity should have been transported to the northwestern region of the Land of Iron, though the exact location remains unknown. A tall ninja with light yellow hair spoke rapidly. Beside him, a slightly portly ninja's expression shifted upon hearing the news, with Wish having been ambushed and fallen. We must immediately relay this information and deliberate further. Let us go. He hoisted the multicolored Moonlight Wish onto his back and vanished into the distance, followed closely by the clan's ninjas. As the 2 figures gradually receded, knowing they had completely disappeared into the distant horizon, Uchiha Rong emerged from the underbrush, 5 meters away. Inton, truly remarkable. This wondrous technique, which even conceals chakra fluctuations, is simply delightful. Uchiha Rong's spirit soared. His luck seemed astronomical. Not only had he acquired a unique stealth technique, but he also obtained the latest information regarding Madara's corpse. Northwestern corner of the peninsula. Uchiha Rong recalled what the Mountain Clan ninja had just said, and once again concealed himself from sight. Before heading towards the northwestern corner, he employed Inton, rushing back to the spot where the 2 fellow village ninjas had just come from, utilizing the body flicker technique. Following the guidance of corpse attraction, Uchiha Rong finally made a discovery. Approximately 1 kilometer from the location of Moonlight Wish's corpse, he found the body of a ninja who had been slain by 2 leaf ninjas and whose memories he could read. To his astonishment, this ninja was actually from the Land of Water. The forehead protector from the mist was unmistakably clear. Uchiha Rong touched the corpse with one hand, absorbing the residual chakra while beginning to extract information. Chakra absorption complete. No sooner had his right hand rested on the corpse than a prompt resonated in his mind. What was happening? Uchiha Rong was taken aback, focusing intently downward. Beneath his feet, the corpse of the mist ninja underwent a sudden and inexplicable transformation. The body grotesquely swelled and turned pale, morphing into a mound of soft, white soil. White Zetsu. Uchiha Rong was alarmed and immediately sprang back, employing the wind body flicker technique to retreat several meters. Simultaneously, he activated the body flicker technique, rendering his form nearly invisible in the air. According to the timeline of the Hokage, during this period, White Zetsu was allied with Obito. This place was no longer safe. With the dual techniques of wind body flicker and body flicker at his disposal, Uchiha Rong quietly made his way northward. It turned out that the darkened Obito had been fixated on Konoha. In contrast, this instance of sacrifice and exchange had resulted in a greater loss for Konoha, as the deceased was an elite of the Moonlight Clan, while the Mist Ninja was merely an ordinary shinobi manipulated by White Zetsu. Following Uchiha Madara's demise, Obito had orchestrated numerous schemes. At that moment, Obito, under the deceptive influence of Black Zetsu, began to maneuver through the shinobi world in the guise of Madara. In Uchiha Rong's memory, Madara's death had always been shrouded in mystery, with several potential hideouts. As night fell, Uchiha Rong finally arrived at the northwestern corner and began to explore the caves in the area, guided by his recollections of the Naruto world. He recalled that Madara utilized many resources in the Land of Water before relocating to another country, hiding in a place akin to a rift between realms. Uchiha Rong commenced a thorough search of the vicinity, remaining completely concealed. The skill corpse gravity was activated throughout. There was no alternative. The peninsula was vast, necessitating a search along the coastline for similar caves. A year ago, on the Kamizukabashi Bridge, Obito's life had lost its meaning. Embarking on a dark journey with the assistance of Madara and Black Zetsu, Uchiha Rong tirelessly scoured the area for over 3 hours, yet found nothing. Reluctantly, he pressed further northward. At long last, after navigating around a low slope, Uchiha Rong's vision cleared. Before him lay a barren, steep mountainside, though not particularly high. The slope was dotted with numerous tombstones and graves, while the side of the mountain housed many naturally formed secret caverns. The mountain graveyard. This was it. Uchiha Rong's eyes sparkled as he spotted a narrow stone crevice at the very edge of the graveyard, on the slope. In his previous life within the original storyline, he had encountered this fissure, which led to a hidden world beneath. It was here that Madara had brought Obito for treatment. Cautiously entering the cave, he found the interior spacious, warm, and dry. As he ventured deeper, maintaining his stealthy state, Uchiha Rong took each step with utmost care, making not a sound. Gradually advancing, he finally beheld, deep within the cave, a stone bed upon which lay an elderly figure, with disheveled long hair, clad in ancient black battle attire, and looking emaciated. Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Rong found himself in a state of profound agitation, hesitating even to breathe normally as he stealthily approached the stone bed, cautiously examining the scene before him. Confirmation of death was imperative to initiate the system's recovery protocol, suppressing the tumultuous whirlwind of fervent excitement and overwhelming trepidation within. Uchiha Rong brandished a kunai and plunged it fiercely into the desiccated body of the elderly man, whose visage bore a menacing grimace. With a swift thrust, the sharp kunai easily penetrated the frail skin and flesh of the aged form, striking the heart. The weapon swiftly embedded itself within, prompting Uchiha Rong to teleport back to the cave entrance. He concealed himself in the shadows for a full 3 minutes, only emerging when he confirmed that Uchiha Madara remained utterly motionless. It was then that Uchiha Rong released the intricate technique of the Flying Thunder God. Approaching the stone bed once more, he placed his left hand upon Uchiha Madara's corpse, and an alert flashed in his mind. Deceased ninja, Uchiha Madara, strength, super shadow level. Techniques and bloodline abilities possessed in life, Sharingan, Manjiki Sharingan, Eternal Manjiki Sharingan, Rinnegan, Izanagi, complete Susanoo, planetary devastation. Contact with the ninja's corpse has exceeded 10 seconds. Initiating recovery of residual chakra. My heavens! Is this truly the legendary figure who stood alongside Hashirama? Uchiha Rong was utterly astounded. Overwhelmed by the incessant stream of information flooding his mind, he found himself at a loss, uncertain of which ninjutsu or ocular power to integrate and imprint. Just as he grappled with his indecision, ultimately resolving to select the Rinnegan, a new notification suddenly resonated within his consciousness. Ding! Detection of a deceased ninja with a shared bloodline. Recovery method has now upgraded to Shared Recovery Fusion. Shared Recovery. The system will generate a space-term source energy, capable of storing all corpses and body parts of ninjas with the same bloodline. Would you like to immediately store the current shared bloodline ninja's corpse? Uchiha Roan was taken aback, his heart racing as if it were the Himalayas themselves. He stood frozen in place, his breathing becoming laborious. Making a swift decision, the frail elder before him vanished without a trace. Suppressing the shock, he summoned his thoughts, ready to forcibly teleport away using the second stage of Flying Thunder God. However, the familiar void of space failed to manifest, leaving him rooted in place. A tempest of anxiety surged within Uchiha Roan. The renowned dimensional space-time technique was inexplicably beyond his reach at that moment. Alarmed, he quickly assessed his chakra reserves. They were ample, sufficient for 3 maximum distance applications. What could possibly be amiss? The initial shock had morphed into sheer terror. An intense sense of unease coursed through him, prickling his skin and enveloping his entire being. This dread, arising from the depths of his soul, far surpassed the terror he had felt during the Nine-Tails rampage. The reason was simple. He had just recovered Uchiha Madara. The magnitude of his power and mystery was but the tip of the iceberg revealed to the ninja world. What truly sent shivers down Uchiha Roan's spine was the sudden disappearance of the radiant white light at the cave's entrance. A figure had abruptly materialized, blocking the external illumination. Holding his breath and moving stealthily to a corner within the cave, Uchiha Roan focused intently on the silhouette. Only when the figure fully stepped into the cave did he finally discern the person's visage. His heart sank. The very individual he had hoped to avoid had indeed arrived. The one who entered the cave was Uchiha Obito, adorned with an orange and black striped mask, his entire form cloaked in a voluminous black robe. The Flying Thunder God technique abruptly faltered, leaving Uchiha Roan concealed in the shadows of the cave, his chakra remaining utterly still. In his line of sight stood the darkened youth responsible for the chaos of the Nine-Tails, whose form suddenly flickered. In the next instant, he eerily reappeared beside the stone bed. A hum resonated as Obito, standing beside the stone bed, brought his right hand to form a silent seal with his index and middle fingers aligned, causing ripples to undulate throughout the cave's interior. Uchiha Roan, in a corner, suppressed his breath to its utmost limit, his muscles taut, as he concentrated his thoughts on the lightning chakra mode, bracing himself for a potential instantaneous ninjutsu attack. The space within the cave continued to ripple, and Uchiha Roan's gaze remained fixed on Obito, stealthily inching toward the cave's entrance. Since you have come, why not step forth for a conversation? A voice, slightly hoarse, suddenly echoed from behind him, causing Uchiha Roan to freeze in place, his expression one of horror. He had been discovered. Uchiha Roan halted, ensuring he faced Obito squarely. He was acutely aware that at this juncture, Obito possessed power surpassing that of Hokage. Uchiha Roan remained silent, his chakra completely still, temporarily veiled by the hiding technique. Clearly, the darkened youth before him had refrained from immediate action for 2 possible reasons. He sensed Uchiha Roan's presence but could not ascertain his exact location. And he harbored a curiosity about how Uchiha Roan had managed to navigate to the sealed cave. Moreover, the body of Uchiha Madara was yet to be found. With this realization, Uchiha Roan felt a slight release of tension. Perhaps there was still a glimmer of hope for survival, remaining rooted in place. Uchiha Roan was not foolish enough to respond directly. Obito, who had been saved and manipulated by Uchiha Madara, was not only rapidly advancing in ninja prowess but also in intellect. Ignoring the voice, Uchiha Roan continued to cautiously shift laterally toward the cave entrance, relying solely on his physical stamina without any chakra fluctuations. Sensing the rippling energy within the space, Uchiha Roan completely relinquished any intention of utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique within the cave. Quite intriguing. Since you possess the ability to locate this place and show interest in the old man's corpse, you must have a rather splendid plan. Why not share it with me? Perhaps I could assist you. As Obito's voice trailed off, his form faded into the ether, melding seamlessly with the surrounding space. In the next moment, the final words of Obito echoed chillingly in Uchiha Roan's ear, causing his scalp to tingle with shock. Without a moment's hesitation, Uchiha Roan instantly switched to the lightning release chakra mode, retracting his phase-shifting state. Powerful currents of electricity enveloped him, and with a swift motion, he almost teleported towards the cave's entrance. Since his position had been compromised, he resolved to escape with all his might. It turned out to be a friend from the land of lightning. Obito spoke in a calm tone, seemingly indifferent to Uchiha Rong's frantic dash towards the cave's exit, exuding an air of absolute confidence as if everything were under his control. Clad in the Raijin armor, Uchiha Rong's instantaneous speed was thrice that of the wind body flicker technique he had mastered. In almost a second, the cave entrance was tantalizingly close. He raised his right arm, entwined with lightning, and, as if foreseeing the outcome, hurled a fist charged with electricity toward the cave's mouth. True to expectation. At the instant he lifted his arm, the previously illuminated cave entrance rapidly sealed shut, as the stones seemed to come to life, fusing together to block his path. As Uchiha Rong approached, the light was abruptly extinguished. Boom. His electrified fist collided with the closed stone wall of the cave, producing a resounding blast. Thud. The anticipated scene of the wall shattering did not materialize. Instead, he was forcefully rebounded by the wall's tremendous resistance, crashing to the ground. Uchiha Rong's expression darkened like water. Quite impressive, your ninjutsu. Obito's voice, altered since his transformation, echoed as he leisurely positioned himself 2 meters behind Uchiha Rong, offering praise. Unfortunately, it won't serve you here. My friend, I advise you to boom. Before Obito could finish his sentence, an even more thunderous roar erupted from the cave entrance. Uchiha Rong almost teleported to the cave's mouth, exerting all his strength as he unleashed a punch crackling with lightning against the stone wall. Although he had been rebuffed by the previous impact, he distinctly sensed a slight tremor resonating within the wall from the electrical force of his fist. While the effect was minimal, it at least confirmed that his strikes held some efficacy. If one punch was insufficient, then he would deliver 2, 3, until he shattered the wall and escaped to freedom. Turning to confront Obito and defeat him before making a grand exit? Unless he wished to traverse dimensions once more. He was acutely aware of his current capabilities. Even Obito, with his Manjiki Sharingan, could not be completely vanquished by Minato, who had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, let alone a newcomer to the ninja world like himself. Damn it. Let me show you the might of my 82 years of training. With a fierce roar, Uchiha Rong launched another punch, followed by a flurry of strikes, appearing almost frenzied. Despite his seemingly wild actions, he remained vigilant, keeping an eye on the masked figure behind him. Obito seemed quite intrigued, casually observing Uchiha Rong as he desperately hammered against the wall. After a dozen punches, the wall finally began to crack. Uchiha Rong was propelled backwards several meters, his entire body enveloped in lightning once more. With a powerful thrust of his legs against the ground, he delivered a flying kick that shattered the stone wall of the cave entrance, creating a gaping hole. In a flash, the world around him brightened, and Uchiha Rong finally escaped the peculiar cavern. However, just as he stepped out, before he could activate the Flying Thunder God technique, Obito materialized before him. His right eye? The Rinnegan indeed possessed extraordinary power. Uchiha Rong had no desire for idle chatter. With a mere thought, he vanished from the spot. Farewell. In the next moment, he found himself a kilometer away, and in less than a second, he disappeared again, after executing the Flying Thunder God technique to its utmost limit 4 times. The chakra within Uchiha Rong drained away like a flood breaching a dam. At that moment, he leaned against a massive stone, collapsing to the ground, breathless. It was not that he wished to cease using the Flying Thunder God. Rather, the remaining chakra within him simply did not permit further use. The chakra required for a 1,500-meter instantaneous teleportation was exceedingly vast, and with his current reserve of 3 cards, he had already reached his limit after 4 times. He needed to conserve some chakra for emergencies. Suddenly, Uchiha Rong shivered uncontrollably, feeling a chill in a certain part of his body. Instinctively, he looked down and was shocked to find that the fabric around his groin and the sides of his thighs had inexplicably vanished. A cool breeze rushed in through the holes in his pants, leaving his lower half feeling strangely exposed and breezy. Uchiha Rong, that brat actually intended to pull me into another dimension. Rubbing the top of his thigh, Uchiha Rong stood up, a wave of fear washing over him. Thankfully, his quick wit and decisive action allowed him to employ the second stage of the Flying Thunder God just as he exited the cave, enabling his escape. Had he been even half a second slower, he might have found himself imprisoned by Obito. With that thought, he disregarded the gaping holes in his thighs and utilized the wind instantaneous technique, darting towards the land of rice. At the cave's entrance, strewn with rubble, Obito stood motionless, a humanoid aloe vera rising slowly beside him. The crimson pupils beneath Obito's mask displayed a rare expression of astonishment. A disciple of Sensei Minato? But how could he be a cloud ninja? Beneath his calm exterior, Obito's heart was tumultuous. The collaboration between Konoha and Kumogakure? The vanishing technique Uchiha Rong had just demonstrated forced Obito to speculate in increasingly absurd directions. No need to worry, I have already left a spore technique on him. His movements will eventually be within my perception. The humanoid aloe vera, accompanied by the black and white Zetsu, suddenly spoke to comfort Obito, saying, "Let us depart, Obito." I did not sense Madara's presence on that individual. The one who stole his body must be someone else. As the words fell, a vortex began to form around Obito's right eye, and he vanished from the spot. Meanwhile, black Zetsu gradually melded into the ground, disappearing from sight. After 2 days of arduous travel from the Iron Country to the Rice Country's Yongtian County, 014 returned to the village with the elder to face scrutiny. Absorbing the philosophies of a 3-generational pyramid scheme. Within a modest inn, Uchiha Rong stood before the bathroom mirror, completely unclothed, conducting a thorough examination of his physique. Despite having grown somewhat accustomed to his own nakedness, each downward glance still evoked a profound sense of reflection. Perhaps he should simply rename himself Uchiha Donkey. Posing in various peculiar and embarrassing stances, Uchiha Rong meticulously inspected every inch of his body, leaving no part unexamined, not even his intimate regions. Yet, he failed to uncover any trace of the unique organization or jutsu markings associated with White Zetsu. He was acutely aware that he had undoubtedly been marked. It was merely a matter of time before it was detected. Resolving to abandon his search, he reassured himself that should discovery occur, as long as he was not caught in the interstice between the netherworld and the realm of the living, he could maintain a position of invulnerability. With a sense of self-comfort, Uchiha Rong took a refreshing shower and fell into a dreamless slumber. The following morning, he prepared himself and set forth to the southeastern sector of Yongtian County, heading to the Joint Post Station. This so-called Joint Post Station was a collaborative hub constructed by ninjas from various nations, serving primarily as a base for lodging and supplies for ninjas executing missions on foreign soil. In truth, it was merely a slightly larger establishment than an ordinary inn. It also functioned as a temporary resting place for the remains of any unfortunate ninjas who had perished during their tasks. Once his chakra and physical energy were replenished, Uchiha Rong arrived at the designated Joint Post Station in less than half an hour. However, after presenting his mission documentation and identification, he was informed that the body had already been claimed by 3 young ninjas. This left Uchiha Rong feeling somewhat awkward and at a loss for words. He had meticulously planned every detail, yet he had miscalculated the timing. It had been 6 days since he parted ways with Kakashi and the others, and in that span, they had certainly completed their intelligence-gathering mission. This predicament was quite inconvenient for Uchiha Rong. Returning to the village would undoubtedly attract the attention of the higher-ups in Konoha. From the station personnel, he learned that Kakashi and his team had departed with the body 2 days prior. Uchiha Rong decided against hastily returning to the village. Since he had failed to complete the mission, a swift return would likely lead to immediate questioning or even interrogation. Instead, he opted for a leisurely journey back, treating it as a business trip for exploration, allowing himself the opportunity to familiarize and understand the new changes that had emerged within the system. With a relaxed pace, during his sightseeing return, Uchiha Rong began to delve deeply into the workings of the system within him. Ding. System changes detected. Please take note. Host. Examine the bloodline space. Uchiha Rong's thoughts resonated as he initiated a profound interaction with the system. Bloodline space, a unique realm for the storage of ninja bodies or living tissues that share the same bloodline, which can be recycled. The bloodline space requires independent development, and its current capacity is 11. Within this space, the stored item is the complete body of Uchiha Madara, allowing the host to conduct exploration and research at will. Uchiha Rong pondered whether he could assimilate the jutsu possessed by deceased ninjas during their lifetime, and whether he could reclaim the chakra from their corpses. Indeed, for jutsu that necessitates special media or organs as conduits, the host must also possess the relevant media or organs, came the affirmative response, igniting a fervor within Uchiha Rong. This bloodline space does not conflict with the reclamation of jutsu and chakra. Once he returns to the village, he shall diligently study all of Madara's secret techniques and jutsu before making his choices. Opportunities are scarce, especially concerning a figure as formidable as Uchiha Madara, who possessed an abundance of extraordinary jutsu and formidable forbidden techniques. Hence, careful consideration is imperative. Upon returning to Konoha, it was mid-morning. According to village customs, missions of a rank of J-nin or above must be reported directly to the Hokage. With a teacher to guide him, the teacher would naturally summarize the report. In the absence of such guidance, one must report personally. Uchiha Rong, being part of a joint mission of a lower rank, was not required to report to the Hokage's office. He only needed to report his return to the mission hall, indicating his arrival, and subsequently proceed to the appropriate department or organization to confirm the task's completion based on its specific details. Suppressing his embarrassment, Uchiha Roan went to the medical logistics department to report, succinctly summarizing the results. After receiving a stern reprimand from the head of the corpse handling team, Uchiha Roan finally exhaled in relief, contemplating the prospect of returning home to rest and study the body of his ancestor. However, just as he exited the medical logistics department, he was summoned by two elite Umbu to the Hokage's office for questioning. What must come will come, and Uchiha Roan accepted it with composure. Following the elite ninja to the office of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Young man, I have learned from the logistics department that on the night of the Nine Tails incident, you single-handedly carried back 366 corpses? Upon entering the office, as the Umbu elite members vanished in an instant, Hiruzen Sarutobi broke the silence. Indeed, esteemed third Hokage. Uchiha Roan replied, maintaining proper decorum and a respectful tone. Sarutobi rose, holding a pipe in his right hand while habitually resting his left hand behind him. Yet, you managed to complete a mission involving only a single body, and it took you quite some time to return to the village, he continued, puffing on his pipe. Young one, have you encountered any difficulties? True to his cunning nature, the third Hokage's seemingly simple inquiries felt more like an interrogation than mere conversation, leaving no room for evasive excuses. Anticipating this moment during his journey back, Uchiha Roan transformed into an adept actor, confronted by the inquiry from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uchiha Roan lifted his gaze, a fleeting expression of dread crossing his features as he retrieved the long-prepared Mist Ninja forehead protector from his bag and respectfully extended it forward. Simultaneously, he feigned a look of reminiscence and began to articulate, esteemed third Hokage, during our encounter with a stealthy ambush by the Cloud Ninjas in the Land of Rice, our team devised a response. After extricating ourselves from the trap, I parted ways with Kakashi and the others, each of us set on fulfilling our respective missions. However, en route to Nagata County, at this juncture, Uchiha Roan deliberately paused, allowing a hint of terror to manifest upon his visage. I encountered a clash between the ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village and those of the Hidden Cloud Village, thereby finding the crucial path to Nagata County entirely obstructed by their combined forces. Thus, I was compelled to linger in a nearby town, awaiting a resolution. As he recounted the latter part, Uchiha Roan intentionally left an ellipsis, affording Sarutobi Hiruzen ample room for imagination and thereby enhancing the credibility of his tale. Ah, I see. Sarutobi Hiruzen responded, his left hand scrutinizing the Mist Ninja forehead protector with meticulous attention. After several moments of steady observation directed at Uchiha Roan, he noted the young man's pallor and anxious demeanor, before exhaling a plume of smoke and nodding in acknowledgement. Young one, while you may not have succeeded in your task this time, the circumstances are understandable. More importantly, you undertook a mission that even the seasoned veterans of our logistics division dared not confront. That is commendable. With a swift motion, a heavy pouch filled with an assortment of paper bills and coins was thrown toward Uchiha Roan, who instinctively caught it. Roan, this pouch is a reward for your courage. Remember, wherever leaves flutter, there shall be flames burning, that light shall illuminate the village, and new leaves will sprout anew. The future of Konoha requires young individuals like you. Uchiha Roan bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, esteemed third Hokage. Observing Sarutobi raise his hand in a gesture of dismissal, Uchiha Roan bowed once more before exiting the office. However, upon leaving, he did not hasten away. Instead, he smirked coldly and seamlessly melded his form into the transparent air. His first encounter with Tsunade transpired in an unexpected locale, the men's restroom. Concealing himself, Uchiha Roan leaned against the wall by the Hokage's office door, biding his time. Soon, other elite Chunin, having completed their missions, entered the office to report their findings. At the moment the door swung open, Uchiha Roan deftly followed suit. Slipping into the office and quietly retreating to the farthest corner, awaiting the appearance of the elderly man with his right half of the face swathed in bandages. Sarutobi Hiruzen was already aware of the peculiar tension surrounding him, not to mention the ever-watchful eyes of Konoha's foremost schemer, Danzo. Once the elite Chunin concluded his report and had yet to exit, Danzo abruptly pushed the door open and entered. The sudden intrusion startled the Chunin, who promptly excused himself, fully cognizant of Danzo's esteemed status, for it was only he who could afford such a lack of deference towards the Hokage. Hiruzen had grown accustomed to this behavior long ago. Hiruzen, regarding the Uchiha clan, I wish to refrain from further elaboration. Simply allow me to handle the situation while you continue to bask in the sunlight like a leaf. After the elite Chunin departed, Danzo shut the door and directly pointed his attention toward Uchiha. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood with his back to Danzo, smoke rising from beneath his straw hat. Recently, he had suffered a significant setback and was in the process of rebuilding. I am aware of the whispers within the Uchiha clan. But do not forget how this village was established. Danzo's lips twitched slightly, entirely disagreeing with the third Hokage's words. So, this is the reason you secretly dispatched someone to search for Uchiha Bito's body? Danzo's tone carried a hint of mockery. How amusing it was that the esteemed Hokage, a master of Konoha ninjutsu, harbored such trepidation towards the Uchiha clan. Hiruzen, you have grown old. Sarutobi, unfazed by his old friend's jibe, gazed out the window, addressing Danzo. You remain as reckless as ever. The prominent clans within the village are watching. Without evidence, you ought to keep a low profile. His tone, seemingly calm, was in fact resolute. He nearly uttered a classic retort. In the corner, Uchiha Rong observed the duel of wits between the two seasoned ninjas of Konoha, inwardly marveling at the spectacle. Hearing about that young boy's exceptional physical prowess at merely 16, far surpassing the elite taijutsu ninjas of the village, he pondered whether the Uchiha clan would truly allow their descendants to become mere grave diggers. Danzo turned away, uttering words that sent a chill through Uchiha Rong's heart. I may refrain from targeting the entire Uchiha clan for now, but that boy will be personally investigated by me. If deemed suitable, I shall keep him in the root. With that, Danzo departed, leaving Sarutobi standing silently by the window, enveloped in smoke. Seizing the opportunity presented by the high-ranking ninja's comings and goings, Uchiha Rong slipped away from the third Hokage's office. It seemed the Uchiha clan was indeed facing insurmountable peril. Uchiha Rong sighed inwardly, having traversed from the land of flowers. Though his soul had crossed over, he still considered himself a part of the Uchiha family. With over 200 clansmen, even if he were to take matters into his own hands, he could not allow that sinister figure to lay his hands upon them. Clansmen may perish, but Danzo must die. Uchiha Rong had already devised a mid-term strategy in his heart. Since the Uchiha clan could not escape this calamity, he would let things unfold naturally, meticulously planning and arranging, focusing solely on restraining Danzo. Due to the lineage of their ancestor, Obito, a bloodline space had been developed by the system. Prior to the recent eavesdropping, his original plan was to find a way to extricate the entire Uchiha clan from Konoha, utilizing the bloodline space to claim all clan members as his personal property. Now, that plan would likely need to be amended. The fate of the Uchiha clan ultimately rested in the hands of a select few in Konoha: Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Shisui, and Uchiha Itachi. After the death of the super genius Obito, these four were the true architects of the Uchiha clan's destiny. Thus, Uchiha Rong altered his plans. The clan may perish, but Danzo must die. Brainwashing? No, he would rescue Shisui and teach him to take on 7. As for the young fool who has just entered his 2nd month of life, let the prince, Orochimaru, and Kakashi influence him. Meanwhile, I will focus on training Shisui and Itachi and handle Sasuke as circumstances dictate. With the plan finalized, Uchiha Rong began an immersive training regimen. Currently, having integrated the ninjutsu he can perform, he recognizes varying levels of proficiency, which compels him to prioritize the construction and refinement of his own ability system. Ninjutsu, taijutsu, and the elusive sage techniques that remain beyond his grasp must all be meticulously planned. Upon returning to the clan's territory, Uchiha Rong passed by the familiar training grounds for children, but was met with an unsettling silence. Devoid of the usual roars of reprimand and the feigned ferocity of youthful voices, it had been over a month. As one of the few elite ninjas of the Uchiha clan, even with 2 broken ribs, he should have recovered by now. Where could he be? Uchiha Rong was perplexed. Surely that individual wouldn't shy away from his role as instructor merely because he had exhibited a hint of strength. He meandered through the alleyways of the clan's territory, choosing not to return immediately to his empty home, but rather to explore the area step by step, just as he had done a month prior, walking through the streets of the village outside the clan, seeking opportunities to leave his flying thunder god mark. As he ventured westward through the clan grounds, he finally heard the familiar sounds of training and synchronized shouts. They had simply relocated. After observing for a while from a distance, and noticing the absence of young Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Rong nodded in satisfaction and turned to leave. It wasn't until he had fully turned into another street that Uchiha Hakadai, who had been bellowing moments earlier, finally exhaled a sigh of relief. That boy had finally departed. Uchiha Hakadai, still shaken, harbored the belief that Uchiha Rong was a mere waste, incapable of even basic fire techniques, yet that fateful kick had thoroughly shaken his psyche. After wandering the clan's grounds for an afternoon, Uchiha Rong successfully selected 2 discrete locations in each of the 4 directions to leave his flying thunder god marks. Within the confines of the Uchiha territory, he felt no concern for being discovered or surveilled, for he resided here. And neither Danzo's root nor Sarutobi Hiruzen's Umbu could infiltrate Uchiha territory. This was precisely why both Danzo and the 3rd Hokage sought to recruit members of the Uchiha family. Each elder possessed their own means to monitor the movements and conditions of these prominent clans, though Danzo's methods were notably more crude and oppressive, bordering on brutal. In contrast, the 3rd Hokage primarily employed psychological manipulation and brainwashing techniques. Both pursued a common goal: to solidify the absolute authority and stability of Konoha, safeguarding against potential backlash from the powerful clans. Uchiha Rong felt no anxiety regarding Danzo's intentions. In fact, he harbored some anticipation for the shadowy maneuvers of the man. Looking up at the sky, where the moon shone brightly amidst sparse stars, he noted the clear night, a rare stroke of good fortune, signaling that it was time to implement his professional expansion plan. Uchiha Rong then vanished into a dark corner of an alleyway, executing the 2nd stage of the Flying Thunder God technique, disappearing from sight. Within the depths of the men's restroom in Konoha's tavern, he found himself. The space resonated with a silent ripple as Uchiha Rong materialized in an instant. Huh? Uchiha Rong voiced his confusion. He had accurately utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport to a pre-designated cubicle, only to discover that someone was already inside. A woman, flushed and radiant. Tsunade. The enchanting beauty of Tsunade, who presented him with facial cleanser upon their first encounter. Tsunade. Uchiha Rong gazed at the intoxicating figure before him, her cheeks flushed. Clad in tailored trousers and pristine white panties that gathered at her calves, as she leaned against the toilet, her eyes dreamy, caught between slumber and wakefulness. He stood there, momentarily transfixed. Her long, graceful legs, though bent and together, were partially concealed by a tea-colored coat that had slipped down to her forearms, shielding her most intimate areas. Yet, Uchiha Rong could discern, merely by sight, the alabaster and toned skin of her legs. Having died a virgin in his past life, Uchiha Rong was overwhelmed by the sight of the voluptuous Tsunade, his throat dry, longing for an ice-cold cola. Once an ardent fan of the Hokage, he had collected numerous figurines and posters of Tsunade, never imagining he would witness the grandeur of this illustrious kunoichi up close in such a manner. After a prolonged moment, as Tsunade exhibited no further movement and gradually stabilized her breathing, Uchiha Rong finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed she was genuinely intoxicated. He realized he must escape before she sobered up, for he feared that lingering in the cramped confines of the restroom for even a second longer might lead him to transgress. With his left hand gripping the doorknob, he prepared to exit, only to suddenly recall that restroom doors were locked from the inside. If he were to open it, this being the men's restroom, it would be inappropriate. After all, this was Sister Tsunade. The mere thought of her being seen by other men made his stomach churn. Uchiha Rong released the doorknob and cast another glance at the woman, her face resembling a ripe peach. Taking a deep breath, he intended to employ the Flying Thunder God technique once more. However, the woman, seeming to be in a state of dreamy intoxication, suddenly reached out and grasped Uchiha Rong's arm, her voice a muddled whisper. "Shoo, don't go, let sister have another drink." Startled, Uchiha Rong instinctively tried to break free, only to find that, despite her inebriated state, her grip was surprisingly strong. Sensing his resistance, Tsunade suddenly pulled him closer with surprising force. Despite Uchiha Rong's rigorous physical training and well-defined muscles, he was nonetheless drawn toward her. The momentum of Tsunade's action caused her tea-colored coat to slip further down, revealing her flat abdomen and hinting at something more, boldly invading Uchiha Rong's gaze. Instantly, an uncontrollable surge of blood rushed from his heart, splitting into 2 paths that flooded his head. Who could withstand such a sight? Uchiha Rong's heart roared as he felt an unusual itch in his nostrils. Hastily taking a deep breath and averting his gaze from the springtime glow beneath Tsunade's abdomen, although his eyes had shifted, he had forgotten that he was being pulled toward this woman. As he lifted his head, before he could adjust his posture, a torrent of sensations enveloped him. Uchiha Rong struggled desperately, yet Tsunade, inebriated, seemed to possess an extraordinary strength. Her hands tightened around his neck, and she affectionately rubbed her chin against his head, emitting soft murmurs of delight. "Oh, little piggy, round and plump, you smell delightful," she cooed, her eyes half closed, treating Uchiha like a cherished pet, her breath reeking of alcohol. Fortunately, his handsome face was obscured by her ample bosom, mitigating the intensity of the aroma. Uchiha exerted every ounce of strength to free himself, acutely aware of the encroaching symptoms of suffocation. His lungs were growing desperate for air. If he did not escape soon, he might truly be smothered. As he writhed and twisted, his tea-colored coat slipped away, revealing arms that, though seemingly delicate as snow lotus, now gripped him like iron clamps, firmly ensnaring his shoulders and neck. Despite several vigorous attempts to break free, he remained ensnared by the enchanting woman before him. He even resorted to a secret technique, the tickle, yet it proved futile, as the weight in his chest grew heavier and more oppressive. Uchiha-Rong's heart was filled with a tumultuous mix of emotions. A tall man of 7 feet. He never imagined that one day he would be so thoroughly dominated by a woman of such exquisite beauty. Who among his family could understand this intoxicating yet suffocating experience? At that moment, Uchiha found himself awkwardly draped over the woman, his head sinking into her soft form, caught in a paradox of pain and pleasure. "Damn it, Tsunade. You're forcing my hand." Taking a deep breath of the sweet, milky scent surrounding him, he steeled himself, relinquishing his struggle. With great effort, he managed to hook his pinky around the edge of his coat by his feet, then voluntarily wrapped his arms around the woman's slim waist, channeling his chakra, causing both to vanish in an instant. They first materialized in a thicket south of the village, where Uchiha had quietly left a mark of his technique a month prior, before swiftly executing the second phase of the Flying Thunder God technique. With a thud, they landed on Uchiha-Rong's bed, but this time, due to the nature of the technique, he found himself beneath her, perhaps sensing the softness of the bed. Tsunade's arms relaxed their grip, her body languidly pressing against him as she curled her legs comfortably. Lying on his own bed, Uchiha felt the weight of her soft, ample form upon his chest, and even through his ninja pants, he could sense the softness of her legs. At that moment, he felt the last vestiges of clarity within him teetering on the brink of collapse as a warmth surged from deep within his nostrils, threatening to spill forth. Uchiha instinctively tilted his head back, desperately attempting to halt the flow of blood from his nose while exerting all his will to maintain composure. With great difficulty, he restrained himself, clinging to the last vestiges of clarity and rationality within his heart. At that moment, Tsunade, blissfully unaware of the overwhelming allure and potential peril this tantalizing scenario posed for an inexperienced youth, was inebriated to the point of oblivion. Having endured an unforgettable encounter with cleansing milk, Uchiha now found himself confronted with yet another round of soul-wrenching torment. He was at a loss, torn between the temptation of indulgence and the anxiety of Tsunade's inevitable wrath upon awakening the next day. How on earth could he extricate himself from this predicament? Were it a mere ordinary kunoichi, he would have succumbed long ago, but this was Tsunade, the granddaughter of Senja Hashirama and one of the legendary Sannin, destined to become the 5th Hokage. In a fleeting moment of urgency, Uchiha attempted to move his waist and discovered he could indeed shift. Had he finally drifted into slumber? Gradually, he managed to extricate himself from beneath the formidable woman, gasping for breath. What a close call. He had nearly succumbed. Casting a sidelong glance at Tsunade, he furrowed his brow. This was his home, and in a desperate bid for self-preservation, he had unwittingly transported her back with him. Now, with her occupying the bed, could he possibly resign himself to a night on the floor? Absolutely not. The thought was inconceivable. Uchiha observed the sleeping beauty on the bed, contemplating his next move. Tsunade, now over 35, bore an appearance indistinguishable from that of a woman in her 20s. Her skin vibrant and youthful. As he devised a strategy, he couldn't help but scrutinize the exquisite figure sprawled before him. Upon glancing downward, he was once again captivated by her alluring form. Despite his vast experience and cunning intellect, Uchiha felt a flush of warmth spread across his handsome face. It dawned on him that the woman lay in her undergarments. Suppressing his temptation, he hurriedly leaned down, intending to assist her in pulling up her trousers. Reciting unity is strength in his mind, he struggled to raise Tsunade's pants to her thighs, to prevent his younger brother from transforming into a formidable adversary once more. Uchiha turned his head, grasped the sides of her trousers, and prepared to exert force to complete the task. Just then, at the most critical moment, the previously motionless Tsunade shivered, wrapping her arms tightly around herself, biting her lower lip. Tears began to fall from the corners of her eyes as she called out sorrowfully. Is this the new male escort at the tavern? In this poignant scene, Uchiha Rong felt a surge of compassion, resigned to the idea of sleeping on the floor. He decided to fetch her a glass of water. Just as he was about to rise, perhaps due to the movement, his fingers inadvertently brushed against her delicate thigh. Suddenly, Tsunade, who had been reclining with her arms crossed, ensnared Uchiha Rong's waist with her legs. With her eyes half closed in a dreamy haze, she whispered, "Don't leave. Stay with me tonight." Her soft, pleading voice was accompanied by her arms wrapping around him, drawing him closer. In a moment of unexpected tension, Uchiha Rong found himself abruptly pulled onto the bed by the overwhelming strength of the woman before him. "Let me see if you've grown over these past 2 years." "Little one," Tsunade remarked, her senses slightly returning yet her expression remained clouded by inebriation. Just moments ago, she had dreamed of lost lovers and fallen comrades. And now she began to explore the form of the girl in her embrace, a lewd grin adorning her face. Unbeknownst to her, the young lady in her arms was, in fact, a strikingly handsome young man. A soft moan escaped Tsunade's lips as she tightly wrapped her left arm around Uchiha Rong, eliciting a pleasurable response. The continuous pressure left Uchiha Rong's mind in a haze, his capacity for rational thought momentarily diminished. Her right hand began to wander, serpent-like, from his hips, gliding up his back and then smoothly down his chest. At this point, Uchiha Rong succumbed to a state of utter disarray, instinctively making a last-ditch effort to escape the embrace that beckoned him to surrender willingly. He could feel certain sensations stirring within him, teetering on the brink of overwhelming desire. And he feared that Tsunade would uncover his true nature. Yet, the strength derived from her intoxication rendered him powerless. He felt as though his neck was firmly trapped within her hold. As her delicate fingers traversed his body, a shiver coursed through him, igniting a thrill of awareness. "Tsunade, if you're going to do something, just do it and stop wandering aimlessly." It's quite ticklish, he thought, internally lamenting his predicament, already swaying towards surrender. Gradually, he noticed that the fingers of the woman lying beside him began to slow their exploration, ultimately resting upon his abdomen. That was close, Uchiha Rong thought. Lowering his gaze slightly, had her hand ventured just a couple of centimeters further, the situation might have spiraled out of control. In this intimate proximity, he beheld the slumbering beauty before him. Their bodies pressed together. He could distinctly feel the subtle rise and fall of Tsunade's chest with each breath, the sensation exquisitely delicate. Observing her serene visage, her flawless skin unadorned by makeup yet radiating a soft glow, he was captivated by her finely sculpted nose and her lips, which resembled the hues of dawn, rendering his heart restless and forgetful of his surroundings. How he longed to kiss her. Reason began to waver, and thoughts surged uncontrollably within his mind. Just a kiss wouldn't hurt, would it? She was intoxicated and fast asleep. As he wrestled with his thoughts, Uchiha Rong found himself leaning forward involuntarily. To hell with it, he resolved, pressing his lips against hers. In truth, with the formidable woman in a drunken stupor, holding him tightly, the only part of him that could move was his head. Tsunade's cherry lips felt warm against his, releasing a soft, delicate sound reminiscent of a purring kitten, further igniting his restraint. A mere gentle touch, a fleeting kiss, became the spark that ignited a tempest of uncontainable desire. The alcohol within transformed into a catalyst for desire, as a 38-year-old woman and a young man, just stepping into adulthood, began to explore each other's bodies. Everything unfolded naturally, as if it were meant to be. The woman, ripe with experience, seemed to momentarily gain clarity, beholding a handsome youth with a robust physique, an object of her fervent longing. It was all the fault of that girl, Jingyin, who had been dreaming of alluring men lately. As we navigate the roads, we insert the key and ignite the engine, shifting into first gear. Once we commence our journey, we can gradually transition into second or third gear, carefully timing our shifts to prolong the drive with steadiness. We must avoid jumping straight into fourth or fifth gear and, when changing gears, apply the brakes appropriately. At this juncture, one might notice the vehicle shuddering, the clutch tightening. Should this occur, do not panic. Simply shift from second to third gear, then swiftly engage fifth gear, maintaining speed for several minutes before executing a sudden brake. You will discover that the car's vibrations become more gentle and natural, occasionally even releasing a puff of fuel. The following morning, Uchiha Rong awoke. Throughout the night, he had dreamt of the carefree days of his past, when he had just obtained his driver's license at the age of 18, joyfully racing along various roads. Yet, before his eyes could fully open, the warm, Supple sensation in his palm captured his attention. Unconsciously, he grasped and kneaded, accompanied by the responsive bounce in his hand. A soft moan echoed beside him. Uchiha Rong abruptly opened his eyes, fully alert, and sprang from the bed with the agility of a fish leaping from water. He donned his pants with unprecedented speed, his heart racing as he glanced back at the bed. Before him lay the sleeping form of a beautiful woman, her skin glistening with a light sheen, accentuating the rosy petals below, radiating a subtle luster in the autumn morning light, resembling a masterpiece of art. What a fragrant allure! Soft yet penetrating like the first drops of dew. Tsunade's eyelids fluttered, as if the crispness of an autumn morning was rousing her from slumber. Uchiha Rong, quick-witted, seized the bedspread and draped it over the female ninja, his mind racing with strategies. However, the more frantic he became, the more vivid the images of the previous night and Tsunade's alluring, enchanting whispers surged within his mind. There was no turning back, the deed was done, and he must awaken her. With a fluttering heart, Uchiha Rong approached the bedside once more, gently grasping her shoulder, applying a slight pressure as he endeavored to rouse the woman, who was lost in a beautiful dream. With a smile, Tsunade slowly opened her enchanting eyes, only to be met with the striking visage of a handsome man. Instantly, her head tilted back, and her right arm swung with unexpected strength, aiming a punch at Uchiha Rong. His reflexes, honed and alert, enabled him to evade the powerful blow, as he quickly called out, "Wait!" The response was a second punch, this time launched with impressive agility. Uchiha Rong dared not confront it directly, opting instead to sidestep once more, pleading, "No more." Uchiha Rong let out a thunderous shout, finally halting the woman's flurry of punches on the bed. At that moment, Tsunade fully regained her consciousness. The two strikes were merely instinctive reactions of an elite shinobi confronted by a stranger so close. Her eyes flew open, and as she propped herself up on the bed, she sensed a chill in her body, accompanied by an unusual soreness in several areas. Instinctively, she glanced down, instead of a startled scream. As one might expect from other women in such a shocking predicament, this formidable woman, one of the legendary Sannin, emitted a furious roar of astonishment. Terrified, Uchiha Rong quickly moved forward to cover her mouth. This was the relatively tranquil Nanha River. If Uchiha Fugaku or Uchiha Shana heard her, it would spell disaster. As Uchiha Rong approached to muffle her cries, he seized Tsunade's garments and tossed them beside her, simultaneously using a corner of the bedspread to conceal the bloodstains on the sheets. His concern was not that she might discover her state, but rather that seeing the blood might cause her to faint again. Grasping the bedspread to shield her exposed bosom, Tsunade quickly regained her composure, scrutinizing Uchiha Rong with a frosty gaze. "Are you the new male escort from the tavern?" Uchiha Rong replied, "I wish to enlist you as Itachi's taijutsu instructor." Do not flatter yourself, Uchiha Rong thought, though he reflected on the wildness of their escapades from the previous night. In light of Tsunade's uninhibited behavior, he pondered whether she was the true bull in this scenario, while he was merely a piece of land subjected to various plowings. Just as Uchiha Rong was about to deny her assumption, Tsunade coldly interjected, "It's already early morning, and you haven't tea left yet. Did that girl, Shizen, fail to pay you?" Her tone was frigid, yet a faint blush crept onto her cheeks as memories of their fervent night resurfaced. "There is no need for concern. You shall receive your due," she replied, already hiding beneath the bedspread as she donned her garments, rummaging through the pockets of her brown coat. That pen and paper, please." Having dressed, Tsunade regained her authoritative demeanor, commanding Uchiha Rong without room for dissent. "There's no need. Let us consider it our mutual arrangement." Uchiha Rong felt invigorated. His spirits lifted, and it seemed odd to accept payment from her. "Take it. Don't dawdle like a woman." Despite the automatic healing within her body, she still felt some discomfort below, which stirred her irritation, causing her tone to be somewhat sharper. Yet, recalling her seeming initiative from the previous night, her anger dissipated considerably, and she softened her voice. "I, Tsunade, never dine and dash. Your performance last night was commendable. 2,000 ryo should suffice. Consider this a debt I owe you. Please take it." As she spoke, Tsunade retrieved a key from her pocket and tossed it to Uchiha Rong. Rising gracefully, she lifted the bedsheet, only to faint at the sight of the cluster of red plum blossoms. Uchiha Rong rushed forward to support her, gently placing her on the sofa. He hastily tidied the bed, replacing the old linens with fresh ones, before carefully returning her to the bed. Hiss. Who? A cluster of ramen leaped into the air, and Yuzuki Yuin, eager to taste, burned her mouth and quickly spat it out, fanning her lips. adorned with a self-crafted white dog mask. Her deep purple hair danced softly in the breeze wafting through the doorway. If she helped her brother, the Gale, complete the task of finding Lady Tsunade, he would agree to teach her swordsmanship, she thought with a chuckle. Slurping the cooled noodles from her chopsticks, she beamed, radiating a unique youthful confidence. However, after searching the village all night, she had found nothing. No, she must not let Shizen find her first. With a swift motion, she dealt with the remaining ramen, donned her mask, tossed down some coins, and darted out of the shop, racing down the distant street. Bang! At the street corner, the flying thunder god appeared, colliding with Uchiha Rong, who had emerged from a blind spot, and the swiftly running little girl. The 9-year-old Yuzuki Yuin tumbled to the ground, rubbing her backside as she glared up at the tall, dark-haired man before her. Just as she was about to express her indignation, she was met with his warm, sunlit smile. He gently bent down and extended his right hand toward her. With her cheeks flushed, Yuzuki Yuin offered her small hand, and with Uchiha Rong's assistance, she stood up, gazing up at him with a mix of shyness and curiosity. Uchiha Rong ruffled her hair affectionately, reminding her to be careful next time. With a gentle admonition, he set off toward the residence of Tsunade, which lingered in his memory. After a moment, Yuzuki Yuin touched her head, and as she saw Uchiha Rong moving away, she suddenly jumped onto the wall, leaping away. Uchiha Rong crossed the street, heading towards the outer areas, where Tsunade's exquisite residence, often disrupted by her antics, stood. He needed to leave a mark there to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to return the fainted Kunoichi to his own bed. Upon entering, he noticed a shadow flickering within the compound. Uchiha Rong swiftly activated his stealth technique, concealing his presence as he approached, sensing the house. True to her reputation as the princess of Konoha, he experienced for the first time the stark contrast of wealth and poverty compared to his modest living quarters. Hey Kakashi, this is my assessment task for joining the Umbu. Where on earth is Lady Tsunade? Just as he neared the entrance of the courtyard, he heard a slightly anxious voice from within. Uchiha Rong leaped onto the wall, crouching at the corner to observe the two ninjas inside. It was Kamizuki Izumo and Hatake Kakashi. Kakashi paid no heed to Izumo's complaints, quickly surveying each room in the courtyard. After a fruitless search, he suddenly declared, "Let us check the casino and entertainment venues." Upon joining the Umbu, Kakashi has already demonstrated formidable prowess and an exceptionally high intellect. In a fleeting motion, he vaulted over the courtyard wall, leaping and bounding across the rooftops on either side of the street, gradually disappearing into the distance. The moonlight and the wind followed suit. As the two figures ventured further away, Uchiha Rong made no attempt to reveal himself. Instead, he allowed his chakra to burn, maintaining his invisible state. He slipped through a window and entered Tsunade's bedroom, leaving behind a flying thunder god mark at the current maximum distance before teleporting away. Returning to his own room, Uchiha Rong lifted the unconscious female ninja from the windowsill, manipulating space to vanish from sight. He gently placed Tsunade back on his bed, having also procured some food for her. Once everything was settled, Uchiha Rong finally returned home to reflect on the absurdity of the past day and night. Outside, the Umbu members, Silence and Pigtails, were frantically searching for Tsunade. As Uchiha Rong retrieved the bedsheet adorned with Tsunade's unique emblem from the cupboard, he hesitated over whether to wash it. It seems she still does not know who I am. Perhaps I shall keep it as a memento, he mused. He neatly folded the white sheet and placed it in the innermost part of the cupboard. At that moment, a sudden knock echoed through the air. Upon opening the door, Uchiha Rong found Uchiha Fugaka standing at the threshold, accompanied by his 5-year-old son, Itachi. Patriarch, Uchiha Rong acknowledged with a slight nod, maintaining a respectful demeanor. Rong, the clan intends for you to attempt the Chunin exam once more, Fugaka said with a gentle tone, pausing slightly, a faint smile gracing his face. That 8th-generation brat is no match for you. I am confident that you will succeed in advancing. Uchiha Rong's mind raced, and he quickly replied, Lord Patriarch, your visit today is not solely to appoint me for the Chunin promotion exam, is it? In the presence of Fugaku, Uchiha Rong felt no trepidation. They were not only clansmen, but also shared a bond due to Fugaku's character and integrity. The examination for assessing ninja strength hardly warranted the clan leader's personal invitation. In previous instances, ordinary clan members had come to convey such messages. This time, however, Fugaku had come himself, accompanied by his eldest son, Itachi. Moreover, there were still 6 months until the next Chunin exam. It was evident that this patriarch of the Uchiha clan, whose strength was deeply concealed, had ulterior motives. Uchiha Rong, Perceiving this clearly, understood that rather than waiting for Fugaku to broach the subject or request his assistance, it would be more respectful to inquire himself. Patriarch, if there is anything you require of me, please do not hesitate to command. I shall exert my utmost within my capabilities, Uchiha Rong reiterated sincerely. Indeed. After this respectful inquiry, Uchiha Fugaku's smile broadened. He pulled his beloved son closer, ruffling Itachi's little head, and turned to Uchiha Rong with a grin, saying, I would like you to be Itachi's taijutsu instructor. Itachi, this child, possesses extraordinary talent in ninjutsu and an exceptional aptitude for physical techniques. Uchiha Fugaku stepped aside to allow passage at the entrance and continued, Shall we take a stroll to the training grounds? At this juncture, Uchiha Lan could not decline. And thus, he stepped outside, closing the door behind him, and accompanied the clan leader. Let us test his physical prowess together. Uchiha Fugaku maintained a warm smile. Proceeding at a leisurely pace towards the training grounds in the eastern part of the clan territory. Throughout the journey, Uchiha Itachi remained silent, allowing Uchiha Fugaku to guide him forward. However, Uchiha Lan noticed that Itachi's dark eyes occasionally glanced towards him, subtly revealing a hint of anticipation and joy. Upon arriving at the spacious and bright eastern training ground, Uchiha Fugaku directed a child, who had yet to reach waist height, to ascend the training platform. Yet, Uchiha Lan took the initiative, stating directly, Clan leader, perhaps Itachi appears exceptional in your eyes, but in my view. With a forceful push from his right leg, he utilized the wind body flicker technique to propel himself onto the training platform, declaring, he is the pinnacle genius of Konoha. His rapid and commanding ascent resonated with powerful words that struck the hearts of the father and son below, echoing profoundly, especially for the 5-year-old Itachi, who had previously worn a perpetually frozen expression. The corners of his mouth began to lift slightly, and his inky eyes sparkled with a glimmer of exhilaration and fervor. This was the first heartfelt commendation he had received from someone other than his parents. Come now, clan leader, I understand that it is I you wish to test. Uchiha Lan was acutely aware of Fugaku's intentions. Was it not that he sought to learn the technique he had witnessed that day? Getting straight to the point was indeed preferable, especially as he had numerous pressing matters to address, with Tsunade's issues still unresolved and new developments arising within the clan. Uchiha Lan's calm tone caused Uchiha Fugaku's heart to tremble slightly, prompting him to look up at the youth with a flicker of intrigue. Was this boy truly as weak and ineffectual as the elders had claimed? After a moment's hesitation, Uchiha Fugaku leaped onto the platform, still wearing a carefree smile. Lan, strike me with your utmost strength and speed. No sooner had the words left his lips than Uchiha Fugaku found himself momentarily blinded. Swiftly sidestepping 2 meters to evade Uchiha Lan's rapid punch, his eyes widened as he realized the impressive speed of this young boy. However, just as his left foot touched the ground, a gust of wind rushed past his ear, leaving him no chance to evade. He could only raise his arm to defend. Thud! Uchiha Lan's kick struck Uchiha Fugaku's left arm, which was raised defensively beside his head, sending him sliding sideways for 5 meters. Channeling chakra within, Uchiha Fugaku steadied himself. Yet a shadow of a leg swept towards his right side. Unable to dodge again, he chose to meet Uchiha Lan's calf with his own right arm. Thud! Once more, as the block was executed. In that fleeting moment, Uchiha Rong once again conjured an afterimage to the right of Fugaku, swiftly maneuvering behind him, raising his right arm to deliver a punch aimed at the back of Fugaku's head. Uchiha Fugaku's heart was already tumultuous with shock. This young man's strength intensified with each strike, and his speed escalated with each moment. In a rapid half-turn, Uchiha Fugaku dared not underestimate him any longer. He hastily concentrated chakra in his left arm, his pupils revealing the scarlet 3-tomo. It was time. Uchiha Fugaku exclaimed urgently, realizing that continuing the fight held no purpose. Uchiha Rong had redefined his understanding. Having been bullied by his peers within the clan since childhood, orphaned at a young age, and relegated to a lowly rank of a shinobi unable to join the guard, merely relegated to logistics and medical duties. He had astonishingly demonstrated his prowess with just 4 attacks, showcasing his Sharingan and defensive chakra in a contest of pure taijutsu. This young man was no mere underachiever. He was undeniably the locomotive. After the initial shock, Uchiha Fugaku felt a swell of joy within. Initially, upon hearing Itachi's description, he had doubted Uchiha Rong's ability to instantaneously injure the 8th Uchiha, for in his memory, Uchiha Rong had always been timid and taciturn, with poor physical skills, save for his remarkable physique among his peers. However, it now appeared that this young man, like himself, had endured humiliation and concealed his true capabilities. Indeed, you possess the potential for greatness. Uchiha Fugaku sincerely praised Uchiha Rong, whose direct and resolute demeanor resonated deeply with him. Allowing Itachi to apprentice under him in martial arts would prove far more beneficial than his own guidance. Itachi, come over and call him brother. Though 11 years his senior, Uchiha Fugaku insisted that Itachi address Uchiha Rong as brother. Big brother, let us begin now. The enthusiasm of the recent battle with his father stirred a fervor within the young boy, compelling him to follow Uchiha Rong in his training. I entrust him to you. Rong, please see him home before sunset, Uchiha Fugaku said, departing with a sense of relief. Finally, Uchiha Rong exhaled in relief. In truth, at that fleeting instant when Uchiha Fugaku's pupils transformed, he had been momentarily startled. For in that fleeting moment when the black eyes turned crimson, he had distinctly glimpsed a chilling, bizarre pattern. The moment was so swift that had it not been for Uchiha Rong's recent training with the Flying Thunder God technique, which honed his ability to adapt to rapid visual shifts, he would have never discerned it. Yet, he could at least ascertain that within those scarlet irises, there were at least 5 black dots intertwined with no fewer than 3 sinuous, entangled tomo lines. Could that be his eternal Meijiki Sharingan? A shiver ran through Uchiha Rong, recalling how he had forced Uchiha Fugaku to activate his Sharingan for defense by employing the lightning release chakra mode on his legs, narrowly escaping the potential retribution of the Meijiki Sharingan. Moreover, it appears that during the recent occurrence, Uchiha Fugaku was unable to perfectly control the natural fluctuations of his eyes. What should have been the 3-tomo Sharingan momentarily shimmered into the eternal Meijiki Sharingan. Such a captivating set of eyes. Aside from Shisui, the family has gained another eternal Meijiki Sharingan that stirs profound emotions within him. The original narrative did not elaborate on this, and the concealed eternal Meijiki Sharingan, with its unparalleled ocular abilities, is undoubtedly formidable. Big brother, Uchiha Itachi exclaimed, clutching Uchiha Rong's thigh and shaking it, pulling him back to reality with his melodious childlike voice. Please teach me. In the absence of their father, Itachi revealed a rare glimpse of his youthful innocence. Lifting his small face and gazing up at Uchiha Rong with wide, expectant eyes, exuding an adorable charm. With a chuckle, Uchiha Rong couldn't resist giving him a playful pat on the head, bending down to lift the little one onto his shoulders, exclaiming joyfully, let us set aside the physical training for now. Hold tight, and I'll take you to enjoy some delicious food. Enhanced by the wind shunshin technique. Uchiha Rong's figure dashed through the air like a gust of wind. Itachi had never experienced such treatment before, riding on Uchiha Rong's broad, powerful shoulders. His black hair fluttering behind him, he broke into a wide grin, laughing joyfully. Thus began the first day of Uchiha Rong's mentorship of his younger brother Itachi. After taking Itachi back home briefly, Uchiha Rong gathered some seasonings from his house before leaving the clan grounds. He set Itachi down on a cliff near the Valley of the End, then leaped away using the body flicker technique to return to the village. In a concealed location, he swiftly executed the second stage of the Flying Thunder God technique, materializing within the restroom of a barbecue restaurant in the village. Before noon, the restaurant was nearly empty, allowing Uchiha Rong to discreetly abscond with the establishment's special cooking utensils while the owner and 2 waitstaff were otherwise occupied. Upon returning to Itachi, he found the little boy already energetically practicing atop the cliff, executing kicks and punches. One particular movement left Uchiha Rong utterly astonished. The child, barely reaching his thigh, first threw 3 kunai at an upward angle, then, with a sudden push from his youthful legs, darted towards the kunai with the swiftness of a cheetah. He caught up, performing a swift sideways kick that sent all 3 kunai flying from right to left, nearly simultaneously striking a large boulder in the distance. The execution was seamless and precise. Uchiha Rong stood in awe, his jaw dropping in disbelief, both shocked and amused. Fugaku, oh Fugaku, you remain completely unaware of your son's true potential, he mused, shaking his head in self-deprecating laughter. How on earth am I supposed to teach him? Who is really teaching whom here? What troubled him most was that this little rascal was only 5 years old. Despite a twinge of helplessness within, Uchiha Rong maintained his own plans and strategies. Physical training was secondary. The primary focus was to instill the correct values, worldview, and life perspective in this young boy before the toxic influences of Danzo and the third Hokage could take root. The schemes of 2 elderly men and their familial threats are of no concern. With this primary notion in mind, Uchiha Rong's act of pilfering the barbecue equipment from the meat shop unfolded. Itachi, follow me. cradling Uchiha Itachi in one arm while grasping the equipment in the other. Uchiha Rong leapt from the precipice of the Valley of the End. Itachi, startled, opened his eyes, but within mere seconds, curiosity replaced his fear. Uchiha Rong landed gracefully on the water's surface, creating gentle ripples, signaling Itachi to stand upon the water. Itachi complied effortlessly, adeptly utilizing his chakra to stand and walk on the water's surface. Just like this, it took me half an hour to master this motion. Uchiha Rong tossed the barbecue apparatus toward the shore, assuming a perfect horse stance beside Itachi. Having only practiced fire techniques and various shuriken jutsu, Itachi had never encountered this physical stance before. His eyes sparkled with interest as he mimicked the posture, executing it with remarkable precision for his small frame. Yes, just like that. Maintain this stance, keep your gaze fixed straight ahead. I shall prepare a feast for you. With that, Uchiha Rong stood upon the water, shedding his shirt and trousers, leaving only his shorts. Under Itachi's curious gaze, he plunged into the depths below. A minute later, Uchiha Rong emerged from the water like an arrow, shooting towards the shore, with two plump, pristine fish grasped in each hand. After skillfully cleaning the fish, he threaded them onto the stolen skewers, seasoned them, ignited a fire, and commenced grilling. Meanwhile, Itachi, still holding his stance, remained relaxed and found the sight of Uchiha Rong's bustling activity immensely entertaining. This experience was unlike anything he had encountered within the clan, the village, or during family outings. As the fish sizzled over the flames, Uchiha Rong donned his clothing once more and, with a series of nimble leaps, vanished into the nearby woods. 5 minutes later, he returned, now holding a wild chicken and a hare. On the water's surface, Itachi's legs began to tremble slightly, and his small arms, previously held steady, began to quiver. Despite his innate talent, the novel challenge of supporting his joints and muscles in this new exercise proved difficult for the young boy. Observing Itachi's legs shaking more violently, Uchiha Rong swiftly appeared beside him, lifting him onto the shore and laying him flat on a smooth boulder, where he proceeded to massage his legs and arms, alleviating the strain. Uchiha Rong's adept touch brought comfort to the little one, causing him to squint his eyes in pleasure. Uchiha Rong laughed heartily at the delightful contrast this Itachi was to the one he had known in his past life. After helping him relax, Uchiha Rong searched the shore for 4 elongated pebbles, binding them to either side of Itachi's legs. Do you see that rock over there, covered in moss? Uchiha Rong skillfully flipped the 3 sizzling fish, now glistening with oil, added a sprinkle of salt, and pointed towards the distant boulder as he spoke. From this point, touching the stone and returning here counts as a round trip. With 1 round trip, I can fetch 2 pieces of fish. With 2 round trips, a chicken leg. With 3 round trips, half a fish, and after 6 round trips, what would you like to eat today? Brother will prepare whatever you desire. With that, Uchiha Rong divided the mountain chicken into 2 halves and began to grill it. Go for it. I'm rooting for you. Uchiha Itachi felt a sense of novelty and intrigue watching the older brother's unique culinary training methods. He clumsily jogged forward, his heavy legs moving with effort. As Uchiha Rong grilled, he watched the little one stumble and sway, filled with amusement. Haha, training Itachi is indeed a delightful endeavor. Who would have thought that the young Itachi would be so adorable? Uchiha Rong squinted his eyes, observing the little fellow who had run to a boulder 60 meters away, waving cheerfully at him. I have successfully trained Itachi. I wonder how the 3rd Hokage and Danzo will counter the Uchiha clan? With a smile fading, Uchiha Rong tended to the wild game sizzling with an enticing aroma over the flames, lost in thought. 15 minutes later, the young Itachi, having completed 3 round trips, lay exhausted on the boulder, panting heavily. He was utterly fatigued, and his admiration for Uchiha Rong deepened. As he squinted his eyes, lying on the boulder, his mind replayed the stunning images of Uchiha Rong kicking Uchiha Madara and delivering powerful punches to their father, effectively reinforcing his awe for Uchiha Rong. No wonder Brother Rong's physical skills are so formidable. Just this simple act of running back and forth has pushed me to my limits. How intense must his usual training be? Filled with shock and determination, the young boy contemplated sharing more training techniques with Uchiha Rong. Suddenly, his little nose began to twitch involuntarily. How fragrant! The perfectly grilled game emitted a mouth-watering aroma, causing Uchiha Itachi's nostrils to flare as he sprang up, wide-eyed. It turned out that Uchiha Rong was already indulging in the feast. Observing the little one's adorable actions as he gulped down saliva, Uchiha Rong chuckled, tearing off a chicken leg, blowing on it briefly, and handing it over. Haha, take your time eating, there's plenty. Uchiha Rong couldn't help but laugh heartily at Itachi's ravenous consumption. Itachi, before you become the devoted brother, let me give you a taste of the joy of being the younger sibling. In this moment, Uchiha Ron felt a surge of unresolved sentiment towards the world of Naruto. Gazing at the colossal sculptures on either side of the Valley of the End, a sense of ambition surged within him, his gaze resolute. Third Hokage, Danzo. No matter how you threaten or target Uchiha Itachi, I will protect him. As Tsunade, unable to rise from her bed, harbored resentment, a tall, robust young man strolled home along the riverbank, a young child with black hair and eyes perched upon his shoulders. The sunset elongated their shadows as the boy walked steadily. Itachi, is it fun? It's fun. Shall we continue tomorrow? Uchiha Itachi perched gracefully upon the neck of Ron, his small hands gently tugging at the latter's ears as he responded in a cheerful tone. Today marked the most delightful day of his life since birth. He splashed in the water, caught fish, skipped stones, threw pebbles at birds, slid down waterfalls, and indulged in barbecued delicacies. He discovered that his village possessed such magnificent scenery, and that not all clan members were so serious. Training could indeed be enjoyable. Big brother, do you live in the southern area of the clan? I hardly ever see you, he inquired. By the end of the day, the two had grown quite familiar. Itachi had transitioned from passive responses to actively asking questions. From now on, don't call me big brother. Just call me Ronji. Remember, I am neither your teacher nor your instructor. We are friends. Uchiha Ron replied, somewhat off topic. Itachi, you are already quite strong. Let me ask you, do you wish to grow even stronger? Yes, the young boy replied eagerly. Why? Once I become stronger, I can help protect mother and little brother alongside father, Itachi stated earnestly, as if declaring the most important matter in the world. Uchiha Ron felt a swell of emotion but maintained a smile as he pressed on. So, do you wish to learn how to become even stronger? Sensing the little one shaking his head, Uchiha Ron continued, you need a rival. While you can grow strong on your own, you will never truly know your limits or the pace of your progress. A rival? The child pondered, half understanding. Yes, a rival. It is through constant competition and mutual encouragement that your growth will hold genuine significance. Uchiha Ron imparted, confident that Itachi, despite his young age, would comprehend. These insights, it seemed, had never been conveyed by their 8th-generation instructor, who merely had them run laps, throw shurikens, and jump over wooden stumps. Itachi voiced his dissatisfaction compared to Ronji. The 8th-generation instructor is merely a loudspeaker, shouting and reprimanding us. Today has been so joyful. Do you wish to share your happiness with the other children in the clan? Uchiha Ron continued to coax. Well, Shursui brother mentioned yesterday that the ninja school was rather dull. I want Ronji to take him along for training and play. Itachi appeared indifferent toward his peers, yet he held a particular concern for Uchiha Shursui. Indeed, Shursui is exceptional, but I suggest that you encourage more children to progress together. Only then can our Uchiha clan grow stronger, don't you think? I understand, Ronji. I will speak to father about it. Itachi was truly obedient. Now come down. Your mother is waiting for you. Uchiha Ron noticed the delicate figure of Itachi's mother, Uchiha Makoto, standing at the entrance of the clan leader's residence, cradling an infant. With agility, Itachi leaped down and cheerfully bid farewell to Uchiha Ron, exclaiming he would see him the day after tomorrow, before dashing toward his mother. Uchiha Ron smiled and waved goodbye to the mother and son trio before swiftly departing. Nice. Within the confines of the Uchiha clan's rooftop, a series of agile leaps were executed, accompanied by the swift application of the body flicker technique. Uchiha Ron, invigorated, unleashed a powerful punch. In just one day, his bond with Uchiha Itachi deepened, subtly highlighting the stringent and feudal control the Uchiha clan exerted over its members. Such a young child, at an age that should be marked by innocence and joy, found himself compelled to engage in numerous activities to awaken the childlike wonder within. The Uchiha clan must look forward. Now, among his midterm aspirations, he has added the Uchiha Army Initiative, which is fundamentally based on the previously established Uchiha Boy Scouts plan. Itachi, the success of this endeavor rests upon you. Uchiha Ron leapt into the lush branches of an ancient tree, deploying the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport back to his home. Ouch, that hurts. Quiet down, take it easy. In a relatively grand residence located to the northeast of Konoha village, the sudden sounds of a woman gasping and moaning in pain echoed. Lady Tsunade, who has inflicted such injuries upon you? Allow me to examine your wounds. Since you are unable to perform the healing technique, let me assist you. Ino, standing anxiously by the bedside, gently massaged Tsunade's waist, abdomen, hips, and legs with her hands. She found herself perplexed. Each time her hands kneaded the areas around Tsunade's hips and thighs, the esteemed lady would emit faint, painful moans. What could possibly be troubling Lady Tsunade? Oink, oink. The little piglet nuzzled its head and snout against Ino's calf, also making sounds of inquiry. Yet, regardless of her persistent questions, Tsunade remained silent, only posing deeply personal inquiries reserved for women. This left the 15-year-old girl, on the cusp of adulthood, at a loss for words, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Never mind. You're still young, and I should be fine after a few days of rest. Please fetch me a set of crutches from the medical department. And also investigate the new male attendants from the tavern a few days ago. Tsunade lay on the bed, her voluptuous figure spilling over the sides, weakly commanding. Yes. Lady Tsunade. Ino was taken aback by Tsunade's orders but quickly complied, filling a cup with water from the bedside table, cradling the piglet, and hastily exiting the room. Once the door closed behind her, Tsunade propped herself up, gradually turning to her side, her explosive figure making the bed appear somewhat small. Damn those male attendants. Being handsome isn't enough, they have to be so vigorous as well. Upon waking and discovering herself in bed, a warm sensation flickered within her, only to be swiftly dissipated by the discomforting pain below. That young man, not more than 18, had managed to, as she shifted her thigh slightly, a searing, tearing pain surged through her, prompting her to furrow her brows in distress, feeling utterly helpless. While the healing technique could enhance the recovery of wounds and affected areas, this particular ninjutsu primarily excelled in external injuries, and as she contemplated this, the mature woman nearing her 40s felt her face flush once more. One cannot resort to utilizing life-draining techniques, such as the 100 Heroes technique, merely due to such injuries. While Tsunade possesses a fierce demeanor, she has been regaled since childhood with the wisdom of her grandmother and mother regarding the prudence required of young women. Having lived a substantial part of her life, she is acutely aware of her current predicament. Recovery is merely a matter of time. However, before that, she must ascertain the identity of that boy, his name, his residence. Whether he is a mere ordinary villager or a part-time ninja, it would be best for him to provide a reasonable explanation, otherwise, I shall ensure he experiences the discomfort of being bedridden. Tsunade's fist crackled ominously, with small flames flickering in her eyes. 022, praise the esteemed Madara. With the full attributes of the Rinnegan. Achoo. Uchiha Rong emerged from the bath, unable to suppress a sneeze. Rubbing her nose, Uchiha Rong reclined on the bed and entered the system. Ding. You have entered the system. Check the bloodline space. Bloodline space, status normal. Contains one corpse of a ninja with the same bloodline, available for personal research and exploration. Uchiha Rong appeared to meticulously delve into her explorations. This is the corpse of Uchiha Madara. Immersed in thought, Uchiha Rong began to manipulate the system's capabilities. Chakra recovery. The instant the thought materialized, Uchiha Rong felt an immense surge of pure chakra pouring in from the crown of her head, coursing through her limbs and ultimately converging in her dantian. Unlike the external recovery from corpses, within the bloodline space, ninjas of the same lineage can directly utilize the system's capabilities for chakra recovery. What a staggering amount of chakra! Through internal recovery, Uchiha Rong could clearly see the chakra reserves within Madara's corpse. If this were to fall into the hands of Kakashi, who has perpetually lacked chakra, would he not be left questioning his existence? First came the fire attribute chakra, igniting a warmth throughout her body. As the lively essence of fire chakra playfully darted around within Uchiha Rong before finally settling into her dantian. Following that was the absorption of the water, earth, lightnings, and wind attributes. Observing the clock on the wall, it was 7 in the evening. By the time the wind attribute absorption concluded, the hour hand had already struck midnight. I feel as though I have been filled to the brim. Feeling a surging vitality within her, even the mere act of blinking was accompanied by the sensation of flowing pure chakra. Uchiha Rong's spirit was infused with an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. Just as she was excitedly about to check her specific reserves, a flicker of black and white light suddenly emanated from the deepest part of Madara's dantian. Uchiha Rong gasped in surprise, focusing intently to investigate further. This is the yin-yang attribute chakra. Uchiha Rong felt a shiver run down her spine. Such an exceedingly rare foundational attribute chakra can only be inherited through genes. Excellent. With these 2 foundational attribute chakras, my ability system can be further refined. Uchiha Rong was overwhelmed with excitement as he sprang from his bed, pacing back and forth within his room, meticulously attuning himself to the 2 exceedingly rare and pure chakra attributes. In comparison to the reservoir of the first 5 fundamental chakra types, these two were significantly more scarce. Yet, they were still quite substantial. The Yin attribute chakra contained within the corpse of Madara surpassed the chakra he absorbed from 50 to 60 ordinary ninja corpses on the night of the Nine-Tails attack. After dedicating another half hour, Uchiha Orochi finally finished absorbing all the chakra from Madara's body. He then checked his chakra reserves, posing a silent inquiry in his mind regarding his latest chakra levels. Ding! The current chakra reserve of the host is 15 units. Physical energy, 5 Kai, 0.5 red Kai. Mental energy, 5 Itachi. Ecstasy surged through him, following the recovery of the Yin and Yang chakra attributes. Both his physical and mental energies had undergone significant enhancement. Overjoyed, even in the late hours of the night, Uchiha Orochi found himself wide awake. Calm down. Remain composed. The research on Madara's corpse has yet to commence. I have a singular opportunity to imprint and merge any of his abilities. Uchiha Orochi forced himself to regain his composure and began to meticulously review all of Uchiha Madara's ninjutsu. An hour passed, and Uchiha Orochi rubbed his temples in mild frustration. He realized an undeniable truth. Nearly all of Madara's formidable techniques were intricately linked to his eyes and chest. The eyes, as a bloodline limit, encompassed a range of forbidden techniques from the Sharingan to the Rinnegan, which could evoke changes in chakra attributes, thereby granting the ability to manipulate life and death through Yin and Yang. As for the chest, it housed a special sage art organization that was a fusion of Hashirama's cells and Madara's genetic lineage, enhancing the perfection of Madara's sage mode. Thus, after thoroughly comprehending all of Madara's capabilities, Uchiha Orochi was both awed by Madara's unparalleled strength and faced with a decisive choice. The Rinnegan. Ding. The host has chosen the strongest ocular technique of the bloodline limit, the Rinnegan, and is now in the process of imprinting and merging. Bloodline limit, Rinnegan, initial, has been successfully imprinted and merged. Current eye activation level, 1. Could it be? Level 1? Uchiha Orochi pondered, incredulous. This was even more absurd than when his Flying Thunder God technique was interrupted. The host can accelerate the eye activation level by acquiring Sage Chakra at the level of the 6 paths. Different activation levels correspond to the respective Rinnegan techniques. Please explore further on your own. Is that all? No additional prompts? Uchiha Orochi felt dissatisfied. Friendly reminder. The normal path to activate the Rinnegan is through the reincarnation of Indra's chakra, achieved by transplanting the physical body or cells of Ashura's chakra reincarnator. Uchiha Orochi emitted a sound of confusion. According to this hint, isn't Madara the reincarnation of Indra's chakra? He has also integrated the cells of Ashura's reincarnation. Yet why did I not receive the chakra of the 6 paths? Soon, Uchiha Orochi slapped his forehead, struck by a moment of clarity. Damn, how infuriating. Uchiha Orochi lamented internally, finally understanding why, after successfully merging the cells, he was unable to significantly or fully awaken the Rinnegan. You owe me Indra's chakra, you bastard. The day Madara perished was coincidentally the same day Sasuke was born. Indra's chakra had attached itself to Sasuke, thus making him the reincarnation of Indra's chakra. Please note, continuously utilizing the ocular techniques of the Rinnegan can gradually enhance the awakening level. The host may freely switch to the Rinnegan during combat. The currently available ocular technique for the Rinnegan initial is Universal Pull, consuming 1 chakra card each time. Indeed, Universal Pull. Uchiha Orochi marveled, eager to try it out. However, recalling the overwhelming momentum with which Pain employed Universal Pull in the original storyline, he restrained himself. Perhaps he could find an opportunity to test it in the uninhabited area outside the village tomorrow. After meticulously reviewing all the ninjutsu and abilities he could deploy within the system, Uchiha Orochi closed his eyes, attempting to drift into slumber. Yet, the shock and revelations from his first examination of Madara's corpse left him too exhilarated to sleep. And it wasn't until the early hours of the morning that he finally succumbed to a deep slumber. Outside the window, the moon shone brightly against a sparse starry sky, casting a silvery glow upon Uchiha Orochi's bed and body, enveloping him in a hazy shroud. Yet, within this ethereal light, the sleeping youth's face exhibited strange, flickering changes. Mysterious shadows appeared around his eye sockets and the sides of his nostrils, fluctuating in intensity. The stray hairs on his forehead alternated between black and white, creating a bizarre sight. Having absorbed all of Madara's chakra and activated 1 Rinnegan, Uchiha Orochi seemed to undergo some subtle transformations. The following morning, Uchiha Orochi sprang up energetically and instantly vanished from his bed. In the next moment, he found himself sitting upon the toilet 10 meters away. To enhance the integration progress and proficiency of the Flying Thunder God technique, he practiced fervently in unnoticed places. Consequently, his modest apartment of less than 40 square meters was marked with imprints of the Flying Thunder God technique. While brushing his teeth, Uchiha Rong stood before the mirror, fixated on his left eye. Almost the instant the thought crossed his mind, his left eye blinked involuntarily in the reflection, the outer corner transforming into a pure white area, no larger than a sesame seed, adorned with fine black lines. Is this what my current Rinnegan looks like? Uchiha Rong leaned closer to the mirror, scrutinizing the difficulty of awakening it, comparable to the arduous journey of Mariboshi Kasuke to attain the supreme ocular power of the Sage of Six Paths. With a flicker, a magnifying glass appeared in his hand, allowing him to fully examine the entirety of his current Rinnegan. The outer corner of the eye, a minuscule area resembling a sesame seed, stands in stark contrast to the pristine whiteness of the surrounding sclera, where an exceedingly fine black line arcs inward, discernible only through a magnifying lens. The rest of the left eye remains unchanged, mirroring its usual state. Uchiha Rong, with a slight smile gracing his lips, gazes at the handsome youth illuminated by sunlight in the mirror. Emulating the voice of Pain's Deva Path, he prepares to boast, but suddenly recalls something, promptly sealing his lips. Perhaps it is wiser to discreetly test it in a secluded location. Caution is the key to longevity. After breakfast, Uchiha Rong dons a simple black hoodie and casual pants, vanishing from his dwelling in a swift motion. In an instant, the young figure appears in a dark alley within the Hidden Leaf Village, startling a stray cat rummaging through a trash bin, which flees against the wall. Tomorrow marks another training session with Itachi. It is imperative to finalize the plans today. Uchiha Rong swiftly clocks in at the medical logistics department before gradually seeking out available shops from the village's center. The morning hours pass quickly, and Uchiha Rong identifies 5 vacant shops. After negotiations and comparisons, he ultimately selects a small establishment located 2 streets away from the T Street. He deposits all his current savings of 500 Ryo as a down payment, leaving him utterly penniless. Even in a world where individual strength reigns supreme, financial constraints can thwart a hero. There is nothing left, not a single Ryo remains. Uchiha Rong had scoured his home in person for every last coin the day after his arrival, and with the overtime allowance from the Beast of the Nine Tails incident, he had amassed a mere 3,000 Ryo. The orphan compensation from the village was just collected a few days prior. What to do now? As his thoughts raced, the ageless, striking visage of Tsunade flashed through his mind. After all, she had personally offered him financial assistance. Uchiha Rong stroked his chin, feeling a flicker of inspiration. In the next moment, he vanished from the shop's entrance, darting into the dark recesses of the alley, his form disappearing in a flash. Tsunade, a woman who never frets over finances, presently sits at a dining table, staring blankly at the ceiling. After a day and night of bed rest, she can finally manage to walk, albeit with some awkwardness. The insufferable old man, hiding in his office to spy on the village's beautiful women while expecting her to oversee the medical department and negotiate collaborations with the Cloud Village. How infuriating. Tsunade furrows her brow, feeling discontent towards her mentor, who merely inundates her with ideals without taking action. Just 10 minutes ago, Sarutobi Hiruzen had personally visited her, appealing to her emotions and reasoning, assigning her a significant role under the pretext of the village's development. As her thoughts meander, the striking visage of Uchiha Rong and the fervor of that night involuntarily surface in her mind. Humph! The formidable woman suddenly slammed her fist onto the table, causing it to splinter into fragments. Damn brat! She exclaimed, her agitation evident as she tugged at her hair, lightly tapping her forehead in a futile attempt to dispel the images of Uchiha Rong from her mind. What have I done to deserve this? Tsunade lamented, her discomfort not only stemming from her lower body, but also from a throbbing headache. Earlier that morning, she had learned from Shizen that the host at the tavern was not the young man she had described. The youngest host there was already 24 years old. Although Uchiha Rong had a wheat-colored complexion, he was remarkably handsome, with taut skin and a physique more athletic than that of many seasoned adult men. Forget it. I shall seek him out myself, she resolved, rising from her chair and making her way toward the door. She needed to find the young man who had catalyzed her transformation and settle her debts. Freeloader was never an epithet that could be associated with her, the illustrious Tsunade. More importantly, she needed to clarify their relationship and ensure they could lead separate lives. Meanwhile, Uchiha Rong was positioned at a street corner not far from Tsunade's residence, poised to approach her for a conversation when he noticed the courtyard gate swing open. The woman he sought had emerged. Instinctively, he activated his invisibility technique, concealing himself around the corner to observe her. Why does her gait seem somewhat awkward? Uchiha Roan pondered, soon realizing Tsunade was moving slowly, her legs barely flexing. As she stepped through the gate, inching closer, he deliberated whether to reveal himself now. Having experienced both the thrill of the chase and the consequences that followed, he understood the reason behind her unusual stride. Could it be that I inadvertently employed a portion of the multiplication technique during that chaotic night? The more he contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. As Konoha's foremost medical ninja, how could Tsunade still be suffering from such injuries days later? A pang of guilt surged within him. I apologize. Lady Tsunade, it was your exuberance that overwhelmed me that night. Observing her condition, Uchiha Roan felt not only guilt but also a sense of concern. After all, this magnificent woman before him was the first he had ever known in 2 lifetimes. Forget the money. I shall seek out Fugaku instead, he resolved. Fixing his gaze on Tsunade before preparing to employ the Flying Thunder God technique to leave. Suddenly, a deafening roar accompanied by tremors erupted from the ground as several colossal dogs, comparable in size to polar bears, charged towards Tsunade's residence from the opposite street with unstoppable force. The Inuzuka clan's special ninja, hounds were on a rampage, being one of the legendary Sannin. Tsunade noticed them immediately. In the past, she would have easily dodged or, with her formidable strength, intercepted the rampaging hounds. However, now she struggles even to perform a basic body flicker technique, confronted by 5 colossal hounds charging towards her with alarming speed. She finds it exceedingly difficult to evade or confront them head-on, despite her abundant combat experience. Lady Tsunade, quickly, get out of the way, Inuzuka Kiba exclaimed, his face pale with fear, urgently warning Tsunade. The 5 ninja hounds, brimming with frenetic chakra, surged forward, threatening to collide with the immobile Tsunade. In a flash, Uchiha Roan appeared, executing the wind body flicker technique at maximum speed. The distance was minimal, and he nearly teleported to Tsunade's side, just 2 meters away. With unwavering determination to save her, Uchiha Roan extended his right palm towards Tsunade's body, fervently chanting in his mind, "Universal pull." Faced with the impending impact, Tsunade gritted her teeth, her gaze fierce. Just as she felt the acute, tearing pain within her, she forced herself to perform the body flicker and leap aside. Yet, her body uncontrollably veered to the left. Almost simultaneously, as Tsunade shifted, the 5 ninja hounds raced past her original position with a deafening roar, stirring up a cloud of dust. Thud! Just as Roan completed his incantation, a robust body collided with his solid chest. Instinctively, he wrapped his arms around her, holding her tightly, and propelled himself upward, utilizing the body flicker technique to leap onto the roof of Tsunade's residence, evading the swirling dust. Upon landing on the rooftop, Uchiha Roan's thoughts raced, and he executed the wind body flicker technique once more, jumping into the backyard and entering the house. Below, Inuzuka Kiba was left bewildered, his eyes spinning, unable to comprehend how Lady Tsunade had evaded danger, and soon lost sight of her altogether. Once inside Tsunade's chamber, Uchiha Roan still held her in a unique embrace, his left arm supporting her back and his right hand cradling her hips, pressing her firmly against him. Tsunade instinctively tightened her grip around Roan's neck, her legs entwining around his thighs. The captivating essence and allure of a mature woman enveloped Uchiha Roan, filling his senses with a rich, fragrant aroma that was both soothing and relaxing. The sensation against his chest was an unparalleled, soft weight, making him feel as if he were floating. "Let me down, you little imp." A sharp voice jolted Uchiha Roan from his reverie. Realizing he had been holding her for quite some time, he loosened his grip, gently placing the formidable woman on the bed and turning to leave. "Stop. Who said you could leave?" Tsunade's expression was stern, her brows furrowed in disapproval. "Lady Tsunade, we have money in the cabinet. Let us grab it and leave quickly." Tsunade was more decisive than he had anticipated. Uchiha Roan was equally resolute. After all, money was never unwelcome in any realm. Moreover, from the moment he found her intoxicated in the restroom to the ensuing series of events, one could argue that Uchiha Roan had, in a sense, saved Tsunade. From the reactions and behaviors of the two in bed that night, Uchiha Roan believed he was not the one taking advantage of the situation. Furthermore, the formidable woman, Tsunade, was not in a position of weakness or passivity. Upon opening the cabinet door, Uchiha Roan and his companion swiftly discovered a neatly stacked pile of banknotes in the compartment. Uchiha Ron, not one to indulge in pretenses, pocketed the money and turned to leave without hesitation. Although he harbored a fondness for Tsunade, it was the kind of admiration and possessiveness a man feels for an extraordinary woman, devoid of any flaws. In the realm of ninjas, their differences in identity, status, and age were indeed quite pronounced. Just as Uchiha Ron opened the door and stepped out with his left leg raised, Tsunade's voice resonated from behind him. "What is your name?" "Uchiha Ron," he replied, and in an instant, he vanished from the doorway. The female ninja on the bed softly murmured his name, her expression complex. "Well, I suppose this marks a new chapter." Uchiha Ron swiftly returned to his clan's home and sat on the sofa, the fleeting pang of disappointment dissipating almost instantly. As a former fan of Hokage, he had been quite infatuated with female ninjas, particularly Tsunade. Indeed, now that he had traversed into the ninja world and found himself in the same village as her, his admiration remained, albeit with a sense of altered perception under different dimensional rules. Here, he would genuinely see her up close and engage with her. Now, he had even achieved a profound connection with her. Their destinies had undeniably collided, giving rise to countless possibilities. This compelled Uchiha Ron to engage in serious contemplation. Temporarily setting aside his complex emotions, he retrieved the money from his pocket, wet his fingers with saliva, and began to count. To his satisfaction, the amount was precisely 2,000 ryo. She truly was a woman of her word. After counting out 1,000 ryo, he stored the remainder in the small compartment of the cabinet. Upon opening the compartment, he realized there was yet another item to address between himself and Tsunade, her house key. Well, that can wait, he thought. Even though he currently had no need for the key to enter her home, placing the key alongside the money, Uchiha Ron set out once more. He was determined to open his first shop in Konoha. Throughout the afternoon, Uchiha Ron tirelessly traversed the village, cleaning the shop, crafting the signboard, undertaking simple renovations, creating flyers, and distributing them. Finally, around 8 in the evening, he handed the last flyer to an intrigued Shizen. His preparations for the grand opening were complete. If Itachi could succeed in his endeavors, the renown of his shop would only grow. In high spirits, Uchiha Ron stood at the entrance of the rejuvenated little shop, nodding in satisfaction before vanishing from sight. The glow of the nearby streetlight illuminated the shop's sign, "Worry-Free Funeral Service," with its 5 bold characters radiating a brilliant white aura. Upon returning home, Uchiha Ron eagerly resumed his practice of the universal pull technique. This is a unique ability of the Rinnegan, fundamentally centered on the manipulation of gravitational forces. Uchiha Ron stood at the doorway, gazing into the room, his eyes sweeping across the various objects within. Let us commence from a distance of 5 meters. Earlier today, it was precisely from 5 meters away that he had drawn Tsunade towards himself. At that moment, he distinctly sensed the velocity and magnitude of chakra depleting within him. Merely at a distance of 5 meters, the universal pull consumed 1 calorie in just a second. This single calorie represented the entirety of Kakashi's chakra at its peak. To expend such a substantial amount with a single use of the Rinnegan was astonishing. Moreover, his ocular prowess was only at level 1. One could hardly fathom the chakra consumption as the level of his Rinnegan advances and its abilities diversify. Universal pull. He fervently chanted within his mind as Uchiha Ron directed his right hand towards an apple on the dining table 5 meters away, activating his ability. Whoosh. The vibrant red apple soared into his palm in the blink of an eye. With a crisp bite, Uchiha Ron swiftly hurled the apple into the corner of the room. As the apple traversed the dining table, surpassing 5 meters, reaching approximately 7 meters, Uchiha Ron summoned his will once more. Whoosh. This time, the apple returned to him with even greater speed than before. It appeared that the speed of attraction could be modulated according to one's intent, merely dependent on chakra expenditure. Upon concluding this, Uchiha Ron meticulously retained the sensation of intent and rhythm in casting. After taking another bite, he tossed the apple again. But this time, he directed his palm towards the trash bin in the corner. With a shift of thought, the bin obediently moved, aligning itself precisely at the apple's descent point. The precision at this distance was remarkable. At the very moment the apple fell into the trash bin, Uchiha Ron performed the technique once more, retrieving the apple into his grasp and indulging in it unabashedly. This skill could be developed further and combined with other techniques for even more effective results, preferably in practical scenarios. Uchiha Ron quickly grasped the essence of this technique, realizing its potential application in taijutsu as well. I wonder how many moves I can provoke from Guy when used in conjunction with taijutsu? I shall test it tomorrow. With a heart brimming with excitement, Uchiha Roan climbed into bed, beginning to count sheep. Time, akin to the moment Kakashi first held intimate paradise, effortlessly turned the page to a new chapter. The rebuilt Hidden Leaf Village finally began to regain some semblance of its former vibrancy. Within the village, a quaint shop named Worry-Free Funeral Services became the topic of fervent discussion among the villagers. Have you heard? That funeral parlor is said to be run by a member of the Uchiha clan. Really? Is that true? In the village, such a shop had never existed before, leaving many curious about its purpose and whether it was hiring. It seems to assist with funerals, and I must advise you to avoid wandering near that establishment at night, as it can be quite unsettling. A group of young men from Konoha gathered together, enthusiastically discussing the recently trending peculiar shop. Just as their conversation reached a fever pitch, a voice, rich and magnetic, interrupted them. If you don't know, perhaps it's best not to speculate. They only handle minor and major preparations for the deceased. The group of idle young ninjas turned to the speaker, scrutinizing him with furrowed brows. Who are you? Are you related to the shop's owner? Uchiha Roan took a step back, brushing his already short black hair back with a hand. Indeed, I am the proprietor of the Grief Relief Funeral Home. The young men were momentarily taken aback, poised to mock him, but Uchiha Roan swiftly handed them a flyer. Gentlemen, if you find yourselves in need of funeral services, do not hesitate to reach out to me. My prices are quite reasonable. With that, Uchiha Roan strode confidently into his shop, leaving the trio in a state of bewilderment. Having been open for 5 days, Uchiha Roan had already garnered business each day. Following the Nine Tails attack, the first batch of fallen ninjas and affected civilians had been laid to rest. Recently, those who had passed were primarily former injured individuals. He had not anticipated that his establishment would be so warmly welcomed by both villagers and ninja clans upon its inception. In the Land of Fire, an ancient custom dictates that before burial, family members and relatives must not have direct contact with the deceased, as it is believed to cultivate a reverent attitude towards the Grim Reaper and ensure a better afterlife for the departed. This custom perfectly aligned with Uchiha Roan's services, minor and major preparations. The minor preparation involved cleansing and dressing the body, while the major preparation entailed transferring the deceased into a cushioned coffin in front of the family, covering them with a shroud, and sealing the coffin with nails. In the 5 days since the shop opened, Uchiha Roan had nearly daily business, unexpectedly witnessing a higher volume of ninja funerals. A few months earlier, the calamity wrought by the Nine Tails had compelled many ninjas to rush to the battlefield to rescue ordinary villagers. Surprisingly, the first to seek Uchiha Roan's services was the Oil Woman clan. However, apart from the service fee, Uchiha Roan found himself unable to recover even a hint of chakra from their deceased. All fallen ninjas from their clan were consumed by the parasitic worms that absorbed their residual chakra. This left Uchiha Roan feeling quite exasperated. Fortunately, he continued to receive positive reviews for providing discounted services to many local civilians for their burials. To maintain the shop, Uchiha Roan had reduced his previously agreed-upon teaching sessions with Fugaku from twice a week to once. On that particular morning, Uchiha Roan donned black attire, including pants, a hat, and gloves, and arrived early at the esteemed Inuzuka clan, ready to assist with their funeral preparations. As a family of notable repute within Konoha, the Inuzuka clan has extended invitations to other esteemed families in the village to pay their respects. However, prior to this, a small ceremony must be conducted for Uchiha Ryu. At this moment, Uchiha Ryu follows an elder from the Inuzuka clan into the mortuary. Upon ushering Ryu into the dimly lit room, the elderly elder quietly closed the door behind him. Once the door was shut, the room was illuminated by a flickering incandescent light, which, much like the elder, appeared to have aged, casting a dim and somber glow. In the stark emptiness of the chamber, the deceased lay in the center upon a soft couch. To significantly delay the decomposition of the body, the walls of the mortuary exuded a chilling air. The atmosphere was suffocating, cold, and dreary, with the female corpse embodying every element of a macabre scene, confronting Uchiha Ryu in solitude. Standing at the threshold, gazing at the lifeless form, Ryu felt a shiver run down his spine. The scene evoked memories of his previous life, reminiscent of a horror escape room he had enjoyed with friends after the college entrance examination. In that moment, he felt as though he had been chosen for a solitary mission, arriving at the critical juncture of the task. Shaking his head to dispel the unsettling thoughts, Ryu took a deep breath and strode purposefully toward the body. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed in his mind, causing him to involuntarily stagger back 3 paces. Cursing under his breath, he clutched his chest and stole another glance at the corpse. To his horror, the features of the deceased had been utterly ravaged. Her once recognizable visage was now a grotesque amalgamation of flesh and blood, leaving only the faintest outline of her original form, suppressing the surge of nausea rising within him. Raya fought back a dry heave. It was no wonder they had requested him to perform the ceremony alone. Such a horrific sight would send shivers down the spine of even the most stoic individual upon first encounter. Gritting his teeth against the discomfort, Ryu placed his hand upon the arm of the corpse. Fortunately, aside from the face, the rest of her body bore no apparent external injuries. Ding. Detecting deceased ninja. Inuzuka Kurenai. Rank. Special Jonin. The jutsu held by the deceased during her lifetime. For legs technique. Beast clone. Ultimate sense of smell. Shadow clone technique. As Ryu withdrew his chakra, he swiftly assimilated all information regarding Inuzuka Kurenai, ultimately opting against the option of sealing her techniques. The clan's ninjutsu was predominantly animal-related, of little use to him, rendering it somewhat superfluous. However, the quantity of chakra was quite satisfying. It was abundant and vibrantly alive. After completing the absorption, Ryu began his work. With a heart-stirring determination, he extended his hands above the corpse's face. Healing technique. He silently chanted. As a pale blue aura enveloped the visage of the deceased, the initially blurred and viscous features began to gradually mend and heal. 10 minutes, 15 minutes, and a half-hour passed. Finally, Uchiha Ryu retracted his hands and scrutinized the female ninja lying before him. At this moment, the visage of Inuzuka Keiya, who had passed away no more than 12 hours prior, had remarkably returned to its former state, indistinguishable from her living appearance. Her delicate, heart-shaped face bore an ethereal wildness, characteristic of the Inuzuka lineage. Exhaling a sigh of relief, Uchiha Roan wiped the perspiration from his brow with his sleeve and nodded in satisfaction. My dear lady, this is where my assistance must conclude. I hope in your next life you choose not to become a ninja. As the technique of spirit control was employed for 20 minutes, Uchiha Roan realized that the female ninja's features could barely be restored to their original outline, and the damaged flesh remained in a state of disarray. An idea sparked within him. He summoned the dual properties of Yin and Yang chakra within himself, blending them seamlessly to enhance his technique. To his astonishment, the results were extraordinary. Keiya's face was restored to its pristine condition, her skin even appearing more supple and radiant than in life. A series of knocks echoed from behind, heralding the arrival of the head of the Inuzuka clan. Urging him to proceed, Uchiha Roan carefully draped the white cloth over Keiya's body and adjusted his attire before stepping outside. Soon, the morning ceremony commenced. Representatives from the various clans of Konoha gathered at the front of the hall, awaiting the family's directive. Please, Uchiha-kun, the aged elder gestured respectfully, inviting him to unveil the deceased for the attendees to pay their respects. With a composed demeanor, Uchiha Roan placed one hand behind his back and approached the casket, gently lifting the white cloth that covered the body. The guests, already filled with anticipation, had heard of the tragic fate that befell this young woman. Struck by a surprise attack from the Cloud Ninja, her demise gruesome in nature. Would this young mortician truly live up to the formidable reputation that preceded him? As the cloth was gradually removed, gasps filled the air as the guests beheld the visage before them. What? When Inuzuka Keiya's face was fully revealed, astonishment swept through the assembly. A surge of energy coursed through their bodies, igniting a tingling sensation within their souls. Such divine artistry. In that moment, all eyes widened in awe, captivated by her youthful and luminous beauty, an overwhelming sense of surrealism enveloping them. "Ya," sobbed Keiya's mother, unable to contain her grief upon witnessing her daughter's former beauty. Her father stepped forward, grasping Uchiha Roan's hands tightly, tears brimming in his eyes. Thank you. Roan-kun." Guests began to approach, clutching white flowers, their expressions a mixture of shock and reverence as they came forth to pay their respects. Over the years, they had attended countless funerals, witnessing the haunting and heartbreaking visages of the departed during mourning and burial rites. Today, however, marked the most poignant and moving tribute they had ever encountered in the solemn realm of honoring the deceased. The young mortician named Roan was truly a master. Uchiha Roan gently placed a white chrysanthemum beside the body, bowed respectfully, and then proceeded towards the head of the Inuzuka clan. It was time to settle accounts and return home. In the meeting hall of the Uchiha clan's ancestral shrine, several elders sat across from Uchiha Fugaku, their expressions grave and the atmosphere stifling. "Fugaku, how do you intend to explain the actions of that young boy?" inquired the elder garbed in gray, his voice resonating with indignation. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he ought to diligently study the techniques of fire release and the Sharingan, not venture into the village to run a funeral service. His tone was thunderous and filled with ire. Such a child. And you wish for him to serve as an instructor for those under 8 years of age? What on earth are you thinking, Fugaku? Despite the barrage of questions, Uchiha Fugaku maintained a composed smile. Elder, Uchiha Rong is not as inadequate as you perceive. His taijutsu is sufficient. Fugaku, you are too lenient, interrupted the aged elder. Uchiha Shana, who had remained silent until now. That genin has yet to even awaken a single tomo. How could his taijutsu be commendable enough for such a responsibility? Uchiha Fugaku found himself at a loss for words. The elders before him had always been proponents of seizing power through force, their resolve ironclad, yet devoid of intellect. Uchiha Ron has passed my assessment. I, Fugaku, deem him the strongest among the younger generation in taijutsu. No one is more suited for the role of instructor. His crimson gaze burned with authority. Elders, times have changed. With that proclamation, he turned and strode towards the exit of the shrine. Just before departing, he paused and declared, if you have suitable candidates, feel free to put them forward for fair competition. The victor shall assume the role of instructor. With that, Uchiha Fugaku vanished from the shrine's entrance, leaving 3 hawkish elders with expressions of displeasure. News of Uchiha Rong's restoration of Inuzuka Kurenai's former visage spread like wildfire throughout Konoha. Thus began the ascent of Uchiha Rong to fame, earning accolades such as Konoha's premier mortician and a divine beauty artist. More and more people became aware of his remarkable skills in both funerary practices and beauty treatments. Even more astonishing was the influx of women from the village, eager to visit his shop for beautification services. Among them were newly adult maidens, eligible young mothers, mature sisters with wisdom, and affluent matrons with wealth to spare. Uchiha Rong could scarcely believe that he had established a funeral service which not only catered to the deceased, but had also expanded into the realm of beauty for the living. Consequently, he was compelled to lease another space, establishing a beauty salon named Carefree Beautification. Earning money was not something to be ashamed of. As such, the Carefree funeral service was managed through shadow clones for administrative tasks, allowing him to devote his time to serving the women of Konoha. His days were filled with purpose and stability, with Uchiha Rong often counting his earnings late into the night, nearly cramping his hands from the effort. When the entire village learned that the proprietor of the Carefree funeral service was indeed a member of the Uchiha clan, discussions grew even more animated. An increasing number of commoners and ordinary ninja families sought his expertise in mortuary services. His exceptional skills in mortuary rites, coupled with his humble and serene demeanor, have catapulted him to prominence. The villagers and ordinary ninja families, upon realizing that it is a member of the esteemed Uchiha clan who is serving them and shouldering the burdens of malevolence, have grown increasingly fond of seeking Uchiha Rong's assistance. This, however, became the final catalyst that caused the elder council of the Uchiha clan to lose their composure. Ultimately, irrespective of factional divides, both hawks and doves alike found Uchiha Rong's actions distasteful, demanding an end to his endeavors. Some even sought to expel Uchiha Rong from the clan's lineage. Yet, these efforts were staunchly thwarted by Fugaku Uchiha, whose formidable influence only fueled the resentment among the other elders. They united, rallying the clan's young elite to completely undermine Uchiha Rong, forbidding him from holding any position within the clan. In a flash, Uchiha Rong became the target of challenges from his peers, with the exception of Uchiha Itachi, who had long recognized Uchiha Rong's prowess and refrained from participating in the suppression and condemnation of him. Upon learning of the clan's recent animosity toward him, Uchiha Rong remained unfazed. What could possibly be more important than accumulating wealth? It was once again time for the weekly training sessions. And Uchiha Rong brought a group of children to the training grounds, embarking on a new lesson. Today, we shall not only train in taijutsu, but also sing, dance, and engage in merriment together, Uchiha Rong proclaimed, standing at the front of the line with an enormous sack slung over his shoulder. After a fortnight of running the funeral home and beauty parlor, Uchiha Rong finally assumed the role of instructor as all the eligible children of the clan gathered. Uchiha Itachi played an indispensable role in this achievement. Contrary to the dissent from the elite ninjas of the clan, the mothers of these children, after witnessing Uchiha Rong's guidance, were quite agreeable to their offspring continuing their training under him. As Uchiha Meichin remarked, since training with Uchiha Rong, my child's appetite has increased several-fold. Having acknowledged Uchiha Rong as an elder brother, Itachi had also become more cheerful and lively. his face adorned not only with the marks of tears but also with a previously elusive childlike smile. "All of you, line up and count off." The voices rang out loud and commanding, devoid of reproach, filled only with exuberance. For rows of children, a total of 20, stood in perfect formation, obediently counting off. Once the counting concluded, Uchiha Rong casually tossed the sack from his shoulder to the ground. With a thunderous sound, the earth trembled slightly beneath them. All the children curiously fixed their gazes on the burlap sack. "Uchiha Shursui, step forward." Upon command, Uchiha Shursui complied. "Please instruct." Shursui responded in a clear, youthful voice. Engaging in a brief exchange with Uchiha Rong, "Distribute the training equipment," Uchiha Rong commanded, pointing to the burlap sack at his feet. Jishui promptly stepped forward to retrieve an object he had never encountered before, a hefty iron ring. The eyes of all the children sparkled with curiosity as they beheld the small cylindrical cloth tube that was surprisingly affixed to their calves. Upon receiving the iron ring, the children immediately felt their legs grow sluggish, as if they were encumbered by lead, making it arduous to take a step. Very well, the training commences. First exercise, march in unison. Uchiha Rong stood before the formation like a steadfast pine, commanding in a resonant voice, "All personnel, left turn." The small formation executed a synchronized left turn. "On my command, begin marching." With that, the first row of 5 children laboriously lifted their legs in precise rhythm, advancing forward. In the distance, atop a building, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Ina stood together. "What training method is Uchiha Rong employing? I have never witnessed this within our clan," Fugaku remarked, observing the rhythmic shouts emanating from the training ground with astonishment. After a moment of contemplation, Ina scratched his head and suddenly recalled, "Leader, I remember now. I heard from Iron Fire that this is referred to as military training." Uchiha Fugaku was taken aback. He had heard of physical and clan training, but the term military training was new to him. After silently repeating it several times in his mind, a sudden realization struck him. Could it be that this lad? With that thought, Fugaku vanished from the rooftop in an instant, leaving Ina bewildered. Meanwhile, within a residence directly opposite the training ground, Uchiha Shana inquired, "Have all the individuals been notified?" His elite subordinate bowed and replied, "Everything has been arranged. We await your command, Elder. Let us refrain from action for now. We shall observe for 2 days before I give the order." Uchiha Shana gestured dismissively, and his subordinate bowed and retreated. "Fugaku, you possess great strength. Yet you seem oblivious to the threats posed by those old fogies in Konoha. If that is the case, it seems the responsibility falls upon me." Uchiha Shana's previously murky gaze suddenly ignited with fierce brilliance, and his entire demeanor transformed, exuding an invisible yet formidable aura that instilled fear. On the training ground, 1-2. 1. Uchiha Rong's voice resonated with magnetic clarity, the call echoing powerfully. The children marched back and forth, having progressed from the initial step of marching in unison to executing a more advanced march. The children, drenched in sweat and feeling the strain in their legs, exhibited somewhat skewed postures. The once orderly formation had become slightly disheveled. Suddenly, Uchiha Fugaku appeared at Uchiha Rong's right side. "Rong, pause for a moment. I have something to inquire." Uchiha Rong glanced at Fugaku and raised his right hand towards the formation. "All personnel halt. Rest for 10 minutes. Upon hearing this, the 20 children felt as if a great weight had been lifted. They ceased their marching and sank to the ground, massaging their waists and legs. "Chief, if you have any instructions, please speak candidly," Uchiha Rong said with a bright smile. "Let us step aside to converse." Uchiha Fugaku gestured for Uchiha Rong to follow him to the edge of the training ground. "Rong, you are aware that the clan is currently abuzz with discussions regarding your actions," Fugaku remarked, looking intently at Uchiha Rong. Rong nodded with a smile. "And you also know that besides me, the other elders and high-ranking members are intent on suppressing you," Fugaku continued. "That is of no concern to me." Uchiha Rong replied decisively, leaving Uchiha Fugaku momentarily bewildered. "Excuse me?" Uchiha Rong glanced over at the exhausted children sprawled on the ground, then turned back with a smile. "Do I not have the support of the clan leader? Furthermore, do you not also feel indifferent about this? You are aware of their true intentions, are you not?" Uchiha Rong pointedly highlighted the critical relationship at play. Fugaku's eyes widened, compelling him to reassess the robust and radiant youth before him. He was taken aback. This young man comprehended that the radical faction within the clan sought to seize this opportunity to consolidate the moderate faction led by himself, to exert pressure on the third Hokage, and to impeach and replace Danzo, positioning the Uchiha clan to assist the Hokage. As Fugaku was grappling with his astonishment and was about to inquire about the military training, Uchiha Rong's next statement left him utterly astounded. Chief, I am aware that you and Elder Shanta have had to maintain a FAAD for those two old men for the sake of our Uchiha clan. Uchiha Rong paused. A sly smile forming, however. This time, Elder Shanta may genuinely wish to take action. Fugaku's heart raced with shock. Is this boy truly just a genin? The only individuals within the clan who knew about his and Elder Shanta's ruse were a couple of loyal confidants from their respective factions. How did this mere 16-year-old know? I understand that this is precisely what weighs on your mind, Chief. Should Elder Shanta take drastic measures, our Uchiha clan will face dire consequences. Uchiha Rong revealed with a cunning smile. Fugaku instinctively pressed. What are your thoughts on this? Quite simple. Does not Elder Shanta intend to leverage this opportunity to elevate our clan's prestige and intimidate the third Hokage? Uchiha Rong's gaze narrowed as he looked towards the estate across the training ground, his voice growing colder. Then I shall subdue them. At that moment, Fugaku's heart surged like a tumultuous tide. Uchiha Rong's tone, demeanor, and the profound confidence emanating from him were not characteristics of mere boastfulness. Please inform Elder Shanta that the arena matches can commence at any time, and moreover, Uchiha Rong paused, locking eyes with Fugaku. They may utilize ninjutsu and ocular techniques without limitation. What? Fugaku's expression transformed upon hearing these words, staring at Uchiha Rong in speechless disbelief. Uchiha Rong, with an air of calmness, smiled lightly before turning to approach the children, his voice resonating once more. If the clan leader still believes in me, I kindly ask that you refrain from interfering in my military training of the children. Uchiha Fugaku stared blankly at the tall, robust figure, his emotions swirling chaotically. Uchiha Rong returned to the center of the training ground, his gaze sweeping over all the children, finally settling on Itachi and Shursui, who were engaged in a spirited spar not far away. These two young prodigies, Uchiha Rong thought to himself, recognizing that true talent extends beyond mere aptitude. Even the minutiae of their training set them apart from the ordinary. All present, stand at attention. He bellowed, and immediately, all the children sprang to their feet, forming a neat formation with remarkable speed. At ease, a synchronized rustle of legs followed. Sit. The children obeyed once more, crossing their left calves behind their right, swiftly lowering themselves onto the ground, their hands resting naturally on their knees, backs straight as arrows. Uchiha Rong observed the children executing the commands with commendable precision, nodding in satisfaction. Now, we shall learn a song. Once mastered, we will train on the mountain behind us, and then return home for lunch. Upon hearing they would learn a song, the children's spirits lifted, their large dark eyes fixed eagerly on Uchiha Rong. Even Shursui, the eldest among the group, displayed a curious expression. The song we will learn today is titled Unity is Strength. I will sing a line, and you will follow suit. Thus, Uchiha Rong's scouting training program commenced in earnest. After all the children had successfully learned the resounding military anthem, Uchiha Rong led them to the clan's rear mountain to continue their grueling physical training, walking along cliff edges, sprinting while carrying stones, performing push-ups, and dodging shurikens while laden with weights. By evening, as each child held an ice cream cone, savoring the treat as they returned to their mothers, the day's military training came to a close. As night fell, Uchiha Rong gazed up at the sky, his expression growing cold. The arena? I have no time to engage in family squabbles. The night breeze stirred, lifting a few fallen leaves and dispersing Uchiha Rong's silhouette. In the early hours of dawn, under a moonless sky and a gusty wind, the Uchiha clan territory remained eerily silent. Apart from a few patrolling ninjas, everyone else had succumbed to slumber. In a quiet, dimly lit courtyard, a gentle breeze wafted through the window, where Uchiha Tetsahira lay in deep sleep. Suddenly, an overwhelming, acrid sensation surged through his nostrils, penetrating deep into his lungs. Uchiha Tetsahira jolted awake, feeling as if an invisible force was suffocating his mouth and nose, rendering him breathless and dizzy. His eyes darted around, only to find nothing before him. The three tomo of Uchiha Tetsahira's Sharingan spun rapidly within his crimson irises. However, before he could activate any ocular techniques, his gaze quickly dimmed and closed, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. In an instant, a flash of lightning erupted within the room. After the sound of two sharp knocks, the night breeze rose once more, brushing past the window. Under the cloak of darkness, Uchiha Rong, the nocturnal hunter, emerged, drawing forth the indomitable spirit of Fugaku. That night, tranquility enveloped the Uchiha clan, yet beneath the surface, unrest simmered. A faint hum resonated as Uchiha Rong, embodying the shadowy hunter, materialized upon returning home. One could only wonder what expressions Uchiha Shana and Fugaku might wear, how amusing it would be. In high spirits, Uchiha Rong tended to his nightly rituals and succumbed to slumber, replete with sweet dreams. The following day, all ninjas of the Uchiha clan were urgently summoned. A series of forceful knocks reverberated against the door, rousing Uchiha Rong from his peaceful dreams. With sleepy eyes, he opened the door to find Uchiha Yoei, whose expression was fraught with urgency. Wrong. We must hurry to the shrine plaza. The clan leader has called for an urgent assembly. With that, he vanished in an instant, racing to the neighboring residence to continue relaying the message. 10 minutes later, Uchiha Rong arrived at the shrine plaza. By this time, most of the clan members had gathered, mingling in small groups, engaging in hushed discussions. Uchiha Fugaku stood at the forefront of the crowd, his back turned to the ancestral shrine. As Uchiha Rong entered the throng, he immediately noticed a group of 10 or so young men behind Fugaku, some seated, others reclined, their upper bodies swathed in bandages, bearing expressions of fatigue and pain. Remarkably, they had endured such an assault and still managed to reach the shrine. Last night, Uchiha Rong had stealthily infiltrated the rooms of the clan's young male ninjas, aged 15 to 25. The copious amounts of anesthetics pilfered from the medical department proved exceedingly effective. Even Uchiha Ina, renowned for his vigilance, succumbed within mere seconds. After incapacitating them, Rong swiftly activated the lightning release chakra mode, delivering a powerful blow that shattered their ribs. Soon, all ninjas had assembled in that location. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shana stood resolutely at the forefront of the gathering. Fugaku surveyed the assembly, his voice grave as he addressed them. You have all witnessed the events of last night. A number of our clan's ninjas were subjected to a mysterious assault. His words ignited a wave of uproar as uncontrolled murmurs surged throughout the crowd. The young ninjas standing behind Fugaku, heads bowed, were expressions of shame and indignation. After all, they were mid-level and upper-level ninjas within the Leaf Village, yet they had been silently ambushed in their slumber, a fact that would undoubtedly invite ridicule from their peers in other clans. After thorough discussion and analysis with the elders, we suspect, Uchiha Fugaku's gaze swept across the crowd, momentarily pausing on Uchiha Rong before continuing. We suspect the involvement of members from the Root and Umbu. Upon hearing this, expressions of outrage spread through the assembly. Over 60% of those present were from Uchiha Shana's faction, their eyes ablaze with fury, the crimson tomo of their Sharingan glaring fiercely. Danzo has gone too far. Let us bring him down and avenge ourselves. The third Hokage is incompetent. We must confront the higher-ups of the Leaf. The call for rebellion resonated through their ranks. The Uchiha clan was ablaze with fervor, increasingly discontented with Danzo and the third Hokage. Upon witnessing such reactions from his clansmen, Uchiha Shana's previously gloomy expression momentarily brightened. The young members of his faction had not suffered in vain. They indeed held significant influence. In the back of the crowd, Uchiha Rong yawned in boredom. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, Uchiha Hakadai discreetly glanced at Uchiha Rong, furrowing his brow. Why is it that the injured clan members all have broken ribs? This scene seems eerily familiar. A strange thought flickered in Hakadai's mind, but he quickly dismissed it, shaking his head. How could it possibly be him? No matter how skilled that boy is in taijutsu, it would be inconceivable for him to silently incapacitate so many elite ninjas without them noticing, especially while they were in a deep slumber. Absolutely impossible. Moreover, when that boy had injured him, it was due to his own underestimation and lack of preparation. Redirecting his gaze, Uchiha Hakadai focused once more on the clan leader and elder, who were engaged in hushed discussion, awaiting their conclusions. Soon, it appeared they had reached a decision. Uchiha Fugaku spoke aloud. Esteemed clansmen, I have 2 announcements to make. The first is that the previously scheduled instructor tournament is hereby cancelled. Uchiha Rong will continue to serve as the temporary instructor. As his words echoed, a wave of astonishment swept through the assembly. They had eagerly anticipated this tournament, eager to discern who among the younger generation would emerge victorious. However, it seemed that all eligible participants were. Wait, perhaps not all. It appeared that the young boy who was to continue as temporary instructor was still unscathed. The clansmen instinctively turned their gazes toward Uchiha Rong in the corner, their expressions rife with confusion. At that moment, Uchiha Rong, with his hands in his pockets and a smirk on his lips, gazed upward, seemingly unfazed. A derisive chuckle escaped someone in the crowd. And after a brief moment of surprise, the clan members quickly returned to their usual demeanor. Him? An orphan genin, achieving such a feat against so many young elites overnight? All eyes, filled with disdain, shifted away from Uchiha Rong. Then, Uchiha Fugaka spoke again. The second announcement is that all ninjas currently serving en route and the Umbu will be reassigned to the police force. Boom. This explosive revelation sent shockwaves through the hearts of all present. Even Uchiha Rong, concealed within the throng, felt a twinge of surprise. Fugaku, you finally stood your ground. Uchiha Rong mused. This decision was tantamount to sending a message to the third Hokage and Danzo. The Uchiha clan is not a plaything for you to control at will. If you wish to undermine us, you must think twice. This resolution also, to some extent, fulfilled the ambitions and aspirations of the more radical faction led by Uchiha Shana. Furthermore, it has been decreed that patrols will be intensified immediately, with 3 additional teams dispatched for night vigilance. Upon receiving the command from Fuyue, the clan members dispersed, each attending to their respective duties. 2 hours later, Danzo and the third Hokage convened in the Hokage's office. Danzo, what is your perspective? The third, with his ever-present pipe, spoke as smoke billowed from his mouth and nose, slowly enveloping the room. I have long asserted that they are a ticking time bomb for Konoha. Yet you have persistently hesitated to confront them. Danzo's tone was icy, tinged with reproach. Sarutobi Hiruzen, with his left hand resting behind his back, stepped closer. I understand you act in the interest of the village, but have you considered that if they are suppressed too harshly, the village itself may falter, allowing other hidden villages to reap the benefits? Sarutobi seemed undeterred by the withdrawal of Uchiha clan members from the Umbu, instead contemplating the broader implications. By the way, did you not mention that you personally arranged for the investigation of the child who saved the 4th Hokage's son? What has become of that? Sarutobi deftly shifted the topic. Danzo, leaning on his cane, his right eye bandaged, replied coldly, after 2 months of surveillance. We have merely encountered a child who has yet to awaken even a single Sharingan. And you, Hokage, what have you discovered about the mysterious individual who swiftly dispatched 2 elite Cloud Village Jonin a month ago? Although referring to Hiruzen as Hokage, Danzo's tone was unmistakably accusatory. Clad in a black robe and mask, moving with astonishing speed, our investigations have yielded no results, and the matter has been left unresolved. Sarutobi appeared unfazed, continuing, regarding the Uchiha. Danzo, perhaps it is wise to temper your fervor until after the conflict with the Cloud Village has concluded. With those words, Sarutobi turned, facing the window with his back to Danzo. Aware that his old comrade had no intention of prolonging the discussion, Danzo prudently withdrew, exiting the Hokage office. The elder leaned on his cane, resembling an ordinary old man as he ambled away from the Hokage building. Has he always walked in such a manner? Mused Uchiha Rong, who had concealed his presence, quietly trailing Danzo from the office, his mind filled with questions. 3 years, a quantitative change leading to a qualitative transformation. Maintaining a distance of approximately 30 meters, Uchiha Rong silently followed. He was determined to observe how Danzo's day was organized. Upon leaving the Hokage building, Danzo proceeded directly to a low-profile expansive courtyard located at the rear of the Hokage residence. This was a domain that could only be glimpsed from the heights of the Hokage's rock face, if his conjecture was correct. This should be the location where Danzo typically conducted his operations, although he had passed by here before. Uchiha Rong had always assumed it to be an ordinary ninja family residence. Arriving at the estate, Uchiha Rong, in a state of transparency, meticulously concealed the fluctuations of his chakra. The technique known as chakra barrier, in conjunction with his stealth, proved to be exceptionally effective. At that moment, Uchiha Rong appeared as inconspicuous as the air itself. Upon entering the mansion, with the grand door left ajar, Shimura Danzo stepped into the dim chamber within. Uchiha Rong hurriedly followed, slipping inside just before the door closed to the left. Lo and behold, before Uchiha Rong lay an independent darkroom. Its size twice that of the outer chamber. The arrangement and decor within the chamber mirrored that of Sarutobi Hiruzen's office almost perfectly. This old schemer truly considers himself a deputy Hokage. Uchiha Rong mused silently as he observed Danzo settle into the large chair behind the desk. Rather than a desk, it resembled a tall tea table, adorned with a few stacks of documents. Not long after Danzo took his seat, several root members entered through 3 small doors within the darkroom, each reporting in turn. Uchiha Rong naturally eavesdropped on the entire exchange. To his astonishment, each of these elite root members began their reports with intelligence regarding the Uchiha clan before addressing the circumstances of other clans within the village. It was evident that Danzo singularly controlled knowledge of all the ninja clan's movements and situations. The moniker of Old Schemer was indeed well-deserved. A dark power, terrifying in its reach. Were it not for his reliance on the Flying Thunder God technique, allowing him to escape instantly if discovered. Uchiha Rong would never have lingered before this old man for even a second. How had these root members managed to uncover such extensive intelligence about the clans? Uchiha Rong pondered, as it was logical to assume that after Fugaku ordered the clan members to sever ties with Root in the Umbu, internal information should not have leaked. Amidst his confusion, Uchiha Rong overheard information that sent chills down his spine. Lord Danzo, in the area where your clan resides, other ninjas are investigating, and preliminary findings suggest they belong to Orochimaru. A brown-haired member, wearing a gray cat mask, reported with a bow. Danzo, seated in his chair, lifted his teacup, his expression revealing neither joy nor anger. Continue to guard the clan's vital areas. Should you encounter any intruders, eliminate them. Danzo's icy, emotionless tone and expression sent a wave of cold dread through the entire dark room. Vital areas of the clan. Uchiha Rong's heart trembled. This old man indeed possessed a secret base. The brown-haired cat-masked ninja received his orders and withdrew, and Uchiha Rong silently trailed behind. However, as he stealthily followed the brown-haired ninja, an unsettling sensation washed over him, a feeling as if he were a wild rabbit ensnared in the gaze of an eagle, with nowhere to hide. Only upon completely exiting the shadowy mansion did that absurd feeling finally dissipate. Did that old man sense something? Uchiha Rong wondered anxiously, hastening to keep pace with the cat-masked ninja as they made their way to the area where Danzo's clan resided. The Shimura clan, a prominent family among Konoha's ninja clans, was currently basking in glory. With Danzo's ascent, the entire clan thrived alongside him. Uchiha Rong surmised that the cat-masked figure, leaping forward some 30 meters ahead, was likely a member of the Shimura clan. The path taken by the cat-masked ninja was notably deliberate. Instead of entering through the usual pathways and streets of the clan, he swiftly traversed the relatively quiet walls flanking the family estate. Soon, the significant stronghold that Danzo had mentioned came into view for Uchiha Rong, the ancestral shrine of the Shimura family. In stark contrast to the Uchiha clan's Southie shrine, this place appeared rather ordinary and desolate. The ancient shrine, though impeccably maintained, offered a clear line of sight to its depths. However, Uchiha Rong was acutely aware that it was far from as simple as it seemed. Upon reaching the shrine's exterior, the cat-faced ninja was soon joined by two other ninjas who came to report. By their attire, Uchiha Rong discerned they were members of Danzo's clan. Following a brief exchange, the three swiftly dispersed. The cat-faced ninja vanished into the small grove behind the shrine. In an instant, the shrine was left devoid of any presence. Without hesitation, Uchiha Rong entered the shrine's interior. Inside, on the innermost wall, peculiar patterns adorned the surface, reminiscent of the runes that manifest during summoning techniques. Undoubtedly, beyond that wall lay the highly guarded secrets that Danzo had imposed strict oversight upon. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. But Uchiha Rong sensed an almost imperceptible scent of blood emanating from the wall. As his mind stirred with unease, Uchiha Rong promptly retreated. His purpose for this visit had been fulfilled. He had observed Danzo and taken the initiative. Time flowed as swiftly as the ninjutsu of Hashirama Senju. 3 years swiftly passed. Uchiha Rong's days in Konoha were stable and fulfilling. During this period, apart from the occasional summons from Tsunade, who invited him to discuss medical ninjutsu, Uchiha Rong diligently executed his plans. To date, the wealth he had accumulated surpassed the total rewards his parents had earned during their lifetimes. The renown gained from the worry-free funeral service had elevated him to a local celebrity, to the extent that even his clan members began seeking his assistance for their own funerals. Rong, thank you for your service. In the Uchiha clan, a family that had recently held a funeral expressed their gratitude, the male head of the household looking up, shaking Uchiha Rong's hand with a smile. 3 years later, at the age of 19, Uchiha Rong had grown to a height of 185 centimeters, his physique more robust than ever. It is my duty, Uchiha Rong replied with a smile in kind. A month prior, with the acknowledgement of SH and Fugaku, Uchiha Rong had finally earned the right to serve his clan. As the bereaved family bid him farewell, Uchiha Rong waved and vanished in an instant. A minute later, he found himself atop the colossal statue of Uchiha Madara in the Valley of the End. System, he called softly, and instantly, the system within him responded. The Ninja World Corp's Recovery System host, Uchiha Rong, age, 19 years, affiliated Ninja Village, Konoha Ninja rank, Chunin Department, Logistics Medical Unit. Corpse Processing Team, Bloodline Limit, Sharingan, not yet activated. Integrated Ninjutsu, Wind Body Flicker Technique, level, mastered. Flying Thunder God Technique, level, secret technique, proficient. Fusion Degree 20. Partial Multiplication Technique, Level Secret Technique, Comprehended, Palm Sage Technique, Level, Comprehended, Lightning Release Chakra Mode, Raijin Armor, Mastered, Bloodline Limit, Inton, Mastered, Bloodline Limit, Rinnegan Initial. Activation Level, 3. Universal Pull, Mastered, Wind Release, Vacuum Wave, Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique, Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet, among 98 other ninjutsu. Bloodline Space, Identical Bloodline Ninja Corpses, 1. Sharingan, 1. Chakra Reserve, 27 cards, Physical Energy, 10 Kai, 1 Red Kai, Mental Energy, 10 Itachi, over the course of 3 years through his mortuary services. The amounts of chakra, physical energy, and mental energy he amassed reached a terrifying magnitude. A year ago, when his physical energy reached 9 Kai, he discovered a seemingly qualitative transformation in the vitality of his bodily tissues. Since then, he had never experienced fatigue. It seemed he had forgotten what it felt like to be weary. His entire being brimmed with explosive power at all times. The density of his muscles and bones strikingly formidable. Exiting the system with his mind, Uchiha Rong did not open his eyes but smiled and spoke. Brothers, why have you come only now? 030 The astonishing discovery after Tsunade's instruction. 3 years had passed, and Uchiha Rong's initial plan for the Uchiha Youth Corps was abandoned. However, he had gained 2 companions, Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi. You arrived too early, Brother Rong. Itachi, and I thought you were still engaged in business, Shisui chuckled, removing the short blade from his back and casually reclining beside Uchiha Rong. Compared to money, I value you two more. So, what did you gain from this mission? Uchiha Rong smiled at the two. A bit of an unexpected twist, but overall smooth sailing. Itachi replied with a smile, mimicking Uchiha Rong by resting his arm on his head and lying on the other side. The 3 brothers lay together atop the statue of the Uchiha ancestor, gazing at the sky. Since 3 years ago, due to a twist of fate, Uchiha Rong inadvertently led the clan's higher-ups to order the entire clan to sever ties with the Umbu and Root. Now, Uchiha ninjas were almost invariably sent to the front lines for the most perilous missions. Yet, Shisui and Itachi, due to Fugaku's position as clan leader and captain of the police force, found their tasks comparatively easier. They often spent time with Uchiha Rong, exploring the land of fire whenever they had the chance, ostensibly for leisure, but in truth, it was to seek out the mysteries hidden within. The recent journey of the two to the Dragon Cave was proposed by Uchiha Rong. It was imperative for Itachi, having just awakened his eyes, to venture into the outside world to hone his ocular prowess. The Dragon Cave, a clandestine site of inheritance within the ninja realm, was exceptionally suitable for such training. By the way, Rong, do you plan to participate in the upcoming Allied Shinobi Forces tournament? Suddenly inquired Shisui, who was seated to the left. It is noteworthy that Uchiha Rong graduated from the Ninja Academy at the tender age of 13, and 6 years have elapsed since, yet he remains a mere genin. This is quite astonishing within the annals of the Uchiha clan's history. He is, after all, the first underachiever in Uchiha's legacy. Even the villagers of Konoha perceive Uchiha Rong as a promising master of funerary rites, showing little concern for his status as a genin. Uchiha Rong abruptly straightened his upper body and hurled a shuriken downward. This action startled the 2 companions, prompting them to rise and observe. The shuriken soared swiftly toward the surface of the lake. At the very moment it was about to pierce the water, the outer corner of Rong's left eye underwent a peculiar transformation, revealing a minute black arc traversing the sclera. With his right hand extended, he clenched it in midair, causing the shuriken to suspend just a breath away from the lake's surface. Then, with a slight curl of his fingers toward his palm, the suspended shuriken returned at thrice its original speed, swiftly landing back between Uchiha Rong's fingers. Of course, I will participate, Uchiha Rong exclaimed while toying with the shuriken, a smile gracing his lips. Such an exhilarating event cannot be missed by the Uchiha. Although it was not the first occasion for Itachi and Shisui to witness Rong's mastery of the gravitational technique, they were still awestruck by the precision of his manipulation. Their eyes met, reflecting a blend of astonishment and delight. The surprise stemmed from the fact that, compared to the last demonstration, the distance and accuracy of this control had significantly increased. The joy arose from the realization that Rong's chances of advancing in the Chunin exams had greatly improved. Wonderful. Rong, let us 3 brothers participate together. Shisui, who had already been promoted to Chunin 2 years prior, exclaimed excitedly, pumping his fist in the air. He was genuinely pleased for Uchiha Rong and Itachi. All right, let us begin our sparring session. Afterward, I shall treat you both to barbecue." With that, Uchiha Rong instantly appeared atop Hashirama's head, leaving Madara's head for the two youths. The moment Uchiha Rong departed, Itachi and Shurisue's eyes glowed crimson, signaling the commencement of their duel. In an instant, shuriken clashed, fire techniques blazed forth, and various ninjutsu and ocular techniques unfolded in a dazzling display. Observing the two youths giving their all, Uchiha Rong felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Their bi-monthly practice sessions had commenced 3 years ago when he first became their instructor. The following day, Uchiha Rong was awakened by the weight pressing upon him. As he opened his eyes, he beheld his elder sister, clad in a loose sleeveless top. Perched upon his waist, her arms crossed and her gaze fixed intently upon him. "Sister, is it so early?" Uchiha Rong, with a playful smile, pulled Tsunade close, wrapping an arm around her waist. "If you miss me, I can come over. There's no need for you, dear sister, to make the journey yourself." Tsunade's cheeks flushed slightly, and after a brief struggle, she surrendered to Uchiha Rong's embrace. 3 years had passed, a time that should have ushered in new chapters for both of them. Yet, due to the acute shortage of personnel in the medical department, the skilled Uchiha Rong had stepped up once again, intertwining their fates anew. This formidable woman, renowned throughout the ninja world, had been thoroughly captivated by Uchiha Rong. After all, the more one nurtures a flower, the more vibrant and beautiful it becomes. Having experienced a profound harmony of life with Uchiha Rong, Tsunade found herself yearning for more. Her beautiful eyes danced with mischief as she gazed at the now-grown young man, pulling the sheets around them, enveloping them in a cocoon. Before long, garments were tossed aside, and the sheets began to ripple like waves, orchestrating a symphony of harmonious existence within the room. 2 hours later, Uchiha Rong emerged from this intimate exchange, feeling immensely enriched and satisfied. "Sister, your visit was solely for training, was it?" he inquired, inhaling the fragrant scent of her hair with a playful grin. "Come to the medical department and join me," Tsunade asserted with an air of commanding authority. But Uchiha Rong was taken aback. "I'm merely a genin. What merit do I possess?" "Very well, it's settled then. Stick with me, and I'll help you bypass 20 years of effort." As she spoke, the formidable woman sprang to her feet, gathering her clothes and donning them with haste, leaving a pile of cash behind. "Kid, you're getting better at this. Here, consider it a reward." Uchiha Rong could only manage a wry smile. Must we always make it feel like a business transaction? Seeing the bemusement on his face, Tsunade chuckled wickedly, reveling in her triumph. Just a little payback for earlier. As she prepared to leave, Uchiha Rong raised a hand, invoking a sudden force that pulled her back to the bed. With a sharp clap, their bodies met, a crisp sound echoing in the room. "Remember to keep active." Tsunade's cheeks flushed slightly as she shot him a glare before vanishing in an instant. It seemed that the energy within his body resonated with Tsunade's unique abilities. With his eyes closed, Uchiha Rong reflected on the recent encounter, feeling the energy within him still bubbling with vitality. The yang chakra flowed ceaselessly through his veins, and after assessing the changes within his body and his current state, Uchiha Rong realized with astonishment that a portion of his energy and yang chakra had subtly transitioned into Tsunade's body. Astonished, a bold idea suddenly struck Uchiha Rong's mind. Swift in running, efficient in work, adept in romance, and fleeting in life, Speed embodies the belief of Watergate and the Sai of Kushina. The mission is set to eliminate the Cloud Village's shinobi, rescue Hinata, acquire a body, and seize the Byakugan. Tsunade sat before her vanity, gazing at her increasingly radiant and lustrous visage with delight. It had been 3 months since she last tapped into the chakra of the mitotic regeneration technique. Mastering the Yin seal, she relied on the low output and subtle adjustments of the mitotic regeneration chakra to preserve her youthful appearance and enhance her physical capabilities, keeping her in peak condition. However, 3 months ago, she noticed that even without employing the Yin seal or mitotic regeneration, her youthful looks remained intact. This realization filled her with elation. Women are innately enamored with beauty. After much contemplation, the astute Tsunade understood that this phenomenon was linked to Uchiha Rong. Hence, she intended to have Uchiha Rong join the medical department as her personal assistant. That lad has truly become increasingly enigmatic. After more than 2 years together, Tsunade had discerned several mysterious aspects about Uchiha Rong. Naturally, these mysteries primarily manifested through their intimate interactions, which she would not divulge. Knock, knock, knock. Lady Tsunade. Lord Third Hokage requests your presence at the Alliance celebration with the Cloud Village, Shizen gently announced as she entered, cradling a plush toy. "I shall not attend." Tsunade resolutely declined, with a disdainful huff from Shizen. When our village was ravaged and oppressed, they turned a blind eye. Now that we have recovered, they come seeking an alliance. The Cloud Village is truly playing a clever game. Come, accompany me outside for a moment. We shall return to find that lad after his Chunin exam concludes. Tsunade rose, clutching a box brimming with currency, and exited Konoha with Shizen. The alliance celebration between Konoha and the Cloud Village was grandly held at the Konoha training ground. Uchiha Rong, as a Konoha Genin, was naturally extended a prominent invitation. As the third Hokage would say, a Genin must possess the awareness befitting their rank. In such diplomatic gatherings, merely sitting there, applauding, and cheering sufficed to fulfill their duty. From the audience, they observed the leader of the Cloud Shinobi and the third Hokage rise to the stage's center, signing documents, exchanging papers, shaking hands, smiling, posing for photographs, and delivering speeches. This scene was all too familiar. As the third Hokage began to indoctrinate the village's ninjas with the will of fire, Uchiha Rong seized the opportunity to excuse himself to the restroom and discreetly slipped away. He needed to arrive at the Hyuga clan's residence ahead of schedule. Soon, once the Cloud leader concluded his address and enjoyed dinner, he would come to abduct little Hinata. Activating his Shunshin, Uchiha Rong approached the vicinity of the Hyuga estate. From a distance, he beheld the 3-year-old Hinata, joyfully skipping after a fluttering butterfly, lost in innocent play. Not far behind the young heiress, 2 family bodyguards stood vigil, ever diligent in their duty. Before long, young Hinata followed the colorful butterfly into the woods near the Hyuga family home, her innocent laughter echoing through the air. At this moment, 2 elite Genin from her team concealed themselves about 5 or 6 meters away, hidden among ancient trees. They remained oblivious to the fact that someone had been silently tracking them for quite some time. Even Uchiha Rong, who crouched quietly beside little Hinata, resting his chin on his hand while observing her with keen interest, went unnoticed by the 2 Genin. With a chakra barrier and the advantage of his Byakugan, Uchiha Rong felt no fear of being discovered. Captivated by the adorable visage of the little girl, his heart melted at the sight of her. Her milky white eyes, round cherubic face, and soft, obedient hairstyle made her seem even more delicate than a porcelain doll. As he watched the blissfully innocent child, Uchiha Rong succumbed to playful whims. He raised a finger and subtly unleashed his technique, universal pull. Little Hinata was crouched before a pure white wildflower, tilting her head as she gazed unblinkingly at the colorful butterfly nestled within its petals, a smile gradually blossoming on her face, exuding pure charm. Suddenly, the butterfly took flight, fluttering down to land on Hinata's tiny hand, prompting an expression of sheer delight as she burst into giggles. Uchiha Rong, concealed in the air, wore a paternal smile. With a slight movement of his finger, he guided the butterfly to dance around the little girl. Hinata was overjoyed, bouncing and flailing her arms in delight as she followed the butterfly. After playing with the young lady for a while, Uchiha Rong released the butterfly and glanced up at the sky. It was nearly time for the anticipated arrival. As the butterfly flew away, Hinata took off in pursuit, while the 2 elite bodyguards leapt between the treetops on either side. "Young lady, wait a moment." One of the slender-faced bodyguards quickly positioned himself in front of Hinata, blocking her path. The other, slightly more robust, wielded a kunai and assumed a defensive stance behind her. Both of their eyes exhibited the distinctive chakra veins characteristic of the Byakugan. There, the lean-faced bodyguard soon spotted a suspicious figure moving stealthily ahead. "Keep an eye on the young lady. I will scout ahead." He vanished in an instant. Little Hinata seemed to sense the danger, her small face turning pale with fear. How foolish. Uchiha Rong, hidden 3 meters away, cursed internally as he watched the lean bodyguard drawn away from his post. Although concealed, he remained vigilant. The Hyuga clan was renowned in the ninja world, and this location was not far from their territory. The Cloud Ninja leader could only resort to a blitzkrieg strategy. While appearing to ally with Konoha, their true aim was the theft of the Byakugan. Uchiha Rong's objective was to ensure Hinata's safety while recovering the body of the fallen bodyguard. Upon reaching a critical threshold of energy within his body, Uchiha Rong felt a transformation. In terms of physical sensation, he had long surpassed even the level of a Kage. A faint tremor beneath his feet alerted him, and Uchiha's expression changed. The outer corner of his left eye, once the size of a soybean, instantly took on a subtle purplish hue, with slender black arcs rapidly materializing within it. In an instinctive reflex, he raised his hand, targeting little Hinata to the left. "Universal pull," he shouted inwardly, causing Hinata's form to uncontrollably shift 3 meters to the left. Almost simultaneously, a large hand burst from the ground where Hinata had just stood, grasping at empty air. Unfortunately, the bodyguard behind her was not so fortunate. Despite his vigilant use of the Byakugan, scanning the area with a 360-degree view, he had overlooked the immediate ground beneath his feet. Suddenly, with a loud crash, two massive hands erupted from the earth, pinning his legs firmly in place. Two cloud ninjas emerged from the soil, while another swung a blade crackling with lightning, its cold gleam slicing downwards. The portly bodyguard, still in Byakugan mode, had foreseen the enemy's movement, yet found himself immobile, compelled to raise a kunai in a desperate attempt to block. The ordinary kunai stood no chance against the lightning-infused blade, and the unfortunate bodyguard was cleaved in half. Meanwhile, the slender-faced bodyguard who had gone to investigate rushed back but could not save his companion. Little Hinata was now crying in terror. The leader of the Cloud Ninjas appeared, encircling the small girl with 3 of his subordinates. "Capture her alive. Take her back to the village," the leader commanded in a grave tone. The slender-faced bodyguard, maintaining his composure, swiftly hurled a kunai embedded with an explosive tag into the sky. The tag detonated in midair with a thunderous roar. The Cloud Ninja leader's expression shifted. "Retreat," he ordered. With a cold smirk, Uchiha Rong's left eye suddenly transformed, and under the power of his Rinnegan, he unleashed Universal Pull with full force. This time, his target was not Hinata, but one of the Cloud Ninjas who had first reached out with malicious intent. In a swift motion, the close-range Universal Pull yanked the reaching ninja towards him. Amidst the astonishment on the ninja's face, Uchiha Rong drew his weapon and swiftly severed his throat. The entire sequence unfolded in less than a second, leaving observers dizzy. The sudden turn of events put the remaining 3 Cloud Ninjas on high alert. 2 turned their backs to the perimeter, while the ninja leader extended his hand towards little Hinata. "Die," he seethed inwardly. Uchiha Rong vanished from sight, reappearing directly in front of Hinata. He placed 2 explosive tags on the leader's outstretched arm, scooped up Hinata, and teleported 30 meters away. "Boom," he commanded silently, and the tags on the enemy's arm began to crackle ominously. The Cloud Ninja leader's eyes widened in horror, his scalp tingling as he hastily summoned lightning to shield himself. The other 2 subordinate ninjas, along with the slender-faced ninja who had just sent a signal from 10 meters away, witnessed an extraordinary scene. Little Hinata had instantaneously teleported to a distance. With a resounding explosion, dust engulfed the area. As the smoke cleared, the 2 Cloud Ninja subordinates lay motionless on the ground, incapacitated by the blast. The leader, protected by his lightning defense, had only suffered a severed arm, his life spared for the moment. The body of the Hyuga family's portly bodyguard had vanished without a trace. "Hinata," a voice filled with urgency echoed from afar. At long last, Uchiha Rong, bearing the lifeless body of his corpulent bodyguard, concealed himself among the branches of a tree. Upon noticing that Hyuga Hisashi had arrived, he silently withdrew. Below, the Cloud Ninja leader, realizing his plans had been thwarted and cornered into a dire situation, was left with no choice but to sacrifice himself in a desperate attempt to seize Hinata. "Hack," he roared, but soon after, silence enveloped the area. "Welcome to the Raging Organization. Please read the mandatory notice. Death Ninja, Hyuga Iron, Strength. Special Jonin contact with the corpse has exceeded 10 seconds, automatically reclaiming residual chakra from the deceased. The jutsu and bloodline limit possessed by the deceased, Byakugan, Purity 65, Gentle Fist Taijutsu, 8 trigrams 32 palms." Uchiha Rong initiated the fusion of the Byakugan bloodline limit. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, he returned home, promptly reclaiming his chakra and Byakugan. Subsequently, he stealthily transported the corpse to a remote cave in the back mountains and incinerated it to ashes. The Byakugan's perceptive abilities surpassed those of the Sharingan, providing a significant advantage to someone skilled in taijutsu. Uchiha Rong was unperturbed by the prospect of being held accountable by the Hyuga clan for possessing the Byakugan, for he would never willingly expose himself until he attained absolute strength. A day later, high-ranking officials from the Hidden Cloud Village personally arrived at Konoha to demand accountability. The death of the Alliance envoy's leader incited fury within the Hidden Cloud, prompting a declaration of war against Konoha. To avert conflict, the higher-ups of Konoha negotiated a transaction with their counterparts in the Hidden Cloud. Seizing the opportunity, the Hidden Cloud demanded the life of Hyuga Hisashi. Acknowledging their culpability, Konoha acquiesced to the pressures exerted by the Hyuga clan to quell the wrath of the Hidden Cloud and prevent war. Ultimately, the result was that the branch family member, Hyuga Hisashi, would sacrifice himself in place of his brother. Naturally, Uchiha Rong, hailed as Konoha's most formidable mortician, was summoned by the Hyuga family. Hyuga Hisashi succumbed to poison. His exterior bore no visible injuries, yet a mortician's expertise was still required. Uchiha Rong quietly entered the mortuary. Aside from the body of Hyuga Hisashi, a small boy sat nearby, only 4 years of age. Hyuga Niji had disheveled black hair and a dark purple mark on his forehead. His tear-streaked face reflected profound sorrow as he sat silently beside his father's corpse, weeping without sound. Sighing inwardly, Uchiha Rong lamented that Konoha's most prestigious clan had devolved to such a twisted and cruel extent, necessitating the branch family to offer their lives to protect the main house in order to preserve the purity of the Byakugan bloodline. Approaching the body, he commenced the cleansing of toxins that had infiltrated the muscles and blood vessels of Hyuga Hisashi using palm healing techniques. Half an hour later, as the corpse's meridians and skin regained their normal hue, the mortuary rites came to a successful conclusion. Uchiha Rong also adeptly reclaimed his Byakugan and residual chakra. Beep. The fusion of the Byakugan bloodline limit, Purity 90, is complete. Detected that the host has reclaimed the Byakugan. Would you like to merge it further? Yes. After a brief hesitation, Uchiha Rong chose to continue the fusion process. Ding. The bloodline limit, Byakugan, has successfully completed its overlay fusion with a current purity of 100. Having swiftly absorbed Hinata Hayashi's chakra, Uchiha Rong approached the small boy. Standing before him, Uchiha Rong gazed at Niji, struggling to find the words. How he longed to assist the boy in breaking free from the constraints of his clan, yet it seemed utterly futile. A sigh escaped Uchiha Rong, resonating within the room as he moved toward the door. Just as he was about to turn the doorknob, contemplating leaving Niji to seek his own light in the darkness, he suddenly froze, feeling an almost tangible gaze locking onto him, as if his very soul were being scrutinized. It was an invisible resonance with the Byakugan of 100 purity within him. Turning abruptly to face Niji, Uchiha Rong was profoundly moved. The 4-year-old boy appeared to share the same 100 pure Byakugan, creating a spiritual resonance between them. At that moment, Niji raised his small face, staring unblinkingly at Uchiha Rong. Tears streaming down his cheeks, his azure eyes filled with helplessness and confusion. In that instant, Uchiha Rong's heart trembled violently. His eyes uncontrollably shifted to a milky white, then transformed into the characteristic pale hue of the Byakugan. The two of them, one standing and the other sitting, exchanged a silent gaze. After a long pause, Uchiha Rong left a message. Every Saturday at 7 p.m., atop the Hokage rock, wait for me. With that, he turned and exited the room, not even collecting a service fee, heading straight home. This was the first time in over 3 years since his reincarnation that he felt such emotional turmoil. The first time he had uncontrollably unleashed his bloodline limit. He had a strong premonition that Hinata Niji would undoubtedly succumb to darkness. And he, who resonated with the bloodline limit, was one of the two individuals capable of influencing and controlling him. The other was the head of the clan, who had marked him with the imprint of a caged bird. This profound resonance, stirring the spirit, altered Uchiha Rong's initial decision to refrain from intervening with the Hyuga family. He resolved to personally guide Niji, just as he had once taught Shunsui and Itachi. He wanted these prodigies to see the true darkness and filth of the Hidden Leaf Village. 3 days later, on Saturday evening at 7 p.m., the 4-year-old Niji struggled to reach the appointed place, the Hokage rock. Very well, you may call me teacher or elder brother. Uchiha Rong turned around, his Byakugan locking onto the boy, his expression grave and voice resonant. But remember, from this day forth, you are no longer merely a genius of the Hyuga clan. On the contrary, I want you to completely forget this identity from this moment onward. Follow me and learn powerful ninjutsu and taijutsu. From this point forward, the Hidden Leaf is no longer your home, nor your sanctuary. Your true sanctuary lies forever in your own hands. I implore you to remember, the burdens upon your brow cannot restrain your freedom nor bind your will. One day you shall shatter those shackles and restore your family to its rightful path. From this night forth, you must trust no one, not even yourself. Yet you may place your faith in me and those too. Uchiha Rong gestured towards the suddenly appeared Itachi and Shunsui, his voice resonating like a bell, each word striking the tender heart of young Uchiha Rong like a hammer, reverberating with thunderous intensity. Before him stood a child, frozen in place, his pale white eyes gazing at the 3 elder brothers, who stood tall and steadfast like ancient pines, their figures sharp as swords. His soul reverberated, and his body trembled. From these 3 esteemed figures, he perceived a grace and composure unparalleled by any clansman before him. It was as if the world's sorrows and tribulations had left no mark upon them. They radiated an overwhelming sense of openness and confidence. This palpable, uplifting, and invigorating notion ignited an eternal torch within his darkened heart, illuminating his very soul. Itachi, come forth and assess his capabilities. Without uttering a word, Uchiha Itachi nodded, and with a swift motion, hurled a shuriken straight at Neji. Startled, Neji's Byakugan activated in an instant. His small frame sprang into action, deftly evading the shuriken and advancing towards Itachi's left side, simultaneously launching an attack with his right palm against Itachi's left rib and his left leg towards his right knee. This display left Uchiha Rong and Shursui, who watched from the sidelines, eyes gleaming with admiration. Truly, he was the recognized genius of the Hyuga clan. At just 4 years old, his reflexes and speed rivaled those of a typical Chunin. 5 minutes later, Itachi concluded his evaluation, his eyes betraying unreserved admiration. Had he been the same age as the boy before him, he would undoubtedly have been outmatched in taijutsu. Uchiha Rong reigned in his formidable aura. Stepping forward to kneel before the panting Neji, gently grasping his shoulders and tousling his hair, speaking softly, Hyuga Neji, welcome to the Flame Organization. Despite the shadows clouding his heart, the young Neji could hardly withstand such heartfelt words. Tears welled in his eyes once more. The little boy was utterly moved. In that moment, Uchiha Rong towered in his heart, exalted and magnificent, like a deity. All right, let us conclude for tonight, Shursui. Shursui stepped forward and knelt before Neji, who obediently climbed onto his back. Be cautious on your way. After patting Shursui's shoulder, Uchiha Rong vanished in an instant. The Flame Organization was established on October 10th, 53 years into the era of the Hokage. Today, on October 21st, 54 years into the era, the group expanded from 3 members to 4. With Neji's inclusion being a delightful surprise. Lying atop his rooftop, Uchiha Rong gazed at the starry sky, his thoughts soaring. Reflecting on the words spoken before young Neji, he felt a tingling sensation upon his scalp. Perfect. Successfully persuading Ning to join his anti-Konoha faction, the future looks promising. Next up is the joint competition of the 5 great nations. Uchiha Rong's eyes sparkled with brilliance. It is time to showcase true skill. The dawn bathed the land in light, and Konoha village awakened to a bustling vibrancy. On December 30th, 51, Shimura Danzo transplanted a single 3-tomo Sharingan into the uppermost part of his right arm. On March 2nd, 52, he secretly transported 2 corpses of Uchiha clan ninjas from the battlefield of Awagakure, conducting biotechnological experiments for 60 days, resulting in the transplantation of 1 Sharingan located above the elbow of his right arm. On June 6th, 52, Shimura Danzo sent someone to follow Orochimaru but was discovered. In December 52, a fierce argument erupted between Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen over the competition for Kakashi, causing Uchiha Rong to observe with a troubled gaze. Over the past 3 years, he had taken countless risks to closely monitor and document Danzo's actions, uncovering many of his secrets. This dark figure of Konoha did not disappoint him, repeatedly acquiring the corpses of Uchiha clan members and selecting powerful Sharingan. Uchiha Rong would forever remember the expressions of Shursui and Itachi when he presented this little booklet to them. Their eyes almost instantly transformed into crimson 3-tomo, exuding a terrifying aura. With this manual, Uchiha Rong elaborated on Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen's policies and philosophies regarding Konoha, extinguishing the last flicker of the boys' will to fight, replacing it with disappointment and indignation towards their village. Suddenly, Shursui's figure appeared on Uchiha Rong's left side, and they walked in parallel. What do you think? Uchiha Rong inquired succinctly. He asked Shursui to investigate the number of participants from the Shimura clan in the upcoming joint competition of the 5 great nations. With his formidable intelligence capabilities, Shursui gathered accurate information in just 1 morning. Excellent. Let us hope they do not encounter us or end up alone. Uchiha Rong's eyes betrayed a murderous intent, sending a shiver down Shursui's spine. The 2 gradually made their way eastward towards their clan's location. How confident are you about the J-Nin trials this time? Uchiha Rong engaged in light conversation. Absolutely confident. Shursui replied with a smile, his youthful eyes brimming with assurance. Good. Let's hope we don't end up in the same draw. Uchiha Rong jested. Upon hearing this, Shursui froze in fright. If I really encounter you, Rong brother, I will concede immediately, he thought to himself, convinced that Rong was undoubtedly the strongest among their generation. Yet, all the ninjas in Konoha were oblivious. Considering Rong the village's bottom-tier ninja, a perennial genin, Uchiha Rong paid no heed to this misconception and refrained from allowing Shursui and Itachi to reveal his true strength. Red. Please do not be upset. I invite you to watch a movie. A somewhat rugged male voice emerged from a short distance behind Uchiha Rong and Shursui. Instinctively, Shursui glanced back, but immediately averted his gaze, continuing his casual conversation with Uchiha Rong. Without needing to turn around, Uchiha Rong recognized the voice. It belonged to Asuma, the son of the esteemed Sarutobi Hiruzen, alongside the gracefully grown Kurenai Yuhi. The two had grown up together, and their families had long sought to unite them. The Yuhi clan, in particular, held great admiration for the son of the Hokage. However, Kurenai did not seem to reciprocate that enthusiasm, especially after the mission 3 years ago. The young woman appeared burdened with unspoken thoughts, displaying a noticeable lack of warmth towards Asuma. Subsequently, the Yuhi family, through careful observation, uncovered a distressing reality. Their elite daughter was often seen lingering outside the Uchiha clan or near that peculiar establishment, the worry-free funeral home, her gaze consistently fixated on a strikingly handsome young man. During those 3 years, Uchiha Rong, initially preoccupied with amassing wealth, had hardly noticed Kurenai. It was not until the following year, upon returning from a trip with Itachi and Shursui, that he caught sight of her secretly watching his shadow clone from around a corner. Realizing that the situation was far more complex than he had anticipated. Now, at the age of 18, Kurenai bore a heavy heart, her smile seemingly absent from her lovely face. Asuma, ever the persistent suitor, began to shower her with attention, yet the more he endeavored, the more Kurenai recoiled. As the scion of the foremost family in Konoha, Asuma was known for his carefree and reckless nature, with an entourage of friends too numerous to count. While he indulged in merriment, he simultaneously pined for Kurenai, all the while engaging in revelry with his companion, Kenta. This only deepened Kurenai's longing for the fearless boy who had once protected her with unwavering courage 3 years prior. Eventually, Kurenai discovered Uchiha Rong's presence. He could not freely utilize the Flying Thunder God technique under the watchful eyes of her and Asuma. Reluctantly, he turned, greeting the two with a smile. Over the years, Asuma had come to understand, to some extent, the reasons for Kurenai's reluctance to accept him. The tall, handsome man standing before him was the root cause. However, since Uchiha Rong had never interacted with Kurenai, Asuma felt it inappropriate to confront him directly. But now, to his astonishment, Kurenai, trembling with emotion, called out to Uchiha Rong in his presence. Jealousy ignited within him. Despite countless attempts to win Kurenai's affection over the years, she had consistently remained aloof. And now, simply due to a chance encounter with that young man, she sought to distance herself from him entirely? How could the esteemed son of the Hokage endure such indignity? He swiftly stepped in front of Kurenai, glaring fiercely at Uchiha Rong. I advise you to think carefully before you speak, Asuma stated, a cigarette dangling from his lips, adopting a demeanor far beyond his years. Uchiha Rong initially had no intention of engaging in extensive conversation with Yuhi Kurenai, planning merely to exchange pleasantries before taking his leave. Upon overhearing Asuma's audacious threat, Uchiha Rong's eyes narrowed. Shursui, you may return now. After this low-key instruction, Uchiha Rong confidently circled around Asuma, approaching Yuhi Kurenai, who was beaming with joy. Kurenai, you appear rather unwell of late. Those dark circles under your eyes are quite evident. Come, let us head to my shop, where I can assist in revitalizing you. Uchiha Rong's words struck like a bolt, leaving Asuma incensed. In a fit of rage, he dashed to Uchiha Rong's front, thrusting his hand towards his chest. Uchiha Rong deftly sidestepped the push, simultaneously pulling Yuhi Kurenai aside. Asuma, relentless as a shadow, would not be so easily deterred. I demand a one-on-one duel, he bellowed, his frustration palpable. Why should this young upstart, still a mere genin, elicit such a radiant smile from his goddess? The more he pondered, the angrier he became, propelling himself towards Uchiha Rong with the intent to teach him a lesson. Halt! Uchiha Rong suddenly shouted, raising his right hand to halt Asuma's advance. Asuma instinctively stopped, staring blankly at Uchiha Rong. What is it? Uchiha Rong feigned terror. You have a nose hair protruding. At that moment, Uchiha Rong swiftly handed Yuhi Kurenai a movie ticket and fled the scene. Clutching the ticket tightly, Yuhi Kurenai gazed after Uchiha Rong, her beautiful ruby eyes shimmering with an unusual light. Asuma, infuriated, shouted and chased after Uchiha Rong for 2 blocks before finally leaning against a wall, gasping for breath. Hey, smoking is harmful to your health, didn't you know? Suddenly, a head appeared upside down before Asuma, startling him into throwing back his head and swinging his right fist. Uchiha Rong had already slipped away, leaving Asuma, seething with frustration against the wall. After toying with Asuma for a while, Uchiha Rong returned home. Before Asuma became a supervising teacher, he was rather unlikable, arrogant, prideful, envious, and possessive. It seemed that the Inoshikacho trio had inadvertently contributed to this smoker's development. Had it not been for Tsunade's absence on a mission, this movie ticket would not have reached Yuhi Kurenai's hands. Uchiha Rong's actions today were not solely motivated by his disdain for Asuma's demeanor and arrogance. He harbored another objective. He wished to test whether he could indeed enhance the vitality of cellular life through a grand harmony of existence, thereby preserving youthful vigor. As for the subject of his experiment, he would not impose his will. He preferred to let events unfold naturally. Even if he could not find other candidates for his test, it mattered not. It would depend entirely on Yuhi Kurenai. Time passed swiftly, and a day. The momentous Five Nations tournament was set to occur in the Land of Wind. This is a contest for the advancement of ninjas from 5 nations, comprising the Chunin and Jonin promotion trials. Each participant has 2 modes to choose from. Firstly, a Genin can challenge a randomly selected Chunin. Victory or a draw will secure their promotion. To ascend from Chunin to Jonin, one must select a Jonin for a duel, and again. Victory or a stalemate will elevate their rank to that of the chosen Jonin. Should one challenge a special Jonin and emerge victorious, they will ascend to the rank of special Jonin, followed by the Jonin and elite Jonin tiers. Secondly, participants may engage in battles of the same rank. With each contender allowed up to 3 random challenges, winning 2 matches will ensure advancement. Furthermore, once a Genin becomes a Chunin, they may opt for either mode to continue their ascent. Each of the 5 nations boasts ninjas of varying strengths. The 5 villages are eager for their ninjas to shine brightly in this grand competition. The village that produces the most victorious ninjas will best exemplify the strength of its nation. Uchiha Rong and his fellow Genin are seated in the same area. The largest contingent consists of Genin from all 5 villages, positioned on the far left of the arena. In the central 2 rows, 20 exceptional Chunin from the 5 nations are available for Genin to challenge. The central right area is occupied by Chunin competitors, while the far right features 2 rows of 20 ninjas of various Jonin ranks. The Chunin promotion trials will take precedence. Each participant is assigned a number, and the organizers will call them one by one to make their choice of either same rank or cross-rank challenges. Uchiha Rong's number is 9. With a signal, the eager Genin from the 5 great villages prepare for the competition. The first 8 participants have predominantly opted for the second option, randomly selecting 3 Genin for combat. Uchiha Rong surveys his surroundings, assessing the situation of the Konoha Genin. Including himself, there are 12 Genin from Konoha, apart from himself and Itachi, among the remaining 9. 4 are civilian ninjas, and 5 belong to the Uchiha clan. Whoosh. As the host steps aside, the contest begins with participant number 1. Soon, it is Uchiha Rong's turn. Contestant number 9, please make your choice. Will you challenge a Chunin or engage in a duel with 3 same-rank Genin? The chief judge inquires. Uchiha Rong confidently raises his number 9 and chooses the second option, battling 3 Genin of the same rank, with the requirement to win just 2 matches. However, Uchiha Rong's goal extends beyond mere promotion. He intends to execute his own plan. Very well, we shall now randomly select your 3 opponents. Shortly thereafter, his adversaries are revealed. Hailing from Konoha, Kumogakure, and Kirigakure. The announcer continues with numbers 10 and 11, and when number 22 is called, the anticipation grows. A sudden gust of wind and sand coalesced, and a child appeared beside the chief examiner. Upon noticing the child with the character for love inscribed on his left forehead, the nearly 30-year-old examiner instinctively took 2 steps back, a flicker of panic evident in his eyes. Lord Gaara, he stammered, swallowing hard, as he trembled while inquiring of the 4-year-old Gaara which mode he would choose. Surprisingly, Gaara opted for the second option, a contest against an opponent of the CH Nin rank. Throughout the ordeal, he remained silent, merely casting a cold gaze over all present, including the various CH Nin from different lands who had yet to select their battle modes. His eyes were hollow and void, as if they hailed from the depths of the underworld, seeking to consume everyone in attendance. What a pitiful soul, thought Uchiha Rong with a smile. As he exchanged glances with Gaara, his heart as tranquil as an ancient well. When Gaara's gaze lingered upon Uchiha Rong, he noticed that his expression and demeanor starkly contrasted with those of the others, while some, like the Suna ninjas, recoiled in trepidation, and others, from different villages, exhibited arrogant provocations due to their ignorance of the situation. None bore the warm smile and gentle eyes that Uchiha Rong possessed. Gaara felt an instinctive revulsion towards that gaze and expression, wishing to tear Uchiha Rong's face apart. However, upon seeing another boy at the far left end, The boy who loathed all that was beautiful in the world, Gaara felt a flicker of astonishment for the first time. Those were a pair of crimson eyes adorned with 3 black tomo, reminiscent of ancient, dark red stars from the heavens. These two must perish. For reasons unknown. Gaara's small heart uncontrollably sentenced both Uchiha Orochi and Uchiha Itachi to death. Soon, Gaara's randomly assigned Chunin opponent emerged, hailing from Konoha, Sunagakure, and Kirigakure. To his surprise, Uchiha Itachi was among them. How intriguing, Uchiha Orochi mused within. Which is mightier, the genius of the Uchiha clan or the little demon from the land of wind? After all the Chunin contenders had made their choices and opponents were assigned, the main event commenced. The promotion of Chunin was of even greater significance to the major hidden villages, with heightened anticipation. Uchiha Orochi turned to his right, where Shursui was seated. Meanwhile, Itachi, as a genius Chunin from Konoha, was situated in the far left area, number 39, at the end of the line. To Uchiha Orochi's astonishment, both Uchiha youths had chosen the first mode, directly challenging higher-ranked ninjas. Particularly surprising was Shursui's random selection, which turned out to be a Chunin from his own clan. The Uchiha. How splendid, Shursui! Uchiha Orochi exclaimed with excitement. It was quite serendipitous that the 3 Chunin he was about to face included a ninja from Konoha, also of the Uchiha clan. I wonder how that old fox Danzo will feel witnessing the demise of his clansmen in the arena? The smile of Uchiha Orochi exuded an indescribable aura of coldness. Let the clansmen of Uchiha repay, even if only partially, the heinous crimes committed by Danzo against their lineage over the years. The participants in the grand tournament have been finalized, and the competition is officially underway. It commences with the battles for the promotion of Chunin to Chunin. The rules of engagement are straightforward. The combatants must defeat their opponents or reach a stalemate within the barrier established by the 5 hidden villages. There are no restrictions on the methods employed. While the expectation is for all competitors to restrain their strength, there is no obligatory limitation on the extent of the battles. For the weak civilian ninjas, even if they perish in the arena, the higher-ups of each village will scarcely utter a word, merely dispatching a token sum of compensation to the bereaved families. In the case of the Hidden Mist village, the cruelty is even more pronounced. Once dead, the bodies are not returned. According to the representatives of the Hidden Mist, they shall remain in your leaf village as nourishment. This reflects the long-standing animosity fostered by the perpetual warfare among the 5 hidden villages. To be outmatched and die in the arena is deemed a natural consequence. This epitomizes the harsh realities of the ninja world and the lamentable fate of the cannon fodder ninjas. Before long, the battles in the arena commenced. Within less than a minute, the first contestant, a ninja from the host village of Sunagakure, swiftly defeated his compatriot. It was evident that the stronger party displayed restraint against their fellow villager. Following this, the second and third matches unfolded. Is this merely child's play? After witnessing 5 consecutive battles, Uchiha Orochi could not suppress a chuckle. The most dashing Chunin in history, upon taking the stage, dazzled all in attendance. The 8th contestant was now up for competition. Among the 3 randomly assigned Chunin, one happened to be the first contestant, indicating the emergence of a cycle. This arrangement was a deliberate decision made collectively by the 5 major ninja villages, aimed at exposing these future cornerstones of the ninja world to its brutal realities. Of course, considering the chakra and stamina limitations of some younger competitors, those who triumph in 2 matches may opt to skip the 3rd and advance directly. The 8th contestant is a young girl from Iwagakure, with lustrous black hair and a striking appearance. Possessing long legs that many adult women would envy, a unique and beautiful feature of Iwagakure. Upon her entrance, she immediately unleashed her earth release technique, catching her opponent off guard. A boy of her age from Kumogakure hastily leapt to evade, only to be swept off the arena by a powerful kick from the girl. The outcome was swiftly determined. This earth release girl thus became the contestant with the shortest victory time in the Chunin category thus far. Across the arena, in the spectator section separated by another platform, the representatives of the 5 villages showered the young girl with appreciative glances. Among them, the representative of Iwagakure stroked his beard with a smile, his face brimming with pride. Shortly thereafter, the girl faced her second opponent, Irika Yumino from Konoha. The 13-year-old Irika immediately created 2 shadow clones and launched an assault from 3 directions. The offensive was executed with remarkable speed and decisiveness. The Earth Release girl, employing the same strategy, unleashed her stone pillar technique, aiming to replicate her previous success. However, Irika was already prepared. 2 shadow clones, one to the left and one to the right, evaded the stone pillars by leaping into the air. launching an assault against the Earth Release Girl. Cornered, the girl could not utilize her Earth Release techniques to retreat. Instead, she bravely engaged Irika's clones in combat. Irika's true form swiftly maneuvered to the flank, hurling several shurikens with precision aimed at the girl's head, neck, and knees. His skill was evident in the swiftness of his actions. The girl hastily withdrew while rapidly forming seals, conjuring an Earth Release Earth wall on the arena. This exemplified the advantage of clan ninjas. Their diverse jutsu and quick reflexes were beyond what ordinary civilian ninjas could muster. Even someone as diligent as Irika, who had mastered shuriken throwing and shadow clone techniques, found himself at a disadvantage in actual combat. The Earth Release Girl, having momentarily been thrown into disarray by the shurikens and clones, now possessed no semblance of weakness. The earth wall effectively shielded her from the shurikens and one of the clone's flying kicks, propelling herself forward. She ducked low and swept her left arm to disperse the other clone, charging toward Irika. Simultaneously, stone pillars erupted from beneath Irika and around him. Reluctantly, he leapt to evade, only to be struck in the chest by the soaring girl's horizontal kick, sending him flying off the stage. Irika of the Sea Wild School was defeated. The Earth Release Girl from a Wagakure emerged victorious. However, Irika still had 2 more chances. Losing another match would eliminate him from the competition entirely. Victorious, the villagers from a Wagakure erupted into cheers for their champion. The arena was cleared as the chief examiner called for the next contestant. Uchiha Rong stretched lazily and rose from his seat. Yawning, he stood, his tall figure immediately capturing the attention of everyone present. Upon seeing his handsome visage, the female ninjas in the audience sparkled with admiration, their eyes gleaming with infatuation. It had been long since they had encountered such an attractive young man. Wait, how could such a tall and handsome figure still be a genin? The women momentarily paused before erupting into joy. A genin meant he was a civilian ninja, suggesting an ordinary background. An ordinary background implied average strength, making him more manageable and easier to conquer. With this thought, all the single, unmarried female ninjas grew even more excited, nearly drooling at the prospect. How could someone of such age still be a genin, sauntering onto the stage as if he were someone special? Damn it. How could there be someone even more handsome than me? Why is he so self-satisfied? This guy is truly infuriating. A gathering of male ninjas witnessed their female companions become infatuated with Uchiha Rong, leading to a surge of hostility and ridicule among them. While others effortlessly teleported to the arena, this individual sauntered up to the stage at a languid pace. Upon reaching the platform, he even tilted his head back to gaze at the sky. What was most infuriating was that he had the audacity to blow kisses to the female ninja spectators below, regardless of their positions. Through the high-altitude barrier ninjutsu, ninjas from the other 4 hidden villages, utilizing the mirror barrier from the village square, were taken aback by the live broadcast of this spectacle. In the Hidden Leaf Village, women who had previously visited Uchiha Rong's beauty establishment were shrieking in delight. This man possessed an undeniably captivating countenance. Upon taking the stage, Uchiha Rong's sunlit smile garnered considerable attention and anticipation from the crowd. According to the order of combat, Uchiha Rong's first opponent was a youth from the Cloud Village, characterized by his short hair and dark complexion. The boy, approximately 12 or 13 years of age, exhibited a robust and well-proportioned physique, exuding an air of solidity and refinement. With a whistle, the match commenced. The boy, without any hesitation, swiftly drew a short blade from his back, pointing it menacingly at Uchiha Rong. However, Uchiha Rong did not rush to attack. Instead, he turned his back to the Cloud Ninja, directing his gaze towards the audience from the Hidden Leaf Village. There, representatives of the Uchiha clan were present, one middle-aged and one young, both male ninjas. Do not fret. By the 3rd round, you will realize you have backed the wrong horse. A glimmer of coldness flashed in Uchiha Rong's eyes as he disregarded his opponent entirely, suddenly crouching down to effortlessly evade the boy's silent slash. What? He managed to dodge the boy's stealthy attack while facing away from him? Could this fellow possibly have eyes on the back of his head? All spectators, including the boy wielding the blade, were left astonished by Uchiha Rong's maneuver. Yet, in the next moment, a chorus of boos erupted from the stands. The previously astonished expressions of the crowd were supplanted by disdain, with some even breaking into laughter. It was evident that Uchiha Rong, having suddenly crouched down, was nonchalantly tying his shoelaces. How absurd. It was merely a stroke of luck. I thought he genuinely had eyes behind him. The Cloud Ninja, standing a meter behind Uchiha Rong, wore a look of utter disbelief. Although Uchiha Rong had evaded his silent attack, The outcome was merely that this individual had crouched down to tie his shoelaces, inadvertently escaping a potentially fatal strike. Let's see how you evade this. The Cloud Ninja shouted as he slashed downward toward the crouching Uchiha Rong. While it appeared to be a diagonal strike, in reality, the blade was aimed horizontally. From the perspective of onlookers, it seemed as though he was delivering a diagonal blow. In a crouched position, an ordinary person instinctively attempts to evade an opponent's descending diagonal slash by rising and sidestepping or by rolling forward. Yet, this very action plays directly into the opponent's strategy. Indeed, the edge of the blade, whether one rises to sidestep or rolls on the spot, remains within the trajectory of the weapon's arc. Victory is at hand. Feeling the blade he wielded make contact with the fabric folds of Uchiha Rong's right shoulder, the youth's heart swelled with joy. This strike would not be fatal, but it would undoubtedly incapacitate his adversary. However, in the next instant, a sharp clang echoed from Uchiha Rong's shoulder. "Come on, you little brat. I'll make sure you're all tied up." "Hey there, little brother. Couldn't you wait for your big brother to finish tying his shoelaces?" Uchiha Rong turned his head, a smile adorning his face as he gazed at the astonished Cloud Ninja. At his right shoulder, where the blade met his own, an unexpected sight emerged. Between his left hand's index and middle fingers lay a shuriken. The groove between its two sharp spikes perfectly caught the boy's blade. The previously tumultuous murmurs and laughter of the crowd fell abruptly silent, plunging the competition arena into a moment of stillness. "Brother Rong, you're so cool." The cheers from Shursui rang out with striking clarity in the sudden hush. He excitedly shook his fists, his face beaming with pride for Uchiha Rong. As his cheer erupted, the audience was thrown into an uproar. The boy's earlier crouching to tie his shoelaces was not mere luck. It was a deliberate ploy to confuse his opponent. It seemed he truly possessed eyes in the back of his head. How impressive. Both handsome and formidable. I'm utterly captivated. Family, who understands? I'm completely enamored. Uchiha Rong's female admirers began to cheer wildly, collectively celebrating him. Whether present in the arena or observing through the barrier mirroring ninjutsu, ninjas from the 5 great villages were thoroughly astonished by Uchiha Rong's display. As the atmosphere buzzed with admiration and applause, Uchiha Rong sprang into action, maintaining his crouched stance. He rapidly flicked his fingers, sending the shuriken and the boy's blade flying apart. He stood up, stretching his limbs. "Little brother, don't accuse me of bullying the weak. I stood still while you took 2 swings at me." With a warm smile, Uchiha Rong addressed the youth, exclaiming, "I'm in a hurry. So I want to play with you any longer." No sooner had the words left his lips than he sharply curled his fingers towards himself. The shuriken, previously batted away, hurtled back with ferocity, aimed straight for the boy's back. Hearing this proclamation, the youth recognized Uchiha Rong as curled fingers. His expression shifted dramatically as he hastily attempted to evade to the right. Yet, he could not outpace the swiftly returning shuriken, which struck him painfully in the back. The boy fell to his knees. Though not fatal, he could no longer continue the fight. Uchiha Rong had triumphed. Once the body's energy accumulates to 10 kai, equivalent to 1 red kai, the swift motions of wielding a blade appear to him as though time itself has slowed. Even with his eyes closed, he is acutely aware of the fluctuations in the air within a 10-meter radius, particularly so within a 2-meter sphere, where he can even perceive the vibrations of sound waves while in a state of intense focus. Not to mention the fact that he is merely facing a lower-ranked ninja. The Cloud Flow Slash. This time, the entire audience of Konoha, including the ninjas, beamed with admiration at Uchiha Rong. At last, he could shed the title of a lower-ranked ninja this year. Subsequently, the chief examiner announced the arrival of the second challenger, an unknown boy ninja from the Mist Village. In the face of this boy, who emerged from the blood mist, Uchiha Rong held nothing back and swiftly incapacitated him with a thunderous strike, casting him off the stage. Throughout the encounter, the boy, with his menacing gaze, did not even have the chance to mobilize his chakra before darkness overtook him. Building upon the Wind Shunshin technique, Uchiha Rong discreetly infused his feet with lightning chakra mode. His instantaneous speed was astonishingly swift, so much so that to an ordinary ninja, it appeared as nothing more than a fleeting shadow, impossible to catch. This technique, developed by Uchiha Rong, proved remarkably effective for close-range assaults. Within a limited distance, this instantaneous speed was invaluable for sudden attacks. Within 2 seconds, Uchiha Rong shattered the record for the shortest victory time, previously held by the Earth-style girl. The chief examiner announced solemnly, "Congratulations, contestant number 9, you have successfully advanced to the rank of Chunin. Please take a moment to rest." Once all lower-ranked contestants have completed their matches, you may decide whether to continue advancing. Wait, I still have one more match to compete in. Uchiha Rong interjected with a smile. I wish to complete all my battles. It is a matter of respect for the other competitors. Uchiha Rong explained. The chief examiner pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. This was indeed within the rules. Following such matches, the other contestant might even have to face one less bout. Now, let the third opponent for contestant number 9 take the stage. The resounding voice, enhanced by a secret technique, echoed throughout the arena. In an instant, the young ninja from the Shimura clan appeared, arms crossed, glaring fiercely at Uchiha Rong. Meanwhile, Uchiha Rong took the opportunity on the other side to stretch and warm up. The 13-year-old Shimura Haku stood imperiously, a look of disdain etched on his face. Hey, you big oaf. Don't think just because you have some martial arts foundation that you can prevail, Shimura Haku scoffed, exuding arrogance. A 19-year-old lower-ranked ninja, how impressive. In response to the taunts of the Shimura boy, Uchiha Rong maintained his cheerful demeanor, fully engaging in his physical preparations, unfazed by the mockery. With a face full of disdain, proclaimed, Grandfather Danzo is absolutely right. The foul Uchiha clan deserves to perish. The misfortunes of Konoha stem from your detestable family. Grandfather Danzo stated that for every Uchiha that falls, Konoha gains a measure of stability and prosperity. Today, I shall eradicate the menace for our village. Uchiha Rong's smile deepened. You insolent wretch, did your ancient grandfather not inform you that your demise awaits you here today? Haha. You, a mere 13 years of age, laugh with such maturity. Clearly molded by that old scoundrel Danzo. The one destined to perish is you, a 19-year-old fool who believes that defeating a couple of insignificant opponents makes you formidable. Today, you shall perish under the wind techniques of the Shimura clan, marking the pinnacle of your meager existence. At this moment, Uchiha Rong, engrossed in performing the 9th set of national calisthenics, regarded the soon-to-be-deceased youth with newfound respect. Hey, you little brat, are you even listening to me? How embarrassing to resort to last-minute efforts on the arena. As Uchiha Rong's indifference fueled Shimura Yahiko's fury, Rong continued his exercises with even greater enthusiasm. Leaping closer to Yahiko and forming a gesture with his hands, grinning widely, and began to exuberantly sing and dance. Last-minute effort. I'm making a last-minute effort. Even if I'm just making a last-minute effort, I can effortlessly eliminate you. The assembled ninjas, including Itachi and Shursui, were left astounded. Their mouths agape at the unexpected burst of song and dance. What kind of audacious display is this? Quite exhilarating indeed. Wow, such a fresh style in the arena. So bizarre. I love it. Could it be that this young man is a performer by trade, with being a ninja as a mere side gig? Indeed. We young people should have our own flair. Young man, give us another performance. It was evident that with good looks, one could still captivate the audience even while singing and dancing in the ninja world. The cheers from the female fans for Uchiha Rong reached new heights. All eyes fixated on him, leaving Shimura Yahiko in a state of utter embarrassment, his face ablaze. The mature-looking youth's desire to eliminate Uchiha Rong intensified. With a sharp whistle signaling the start of the battle, the arena fell silent in anticipation. The audience, still charged with excitement from Uchiha Rong's performance, eagerly awaited whether the dashing young man would continue to astonish them. Following his display of artistic defiance, Uchiha Rong casually placed his hands in his pockets, slightly tilting his body to gaze down at Shimura Yahiko. Come on, you little brat. I'll leave you utterly helpless. The playful provocation by Uchiha Rong ignited Shimura Yahiko's fury to an even greater degree. The young noble, born into privilege, could no longer remain indifferent. With a swift push against the ground, he surged forward. But was it truly the technique of wind instant movement? Uchiha Rong shook his head, a light chuckle escaping his lips, too slow. With his hands casually tucked into his pockets and a warm smile adorning his face, he stood immovable as a mountain. Although Shitakuma Haku's speed was not to be underestimated, to Uchiha Rong, it resembled nothing more than the clumsy sprint of a kindergarten child. As the boy, brimming with murderous intent, lunged forward and thrust a kunai, Uchiha Rong finally made his move. He effortlessly sidestepped, avoiding the direct stab, and casually remarked, "Haven't you eaten? Why so slow?" Throughout the encounter, Uchiha Rong remained with his hands in his pockets, his smile ever gentle. With one failed attempt, the boy quickly retreated, distancing himself from Uchiha Rong. The combat experience gained from family training was now evident. As he backed away, he did not forget to hurl 4 or 5 shurikens infused with tiny wind blades towards Uchiha Rong, his movement sharp and agile. Uchiha Rong strolled gracefully, akin to a butterfly flitting through flowers, effortlessly evading the projectiles. You little brat, can you even keep up? Uchiha Rang's mocking tone was palpable, inciting a furious twitch in Shidakuma Haku's eyelids. With a decisive resolve, the boy unleashed a profound, killing intent, inhaling sharply before exhaling a vast, razor-sharp gust akin to a sickle. Wind release, vacuum wave. The signature jutsu of the Shidakuma clan was executed with utmost fervor. This sharp aura was as delicate as a cicada's wing, yet its power was formidable, enveloping Uchiha. Finally, you're showing your true abilities. With his hands still tucked away, Uchiha moved with such speed that he seemed to leave an afterimage. Before the vacuum wave had fully escaped the boy's lips, Uchiha had already materialized at his side. Are you merely showcasing your lung capacity? Suddenly, the air shimmered before Haku, and a magnetic voice resonated near his ear. Instinctively, he felt a shiver run down his spine, prompting him to leap away in haste. What kind of speed was this? The very direction and flow of air around him shifted dramatically at that instant. You little brat, don't think that only your Shidakuma clan possesses wind instant movement. Watch closely and learn. Almost as soon as the words were spoken, Uchiha again created an afterimage at his original spot. His true form flashed once more to the boy's right side, hands still in pockets, leaning in close to whisper, "So, how will you kill me?" The mischievous expression on Uchiha face, combined with his teasing tone, struck like an invisible arrow to the boy's fragile heart. With a sudden burst, the boy drew his kunai, attempting to stab Uchiha. Go on. Unleash all the proud jutsus of your Shidakuma clan upon me. The voice echoed once again from behind Shidakuma Haku. Aya, I will kill you. The boy, now completely enraged, retreated a couple of steps, transforming his kunai into a blade of wind. Drawing in a deep breath, his chest swelled dramatically, only to erupt with fervor. With the longsword in hand, the wind-style vacuum spheres were unleashed like miniature projectiles towards Uchiha. How impressive! The combination of wind-style vacuum blades and vacuum spheres. Uchiha remarked with a smile. It appears that the Shimura clan has great expectations of you. In a flash, lightning flickered beneath his feet, propelling Uchiha's speed to new heights. The earlier extraordinary wind instant technique merely created an afterimage of his form, which the ninjas could barely perceive. Yet now, save for that initial moment of impact, Uchiha's figure seemed to vanish repeatedly, appearing instantaneously behind the boy, their backs almost touching. Tired already? Shall we take a moment to rest? The simplicity of his words carried an exquisite edge of mockery. The boy, accustomed to the privileges of his family, had never endured such humiliation. Waves of uncontainable rage surged within him, causing his entire body to tremble. After consecutively deploying 3 high-level ninjutsu techniques, the chakra within him had dwindled to a mere whisper. If this continued, he would surely meet his end. Even more chilling was the realization that he had revealed all his trump cards, yet had barely grazed Uchiha. That insufferable Uchiha had his hands casually tucked in his pockets. Anger, helplessness, despair, and dread intertwined within the boy's heart, leaving him breathless and drenched in sweat. Tired? Not making a move? Uchiha's sunny smile radiated as if he were discussing something uplifting. Now that you've finished, it's my turn. Pay close attention. This is how your clan's techniques are wielded. Inhaling sharply, he exhaled forcefully. Simultaneously, Uchiha's form darted left, right, forward, and back. The wind-style vacuum waves surrounded the boy like a mist from all directions. Shimura Bahu had long lost the fierce determination and murderous intent he initially possessed. Now, he was utterly bewildered by the formidable ninjutsu displayed by the towering figure before him. How could he wield our clan's techniques with such power and finesse? In shock, the boy instinctively leaped upward to evade the slicing vacuum waves from all sides. However, as he leapt beyond the reach of the vacuum waves, he suddenly sensed a looming shadow above him. Startled, he looked up to see a size 45-foot descending from the heavens, crashing down upon his face with tremendous force. Bang! The boy's airborne body plummeted rapidly, crashing onto the arena floor and stirring up clouds of dust. The excruciating pain coursing through him extinguished any desire to continue battling Uchiha. The earlier bravado of wanting Uchiha to perish at his hands had evaporated without a trace. Struggling to rise, the boy turned towards the direction of the examiner, ready to concede. Yet, as his vision blurred again, his throat tightened abruptly, leaving him unable to utter even a syllable. Is it the wind release? Vacuum blade? Apologies. But I, too, possess such skills. Uchiha finally retracted the smile that adorned his face, his expression transforming into one of mockery and ferocity. In his previously empty left hand, a sharp kunai had appeared unbeknownst to anyone. The tip of the kunai was enveloped in a dazzling white wind blade, resembling a resplendent divine weapon. With a swift motion, he pierced through the bones of Shimizu Hachiko's arms, rendering him incapable of raising his hands in surrender. Both voice and action were restrained, leaving no possibility for Shimizu Hachiko to concede voluntarily. Uchiha Long sheathed the kunai and caught a glimpse of the audience, where several elite ninjas from the Konoha delegation displayed expressions of shock. He prepared to rise and teleport to the arena. Without further hesitation, Uchiha Long's powerful right arm hoisted Shimizu Hachiko into the air, while his unoccupied left hand lunged toward the boy's eyes with terrifying speed. The youth was already paralyzed with fear, his body trembling uncontrollably. Before the eyes of 1,000 spectators, Uchiha Long brutally extracted both of Shimizu Hachiko's eyeballs, transforming his gaze into gaping crimson voids, the pain piercing deep into his very soul. Yet no cries of anguish escaped his lips. Shimizu Hachiko's legs thrashed violently in midair, the strength of his kicks against Uchiha Long's arm diminishing gradually. The arena fell into an eerie silence, the faint sound of a falling needle discernible. All participating ninjas from the 5 great villages and the audience were left in stunned disbelief. How could an adult male ninja commit such a horrific act against a mere 13-year-old genin from his own clan? Suddenly, 2 figures appeared on the stage with an urgent swiftness, materializing beside Uchiha Long. Uchiha Long, what are you doing? Release him at once. One of the elite ninjas shouted indignantly. Yet, the scene that unfolded in response was even more violent and gruesome. Uchiha Long held the 2 eyeballs aloft, displaying them toward the sky as if to showcase them within a mirrored barrier. A sinister grin spread across his face before he cast the eyeballs to the ground, his left foot coming down with force. With a resounding pop, the eyeballs exploded into a gory mess. An 8-year-old Itachi strikes. Yet another life is claimed from the Shimizu clan. A furious voice bellowed from the contestant area. Immediately thereafter, a fierce gust of wind surged across the stage. Uchiha Long, propelled by lightning chakra beneath his feet, swiftly evaded the incoming assault. The 2 Konoha elite ninjas retreated hastily as dust settled, revealing a 2-meter diameter crater where Uchiha Long had previously stood. The might of the wind release, vacuum sphere was indeed formidable. Suddenly, an elite ninja from the Shimizu clan, tasked with overseeing the examination, ascended onto the stage. Witnessing a fellow clansman having his eyes cruelly plucked before his very eyes ignited a furious rage within him. After the vacuum sphere, he charged at Uchiha Long with renewed fervor, vowing to rescue Shimizu Hachiko from his clutches. However, Uchiha Long offered no respite. The kunai reappeared in his hand as he deftly dodged the subsequent waves of vacuum release, and before the Shimizu elite, he drove the kunai into Shimizu Hachiko's skull, once, twice, thrice. With hands in constant motion, yet eyes gazing at the heavens, a grin reminiscent of a demon spread across his face. Not far in front, a jonin from the Shimura clan let out a roar of defiance, tears streaming down his face as he charged at Uchiha Long. However, Uchiha Long utilized a corpse as a weapon, hurling it violently towards the oncoming Shimura jonin. Leaping off the arena, he approached the bewildered proctor with a smile, exclaiming, "Proctor, I have completed my written examination. I choose to continue my pursuit of advancement." The bloodthirsty Shimura jonin aimed to pursue Uchiha Long further, but was intercepted by the proctor. The arena matches serve not only to determine skill but also to dictate matters of life and death. I beseech you to refrain from violating the regulations of this grand tournament. If necessary, please resolve your grievances after the competition concludes. The Shimura jonin, his eyes a crimson hue akin to the legendary Manjiki Sharingan, glared at Uchiha Long with barely contained fury before abruptly turning back to his seat. His gaze then shifted towards Uchiha Shisui, who sensed the unmasked hatred and murderous intent directed at him. Their eyes met, and Shisui's gaze gradually turned red, mirroring the anger within him. Ever since learning of Danzo's transgressions against the Uchiha clan from Uchiha Long, Shisui had harbored deep-seated animosity towards the Shimura clan. Now, facing this particular jonin, he made no effort to conceal his own rage and murderous intent. It was indeed a case of bitter enemies meeting, each filled with intense resentment. Observing Shisui's demeanor, Uchiha Long felt a surge of admiration. "I look forward to witnessing your prowess, Shisui. Let us astonish the shinobi world." Simultaneously, in Konoha, within the Shimura clan, Lord Danzo, that individual is brazenly attacking our clansmen, implored a member of the Shimura clan. "Lord Danzo, allow me to journey to the land of sand. I long to personally eliminate that beast." The Shimura clansman, incensed by the barrier enveloping their village. Yearned to fly to the land of sand and take vengeance on the assailant. Danzo remained silent, his gaze directed upwards towards Uchiha Rong amidst the barrier. Upon witnessing Uchiha Rong crush his nephew Hachi's eye underfoot, a jolt of realization struck him. The actions and demeanor of that Uchiha seemed deliberately aimed at him. Such speed, combined with the myriad jutsu of our clan, the enmity towards my people is glaringly evident. He is aware of the deeds I have committed against the Uchiha. This boy cannot be allowed to live. Koji, Toku, accompany me immediately to the tournament site. Danzo commanded his two elite jonin, determination etched on his shadowed face. He sought to personally eliminate Uchiha Rong in the land of sand at the venue of the Five Nations tournament. After employing Earth Release to restore the arena, the match is resumed. Itachi, your turn is imminent. You know what to do, Uchiha Rong whispered as he settled beside Itachi. At merely 8 years of age, Uchiha nodded gently, his pupils as dark as ink, possessing an intensity of gaze that belied his tender years. Under the guidance and influence of Uchiha Shisui over the years, he not only discerned the true nature of Konoha village's operations but also became aware of the most sinister and treacherous figure within the village, Danzo Shimura. This man treated the Uchiha clan members as mere test subjects, stripping their Sharingan to wield as his own weapon, while covertly assassinating isolated Uchiha clan members. Had it not been for Shisui's restraint, he would have long since informed his father and the clan's elders. He would have declared war against Konoha if necessary. However, after Shisui meticulously explained his intentions, the astute Itachi comprehended the depth of Shisui's benevolence and grew increasingly in awe of him. 10 minutes later, having replicated all of Shisui's previous maneuvers, the arena erupted into a frenzy. The audience was no longer merely astonished. They were filled with excitement and thrill, particularly among the representatives from the Mist Village, faces lit with fervor, idolizing both Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi. The earlier jonin who had attempted to thwart Shisui now sat trembling in his seat, having bitten his own lip in disbelief. Such brutal acts manifested in a mere genin had prompted the Konoha delegation to immediately halt the competition. An impressive feat indeed. Uchiha Shisui and the temporarily sidelined Itachi exchanged fervent applause, entirely disregarding the peculiar glances cast their way. Only Shisui remained. Itachi turned his gaze to the right side of the arena, where only Shisui and the jonin from the Shimura clan were left to battle. Shisui was meditating in serene repose. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat at his desk, exhaling a plume of smoke while his eyes fixated on the crystal ball before him, sighing deeply. After all these years, Danzo had gone too far. Even the young Uchiha had begun to retaliate. The crystal ball displayed the gruesome scene of Itachi forcibly extracting the eyes of a 10-year-old genin from the Shimura clan, followed by a swift strike with a kunai to sever his opponent's throat. Suddenly, an elite Umbu, Kinj, materialized in the office, a gust of wind dispersing the lingering smoke. Lord Third Hokage, Lord Danzo has departed for the tournament venue. Hiruzen, clutching the cigarette butt, instinctively glanced out the window towards the Hokage monument. Summon Nara Shikaku and Haruno Sakura. We must depart immediately. Kinj obeyed the command and hastened away. It seemed that the Uchiha clan would be irretrievably lost this time. Hiruzen sighed again, exhaling a substantial cloud of smoke as his figure abruptly vanished from the spot. Soon, the organizers from the Sand Village issued a notice. Today's Chunin promotion exam would be temporarily suspended, with new rules to be announced tomorrow before resuming the competition. Despite the first day's matches lacking in overall excitement, the astonishing performances of Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi had nonetheless satiated the audience's thirst for spectacle, leaving them eager for the following day's events. The excitement of the lower ninja competitions raises the question, what about the contest for promotion to the rank of upper ninja? Itachi, let us share a room tonight. Given the current prowess of Itachi and Shisui, any attempt by that upper ninja from the Uchiha clan to ambush them would undoubtedly be a fool's errand. The Sharingan is exceptionally acute in both self-awareness and environmental perception. There is no doubt that the upper ninja from the Uchiha clan will seek revenge tonight. As anticipated, in the dead of night, around 2 in the morning, that individual stealthily infiltrated the inn where Uchiha Ron and the others were staying, preparing to exact retribution. However, upon entering the guest room, he found the 3 standing at the doorway, glaring at him. The upper ninja was momentarily paralyzed in shock. Before he could wield his kunai, Uchiha Rong swiftly kicked it away. If you wish to perish, the arena awaits you tomorrow. Due to yesterday's abrupt halt, the competition that was originally scheduled for 10 in the morning was postponed to the afternoon. It seems the new rules are likely time-related. Indeed, at noon, after a joint deliberation by the representatives of the 5 great hidden villages, significant amendments to the combat regulations were announced. No killing of opponents in the arena, battle time not to exceed half an hour. The Uchiha brothers convened quietly. Wrong. What shall we do? Shursui expressed his dissatisfaction with this rule, feeling powerless. Their primary objective was to severely injure members of the Uchiha clan, with promotion being a secondary concern. It's fine. We shall adhere to the rules. Within the confines of the regulations, we will inflict as much damage as possible on our opponents, as long as they retain a breath of life. We remain within the rules. A flicker of ruthlessness shone in Uchiha Rong's eyes. Sometimes, living can be more unbearable than death. With a whistle, the unfinished match from yesterday resumed. Uchiha Itachi prepared to engage in his second battle. The 8-year-old prodigy took the stage. Opposite him, sand materialized out of thin air, swiftly coalescing into a smaller, more delicate figure. Yet, this young boy's eyes were filled with icy hatred, and the dark red inscription on his left temple was strikingly evident. Here he comes. Uchiha Rong felt a surge of excitement, pulling out a bag of sunflower seeds to munch on. He observed the youngest contestant on the field, sensing something was amiss. When Itachi hurled several shuriken at Gaara's back, only for them to be thwarted by a barrier formed from sand, Uchiha Rong suddenly realized it was the gourd. At this moment, 3-year-old Gaara did not possess a sand gourd. The special sand created by his mother should still be concealed within the swirling sands around him. Yet it had not been extracted or collected by Gaara. This made the situation all the more unpredictable, as Itachi was completely unaware of Gaara's ninjutsu. On several occasions, the shurikens, which twisted and spiraled through the air, were effortlessly thwarted by the young boy's indiscriminate defenses. In contrast, Itachi hesitated to approach recklessly, inadvertently granting Gaara an opportunity. In a moment of inattention, his ankle was ensnared by an inexplicable mass of sand, which then violently tugged him upwards. After being ambushed twice, Itachi was compelled to activate his Sharingan, keenly observing the slightest movements around him. However, the sheer volume of sand in the Land of Wind rendered comprehensive defense nearly impossible. Fortunately for Gaara, his age meant his arsenal of offensive jutsu was limited. He had yet to master formidable techniques such as sand-binding coffin or sandstorm funeral. Instead, he could merely command the sand to form spikes and shurikens for assault. At this juncture, aside from his tailed beast transformation triggered by rage, Gaara's strongest defense was his sand shield, renowned as an invincible barrier. Uchiha Obito watched intently. As long as the vengeful boy showed no signs of transformation, he believed it was only a matter of time before Itachi would prevail. At that moment, having engaged in several exchanges, Itachi had gained insight into Gaara's capabilities, average attack speed, but formidable defense. What would Itachi devise next? Obito was eager to witness the strategic brilliance of young Itachi, a genius celebrated for his remarkable intellect. What strategies would he employ in a battle at the tender age of 8? Soon, both combatants made their next moves. Obito focused his gaze. Itachi hurled another 7 or 8 shurikens, then swiftly performed hand seals, his right hand poised near his mouth in a curved grip. A colossal fireball, 2 meters in diameter, surged toward Gaara. A sand shield automatically formed a meter in front of Gaara, effectively blocking the intense heat of the fireball. As the fireball extinguished and the sand dissipated, Itachi had somehow already positioned himself before Gaara. In the fleeting moment after the sand shield vanished, Itachi bent low, gazing down at Gaara, who was startled by the sudden appearance of the raven-haired youth. As Gaara's eyes met Itachi's, a flash of crimson light flickered across his pupils. The surrounding sand crashed to the ground. Then, before the astonished crowd, the 3-year-old Gaara, barely reaching Itachi's waist, walked straight to the edge of the arena and leaped down. Uchiha Itachi emerged victorious. Many spectators were bewildered by the turn of events, particularly the ninjas from the Land of Wind, who stared in disbelief as Gaara simply walked to the arena's edge, stepped off, and was gently caught by the sand, which lowered him to the ground. It was only when they beheld Itachi's eyes that realization dawned upon them, eliciting gasps of astonishment. Those were the Sharingan. The prodigy from the Uchiha clan was undeniably extraordinary, even overpowering Lord Gaara. The ninjas from the Sand Village were left in awe. One cannot help but reassess the gathering of the Uchiha brothers. A tall youth accompanied by 2 younger boys, a rather peculiar ensemble. Yet, none dare to underestimate them, nor do they wish to confront them directly. Just yesterday, they dispatched 2 fellow villagers, and today, they showcased the prowess of the Sharingan. effortlessly vanquishing a small demon possessing Shikaku. Consequently, the majority of ninjas present cast their gaze upon the Jonin from the Shimura clan, who was about to engage in battle, when the diminutive Gaara emerged from the illusion. The competitor behind Uchiha Itachi was nearing the conclusion of his match. Gaara departed the arena alone, casting a profound glance at Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Itachi, seemingly intent on etching their visages deep within his memory. The competition continued, as Shisui and the notably envious Jonin from the Shimura clan ascended to the stage. A chorus of cheers unexpectedly erupted from the crowd, eager for the spectacle. The Jonin immediately focused on Shisui's waist, deliberately avoiding any eye contact with the Sharingan. A testament to his caution. Engaging at the Jonin level demands meticulous attention to detail, particularly when faced with adversaries who are now sworn enemies. Shisui held nothing back, opting not to initiate with taijutsu, but rather unleashing a torrent of flames. Uchiha's signature fire release technique, the Great Fireball Jutsu. In response, the opposing Jonin executed a series of tightly woven wind release, vacuum waves. The collision of these two distinct elemental ninjutsu resounded with a thunderous blast, sending debris flying as the battlefield transformed into a chaotic scene. Following his wind release, the Jonin swiftly manifested two shadow clones, encircling Shisui from either side. Each clone brandished a vacuum blade, striking from the left and right, while the original conjured a wind release, vacuum sphere from his position. Faced with such an overwhelming and expansive offensive, Uchiha Shisui remained unperturbed, his hands rapidly forming seals. In an instant, he split his form into 5 identical phantoms, each mirroring his speed and Sharingan abilities. The 6 Uchiha Shisui quickly formed a coordinated assault, with the central Shisui performing the seals for the fire release, Great Fire Dragon Jutsu. With a resounding roar in his heart, Shisui unleashed 3 fire dragons that surged towards the Shimura Jonin. Meanwhile, the remaining 5 Shisui launched close-quarter attacks from all directions. The Shimura Jonin retaliated with his own vacuum sphere, countering the fire dragons while deftly maneuvering to approach several of the clones. The vacuum blade sliced and cleaved in a relentless onslaught, with each strike aimed at a critical target. 040 the old fox has personally come to collect his dues. The 2 phantoms on the upper and left flanks were struck by the vacuum blade, their speed diminished yet still maintaining a converging formation. It was then that Shisui unveiled his signature technique, the phantom body flicker. The eyes of Uchiha Ling shimmered with an ethereal glow. This ninjutsu was undeniably formidable. Though his arm was wounded, the illusion remained intact. What? Why did the shadow clone not dissipate despite being struck? Many ninjas present were engulfed in confusion. Even if the shadow clone could manifest physically, it could not possibly persist indefinitely, could it? 6 figures of Shisui surged forward, kunai in hand. One Uchiha Shisui unexpectedly emerged directly beneath the Jonin of the Shimizu clan. The Jonin, with all attention fixated on Shisui's hands and legs, was horrified by the sudden emergence of a pale hand from the earth. The Shimizu clan's Jonin swiftly recoiled, yet a gash was still inflicted upon his back. Now was the moment. Uchiha Ling's heart raced, eager to warn. However, it seemed Shisui on the stage was attuned to Ling's thoughts. The illusionary body technique was once again unleashed, with the true form concealed among several shadow clones, launching another direct assault. The Jonin, having narrowly evaded attacks from above and the right, had no time to reposition before being confronted by Shisui, who soared above him. The eyes of Uchiha Shisui, adorned with the Sharingan, spun fiercely, fixated on the Shimizu clan's Jonin. The Genjutsu descended. The Jonin found himself ensnared in an illusion, rendered immobile. Subsequently, the shadow clones commenced their assault, unleashing a flurry of kunai, shurikens, and short blades upon the entrapped Jonin, who stood dazed within the Genjutsu. Moments later, the shadow clones swiftly dispersed from the vicinity of their opponent. Boom. One of the shadow clones, after being pierced by the opponent's kunai, did not vanish but instead stealthily affixed 2 explosive tags just before its disappearance. Bang. With a resounding explosion, the Jonin jolted awake from the illusion, only to discover that his left arm and right calf had been blown off. From the perspective beneath the arena, this vengeful ninja of the Shimizu clan was gravely injured but still alive. Truly, the Uchiha clan's prodigy was a formidable adversary. Both the ninjutsu and the ocular prowess were exceedingly troublesome. Konoha was indeed a hidden treasure trove of talent. Other spectators from different villages were left in awe. Wait, did you see that boy with the Sharingan? What is he doing? A collective gasp resonated as all eyes returned to the arena. They beheld Shisui, having knocked the Shimizu Jonin to the ground, crouching down and thrusting a kunai directly towards the opponent's eyes, brutally extracting both eyeballs. He then strung the gruesome orbs together with the kunai. The crowd erupted in chaos. It must be noted that the boy in the arena was merely 11 years old. As his eyes returned to their ebony hue, Uchiha Shursui nodded at the proctor before leaping gracefully out of the arena. Just before touching the ground, he deftly hurled 4 or 5 shurikens, precisely striking the fallen Jonin's shoulders and legs, incapacitating him further. Uchiha Shursui had successfully completed his challenge. The proctor approached to inspect the fallen shinobi of the Shimura clan and, upon confirming that his life was spared, solidified Shursui's status as a Jonin. He returned to sit beside Uchiha Rong and Itachi. The three brothers exchanged glances and simultaneously exhaled a sigh of relief. "Brother Rong, what shall we do next?" Shursui inquired. "Wait," Uchiha Rong replied calmly. "Our actions here have successfully lured out the cunning old fox, Danzo. That old man will come personally to collect his people. And the third Hokage is likely to arrive as well." Uchiha Rong lowered his voice and continued in hushed tones. "We hold the initiative. Danzo dares not act against us. We shall simply wait." After providing reassurance to his two younger brothers, Uchiha Rong lost interest in the ongoing matches and took the two of them away from their seats. At this moment, the Konoha delegation was in utter disarray. They never anticipated that the grand tournament organized by the 5 great hidden villages to enhance mutual communication would devolve into such a brutal spectacle. Just as all the matches were nearing their conclusion, Danzo, accompanied by 2 elite members of the Shimura clan, finally arrived on the scene. After a thorough description from the members of the Konoha delegation, Danzo confirmed his suspicions. He had become the target of the Uchiha clan, much as he had long been fixated on them. "Bring those 3 brats to me." Soon, the trio arrived at Danzo's temporary quarters. "Do you comprehend the implications of your actions over the past 2 days?" Danzo narrowed his exposed left eye and asked in a seemingly calm yet serious tone. Uchiha Rong sauntered to an empty chair in the room and sat down with a thud. "What do they imply? Perhaps you could enlighten me?" Uchiha Rong had initially intended to confront the old fox only in the presence of the third Hokage, but saw no harm in unsettling his composure now. Danzo, rather than unleashing a furious outburst or reprimand, maintained his calm demeanor. "It means that you will die." At last, Danzo revealed his fangs before the 3 young Uchiha. "Haha. Everyone dies eventually, but old man, before we 3 meet our demise, you shall perish first." Uchiha Rong stood unafraid, retorting to every word Danzo uttered. Danzo was left speechless, choosing not to respond further and instead vanished from sight. In the next moment, Uchiha Rong felt a gust of wind sweep through the room. Instinctively, he turned to look behind him, his heart racing. When did this old man appear behind us? He quickly grabbed one of the boys and dashed to the opposite side of the room. The chairs they had been sitting in were instantaneously reduced to splinters. Uchiha Rong's eyelids twitched. If not for his heightened senses, they could have been attacked just moments ago. This old man is so sinister, even resorting to assassination and silencing. "It seems all these years, this young boy has been deceived by you." Tuanzong revealed a cryptic smile, declaring that he would spare their lives today, promising a surprise upon returning to Konoha. What a surprise indeed! Uchiha Rong retorted with ire, challenging that they would see who would ultimately prevail, having transformed into irreconcilable foes. They were prepared to unleash their full fury. The cunning old fox hesitated to eliminate them, not out of fear, but due to the precarious balance between the Uchiha clan and Konoha. Uchiha Rong patted the 2 young men, urging them to lead the way while he kept a vigilant watch from behind. Upon exiting the room, the oppressive weight they had felt dissipated, though the intangible pressure emanating from Tuanzong lingered uncomfortably in their minds. While they had openly severed ties, the prospect of eliminating Tuanzong at this juncture seemed rather impractical. They needed to grow stronger. Uchiha Rong resolved to take advantage of the third Hokage's apprehension and expectations regarding the Uchiha clan upon returning to the village, while also considering how to utilize Madara's remains effectively. As Uchiha Rong and his 2 younger brothers distanced themselves, Tuanzang's calm yet menacing voice echoed, "Gu Er, Ding Mu. Proceed, but remember to avoid damaging the eyes." In the midst of this tension, the Uchiha brothers were ambushed, and Uchiha Rong activated his Sharingan with 3 Tomo. Sunagakure, a quaint village nestled in an oasis, offered a refreshing vista, starkly different from the other hidden villages. The Uchiha brothers commenced their journey back to the village. But before they could exit Sunagakure, they were intercepted, informed of an investigation in collaboration with the higher-ups of both Sunagakure and Konoha. The Konoha delegation demanded immediate questioning of the Uchiha clan members, leaving Sunagakure's leaders no choice but to intervene. As the eldest and most formidable of the three, Uchiha Rong had no option but to comply with the interrogation, albeit separately. The three brothers were escorted to different locations. Uchiha Rong found himself encircled by 4 men, who escorted him to a designated interrogation site within Sunagakure. However, after walking for several minutes without sighting the interrogation building, they instead arrived at a desolate area north of the village. Something was amiss. Uchiha Rong halted abruptly, scrutinizing his 4 escorts. As esteemed guests from Konoha, they should have been guided by Sunagakure ninjas. Why were all 4 of them from his own village? They remained silent, their expressions grave and serious. A realization struck Uchiha Rong. They had fallen into a trap. The Konoha delegation had no intention of questioning them. Tuanzong had colluded with certain individuals in Sunagakure to ensnare the 3 of them. Without hesitation, Uchiha Rong tossed a smoke bomb at his feet, activating the Flying Thunder God technique to vanish within the obscuring haze. Outside the western edge of Shine Village lies a desolate expanse of desert. Uchiha Itachi stands resolutely against 3 members of the Uchiha clan, including the esteemed elite, Uchiha Koji and Uchiha Takemitsu. The relentless barrage of genjutsu and fireballs strains the chakra of the 8-year-old boy, who grips his kunai with utmost vigilance. Now, Koji barks, as the trio charges at Itachi from 3 distinct angles. Wind release, vacuum wave, and wind release. Vacuum sphere slice through the air from the front and both flanks with ferocity. Itachi evades momentarily, but Koji, having anticipated his movement, intercepts him midair. The wind release, vacuum blade slashes horizontally, leaving Itachi no room for lateral escape. In desperation, he descends, only to find Takemitsu, who has been lying in wait below, unleashing a torrent of vacuum waves with a ruthless glint in his slanted eyes. It's over. Despite Itachi's early insight through the Sharingan, he finds himself trapped, besieged from above and in front, suspended in midair with no leverage to maneuver. Despair floods his heart. With his eyes spinning with the power of the Sharingan, he unleashes the great fireball technique to its fullest, disregarding the imminent vacuum blade descending from above. He charges toward the slanted-eyed ninja, determined to take someone down with him. The Uchiha clan never retreats. A faint tremor ripples through the air on his left. Itachi, unable to turn in time, prepares to strike with his kunai. Suddenly, the space around him shifts rapidly, as though he has entered a dimensional rift. Surrounded by a kaleidoscope of colors, in the blink of an eye, they find themselves on the grand tournament stage. Uchiha Rong, hands resting on Itachi's shoulder, inquires, "Are you all right, Itachi?" Rong. Itachi is taken aback, momentarily stunned by the abrupt spatial transition. The shock leaves him speechless. Rong quickly assesses the boy, noting he bears no injuries, and promptly turns his back to him, crouching down. "Get on. There may be danger over by Shirzue," finally shaken from his astonishment. Itachi leaps onto Rong's sturdy back without hesitation. In an instant, the world around him warps again, caught in a cascade of vibrant, inverted light as they transition through space once more. "Shirzue, you resemble your grandfather too closely." Danzo appears silently before Shirzue. Startled, Shirzue leaps back, widening the gap between them. In that moment, Danzo's right hand extends forcefully, summoning a colossal tree that engulfs them both. "Your eyes, just like your grandfather's, shall become my ultimate treasure." The explosive emergence of the wood-release roots surged violently, ensnaring a multitude of trunks and branches, wrapping around and eroding both Shirzue and Danzo. The immense force caused the ground to collapse and fracture. Shirzue, positioned at the very center of the technique, had no time to escape, as his body was engulfed by the wood release. As the technique subsided, Danzo, who remained securely ensconced, emerged unscathed. Izanagi. Danzo invoked Izanagi, transforming the substantial damage he had just sustained from the wood release into a mere dream, successfully evading the technique. He mused to himself, confident that his skull remained intact. With a sudden motion, his right arm swung forcefully to the side, causing the enormous wooden trunks and vines before him to dissipate. What? Upon the dispersal of the technique, Shirsue's form was nowhere to be found. "The cunning fox, I am right here. Die." Shirsue's voice resonated from behind Danzo, as a kunai pierced swiftly into his right neck. Blood sprayed forth, and Danzo staggered, collapsing sideways. A genjutsu? Danzo fell to the ground, unable to rise again. Yet, Shirsue did not immediately lower his guard. His Sharingan spun rapidly, perceiving everything in his vicinity. The wind stirred up sand and gravel, swirling about as this battle seemed to draw to a close. "I have finally dispatched the cunning fox," confirming the absence of any other foes and free from illusion. Shirsue exhaled in relief and turned to depart. However, just as he pivoted, an arm cloaked in white sleeves suddenly appeared on his left side. Caught off guard, Shursui could not activate his body flicker technique in time, and instinctively tilted his head to the right, narrowly avoiding the horizontally thrusting kunai. Yet, as he turned, another claw was already poised on his right side. The claw struck without hesitation, infused with wind-release chakra, aiming directly for Shursui's right eye. At that very moment, the space rippled. Uchiha Rong and Uchiha Itachi materialized to Shursui's left. As they revealed themselves, they witnessed the unfolding scene. Shursui. Both exclaimed simultaneously, their eyes ablaze with fury. Raijin armor. The speed of their intervention rivaled that of sound itself. Uchiha Rong unleashed a powerful punch upon Danzo's left arm, which was reaching for Shursui's eye. Yet, it was ultimately a fraction too late. By employing Izanagi to negate Shursui's prior genjutsu attack, Danzo's claws had already pierced into Shursui's right eye socket after a series of rapid strikes. Blood gushed forth, and Shursui's body was violently hurled to the right and back. Rong's punch collided forcefully with Danzo's left shoulder, sending him flying, but Danzo's left hand firmly clutched the coveted Sharingan. In midair, he expelled a substantial amount of vacuum orbs, neutralizing the barrage of kunai that had been hurled at him from the left. Remarkably, during his backward flight, he even manipulated wood release with his right arm, countering and pursuing the evasive Uchiha Rong. The combat strategies and experience displayed within a single second were truly on par with that of a Kage. Uchiha Rong's eyes had turned a vivid crimson. The culmination of intense rage and emotion caused his dormant Sharingan, which had lain silent for over a decade, to awaken in an instant. 3 Tomo. Whoosh. As the colossal vine surged violently towards him, dangerously close to his body, a tempest of lightning erupted around Uchiha Rong. His speed escalated dramatically, propelling him to the left side of Danzo, where he unleashed a lightning-infused hand strike aimed at Danzo's left shoulder. Leave it to me. Swoosh. The razor-sharp lightning hand strike descended with lethal precision, severing Danzo's left arm. Undeterred, Danzo unleashed a wind release, vacuum great sphere. Uchiha Rong was forced to retreat, unable to seize the opportunity to reclaim his left arm. Yet, Itachi soared forward, reaching for Danzo's left arm. That was Shursui's right eye. It must be retrieved. Just as Itachi was about to grasp the arm, it vanished in an instant, and Danzo reappeared at a distance, his body unscathed. His bloody left hand still clutched Shursui's right eye. Uchiha brats, wait. I shall claim all your eyes. As his form gradually dissipated, the cunning old fox made his escape right before Uchiha Rong and his companions. Sarutobi Hiruzen emerged, and Uchiha Rong set off towards the rock-hidden village. Recently promoted to CH Nin, Uchiha Itachi was now consumed with a profound hatred for Danzo. He prepared to pursue with a series of shunshin. Come back, Itachi. Uchiha Rong, with one arm around Shursui, swiftly darted in front of Itachi, placing a hand firmly on his shoulder. Do not pursue. The third Hokage is coming. At that moment, Shursui's complexion was pale, weakened from blood loss, causing him to sway unsteadily. Uchiha Rong supported him, his right hand emanating healing chakra, gently staunching the bleeding. Rin and Hikari arrived at Uchiha Rong's side. Seeing the situation unfold, the reprimands they had prepared were swallowed back. The third Hokage approached slowly, remarking, Uchiha Rong, I truly did not expect this. Given the circumstances, I have but one question for you. Will you abandon the Uchiha? Or will you allow Danzo to commit atrocities within the village? Uchiha Rong's resolute inquiry startled the 2 elite Umbu, prompting them to advance towards him. Undaunted, Uchiha Rong stood tall, demanding, I implore the third Hokage to answer my question directly. Beside him, the still youthful Itachi felt his hatred for Danzo boiling like volcanic lava, ready to erupt from his scarlet eyes. The third Hokage tilted his head back, revealing a weathered, gaunt face beneath his Hokage hat. Children, you have erred. Whoosh. As Rin and Hikari stood 2 meters in front of the third Hokage, they felt a sudden gust of wind brush past their cheeks. Shocked, they turned to see Uchiha Rong, a towering figure akin to a mighty ancient tree, firmly rooted before Sarutobi Hiruzen. Perhaps we are in error. But Danzo is the one committing crimes. Uchiha Rong bent slightly, grasping Sarutobi Hiruzen's collar with his right hand, lifting him effortlessly into the air. This audacious act sent shivers down the spines of the 2 elite Umbu, their hearts gripped by sheer terror, setting aside his earlier, astonishing speed. How could this young man dare to act in such a manner? Calm yourself, young man. You are quite astute and should understand why I have come to see you in person. The third Hokage materialized behind Uchiha Rong, one hand resting behind him while the other held a pipe, his tone as tranquil as a still lake. With a resounding thud, The frail old man suspended by Uchiha transformed into a cloud of white smoke, dissipating into nothingness. Shurzue and I will return to the village. You too. Sarutobi Hiruzen gestured with his pipe towards Itachi and Uchiha must immediately undertake a covert mission. I refuse. Uchiha turned sharply, glaring at Sarutobi Hiruzen. You will not refuse. The bald figure, carrying Shurzue and the attendant, turned to leave. The mission and pertinent information are here, with a deadline of half a month. It is acceptable if you do not complete it. As the third Hokage's words hung in the air, a document filled with text slowly descended before Uchiha. Instinctively, he grasped it, inhaling deeply before striding away in the opposite direction of Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others. Let us go, Itachi. But the clan will be fine. Uchiha replied without turning back, raising the document in his right hand and snapping his fingers with his left. Flames erupted from the tips of his index and middle fingers, igniting the document. At least not for now. The two brothers headed north. Itachi gradually calmed down. The hatred was etched deep within their blood and bones. Though still young, Itachi longed to return to the village immediately to inform his father, Fugaku, of all Danzo's malevolence. Yet, after years of companionship, he found himself more inclined to follow Uchiha. In a swift leap, he matched Uchiha-Rong's pace and inquired, Brother Rong, what secret mission did Lord Third Hokage assign us? Uchiha rhythmically leaped across the weathered rocks, his gaze fixed ahead. We are to investigate a certain individual. Who is this person? A spy. He answered succinctly, while inwardly contemplating the potential measures Sarutobi Hiruzen might employ. Before long, Uchiha had surmised the third Hokage's plan, to use Danzo to balance the Uchiha clan while simultaneously granting them more authority. Previously, aside from the Uchiha who entered the Umbu, it was rare for the third Hokage to bestow significant responsibilities related to the higher echelons of Konoha upon Uchiha members. Yet now, he had inexplicably assigned two newly promoted Jonin and Chunin Uchiha to investigate a multifaceted spy. Uchiha understood that the old Sarutobi sought to have him and Itachi leave Konoha for a while, allowing them to evade the brewing storm. On one hand, it is essential to prevent Danzo from having any accountability, thereby stabilizing the fraught relationship between the Uchiha clan and Danzo, as well as the irreconcilable enmity with the entire Shimura family. On the other hand, it is vital to avoid any situations where other hidden villages might seize the opportunity to create trouble. Upon returning to the village, it is likely that the various clans within will become increasingly vigilant. Uchiha finds this scenario quite agreeable. Chaos serves as a ladder. Only through chaos can one ascend. Avenging the past while freeing oneself from the constraints of Konoha's entrenched systems and ideologies. Regarding the mission to investigate Kabuto, as the third Hokage has made clear, even without conducting the investigation, there is no issue in traveling elsewhere for leisure. Sarutobi Hiruzen had no intention of sending himself and Itachi on this mission. Although Kabuto is only 10 years old, he has already served as an international spy for over a year. He is not only a double agent for Danzo and Orochimaru but also a discreet informant among the 5 great hidden villages. At the age of 5, he was taken in and cared for by Yakushi Nan. Under the meticulous guidance of fellow spy Nan, Kabuto has evolved into a prodigious elite spy. So, where shall we go now? Itachi, possessing remarkable intelligence, has already surmised from Uchiha-Ron's succinct response that they will not actually be undertaking this mission. Ostensibly, the third Hokage has dispatched them on a reconnaissance task, yet in truth, it is a mandate for the two to refrain from returning to the village for the time being, a protective measure to shield them from Danzo's schemes. After all, within Konoha, Danzo's underground influence is even more fearsome than that of Sarutobi. To the land of Earth, for a vacation. Uchiha smiled at Itachi. Confronting Danzo openly has, in fact, alleviated much of the burden on Uchiha-Rong's heart. Although he has sacrificed one of Shursue's eyes, he has nonetheless managed to save Shursue. The original narrative of the Hokage has been significantly altered by his actions. More importantly, Uchiha has profoundly transformed the fates of both Uchiha Itachi and Shursue. They have detached from the roots and the Umbu, no longer subjected to the manipulations and indoctrination of the cunning Danzo. Nor are they vulnerable to the encroachments of the third Hokage's will of fire. They stand as fully independent individuals with their own values and perspectives. While Uchiha cannot claim to have completely altered their destinies, he has at least enabled them to grasp their fates firmly in their own hands. Of course, there is also a pure novice, Hyuga Niji. The organization burn that he has quietly established is beginning to emerge and showcase its potential. The Wabikure and Konoha, which were at war just last year, have now commenced trade relations. This is the harsh reality and transformation within the shinobi world. Former adversaries, seemingly engaged in a life-and-death struggle, may become the most economically intertwined partners. Given that the third Hokage has hinted at his intention to temporarily safeguard the Uchiha clan, I shall seize this opportunity to make a foray into Iwagakure. As for the covert investigation task concerning D, only a fool would undertake such an endeavor. One of the future great villains, whose intellect rivals that of Nara Shikamu, Uchiha Roan would never provoke trouble unless his brain had been compromised. At least until he could pilot a Gundam, or until Itachi and Shursui could do so, he would not have any interaction with D, or even Orochimaru. After an arduous journey, the duo finally entered the land of Earth as the sun began to set. The following day, they continued their exploration deeper into the land of Earth, having concealed their Konoha forehead protectors and donned ordinary attire, transforming into mere tourists. The land of Earth is a mountainous nation, characterized by towering peaks and rugged cliffs, making it a formidable stronghold. Since its establishment, the tourism boom has remained unceasing. Fueled by its innumerable famous mountains and rivers, Uchiha Roan and Itachi made their way to the military hub of the land of Earth, Iwagakure. Unlike other regions, this village is a veritable fortress, difficult to infiltrate. As tourists, they underwent the village's entry screening before finally arriving in the rocky settlement. All structures were constructed from local materials, built upon mountains, or directly hewn from massive boulders for various purposes. Having confirmed they were not being followed, Uchiha Roan decided to explore separately. Itachi, I shall wander alone for a while. I will seek you out when it's time for lunch. He patted Itachi's shoulder and vanished in an instant. Hey, Roan. Itachi reached out, hoping to catch his brother. Could you lend me some money first? The last words fell to a whisper as he watched Roan's tall figure disappear into a secluded alley, his brow furrowing in concern. Uchiha Roan stealthily navigated through Iwagakure. Using his intangibility and chakra barrier, he concealed himself seamlessly within the air. Where exactly is the village's cemetery? After half an hour of searching like an invisible headless fly, he still had not located the ninja village's public graveyard. Perhaps I should explore the Tsuchikage building first. His intentions were clear. On the surface, he appeared to be a tourist, but in reality, he sought to pilfer corpses. Specifically, he aimed to acquire the remains of the second Tsuchikage. Upon infiltrating the Tsuchikage building, he found no sign of the old Tsuchikage, but did encounter the man known as Kuratsuchi. I will follow him and see if an opportunity arises. Without hesitation, Uchiha Roan quietly trailed behind the robust man adorned with a red ninja headband. 10 minutes later, he followed Kuratsuchi into a sizable stone residence. Upon entering, he heard a woman's delicate voice. Darling, why are you back so early today? Kuratsuchi replied, My father is out on business, and there is nothing else happening in the village, so I returned. He entered, removed his shoes, closed the door behind him, and locked it. Upon witnessing Kuratsuchi secure the door, Uchiha Roan felt a sudden jolt of alarm. Will I be discovered? That shouldn't happen. Uchiha long held his breath, bracing himself to escape with the Flying Thunder God technique. However, the next moment left him utterly astonished. He observed as Huangtu secured the door before instantly materializing beside the bed, where a strikingly beautiful woman was adjusting her attire. With raven black hair and deep black eyes, her skin was as fair as snow, her figure perfectly curvaceous, exuding a gentle grace. Yet, her eyes were overly captivating, glistening with an alluring sheen, concealed beside the door. Uchiha Long watched in disbelief as Huangtu swept the enchanting woman into his arms, tossing her onto the soft bed before pouncing atop her. Darling, let us have another brother for Haidu, shall we? He chuckled. The woman gasped, instinctively pushing against the robust man atop her, but finding herself unable to budge him. She relinquished her struggle, instead wrapping her arms around Huangtu's neck. Her enchanting gaze seemed to shimmer with a misty allure. Uchiha Long initially intended to follow Huangtu, hoping to uncover clues about the Tsuchikage and vital locations within the village. Little did he expect to stumble upon a live performance. You scoundrel! In broad daylight. Fear not. The door is locked, and Haidu has gone out to play with his friends. It's just the two of us now. Huangtu buried his head once more, prompting the gentle woman to close her eyes and emit a tantalizing sound that stirred the heart. As their breaths grew heavier, Uchiha Long felt the temperature in the room rise several degrees. With a sudden rush, Uchiha Long activated the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing from the scene. He reappeared in the restroom of the Tsuchikage's office building, a place he had visited previously. After splashing water on his face, he managed to calm his agitated heart. Huangtu truly indulges in his desires in broad daylight. The thought of Huangtu's earlier eagerness made Uchiha Long chuckle. The bedroom door was merely 6 meters away from the bed. He even possessed the teleportation technique. With a lovely wife at home, what use are medicinal herbs? Shaking his head, Uchiha Long resolved to alter his plans. Since he could not immediately locate the grave of the Iwagakure leader, he would first gather techniques from other Iwagakure ninjas. With that, Uchiha Long swiftly departed for the ninja hospital. Much like his own village of Konoha, the medical department in Iwagakure operated from a hospital. The hospital's morgue spanned 2 levels. Quietly infiltrating the building's basement, he found that the second level housed the remains of ordinary villagers, while the third level contained the bodies of ninjas. The medical staff was diligently at work, allowing Uchiha Long to navigate through undetected. Upon witnessing the vast room filled with hundreds of ninja corpses, he waited for 2 female staff members to exit before swiftly commencing his task. A cursory glance revealed approximately 150 bodies. It seemed that since the ceasefire with Konoha, Iwagakure had remained embroiled in conflicts with other villages, leveraging their defensively advantageous position. Iwagakure had not hesitated to conduct numerous incursions and assaults on neighboring villages over the years. Naturally, their own losses were considerable as well. Before me lie the corpses that have been transported back within the past 48 hours. Uchiha Long commenced the meticulous examination and retrieval of each body. The sheer number was overwhelming, and Uchiha Long struggled to discern which of the corpses belonged to high-ranking ninjas. Thus, he resorted to swiftly assessing the ninjutsu and bloodline limit each body possessed. After inspecting 3 corpses in succession, he discovered they were all of Chunin rank, predominantly wielding earth release techniques. Uchiha Long refrained from hastily merging the techniques, opting instead to continue his investigation. For the opportunity to fuse ninjutsu 5 times within 48 hours was not to be squandered. Amongst the over 100 bodies present, it was inevitable that some would possess higher-level techniques or secret arts. He rapidly examined yet another corpse, only to find it was still a Chunin. Sighing, he reflected on the grim reality that, much like in Konoha, the majority of the fallen were indeed Chunin. One could ascertain that within the 5 great hidden villages, the vast majority of ninjas serving as cannon fodder were Chunin. This was due to the fact that genin were either not sent directly to the front lines of battle or were assigned auxiliary tasks, thus rarely facing significant casualties. Those who did perish often succumbed to overwhelming damage, leaving their remains unrecoverable. Uchiha Long swiftly maneuvered to the second row, hastily reaching for a white cloth. Ding. Deceased ninja. In Tsuchi, ninja rank, special Chunin. Techniques held in life. Earth release, earth flow wall, earth release, earth dragon hidden technique, earth release, earth pillar wall, earth release, earth stone spear, body replacement technique. At last, after probing nearly 30 corpses, Uchiha Long encountered his first Chunin body. Although it belonged to a special Chunin from Iwagakure, the earth release techniques it possessed were significantly more formidable than those of the preceding Chunin. Merging the techniques, he prepared to utilize the earth release, earth dragon hidden technique. He had already mastered the earth flow wall and earth stone spear during his time in Konoha. Ding. Earth release, earth dragon hidden technique has been successfully merged and is now available for immediate use. Excellent. Uchiha Long marveled inwardly as he swiftly moved to the next corpse. However, a series of Chunin bodies, interspersed with a few genin corpses, lay before him. With 70 to 80 more corpses remaining, Uchiha Long sought to avoid testing each one individually. He approached the body parallel to the previous one, known as Tsuchi, believing that higher-ranked corpses would likely be positioned in this row. With a spirit of experimentation, Uchiha Long reached out to the comparatively petite female ninja corpse before him. This one seemed promising. After 10 seconds of contact, his eyes lit up with excitement as he felt a surge of joy. What a tremendous discovery. Uchiha Long had retrieved 2 earth shadows. Congratulations, host. Earth release. Heavy rock technique has been successfully merged and is ready for immediate use. Another powerful ninjutsu. This female ninja was merely a Chunin, yet she possessed such a formidable earth release technique. This ninjutsu was no trifling matter. It could rapidly summon earth and stone to suppress an opponent, even petrifying them in the process. Imposing gravity upon one's adversaries renders them nearly immobile. Conversely, it allows one to augment their own weight or that of allies, significantly amplifying their offensive prowess. More importantly, as proficiency increases and comprehension of the earth release deepens, this ninjutsu can be enhanced, advancing to the earth release, super heavy rock technique. Subsequently, Uchiha Long continued to explore his options. Ultimately, among the many earth techniques. He chose the earth release, Yellow Spring Marsh. Upon departing from the Iwagakure medical building, night had already fallen. Uchiha Rong utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to locate Itachi, and the two casually found a lodging to stay for the night. After years of witnessing Uchiha Rong's various antics, Itachi had grown accustomed to his behavior and did not inquire further. At the stroke of midnight, Uchiha Rong made his move once more, transforming himself into a translucent wind. He sped through Iwagakure with abandon. Driven by a strong purpose, he arrived at the cliff behind the Tsuchikage building. Gravitational pull, he exclaimed inwardly, unleashing an invisible wave of sensory vibrations that radiated from within his being. With the surge of Uchiha Rong's mental energy, the range of his gravitational pull had increased from an initial 3,000 meters to an impressive 5,000 meters. Closing his eyes, he attuned himself to the unique gravitational sensations within this system, akin to a connection with the soul. At that moment, Uchiha Rong resembled a radar, continuously scanning all areas within a 5,000-meter radius. Any presence bearing the special energy of a ninja, be it chakra, physical energy, or mental energy, would resonate within his mind with remarkable precision. As the gravitational sensing activated, a multitude of points of fluctuation surged into Uchiha Rong's consciousness. Undoubtedly, these points represented the bodies of fallen ninjas. The majority were concentrated in the 8 o'clock direction, precisely where the Iwagakure medical department was located. Uchiha Rong shifted his focus and noted a significantly powerful energy fluctuation emanating from the 12 o'clock direction. The point materializing in his mind surpassed any of the gravitational fluctuation points previously identified in the 8 o'clock direction. Without hesitation, Uchiha Rong pushed the Flying Thunder God technique to its limits, racing forth until he reached the source of the gravitational fluctuation. What is this? Uchiha Rong gazed at the iconic 3-meter-wide, 5-meter-high sculpture of Iwagakure before him, his eyes widening in delight. The memorial stone, the Konoha memorial stone, crafted from a unique rock into the shape of a kunai. In contrast, the one before him was uniformly designed, identical to their emblem. The gravitational waves resonating in Uchiha Rong's mind had peaked, confirming that beneath this immense sculpture lay a body, at least one, containing a pure earth chakra within the remains of a fallen ninja. Whose formidable presence could it be? Could it be the resting place of the previous Jinchuriki of the 4 tails or the 5 tails? Earth release, Earth Dragon hidden technique. Uchiha Rong, a natural action-oriented individual, immediately employed the newly acquired Earth release, hiding technique. He sank into the ground, stealthily infiltrating beneath the spirit constellation statue. Upon descending underground, Uchiha Rong discovered that this place indeed held intricate mysteries. Directly beneath the statue was a steep staircase of white stone, flanked by an unknown luminescent material serving as illumination. This staircase extended downwards to a rapidly expanding plaza below. It could be said that the space beneath the spirit constellation statue was equivalent to the size of 2 basketball courts from his previous life. The walls of the space were punctuated by faintly carved ventilation holes, likely connecting to the exterior cliff's rock face. Gazing around the vast square cavern, Uchiha Rong noted the presence of only 2 stone coffins. Upon employing his corpse attraction technique once more, he discerned that the frenzied waves within his mind emanated from the 2 coffins before him. One of them must surely be the source of the disturbance. To exercise caution, Uchiha Rong activated his intangibility technique and chakra barrier again, gradually approaching the 2 coffins. He was apprehensive that this place might be ensnared by a barrier akin to Jiraiya's barrier, heavenly covering technique, or a sensing formation like that of the Hidden Leaf Village. After cloaking his internal chakra fluctuations, Uchiha Rong delicately placed his hand upon the stone coffin. With a gentle exertion, the coffin lid slowly slid back. Astonishing! This was undoubtedly a person of great significance. Even the coffin had a sliding cover. Uchiha Rong felt a surge of exhilaration as he opened the coffin lid nearly 80%. Peering inside, he was greeted not by a corpse, but by a fragmented skeletal structure. Intrigued, Uchiha Rong extended his hand to rest upon the ribs, which had yet to completely separate from the body. Just as he believed the deceased within the coffin held nothing but a pile of desiccated bones, a notification chimed. Ding. Detecting a faint residual chakra within the deceased remains. Would you like to investigate the corpse immediately? Immediate investigation. Uchiha Rong suppressed his excitement, urging within. Deceased ninja. Shurha. Ninja's former strength level. Kaga level. Ninjutsu possessed by the deceased in life. Body replacement technique. Earth release. Earth flow wall. And numerous other earth release techniques. Secret techniques. Earth release. super light heavy rock technique. Excellent. Uchiha Orochi's excitement reached unprecedented heights as he promptly initiated the fusion process. 5 minutes later, ding. Congratulations to the host. The Earth Release, super light heavy rock technique has been successfully fused and is ready for immediate use. Incredible! Uchiha Orochi's spirit soared, and his gaze involuntarily drifted towards the adjacent stone coffin position nearby. Without hesitation, he pushed back the coffin lid and swiftly opened the second coffin. As he exerted force to push it, the lid remained utterly immovable. This was odd. The two coffins were placed together, of similar size and positioning, and should have received equal treatment. Why was this one so securely sealed? Perplexed, Uchiha Orochi circled the coffin, examining it for 5 or 6 minutes, ultimately finding himself in a comical predicament. To my astonishment, this coffin is a flip-top. The leaders of a Hokage truly are audacious. As I silently berated them, Uchiha Orochi completely lifted the lid of the stone coffin. Upon gazing at the corpse within, Uchiha Orochi was utterly taken aback. Soon thereafter, overwhelmed by an exultation that resonated deep within his very soul. Inside the coffin lay a mysterious figure, his body enveloped in bandages save for his eyes and nose. The second Sasuke, the master of the venerable Noki, a sage of unparalleled wisdom, was none other than. No. Oh, how the heavens reward the diligent. Uchiha Orochi had scoured every corner of a Hokage for a day, nearly catching a glimpse of an unsolicited live performance of procreation. And only at this hour did he finally uncover the whereabouts of this elusive Sasuke. It must be that the medical department had wrapped him in special bandages to prevent decay. Uchiha Orochi extended his right hand and placed it upon the left arm of the enigmatic figure. At the moment of contact, a familiar system alert resounded in his ears, akin to celestial music, soothing and delightful to the spirit. Fusion of the bloodline elimination. With a command, Uchiha Orochi commenced the exhilarating process of reclamation. Throughout the entire endeavor, it felt as though time stretched to infinity. Finally, after what seemed like an interminable season, a crisp notification echoed within his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully fused with the bloodline elimination. Dust release. The host can now utilize the techniques once possessed by the deceased. Dust release. Original world severance technique. Dust release. Fragmentation of original world severance technique. Upward we soar. Uchiha Orochi's heart surged with elation as he closed the coffin lid, swiftly employing the Flying Thunder God technique to vanish from this secretive realm. 045 Tobi's midnight visit to Danzo at 4 a.m. in the chamber of Uchiha Itachi. A steady rhythm of breath emanated from the boy's mouth and nose. Itachi was in a deep slumber. Suddenly, the youth, lost in dreams, jolted awake. A pale hand grasped a sharp kunai, thrusting it towards the edge of the bed, his form springing into action, retreating to the doorway. In that fleeting moment at the threshold, the shuriken shot forth from Uchiha Itachi's hand, aimed directly at the bed. Itachi, it's me. The mark of the Flying Thunder God was inscribed upon the boy's right shoulder, and Uchiha Orochi was transported to his bedside, skillfully evading Itachi's sudden strike. He raised his hand to the right, redirecting 5 shurikens away. After deftly employing the universal pull technique, Uchiha Orochi quickly spoke. His familiar magnetic voice calmed the boy's racing heart. Brother Orochi, where have you been at this late hour? A now relaxed Itachi rubbed his eyes, stifling a yawn. Reverting to the curious demeanor of youth. There is no time for explanations, we must go. With a brief utterance, Uchiha Orochi grasped Uchiha Itachi's shoulder, and they vanished from the room. In the next instant, 2 shadows, one tall, one short, bounded forward beneath the moonlight, racing ahead. Brother Orochi, what is the rush? The sudden teleportation left the boy shaken, his awe for Uchiha Orochi deepening, as he tremulously inquired. A significant event is unfolding in the Hidden Stone Village. If we do not depart soon, we may find ourselves unable to escape. Uchiha Orochi refrained from elaborating further. It would be foolish to linger in a place where 2 esteemed leaders of the village are interred, especially after having violated it. Should we not hasten our departure lest the higher-ups from the Hidden Stone come to investigate? By the way, Itachi, where are the elders of our clan buried? Uchiha Orochi inquired abruptly while leaping forward, shifting the topic. He had thoroughly explored the clan's graveyard, and the formidable higher-ups, such as the clan leader and elders, were not laid to rest there. I am uncertain about that as well. My father has never mentioned it. The youth pondered for a moment, recalling that his father had once stated that any ninja of the clan who opened their eyes would have them meticulously preserved after death. Uchiha Orochi nodded gently. It must be so. Upon our return to the village, we shall have your father examine this. If Danzo is more cunning than I had anticipated, it is highly likely that a spy has been implanted among our clan members, and that spy may very well be the youth at my side. The theft of Sasuke served as a warning to Uchiha. He had initially believed he could completely alter the original narrative, allowing Sasuke and Itachi to develop in accordance with his own plans. Yet, Sasuke's right eye had still been taken by that wretched Danzo. The annihilation of the Uchiha clan could very well transpire at some point in the future. This time, Hiruzen Sarutobi intervened, suggesting that in the interest of internal peace within the village, the Uchiha must be safeguarded. But who can guarantee that he can constantly oversee Danzo? Uchiha Rong's thoughts raced, and his pace quickened dramatically. Beneath the moonlight, the two young members of the Uchiha clan remained silent, hastening their journey. Clan leader. My Sasuke's right eye was shrouded in white bandages, having been replaced with the preserved right eye of a clan elder. An ordinary three-tomo. Danzo. I had my suspicions, but I never expected Itachi's words to be true. Uchiha Fugaku's brow furrowed deeply as he struggled to maintain a tone befitting a clan leader, striving to uphold the composure expected of him. Yet, those within the clan endowed with the Sharingan, along with the elite, understood just how furious this middle-aged man truly was. The fleeting crimson curve sent shivers through the hearts of several sharp-eyed higher-ups. The usually placid clan leader now seemed on the verge of erupting. Taking a deep, covert breath, Uchiha Fugaku suppressed the flames of his anger and spoke in a low voice. Everyone, although the third Hokage has personally intervened to mediate, as the clan leader he paused, casting a sweeping gaze across the assembly, finally fixing his eyes on Sasuke's right eye, his tone chilling. Danzo Shimura must die. As soon as the words left his lips, Uchiha Fugaku's eyes suddenly transformed into a vivid crimson, the three-tomo Sharingan radiating a bloodthirsty glow. In an instant, the eyes of every clan member in the room flared to life with a crimson brilliance. At that moment, whether they were radicals or moderates, the Uchiha clan revealed the iron-willed ferocity that lay deep within their bones, awaiting the return of those two individuals. I shall lead you all in a collective endeavor against Shimura Danzo. Uchiha Fugaku's gaze was piercing, his tone exuding authority. Following the conclusion of the high-level meeting, Uchiha Fugaku called for Sasuke. Sasuke, I will do my utmost to help you reclaim your vision. With a gentle pat on Sasuke's shoulder, Fugaku reassured him. There is no need for concern. Although your right eye is no longer original, you still possess the chance to awaken the Manjiki Sharingan. Uchiha Sasuke trembled slightly, staring blankly at his elder, a flicker of hope igniting within his heart. The clan leader, Rongji, Sasuke hesitated. I know what you wish to express. Your actions during the Five Nations tournament, targeting those from the Shimura clan, are hardly a novel affair. Fugaku sighed as he gazed at the moonlight outside the shrine. That young man, risking his life to gather intelligence and prepare responsibilities that should have fallen to me as the clan leader. I have not fulfilled my duties adequately. Returning his gaze to Sasuke, Fugaku smiled. Rest assured, I shall not hold him accountable. Perhaps the Uchiha truly ought to forge our own path. With those final words, Uchiha Fugaku stepped through the door, leaving the astonished youth standing in place. The moon cast its silvery glow, and a figure cloaked in black materialized above Konoha. The orange vortex mask revealed a hollow on the right side, with deep crimson eyes peering forth. Uchiha Obito, 3 years after the Nine-Tails incident. He once again visited Konoha under the cover of night. As the night breeze stirred, his form transformed into a vortex through the right eye, vanishing from sight. Within the Shimura clan's ancestral hall, in a concealed chamber of the barrier, Danzo sat at the table, lifting his teacup to take a sip. You come uninvited. Seemingly disregarding our Konoha, the old man remarked, a hint of tension in his voice. Don't be so uptight. Bring me a cup as well, after traveling all night. I'm parched. Obito nonchalantly responded. Danzo, squinting with a smile, replied, tea is off the table. We can discuss cooperation, but destruction of Konoha is a death sentence. Danzo's words, laced with a cordial tone, belied their harshness. To think that the man known as the Shadow of Konoha, Shimura Danzo, would be so miserly. Very well. I say, can't I just say what I need and leave? Obito scratched his head, expressing his annoyance, but suddenly his demeanor shifted, his voice turning grave. I want the complete annihilation of the Uchiha clan. Upon hearing this, even the ever-calm Danzo momentarily faltered, a glint of sharpness igniting in his eyes as he regarded Obito. I am aware of your actions over the years. Now, your relationship with the Uchiha is akin to fire and water. You have long desired their destruction. Have I not spoken correctly? The confidence in Obito's tone further astonished Danzo. He was uncertain of the identity of the man before him, one who could manipulate the Nine Tails. Only a few clans in the ninja world possess such power. Annihilation. I shall return in a couple of days to discuss the implementation plan in detail. If not, every day from now on, one member of the Shimura clan shall perish. Obito's voice was chillingly cold. As the biting words fell, Obito's form was once again absorbed into his right eye, vanishing completely before the astonished and furious gaze of Danzo. Carried away by the swirling currents. Upon returning to Konoha, it was already past noon. Uchiha Itachi and his brother, Uchiha Sasuke, made no delay within the village and directly returned to the Uchiha clan's inner sanctum. Their spiritual and physical energies far surpassed those of ordinary individuals, rendering fatigue a foreign concept to them. However, the same could not be said for the 8-year-old Itachi, who, after 7 or 8 hours of intense travel, found his young body weary despite his prodigious talent. Yet, even so, Itachi chose to accompany Sasuke to the clan's council hall. The matters at hand concerned the survival of their clan and the enmity of life and death. Thus, the fatigue and drowsiness of the young boy paled in comparison to the weight of his hatred and anger. In the ancestral hall, the upper echelons of the clan and elite ninjas soon gathered, including the victim, Sasuke. Sasuke, you shall preside over today's urgent clan meeting. Please recount everything you know in detail. The clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, bore an unprecedentedly grave expression, mirrored by the somber faces surrounding him. Rising, Sasuke offered a slight nod to Fugaku and the assembled elders before taking his seat and speaking clearly. He recounted the events from 3 years prior when he first followed Danzo to uncover the secret chamber of the Uchiha clan, to the incident 5 days ago when Sasuke was ambushed and had his eyes stolen. Sasuke meticulously laid bare the myriad heinous acts Danzo had perpetrated against the Uchiha over the years. Interwoven within his narrative were the third Hokage's ambiguous attitudes toward Danzo and his politically expedient blind eye. Upon concluding, Sasuke sensed a palpable drop in the temperature within the hall. Even for one as seasoned as he, the expressions of the elite Uchiha present were enough to send a shiver through his heart. The collective release of Sharingan and a surge of fury from 20 or 30 Uchiha masters was a sight to behold, a terrifying spectacle indeed. Leader, this is what I have uncovered at the peril of my life over the past 3 years, Sasuke declared, pulling out a small booklet from his robes and tossing it casually to Fugaku, unbothered by any perceived disrespect. After all, he was now the savior and benefactor of the entire Uchiha clan. Should these individuals fail to recognize his contributions, he felt no obligation to remain within this clan or village any longer. Fortunately, the assembly was enshrouded in a tempest of rage, and no one yet questioned how he had come by such classified intelligence. In their minds, Sasuke was still perceived as the most rebellious and least accomplished member of the clan. Yet, should anyone dare to challenge him on this matter, he had already prepared his defense. His years spent within the Konoha medical department and the mortuary were not in vain. Sasuke, you have done exceptionally well. We shall reward you within the clan. As the clan leader, I can grant you one request. Uchiha Rong noted that when Fugaku looked at him, his expression softened slightly. However, at this moment, we have resolved to pursue a relentless conflict with Danzo. Do you have any prudent suggestions? Fugaku inquired candidly, showing no regard for Uchiha Rong's strength or status. His instincts told him that the young man before him was far from ordinary. To boldly extricate ourselves from Konoha and start anew, Uchiha Rong unhesitatingly articulated his innermost counsel. Before departing from Konoha, we must eliminate Danzo. This is undoubtedly the most advantageous strategy. As Uchiha Rong's words resonated in the air, everyone present turned their gaze towards him, their eyes reflecting not only crimson fury but also a flicker of fervent anticipation. Without exception, they reached a consensus, endorsing Uchiha Rong's proposal. What a fiercely combative group, Uchiha Rong mused as he observed the passion igniting within them. If only Madara had relinquished his ties of camaraderie with Hashirama back in the day, would we be facing so many pressing issues now? Establishing a village in a serene and picturesque locale, managing it militarily, wouldn't that be preferable? Henceforth, let us meticulously devise strategies centered around Rong's proposition. Fugaku instructed the assembly. Everyone instinctively nodded, as the most elite faction within the clan astonishingly exhibited unparalleled unity and cohesion. Yet, this arrangement was swiftly and mercilessly dismissed by Uchiha Rong. No, Uchiha Rong rose, his demeanor grave. We do not possess the luxury of time. We are not the ones in a position of advantage. Each day we delay renders us increasingly passive. The crowd gasped in surprise, their expressions laden with confusion. On one hand, we must engage in earnest discussions with the third Hokage regarding our departure from Konoha. On the other hand, we must proactively unveil Danzo's malevolence, instilling fear and disdain in the other clans of Konoha towards him and his lineage. We must remain uncompromising throughout this endeavor, eliminate Danzo, and demand reparations. After Uchiha Rong outlined his series of pragmatic operational suggestions, the assembly transitioned from initial shock to admiration and astonishment. Not only had he acquired an extensive array of intelligence regarding Danzo, but he also provided a meticulous analysis of the broader circumstances within Konoha. Clan leader. We must act decisively. Uchiha Rong displayed an urgent expression, reiterating his proposal. He had an unsettling feeling that Danzo was scheming something in these recent days. In the original narrative, Danzo had appointed Itachi as a spy and had previously brainwashed and ambushed Shisui. Now, due to his intervention, Itachi had been rescued. Yet Shisui could not escape the fate of being ambushed. What of the other ninjas within the clan? Could there be spies lurking among them? Perhaps within this very hall. There are agents placed by that old scoundrel Danzo. Very well. We shall proceed with this plan. I will ensure that we bolster the clan's defensive security. Disperse. The attendees departed, each absorbed in their thoughts. Yet, Uchiha Rong remained. He cast a glance towards Itachi and Shisui, signaling them to refrain from participating. The two departed together, leaving only Fugaku and Uchiha Rong in the grand hall of the shrine. Patriarch, the secrets of Danzo extend far beyond what I have just revealed. Uchiha Rong murmured as she sat beside Fugaku. Fugaku appeared entirely composed. You know nothing. Uchiha Rong silently berated him, her expression betraying her concern. You are unaware. His true strength is such that, apart from Shisui, no one in our clan can match him. Despite Uchiha Rong's objections, Fugaku remained unfazed, exuding an air of relaxed confidence. I shall personally put an end to him, for the vengeance of our kin. With a sigh, Uchiha Rong did not dispute his confidence. Then I shall look forward to the patriarch's actions. She found herself at a loss for words in response to Fugaku's sudden, inexplicable self-assurance. Regarding that request, Uchiha Rong shifted the conversation back to the matter of the reward Fugaku had mentioned earlier. I wish to oversee the area where our clan's elite ninjas' eyes are kept. Uchiha Rong boldly expressed her immediate aspiration. Fugaku's expression shifted slightly. After a moment's contemplation, he acquiesced. After all, that area was already protected by several elite guardians. And one more Uchiha Rong would not be an issue. However, he still inquired, did you awaken your Sharingan during this grand tournament? Uchiha Rong smiled and raised her gaze, her crimson three-tomo Sharingan glimmering before Fugaku, as she replied nonchalantly, compared to the patriarch's Mangeki, this little three-tomo pales in comparison. With her declaration, Fugaku's demeanor shifted dramatically. His eyes turned a vivid crimson as he swiftly closed the distance between them, now just a few meters apart. He tilted his head slightly, fixating intently on the tall youth before him. There is no need for the patriarch to panic. Do not forget, I am also a member of the Uchiha. Uchiha Rong smiled, unwaveringly meeting the gaze of the middle-aged man before her. After a brief moment, Fugaku quelled the tempest of emotions within him and turned to leave once more. Regardless of how you came by this knowledge, this matter must remain strictly confidential. In an instant, a dark object shot forth, and Uchiha Rong caught it deftly. A chill coursed through her as she grasped it, a sensation that sent a shiver through her being, even in the midday sun. It was a black tomoki. Ultimately, Fugaku chose to place his trust in her, allowing her to serve as the temporary guardian of the sacred space where the clan's Sharingan were stored. Raising his head once more, Uchiha Fugaku had vanished from sight. Without further contemplation, Uchiha Rong swiftly returned to his chamber and collapsed into slumber. Upon awakening, it was already the witching hour. Although he no longer required sleep and could energetically sustain himself for an entire week, his long-standing habits compelled him to maintain a semblance of routine. After all, a great battle loomed on the horizon, allowing no room for error. After a light repast, Uchiha Rong confidently approached a vintage pavilion located at the southeastern corner of the clan's territory, concealed by an invisible barrier. This was the paramount repository of the Uchiha clan's coveted Sharingan, producing a black Magatama key. Uchiha Rong had yet to make his next move when the thumb-sized black Magatama soared autonomously towards the pavilion's entrance. The two black iron doors, devoid of any locking mechanism, gradually swung open. Uchiha Rong darted inside, and the black Magatama returned to the palm of his hand. The moment he entered the pavilion, 3 Magatama-shaped chandeliers illuminated the room. casting a brilliant glow. Gasp! The sight before Uchiha Rong took his breath away. On the moderately sized wall, an array of transparent squares was meticulously arranged. Within these squares floated eyeballs suspended in a special liquid. A cursory glance revealed at least 50 of them. Gulp! Uchiha Rong could not suppress the urge to swallow, fighting against the temptation to sequester these eyes within his bloodline space. He began to meticulously tally the count. Outside the pavilion, under the moonlit sky, a shadow silently appeared at the entrance, quietly observing Uchiha Rong's every move. After completing his count, Uchiha Rong inhaled deeply, casting one last reluctant glance at the wall adorned with Sharingan before retreating from the pavilion and vanishing. 10 minutes later, Uchiha Rong reappeared before the iron doors of the pavilion. Repeating the earlier procedure to open the door, he swiftly entered. 2 minutes later, with a slight bulge in his arms, Uchiha Rong fled from the pavilion. The following morning, the entire Uchiha clan was in shock. 3 pairs of long-stored clan members' eyeballs had mysteriously vanished. Within the ancestral hall, Fugaku stood alongside numerous high-ranking elders and a select few elite ninjas. Their faces were ashen, their expressions grave, with flames of fury kindling in their eyes. Amidst them, a rippling transparent water sphere hovered in the air at the center of the hall, displaying the events of Uchiha Rong's actions from the previous night within the small pavilion. Fugaku, what further excuses do you have for him? The elder Uchiha Shana thundered as he slammed his hand on the table, his voice sharp with indignation. Fugaku's eyes widened in disbelief as he fixed his gaze on the imposing figure of Uchiha Rong within the special monitoring sphere, his brow furrowed in concern. After a brief pause, he commanded, "Immediately apprehend Uchiha Rong." After reconfirming the situation, Uchiha Fugaku's anger erupted. Coupled with the probing and threatening words Uchiha Rong had spoken to him the previous day, his previously accumulated goodwill towards Uchiha Rong was now rapidly dissipating. In place of tranquility, fury, trepidation, and suspicion enveloped the 2 trusted subordinates as they departed with a mandate to promptly apprehend the thieving scoundrel, Uchiha Rong. At that very moment, Uchiha Rong was blissfully indulging in a bowl of exquisite 3-flavor ramen at a local eatery, entirely oblivious to the fact that he had become the target of the entire clan's ire. Suddenly, 2 figures darted into the ramen shop. Uchiha Rong, the clan leader summons you back to the clan for urgent matters. The elite guard spoke with a semblance of kindness, his words devoid of reprimand. However, the taller elite beside him lacked such patience. "You little thief, get up and return to the clan at once. How dare you eat ramen after stealing? I've spent an hour searching the village for you." The tall Uchiha glared with contempt, his tone harsh, startled mid-slurp. Uchiha Rong swiftly finished his noodles and gulped down the broth. Wiping his mouth, he turned in confusion. "Steal? Spare me the nonsense. Let us go." The tall elite advanced, reaching for Uchiha Rong's shoulder. With a swift motion, Uchiha Rong slapped the hand away, the force sending the taller elite staggering back. "What the?" The elite, a seasoned jonin from 5 years prior, now a core member of the Konoha police force, was accustomed to commanding respect both within the clan and the village. How could he endure such humiliation at the hands of a mere youth, recently elevated to the ranks of the clan? Fuming, he adjusted his stance and lunged to grab Uchiha Rong by the collar. "Get lost." Uchiha Rong sidestepped and delivered a punch to the elite's shoulder, sending him crashing out of the shop. A good dog knows its place. Uchiha Rong activated the body flicker technique, vanishing from sight. The previously amiable Uchiha elite stood frozen, eyes wide in disbelief. He was well aware of his partner's prowess. Although not a prodigy like Shursui or Itachi, he was nonetheless an elite among elites, rarely defeated in combat. Yet today, he had been sent flying by a mere newly minted Chunin. Uchiha Rong had not deliberately employed the Flying Thunder God technique. He needed to gather his thoughts before reaching the meeting hall in the shrine. That punch had been exhilarating. In a sudden flash of inspiration, he had infused his right arm with lightning chakra just as his fist was about to connect with his opponent's chest, simultaneously utilizing the earth release, weighty rock technique. This instant amplification of force propelled the arrogant elite across the room. Such was the power of an unrestrained punch. One could only imagine the devastation of a fully concentrated strike. He savored the intricate sensations that accompanied his triumph. Uchiha Rong began to contemplate the imminent challenges he might face. The individual he had just encountered claimed to be a thief, having pilfered something of great significance from their clan. An icy dread surged within him as he instinctively grasped the gravity of the situation. The hidden attic, where the Sharingan of deceased clan members was stored, had been violated. How careless he had been. Last night, he had meticulously counted the items, intending to guard against potential spies within the clan. Little did he realize that this very act had unwittingly provided an opportunity for internal discord. Now, even if he were to plunge into the depths of the Konoha River, he could not cleanse himself of this stain. Upon returning to the ancestral hall, he found himself at a loss for how to explain or prove his innocence. Gritting his teeth, Uchiha Rong swiftly entered the Grand Hall. Just as he reached the central position, two elite members of the Radical Elder faction appeared at the entrance, blocking any chance of his retreat. The high-ranking officials, including the leader Fugaku, rose in unison, glaring at him with fierce eyes. Uchiha Rong, you possess an audacity beyond measure. Uchiha Shana's voice thundered with reprimand. Unfazed, Uchiha Rong met the elder's gaze with unwavering defiance, his words nearly inciting a chorus of outrage. A pack of fools. Your home has been robbed. And yet you stand here blustering. Uchiha Rong's fierce rebuke sent a tremor through those present. What do you mean by that? Uchiha Shana's aged voice boomed with authority. Look at yourself. Is this not the truth? Uchiha Rong scanned the eyes of all present, finally resting upon Uchiha Shana's face. I shall reiterate, this is not my doing. Whether you believe it or not is inconsequential. I have no time to squander here with you. With that, Uchiha Rong turned to leave, only to be halted by a firm grip on his shoulder. Rong, you cannot depart until this matter is thoroughly clarified. Fugaku interjected. Everyone is aware that you obtained the attic's key yesterday. Uchiha Rong pivoted once more, urgency in his tone. I need to ascertain the truth. I am quite busy. You know. Moreover, I am not the sole individual capable of unlocking the iron door of the attic. His unyielding retort, though failing to fully convince the assembly, nevertheless prompted deeper reflection among them, particularly the moderate faction led by Fugaku. They cast sidelong glances at the radical faction headed by Uchiha Shana. Each faction possessed a key to the coveted Sharingan. Seeing that his words had finally begun to resonate, Uchiha Rong resolved not to linger with these individuals any longer and strode towards the exit. The two sentinels, recognizing his determination, made no effort to impede his progress. You cannot hinder my departure, Uchiha Rong declared, his form a blur as he moved effortlessly between them, his hands extending outward with purpose. The two, their Sharingan fully activated, were quick to comprehend his intentions. The eyes have caught up, the mind has kept pace, yet the body has lagged behind. The two were seized by the neck and unceremoniously hurled out the door. I urge all of you to make thorough preparations without delay, lest the Uchiha clan face utter extinction. With those words, Uchiha Rong was about to step beyond the ancestral hall's threshold. How audacious! A sharp reprimand reverberated in the air. Uchiha Shana had already materialized before him, to openly lay hands on a fellow clansman within the ancestral shrine. Who else could it be but you, the thief of the Sharingan? Uchiha Shana activated his Sharingan, furiously pointing at Uchiha Rong. You shall not take a single step beyond this hall today. Uchiha Rong, unfazed by the elder's scolding, once again flickered into motion, effortlessly circumventing Uchiha Shana and emerging outside the shrine. Ha! I shall indeed emerge. Can you stop me? Uchiha Rong scoffed, turning to leave, brazenly leaving the younger generation in the presence of numerous clan experts. Seize him. Lock him in the security department's prison. Uchiha Shana, infuriated, bellowed at Uchiha Rong's back. Instantly, 3 radical faction loyalists shot forth from within the shrine. Without uttering a word, they lunged to capture Uchiha Rong. Uchiha Rong, overwhelmed with annoyance and fury, paid no heed to the 3 elite ninjas charging at him. He swiftly turned and advanced toward Uchiha Shana, arriving in an instant. His speed, akin to lightning, left the 3 elite ninjas in his wake. Uchiha Shana had already activated his Sharingan, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. Seeking death. I have engaged in combat more times than you have eaten meals. Before the words could escape his lips, Uchiha Shana felt his body uncontrollably flung into the air. Pain erupted in his ribs, and he spewed a mouthful of blood, a glimmer of terror igniting in his eyes as he hurriedly glanced downward. Eager to discern how that underachiever from the clan managed this feat yet below him, there was no trace of Uchiha Rong. Elder, be cautious. As a sudden shout echoed, Uchiha Shana felt a tremendous shadow loom above him. His heart raced, instinctively turning to look up. It was Uchiha Rong, who had long awaited him in midair. Thud. As his body hovered, the immobile elder was struck squarely in the chest with a powerful punch. Boom. The rapidly descending, yet still robust body of the elder crashed onto the courtyard outside the shrine. The ground cracked, and Uchiha Shana lay motionless. Elder. This all transpired in the blink of an eye. From Uchiha Shana's command to apprehend him to his own retreat and subsequent capture of Shana, merely a heartbeat. Even Uchiha Fugaku could not react in time. "Rome, have you lost your mind?" Uchiha Fugaku exclaimed in shock, rushing forward to assess Uchiha Shana's injuries. "Fear not. He shall not perish. The old fool has merely fractured a few ribs." Uchiha Rome clapped his hands, knowing full well that he was making things difficult for his clansmen. "I have long harbored disdain for him. You wretched pup. I shall expel you from the clan." Uchiha Shana, blood staining the corners of his mouth, struggled to rise, enduring the pain as he roared at Uchiha Rome. "Do as you please, just do not trouble me. Otherwise, I shall take on each of your men one by one. And if two come, I shall strike you directly." Uchiha, tall and muscular, delivered such fierce words that none dared to speak within the ancestral hall. In the end, Uchiha Rome scoffed at all present, saying, "With your pretense of theatrics for the third Hokage, I am embarrassed for you all." "Bah!" Uchiha Rome spat, continuing to provoke disdainfully. "You have so few days left to live, yet you still dare to denounce your own kin? Are the three Tomo so formidable? If you have the ability, confront Danzo or the third Hokage with your three Tomo. I have laid my cards on the table. I shall no longer pretend. Today, I shall unilaterally sever ties with the Uchiha." The final words of Uchiha Rong, infused with lightning chakra, resonated like thunder in the ears of all present. "You may leave the clan grounds, but leave behind the stolen eyes." Despite having several ribs broken, the old man Shana still possessed remarkable vigor. "I shall spare you." Uchiha Rong's form surged once more, enveloped in lightning chakra mode, almost teleporting to Shana's side. Under the gaze of Uchiha Fugaku's three Tomo, his right fist, augmented by the heavy rock technique, struck with thunderous force against the old man's remaining ribs. A cry of agony erupted, and the onlookers beheld their elder being ruthlessly beaten once more. "Scoundrel, cease this at once." The clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, could no longer contain his fury and charged at Uchiha Rong. Uchiha Rong blocked Fugaku's punch with one arm and deftly leaped back. How could he remain oblivious to the fact that his trusted aide had become Danzo's spy, yet still hold the position of elder? "I shall no longer partake in your games. You deserve to be annihilated." From the theft of the Sharingan to the framing of oneself, Uchiha Rong had begun to piece together the truth. Danzo intended to strike against the entire Uchiha clan. There were likely more than one traitor within the clan. He needed to quickly seek out Shursui and Itachi to prepare thoroughly. Rong, just as he was about to utilize the wind body flicker technique, he heard the voices of two youths. Uchiha Rong halted, turning to see Uchiha Itachi and Shursui standing nearby, their brows furrowed in concern. "Haha, my two little brothers. I am no longer a member of the Uchiha clan. Would you like to come with me?" Uchiha Rong said, half jokingly, half seriously. He felt a sense of reassurance regarding these two brothers. If it were merely Danzo and the traitors he had embedded within the clan, even in the event of annihilation, with their strength, they would have no problem safeguarding themselves. However, what if Danzo allied with others, such as the third Hokage, the Hyuga clan, and the Yamanaka clan, with the intent of annihilating the Uchiha? In such a scenario, the mere 8-year-old Itachi, bereft of his eternal Manjiki Sharingan, would be unable to escape a grim fate. "I will follow you." Without any hesitation, the younger yet more astute Itachi wavered. In contrast, Shursui, who had lost his parents and stood alone like Uchiha Rong, readily agreed. With a swift motion, Shursui appeared beside Uchiha Rong, his face resolute. "Indeed, Shursui, your brother's care for you has not been in vain." Uchiha Rong squinted, smiling as he tousled the boy's dark hair. "Itachi, I grant you a day to ponder this. Same place, same time, come find me." With that, Uchiha Rong placed a hand on Shursui's shoulder and vanished in a flash before all present. 2 days later, in the Hokage's office. "Fugaku, your Uchiha clan has gone too far this time." Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke sternly from behind his desk. "Previously, in Sunagakure, you merely extracted their eyes. Yet now you have resorted to beheading. What exactly do you Uchiha intend to achieve?" His words, laced with fury, echoed through the room, even causing Danzo, who stood with his eyes narrowed, to momentarily widen them in surprise. Fugaku stood across from the third Hokage. "Lord Hokage, it is evident that this atrocity was not committed by our clan." He glanced at the headless corpse that had been dealt with in the office, stating with gravity, "The two boys returned to the village. Not a single member of our clan has left the clan grounds in these past days." "Oh, is that so?" The old fox, who had remained silent until now, suddenly interjected. He approached Hiruzen's side and brushed his hand across the crystal ball on the desk. In the next moment, two figures materialized within the previously transparent orb, Uchiha Rong and Shursui. After causing a disturbance at the shrine 2 days ago, Uchiha Rong had taken sure sway out of the clan grounds and had not returned since. Witnessing this scene, Uchiha Fugaku was rendered speechless. What exactly is the conflict between your two families? Can it be resolved openly? Whether feigning ignorance or genuinely rebuking, Hiruzen sighed with exasperation. After a moment's contemplation, Fugaku glanced at the unmoving Danzo and boldly declared, "He has persecuted my clan, exploiting his power to steal our eyes for experimentation. I suspect, enough." Danzo's eyes shot open, disregarding the third Hokage's authority as he spoke sharply. "Uchiha Fugaku, your clan has always been warlike, consistently seeking rebellion. I am merely eliminating a threat to the village." Instantly, the Hokage's office was thick with tension. "Enough. We are all part of the same village. Can't we settle this amicably?" Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe, exhaling smoke as he continued. "Given that the conflict has escalated to this extent, in order to prevent unnecessary casualties among our clansmen, I propose we hold a friendly competition within the village." He paused, glancing at both Danzo and Uchiha Fugaku to gauge their reactions. Noticing Uchiha Fugaku retracting his crimson Sharingan, he spoke again. "Each of your clans should select 1 or 2 representatives to face off against opponents of equivalent rank from the opposing clan. The objective is to engage in friendly combat without inflicting severe injuries or taking lives." Upon concluding his statement, he shook his head slightly. This decision was a last resort. "What are your thoughts on this proposal?" he inquired, knowing that the approval of both clan leaders was essential. "Agreed. However, I wish to fight him." Suddenly, an unexpectedly magnetic voice resonated from another corner of the office. Uchiha Rong appeared in an instant, fixing his gaze on the 3 men and declaring loudly, "You, Rong?" Both the third Hokage and Fugaku were taken aback, unable to fathom that this young man would speak with such audacious confidence. "Humph," Danzo scoffed, a flicker of rage igniting in his eyes. He had long harbored intentions to eliminate Uchiha Rong, but upon returning to the village, he had been closely monitored by the third Hokage subordinates. This opportunity presented itself perfectly for him to take the young man's life and reclaim his eyes. "I have no objections." Danzo concealed his murderous intent, closing his eyes and responding nonchalantly. However, both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Fugaku were astonished. This old man harbors murderous thoughts. Yet, Fugaku shock stemmed not from that revelation. Instead, he recalled the words Uchiha Rong had spoken 2 days prior in the ancestral hall. The intense killing intent Danzo had just exhibited was unmistakably genuine. Only those with deep-seated enmity could possess such fervent malice. What did this signify? It indicated that Uchiha Rong was not Danzo's spy. The true thief of the clan's Sharingan was someone else entirely. Gazing at Uchiha Rong with trembling eyes, Uchiha Fugaku felt a chill run down his spine. "Let it be settled then. The other representative from your clans will be determined by you. The event will take place in 1 day." The third Hokage decisively finalized the arrangement, waving his hand to dismiss the 2, while instructing Uchiha Rong to remain. "I am aware of your rapid progress, but against Danzo, you currently stand no chance of victory and may even lose your life." After Danzo and Fugaku exited, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke calmly. "I advise you to step onto the stage, acknowledge your defeat, and surrender. Since the founding of the village, the Uchiha have been an indispensable part of Konoha." Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his head, seemingly lost in nostalgia. "Thus, when your clan leader and a group of elite members approached me to seek vengeance against Danzo and to sever ties with the village, I refused without hesitation." He turned his gaze back to Uchiha Rong. "Child, why do you harbor such hatred for Danzo?" Uchiha Rong was genuinely disinclined to engage in further conversation with him. In a succinct statement, the crux is encapsulated. The cunning old fox intends to annihilate the entire Uchiha clan, for he is the true thief of Konoha. This assertion holds no falsehood. Danzo clandestinely conducted experiments, grafting Hashirama's cells onto his right arm, and subsequently surreptitiously implanted the elite Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. His singular ambition is the eradication of the Uchiha lineage. "Oh, esteemed third Hokage, I implore you to personally witness the battle on that day." With this declaration, Uchiha Rong vanished from the office. In the underground chamber of the Uchiha clan, the enigmatic figure in a black cloak reappeared from a swirling vortex, addressing Danzo seated at the tea table. "So, Danzo, have you reached a decision?" Swish. As the words left his lips, 2 formidable wind blades surged towards him. The cloaked figure stood resolutely, allowing the wind-based jutsu to pass through him unscathed. "Very well, if you refuse to cooperate, I shall continue to eliminate until you acquiesce." The orange-masked figure's right eye spiraled once more, preparing to retreat. Wait, Danzo interjected. Tomorrow, my clan will engage in a contest with the Uchiha, and I shall arrange for action to be taken tonight. Now that is more like it, Obito chuckled. Rest assured, I shall contribute as well. I shall take 7. You shall take 3. Once the terms were agreed upon, Obito vanished using his Kamui technique. Danzo observed as Obito completely dissipated from sight, his palm emitting a hint of wood release before retracting it back into his arm. You two, be prepared, await my command for tomorrow. 2 silhouettes suddenly materialized in the chamber, their crimson 3-tomo Sharingan glinting with a savage, bloodthirsty light. Afterward, I shall transform your eyes into kaleidoscopes. The shadows nodded in unison before dispersing. Danzo lifted his teacup, his gaze penetrating and malevolent. Let us begin with you, Uchiha Rong. On this day, the sky was a brilliant blue. The first martial arts arena of Konoha was teeming with people, the air filled with the clamor of gongs and drums. The impending match between the Uchiha and the Shimura clans had become common knowledge. Ninjas and villagers alike surrounded the arena, eager to witness the spectacle. The tensions between the two clans had reached a fever pitch throughout the village. The originally scheduled 2 matches were condensed into one grand battle due to Shirsue's injuries, pitting Uchiha Rong against Shimura Danzo. Goodness, that is Danzo. How audacious of him, exclaimed a spectator. How could a mere freshly minted Chunin represent the Uchiha? What do you know? The Uchiha clan has found a scapegoat. The onlookers scoffed, almost unanimously deriding Uchiha Rong. In the front row of the audience, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, occupied the central seat, flanked by the youthful and contemplative Danzo, his eyes narrowed in contemplation. Danzo, he is still young, Sarutobi mused, his sharp gaze fixed upon the empty arena. Danzo did not respond, his figure abruptly vanishing from his seat. In the next instant, he had already materialized on the arena. Yet, Uchiha Rong remained conspicuously absent. Could it be that the young lad had faltered, too timid to engage in battle? It was said that he had voluntarily requested this duel. I had thought as much. How could a mere Chunin dare to confront the esteemed Danzo? Minutes passed with Danzo standing on the arena while Uchiha Rong still failed to make an appearance. The crowd surrounding the arena once again unleashed their scornful mockery upon him. Suddenly, Danzo's closed eyes snapped open, and he swiftly sidestepped 3 meters to the left. Boom! A tremendous sound reverberated from the arena. The place where Danzo had stood was now indented. A towering figure descended from the heavens, crashing onto the arena. It was none other than Uchiha Rong. He had plummeted from a height of several dozen meters, aiming directly for Danzo. Though he did not strike, he landed unscathed, leaving the arena cracked and caved in. The sheer force of his descent was evident. As the dust settled, Uchiha Rong's form became visible. Without a moment's pause, he vanished again, reappearing behind Danzo, his fist striking like lightning. Such speed. Among the spectators were many ninjas skilled in taijutsu, whose eyes widened in astonishment at Uchiha Rong's display of velocity. Whoosh! Danzo's reaction was equally swift. At the precise moment Uchiha Rong's fist was about to connect with his back, Danzo flickered and evaded the blow. However, before he could stabilize in his new position, he discovered that Uchiha Rong was right on his tail. Death! Uchiha Rong's left hand swelled like a boulder, crashing towards Danzo's back. Danzo's expression shifted to one of shock as he unleashed both wind and wood release techniques, accelerating his feet. He summoned wooden vines to shield his rear. Yet, Uchiha Rong vanished from his sight once more. My goodness! That lad's speed is utterly monstrous. He has disappeared. The crowd gasped in disbelief, unable to comprehend what had transpired. The third Hokage, seated in the main position, stiffened his expression and set aside his pipe. Nearby, Uchiha Fugaku instinctively activated his Sharingan, his face a mask of shock as he searched frantically for Uchiha Rong's silhouette. Whoosh! Uchiha Rong suddenly appeared above Danzo's head, descending once more from the sky. As he dispelled his invisibility, this time Uchiha Rong was enveloped in crackling lightning. The lightning release chakra mode was unleashed without restraint. Raijin armor. His speed was astonishing. Bang! Harnessing the power of the Earth Release's heavy rock technique, combined with the Earth Release rock fist, he struck down towards Danzo's head. Danzo could no longer evade, resorting once more to wood and wind release to defend above him. After a tremendous roar, sawdust flew, and a fierce wind scattered as Danzo swiftly leaped away. Blood trickled from his head, winding down his aged visage. 3 rounds. The unfathomably powerful Danzo was left in a state of disarray and injury. Uchiha Rong landed steadily on the arena, gazing defiantly at Danzo. His silhouette stood tall like a pine tree, exuding an unmatched dominance. In the entire training ground, one could hear a pin drop. All onlookers stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding on the stage, feeling as though it were surreal. Was this young man not the perennial lower-ranking ninja of the Uchiha clan, an ne'er-do-well in the village running a funeral home? He had just delivered a single punch that obliterated Lord Danzo's head. This was utterly insane. The prominent clans of Konoha, alongside ordinary ninjas, collectively turned their attention to the towering youth, falling into a state of bewilderment. You, the foremost of the Shimura clan, Uchiha Rome, raised a thumb in derision, breaking the silence with a sneer. Is this all you've got? Boom. The crowd snapped back to reality, eyes wide and mouths agape, astonished as Uchiha Rome mocked Danzo. Did you not look down upon and despise this Uchiha? Uchiha slowly advanced toward Danzo, his tone dripping with scorn and disdain. Then come and kill me. Danzo lifted his head, a glimmer of vitality flickering in his deadened eyes. Have you come? Uchiha Rome halted, fist clenched, ever prepared to weave seals. Ninjutsu, wind release, vacuum sphere. Danzo opposite him suddenly opened his mouth, unleashing dozens of fleeting breaths. Each breath, under the influence of chakra, became as sharp as bullets. Finally willing to employ ninjutsu, Uchiha Rome let out a cold chuckle, forming seals with one hand. Wind release, super vacuum sphere. He too expelled breaths from his mouth. But within Uchiha Rome surged an ocean of wind-affiliated chakra, rendering the breath sharp and expansive enough to send chills down one's spine. The entire arena was enveloped by the breaths he projected. If the vacuum sphere resembled a Gatling gun firing rapid bullets, then at this moment, Uchiha Rome's super vacuum sphere was akin to an intercontinental missile the size of a tailed beast ball. Show me your Sharingan. Uchiha Rome silently roared within. His aim was to force Danzo to reveal his trump card. Following the original plot, would he allow the second pillar to come and kill him? Don't be ridiculous. This old man was already sharpening his knives, eager to annihilate his own clan. What was there to wait for? 5 colossal vacuum spheres blotted out the sun as they descended upon Danzo. The onlookers were no longer merely shocked. Many had begun to evacuate from the front rows, while others in the back of the audience crouched down, heads cradled in their hands, watching in awe. At this moment, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the Uchiha clan leader, Fugaku, and the esteemed head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hisashi, had all risen to their feet, their expressions filled with terror as they beheld the shocking spectacle before them. Their hearts trembled with the intensity of an earthquake or a tsunami. How could that boy possibly wield the signature ninjutsu of the Shimura clan with such ferocity? Boom. Amidst the profound astonishment of the esteemed figures, the arena erupted with a thunderous sound, as if a comet had collided with the earth. A whirlwind surged forth, scattering sand and debris, obscuring the figures of the two combatants. Roar. From the obscuring clouds of sand, a beastly roar reverberated throughout the arena, causing discomfort to the eardrums of everyone present and sending shivers through their very souls. Following the emergence of the beastly roar, the colossal tornado formed by the immense vacuum ball and the swirling sand swiftly dissipated. As the dust settled, the spectators lowered their arms that had shielded their heads and eyes, opening them to gaze at the arena. Uchiha Rong swiftly leapt up, distancing himself. On the stage, a creature resembling a small mountain, a brown elephant, made its appearance. It was the Dreamamashi. Shockwaves rippled through the audience as Uchiha Rome exclaimed in astonishment. He had completely forgotten that the old man, Danzo, possessed a summoning beast of his own. The colossal vacuum ball he had unleashed was entirely devoured by the Dreamamashi, which then expelled it through its nostrils, neutralizing the impending crisis. My heavens, it is indeed the Dreamamashi. That boy has compelled Lord Danzo's summoning beast into action. He has concealed his strength so deeply. This is hardly the prowess of a Chunin. Perhaps even the third Hokage's ninjutsu pales in comparison. Among the spectators, the ninjas who had previously mocked and scorned Uchiha Rome were now overwhelmed with shock and awe, their cries echoing with fervor. They could hardly pay heed to the burning embarrassment on their faces, as their hearts ignited with passion from the breathtaking spectacle of battle. Look, that boy has vanished once again. Whoosh. Amidst the astonished exclamations of the crowd, Uchiha Rome effortlessly employed the body flicker technique, propelling himself into the air. Utilizing the earth release, super lightweight rock technique for the first time, Uchiha Rome felt as though his body had lost all weight, floating in the air. That crafty Danzo possesses such a technique as well. With this in mind, Uchiha Rome concealed his form, subtly shifting in midair, his hands beginning to converge. Dust release, realm separation technique. As he internally chanted the name of this technique, Uchiha Rome unexpectedly discovered that his invisibility had vanished. It turned out that when executing a bloodline limit, the ongoing activation of the bloodline limit would be forcibly interrupted. There. Someone with keen eyes spotted Uchiha wrong suspended in midair. Good heavens, he can actually float. The onlookers below gazed upward in astonishment, squinting against the glaring sunlight as they fixated on Uchiha Rome, whose hands had formed the hand signs for the technique. The third Hokage, with his hat and pipe long vanished, felt an unsettling tremor in his eyelids. The ultimate secret technique of the Land of Earth. With a swift motion, the third Hokage could no longer remain seated. He materialized at the edge of the arena, directing a stern command towards Uchiha Rong suspended in the air. Cease at once. TZ, perched upon the back of the dream demon, sensed the disturbance and looked up, his face reflecting shock. In his youth, he had witnessed this technique, one so formidable that its victim would be reduced to nothingness. Alarmed, TZ's left arm instinctively rested upon his right sleeve, poised to unleash his trump card at any moment. Boom. Ignoring the third Hokage's biased intervention, Uchiha Rong unleashed the dust release technique with unrestrained ferocity. A brilliant beam of light descended from the heavens, striking towards TZ like a bolt of lightning. The dream demon, sensing the impending danger, leapt off the arena with its colossal form. At this moment, the established rules of the arena had become utterly irrelevant. Everyone understood the gravity of the battle unfolding before them. The two combatants were locked in a fight to the death. Yet, despite the dream demon's evasive maneuvers, TZ and his summoned beast were ultimately ensnared by a colossal rock giant emerging from the ground. Even their combined vacuum sphere technique failed to dismantle the threat. Above, the devastating beam of the realm-severing technique was upon them. Earth release, earth flow wall, earth release, rock pillar prison. Sarutobi Hiruzen hastily conjured vast defenses of earth and rock above TZ, forming a sturdy protective barrier. However, even the most resilient stone could not withstand the might of the realm-severing technique. The beam penetrated through Hiruzen's extensive earth flow wall and rock pillar defense with ease. Boom. The massive rock was instantaneously reduced to atomic particles, scattering into dust. More terrifyingly, the beam continued its descent, showing no signs of abating. Clang. TZ's wind release technique was instantly dissolved upon contact with the beam. The light enveloped him and the dream demon completely, before abruptly contracting. Buzz. The air around TZ trembled, resonating with an inexplicable particle disturbance. Witnesses were momentarily blinded, their hearts constricting as the beam shrank to a point. TZ and the dream demon were reduced to ashes, obliterated at the very spot. Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a grave expression, felt a torrent of complex emotions surge within him. Had he been in TZ's position, he would have been equally unable to evade. Meanwhile, the upper echelons of the Uchiha clan, including Uchiha Fugaku, sat in stunned silence, their minds blank and incapable of thought. Just days prior, they had even contemplated capturing and executing Uchiha Rong right then and there in the ancestral hall. Cold sweat streamed from the bodies of these Uchiha elites. Is that person in midair truly of the same clan as themselves? What overwhelming, extraordinary power is this? Fear, relief, horror, absurdity, all manner of emotions intertwined. They felt as if their very souls were seized and battered by Uchiha Rong. Uchiha Rong, at this moment, stood as the powerful leader of the village, yet Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself at a loss for how to reprimand a towering youth in the air. Lord Hokage. This old fox is not so easily vanquished, he thought, as Uchiha Rong, who had just been suspended in the air, had somehow appeared by Hiruzen's side. With a narrowed gaze and a smile, he declared, "Next, I shall unveil the true visage of this Konoha vampire." As his words fell, Uchiha Rong raised his hand and hurled two shurikens toward the colossal rock creature he had summoned. The sharp clang of metal echoed nearby. Shimura Danzo emerged slowly from a pile of shattered stones. Unlike before, the white bandages on his right hand had vanished. In the palm of his hand, a crimson eye stood out strikingly, while on the back of his hand, another eye was tightly shut. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils constricted in shock. After several decades, he was witnessing Danzo's right hand once more, in such an unexpected context. His right hand had been grafted with an eye. Instantly, Hiruzen recalled Danzo's relentless oppression of the Uchiha clan over the years, as well as the intensifying life and death conflict between the two clans. Understanding dawned upon Sarutobi Hiruzen, and his expression turned exceedingly grim. Meanwhile, the Uchiha clansmen in the audience had already turned their eyes crimson with rage, gritting their teeth as they glared at Danzo's right hand. "Danzo, you scoundrel! It is indeed you." The youthful ninjas of the Uchiha clan could no longer contain their fury and erupted in anger. Izanagi, as the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku immediately comprehended the implication upon seeing the eye in Danzo's palm. He understood why Danzo could still resurrect. Danzo, you shall pay for this. At that moment, Uchiha Fugaku finally grasped everything. When he first came across the pamphlet regarding Uchiha Rong, he had refused to believe it. Preferring to think that Danzo had exploited his position to conduct reckless experiments on Uchiha clan members. He had assumed that even if grafting were involved, it would only pertain to his own eyes. Little did he know, he had even implanted them onto his hand. Sarutobi Hiruzen was utterly astonished. Danzo, you. How could you? Faced with an old comrade and fellow clansman, the complexity of Hiruzen's emotions was beyond description. I never imagined this day would arrive so swiftly. Danzo emerged from the ruins, exuding an air of nonchalance after revealing his hand. If it weren't for me, would Konoha be what it is today? Tuanzo's words sent shivers through all present, his ambitions now laid bare for all to see. Tuanzo, I am the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen's fury was palpable. Hiruzen, your hesitation will lead to regret for choosing to stand against me today. Tuanzo advanced towards Uchiha Rong, halting within 20 meters of the third Hokage. His eyes narrowed as he spoke with an air of indifference. Uchiha, from this day forth, your clan shall vanish entirely from the ninja world. In the midst of this turmoil, Tuanzo unleashed the summoning technique, his voice thunderous. The dream taper emerged, immediately drawing in breath, its massive belly swelling. Suddenly, it unleashed a fierce torrent of air from its mouth and nostrils, a tempestuous force akin to a hurricane, laced with razor-sharp wind blades. Surging towards Uchiha Rong and Uchiha Fugaku among the onlookers. The audience scattered in terror, cries of panic echoing through the arena. Tuanzo, cease this at once. Fire release, fire dragon flame bomb. Sarutobi Hiruzen retaliated with all his might. The colossal flames clashed violently with the raging winds, neutralizing each other in a fiery explosion. Leave this to me, Hokage-sama. You must maintain order within the village and evacuate the nearby civilians. Uchiha Rong declared, springing into the air once more. Tuanzo unleashed the wind release, vacuum great sphere, though this time, his aim shifted away from Uchiha Rong, targeting the sky above instead. A multitude of wind blades detonated like fireworks in the heavens. Uchiha Rong, observing the distant explosions, felt a flicker of surprise. How curious, despite activating the Sharingan. His aim seems less precise than when he was unawakened. Without further thought, Uchiha Rong hurled forth another barrage of enormous vacuum spheres. Tuanzo commanded the dream taper to counter, and they clashed once more. Meanwhile, within the Uchiha clan, save for the upper echelons and a select few elite ninjas aware of the recent theft of the Sharingan, the ordinary clan members remained blissfully ignorant of the turmoil engulfing their family within Konoha. They continued to live their lives in tranquility, devoid of conflict or overwhelming desires. At this moment, in a secluded alleyway of the clan's neighborhood, two men clad entirely in black stood silently, their faces concealed. In unison, they lifted their gazes to the sky, where the vacuum sphere had erupted. Their pupils constricted, ready to spring into action. Suddenly, they turned sharply, startled by the appearance of a gaunt figure draped in a black cloak, who materialized silently behind them. The man, adorned with an orange whirlpool mask, seemed to merge with the very fabric of space. The ordinary villagers are in your hands, the ninjas are mine. With those words, the masked figure vanished, absorbed into an enigmatic dimension, leaving only silence in his wake. Two masked figures clad in black exchanged a brief glance before simultaneously placing their right hands upon the hilts of their blades, and in an instant, they vanished. The gruesome slaughter targeting the Uchiha clan commenced ahead of schedule. Ordinary clansmen were suddenly engulfed in a torrent of bloodshed, their anguished cries piercing the air. The elite ninjas stationed within the clan, alerted by the commotion, were shocked and rushed forth to offer assistance. Yet, they were swiftly intercepted and mercilessly dispatched by a peculiar figure clad in a black robe with an orange visage. With an eerie appearance, the assailant struck with astonishing speed. The Uchiha elites found themselves utterly powerless to retaliate. How far the Uchiha had fallen. The brief teachings imparted by Madara before his demise were far more enlightening than the understanding possessed by these so-called elites raised in the clan's sheltered environment. No one within the clan comprehended its essence better than he did. With a heart already desolate and shrouded in darkness, the man flickered through the Uchiha territory, employing ruthless methods to annihilate Uchiha ninjas. At the primary training ground, Uchiha Fugaku was accompanied by half of the police department members, along with a few trusted subordinates of Uchiha Shursui. Both the moderates and the radicals were eager to witness how Uchiha Itachi would confront Danzo. Little did they know, Uchiha Itachi had transcended their understanding of a ninja. After several exchanges, Uchiha Itachi sensed that the murderous intent emanating from Danzo had dissipated. It felt more like a game of cat and mouse. Something was amiss. Recognizing the anomaly, Uchiha Itachi instantaneously vanished from mid-air, reappearing beside Uchiha Fugaku. Patriarch, quickly, lead everyone back to the clan. Uchiha Itachi shouted at Fugaku before charging headlong towards Danzo, his eyes ablaze with crimson fury. Die, you scoundrel. Fire release. Great dragon fire technique. Universal pull. 3 colossal fire dragons emerged before Uchiha Itachi, roaring as they surged towards Danzo. Simultaneously, a faint purplish pattern appeared around the outer corner of Itachi's left eye. The Rinnegan was fully activated. The 3 fire dragons, each extending numerous meters in size, howled as they lunged at Danzo. Just as Danzo attempted to command his dream beast to leap away, he found his body being forcefully pulled upwards by an unseen, tremendous force. Boom. The 3 towering fire dragons engulfed Danzo and his dream beast, consuming him and costing him one of his eyes. Uchiha Itachi hovered in the void, quietly observing the flames below as they slowly dwindled. Danzo was left with not a trace behind. Soon after the flames extinguished, Danzo reappeared below, the Sharingan in his right palm now closed. With a swift motion, the old man, revived by his Anaji, tore off his right sleeve. As the 3rd Hokage and the members of the Uchiha clan prepared to depart the training ground, they abruptly turned around. Their arms were adorned with Sharingan. This sight ignited a profound fury within the Uchiha, who had been poised to leave this place. Old thief Danzo, I will annihilate your entire clan. Several elite members of the Uchiha clan instantaneously vanished from the training ground, disappearing towards the east. Their chosen path led directly to the dwelling of the Shimura clan. The formidable Shimura Danzo. If they could not contend with him, surely his descendants would provide a worthy challenge. The Uchiha elite ninjas surged forward in a frenzy towards the Shimura family. Danzo, however, remained utterly indifferent, barely glancing their way. He tilted his head back, squinting his left eye as if amused. I acknowledge your mystery and strength, but how much chakra can you truly muster? Uchiha Ron also smiled, his hands forming a triangular seal once more, enveloping Danzo within its confines. My chakra may not be vast, but it is merely tenfold yours. Boom. The dust release, original world stripping technique. With renewed fury, he struck down once more. The earth release, super heavy stone technique. Danzo's expression stiffened. The mocking ease vanished from his face, replaced by fury and dread. For beneath his feet, the ground erupted, forming a colossal rock giant towering 3 to 4 stories high. The giant's massive hands clutched Danzo's legs tightly, ensnaring him within its formidable form. To his horror, he realized his body felt as heavy as lead, rendering him incapable of stepping forward or teleporting to safety. Gazing upwards, the luminous pillar expanded in his terrified eyes, ultimately fading into a blinding whiteness. Danzo was obliterated once more. Before long, he reappeared on the ground below, his countenance now grim. He hesitated, contemplating whether to resort to extermination to influence or delay the airborne Uchiha Rong. Yet, Rong's next wave of cataclysmic assault had already commenced. On the ground, Danzo oscillated between life and death. The true SCHR Dinger's Danzo, until the last Sharingan in his right arm closed. Uchiha Ron had dispatched Danzo 10 times. Once again, Danzo emerged from the ashes. Suddenly, he untied the white bandage from his right eye. Uchiha Ron trembled. Was he finally prepared to unleash his ultimate move? Gazing at the elderly figure below, Uchiha Ron's eyes blazed with intensity. Kid, to force me into such dire straits, you are the first in the ninja world. Danzo raised his head, his entire demeanor transforming, and declared with a booming voice, I, Danzo, shall designate you as the strongest of Konoha. Discarding the bandage, he directed his right eye fiercely towards Uchiha Ron. Yet, immediately, he proclaimed, but soon, you shall become my mightiest puppet, aiding me in conquering Konoha and ascending to the pinnacle of the ninja realm. Haha. Revealing his right eye, Danzo laughed maniacally, appearing almost deranged. Now come crashing down. His voice, laced with overwhelming intensity, resonated through the air. His right eye widened to its fullest, the crimson eye socket framing a perfectly symmetrical 4-pointed star of the Sharingan. Fixated intently upon Uchiha Ron above. Buzz. Danzo's right eye perceived a subtle, invisible wave rippling through the air, surging upward like a ripple, aimed directly at Uchiha Ron's gaze. Come down. Come down. Descending, accompanied by the instantaneous emergence of the kaleidoscope of the heavenly eye technique, the air reverberated with Danzo's furious roar. Revived, it truly feels unbearable. I will strive to persist. As Shursui sacrificed himself to save, The dual kaleidoscope of Itachi ignited. The Heavenly Eye, the unique ability of Uchiha Shirsui's Sharingan. It allows a direct invasion of the opponent's mind without their awareness, altering their will, subduing others without combat. At this moment, Danzo, with his right face and arm fully exposed, gazed upward at Uchiha Itachi. From his center, an overwhelming aura surged forth. The terrifying ocular technique, with a cooldown of decades, was unleashed upon Itachi without reservation. The summoning technique. Beneath Danzo's feet, a colossal dreamlike creature, the Dream Taper, appeared. With the Dream Taper summoned, Danzo mounted its back, diminishing the height difference between him and Uchiha Itachi. Boy, should I unleash this technique, you shall be the foremost in the ninja world. Danzo gently caressed the closed Sharingan on his right arm, as if savoring a cherished memory. Now, come down, kneel at my feet, and gouge out your own eyes. Danzo's tyrannical aura was unmistakable. His voice, no longer the usual somber tone, resonated with a manic exuberance. It was as if he transcended the realm of Konoha, and indeed the entire ninja world. What if I do not? A similarly resonant male voice echoed from the heavens. However, this voice was even more magnetic, laced with mockery and derision. What? Danzo's pupils dilated as he fixated on the figure in the sky, his spirit shaken. Impossible. Unable to contain his astonishment, Danzo erupted in a roar. There is nothing impossible, you old thief. Uchiha Itachi kept his right eye closed while his left eye opened. He descended step by step, as if a transparent staircase bridged the heavens and the earth. Upon reaching the elevated position before the Dream Taper, Uchiha Itachi regarded Danzo with an unfading smile. I did not expect even the shadow of Konoha to tremble in fear. As he spoke, a fleeting flash of pale violet light emanated from Itachi's left eye. Almost half the area of his left eye, from the outer corner to a small section in the center, transformed into a pale violet Rinnegan. Recently, through the continuous use of the Rinnegan, and under the frenzied fusion of chakra within, his Sharingan had evolved to its 20th level. You are. In a mere moment, Danzo was left stunned, his very soul shaken by Itachi's overwhelming presence. The Rinnegan. How is this possible? Just moments ago, it was a 3-tomo Sharingan. No wonder the Heavenly Eye was ineffective against him. At this juncture, Danzo had long relinquished the earlier arrogance that once allowed him to look down upon the world. Instead, there was a tremor of the heart, anxiety, and unwillingness. Hokage, strive harder in your next life. Uchiha wrung swiftly formed hand seals. Fire release, Great Dragon Fire Technique. A colossal fire dragon erupted from his mouth. Simultaneously, his right hand reached out into the void. Universal pull. Danzo, who had just attempted to flee, found himself rooted in place. Dust release, Original World Separation Technique. Uchiha Rong brought his hands together in a triangular formation. A translucent barrier followed the massive fire dragon, engulfing and submerging Danzo along with his summoned beast. To perform dust release, the universal pull merely restrained Danzo for 2 seconds. Yet, those 2 seconds were more than sufficient. As Danzo sensed the return of his ability to move, he yearned to escape, but it was too late. The fire dragon and the translucent square barrier had already enveloped him entirely. Die! Uchiha Rong roared. His right eye, the Sharingan, and his left eye, the Rinnegan, simultaneously gazed upon the old thief consumed by the 2 techniques, discerning his potential escape routes. Wind release, Great Scythe Gale Palm. To ensure Danzo's demise, Uchiha Rong appeared in 4 different positions, executing the wind release technique at each location. After several breaths, tranquility gradually returned. The flames extinguished, the wind blades ceased, and the radiant barrier dissipated completely. Only ashes swirled and danced with the gentle breeze within the arena. Danzo had transformed into dust, concluding his wicked existence. Exhaling a breath of foul air, Uchiha Rong vanished in an instant. He needed to rush to the clan grounds immediately. The vacuum ball Danzo had released into the open sky was a signal for someone. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, Uchiha Rong swiftly returned to the clan. Upon witnessing the bloody scene within his family, even the steadfast Uchiha Rong felt a chill run down his spine. Corpses lay strewn about, blood staining the ground. Those ordinary clan members, who would never awaken their Sharingan, had all perished. Buzz! A kunai suddenly shot towards him from a nearby space. Uchiha Rong narrowly dodged and turned to look. In midair, apart from the slight ripple in the space, there was nothing else. Obito, you are truly ruthless. He cursed inwardly as he swiftly teleported towards Itachi's home. The Flying Thunder God mark previously placed on Itachi had already been used. Currently, Itachi was far from a match for Obito. He had to ensure Itachi's safety. The organization could not afford to lose him, executing the wind instantaneous technique to its utmost. Uchiha Rong soon arrived at the clan leader's residence. At the entrance, a large pool of bright red blood lay before him, horrifying to behold. Itachi! Uchiha Rong exclaimed in shock, hurriedly dashing inside. Upon entering the courtyard, the scene that greeted Uchiha Rong filled him with an overwhelming sense of rage. Uchiha Itachi was engaged in a fierce battle against a rogue ninja, blissfully unaware of the imminent threat looming behind him. Suddenly, from the Kamui dimension, Obito emerged, thrusting a kunai directly towards Itachi's heart. Itachi sensed something amiss and turned to evade, but it was already too late. At this very moment, Uchiha Rong had just stepped inside. With the Raijin armor enveloping him, Uchiha Rong's crimson eyes glowed fiercely as he moved like a bolt of lightning, charging forward with unwavering determination. He had to reach him in time. Gritting his teeth, the lightning chakra surged throughout his being. Time was running out. The kunai was already raised, poised to pierce Itachi's back. Universal pull. Uchiha Rong extended his right hand towards Obito's kunai, utilizing the power of his Rinnegan once more. A hum resonated as the air shimmered slightly. It felt as though his gravitational force was anchored to an invisible, intangible substance, offering no sensation or feedback. A dull thud echoed. Blood splattered. The kunai found its mark, but it did not strike Itachi. In a flash, a figure moved ahead of Uchiha Rong, using his back to absorb the fatal blow meant for Itachi. Shursui. Uchiha Rong's pupils constricted in horror, a torrent of uncontrolled fury igniting within him. Obito, you shall pay for this. In his line of sight, after the kunai pierced Shursui's heart, Obito exerted a sudden force, twisting the kunai embedded within Shursui's body. A gasp escaped Shursui as blood uncontrollably gushed from his mouth. Clad in the Raijin armor, Uchiha Rong delivered a powerful kick aimed at Obito's head. But Obito vanished into thin air. The two remaining rogue ninjas hastily retreated. Within the courtyard, only the three Uchiha brothers remained. Itachi spun around in terror, witnessing Shursui. Blood pouring from his mouth, gasping for breath. Uchiha Rong rushed to support Shursui, his heart bleeding with anguish. The 8-year-old Itachi, as if struck by lightning, stood frozen before Shursui, his eyes wide with shock, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Brother Rong, the years we trained together were truly. Shursui, his heart gravely injured, struggled to speak. I entrust Itachi to you. Extending his right hand, Uchiha Shursui ruffled the young boy's hair, his smile frozen in time. Shursui. Uchiha Rong felt as if he would shatter his teeth from clenching them so tightly, his heart filled with indescribable sorrow. Memories flooded his mind. From their first meeting to their brotherhood, the moments spent together at Ichiraka Ramen, the training atop the head of Madara at the Valley of the End, all replaying vividly. Uchiha Rong tightly shut his eyes, the pain in his heart unbearable. Boom. Upon reopening his eyes, a deep crimson hue emanated from Uchiha Rong's gaze. And the three Tomo within vanished entirely. The swirling patterns of the cursed Uchiha crest gradually materialized, while the somber-faced Itachi shed 2 streams of blood tears. The Tomo within his pupils instantaneously spun and interlinked, unveiling the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. As the two awakened their powers in unison, the air crackled with a terrifying crimson radiance akin to that of a demonic deity. The setting sun cast a scarlet glow across the horizon, as if it had been stained with blood, illuminating the entire southern region of the Uchiha clan, resembling a hellish purgatory. The swift sound of a figure slicing through space shattered the surrounding silence. Die. The enraged Uchiha Rong, already engulfed in fury, activated the Raijin armor and Flying Thunder God technique almost simultaneously, instantly closing in on the 2 treacherous traitors who were on the verge of fleeing the clan's territory. With a resounding crash, Uchiha Rong, enveloped in blue light, collided with the two, obliterating them with sheer force. In the face of such overwhelming speed, their bodies were as fragile as mere tofu, blood mist spraying everywhere. At that moment, Uchiha Rong resembled a harbinger of doom. Obito, I will kill you. He silently condemned Uchiha Obito to death in his heart. Many within the ranks of the Hokage could redeem themselves, but he was the one who deserved to perish the most. He had slain both his mentor and his mentor's wife, manipulated the Nine Tails to massacre innocent villagers in Konoha, incited chaos and bloodshed, instigated wars among nations, and nearly obliterated the Uchiha clan. In a flash, the Flying Thunder God technique returned him to Itachi's residence. The 8-year-old Itachi knelt in a daze beside 3 lifeless bodies, tears of blood flowing incessantly. His parents, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Makoto, lay devoid of life. And Sasuke was nowhere to be found, not even a trace of his body. Uchiha Roan gazed at the despondent youth, sighing silently. Although he was a traveler from another world, his ardent admiration for the Naruto series and the profound emotional bonds he had cultivated over the years filled him with deep sorrow. They say the Uchiha are a cursed clan. Uchiha Roan lifted his gaze to the crescent moon rising above. Then let us make them feel the wrath and curse of the Uchiha today. His voice rasped, nearly a howl. He bent down to ruffle the disheveled black hair of the grieving boy and lifted him onto his back. Come, brother, let us go kill. The warmth of his hand and the hoarse yet gentle tone finally coaxed a blood-stained smile from the lost boy. That night, within the grand estate of the Uchiha clan in Konoha, not a single living creature remained. The duo of Uchiha, one big and one small, appeared as if they had risen from the depths of hell. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan illusion, the overwhelming fire release, the inescapable dust release, the vast earth prisoned two individuals, regardless of the depletion of their inner chakra, completely obliterated the Uchiha clan from the world of shinobi. The village of Konoha, and the entire shinobi realm, trembled in response. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, accompanied by all the elite Chunin of the village, rushed to the gates of the Uchiha clan. The sight that met their eyes, widespread devastation and countless fallen bodies, filled his heart with fury. Amidst his wrath, there was also a sense of desolation. Just as the village had begun to flourish, it was plunged into internal chaos once more. Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Itachi stood side by side within the gates of the Uchiha clan. Behind them blazed a fierce inferno. The flames illuminated their crimson, ghastly Mangeki Sharingan, rendering the ninjas of Konoha unable to meet their gaze. How is it permissible for Danzo to slay my kin while I am forbidden from annihilating his entire clan? Obito's voice was chilling, resonating with authority. Hiruzen Sarutobi, donned in battle attire, with two brown ribbons fluttering above his head, was fully prepared for combat. Danzo, steeped in sin, deserved his fate. Sarutobi's hands hung at his sides, his tone icy. Yet, he cares not for his own kin. The few who emerged from the Uchiha clan remain oblivious to his actions. Sarutobi's words incited many present to voice their outrage. The Uchiha clan met a tragic end, with none surviving. These two demons deserve to perish. The Uchiha clan should be abandoned by the shinobi. Hokage-sama, give the order. I shall personally eliminate them. Those eyes are the embodiment of evil. We, Konoha, have no need for malevolent individuals. Many ninjas expressed their stances, aligning themselves accordingly. Those who spoke were primarily ninjas from clans that had marital ties or beneficial partnerships with the Uchiha family. A greater number of ninjas chose silence, having witnessed Danzo's true nature in the training grounds. Ugly, twisted, dark, seeking fame while inflicting harm upon the Uchiha clan. They were exceptional ninjas who grew up as ordinary villagers. Their spirits endured a tremendous shock. If even the renowned Uchiha clan faced such dark and cruel treachery within this village, what of the ordinary ninjas born from common folk? Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Itachi. Hiruzen Sarutobi bellowed. You disrupt the peace of Konoha, slaughtering its citizens. Now, in the name of the Hokage, I shall apprehend you. His grandiose declaration was met with the Earth Release, Earth Prison. As Sarutobi executed the Earth Prison technique, a multitude of ninjas united to perform the Falling Heaven technique. Instantly, the focus centered upon Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Itachi. The arc-shaped earthen prison enveloped the two individuals within. Suddenly, an immense emerald earth cover descended from the heavens. Sarutobi Hiruzen, along with a cadre of elite ninjas, swiftly evaded the impending disaster. Just when they believed the two Uchiha executioners were beyond salvation, a rush of tea-green shadow darted forth. In the very moment the descending cover was about to collide with the ground, a fierce punch was unleashed. The cover, which had been aimed directly at the Uchiha duo, was sent flying askew for several dozen yards by the sheer force of the blow. If you wish to move them, first contend with my fist. Tsunade landed with a thunderous crash, her powerful strike shattering the earth beneath her feet, creating a colossal fissure that split the gathered ninjas into two distinct factions. As stones and dust settled, the golden-haired woman stood resolutely, one hand on her hip and the other pointed defiantly at Sarutobi Hiruzen and his companions, exuding an overwhelming presence. Hiruzen and the others were taken aback, their faces reflecting shock. The granddaughter of the legendary Senju Hashirama had intervened to protect the Uchiha. Given her prodigious strength, it was evident that Tsunade's prowess had significantly advanced. Within the ranks of ninjas, some began to waver, contemplating retreat. Setting aside the capabilities of the two Uchiha trapped in the earthen prison, the question loomed whether they could withstand the onslaught of this formidable group. With one of the three renowned figures in the ninja world stepping in to safeguard them, The outcome was all but certain. The two were likely far beyond the capabilities of ninjas of their caliber to thwart. Sarutobi Hiruzen, now shifting from astonishment to confusion, gazed at Tsunade, who stood before his comrades and spoke firmly. "Tsunade, what are you doing?" As a pillar of Konoha and his former student, Hiruzen could not bring himself to strike her. "I will protect Uchiha Ron," Tsunade declared, her right arm sweeping through the air, her aura surging once more. The ground beneath her feet cracked further, resonating with her determination. Witnessing Tsunade's unwavering resolve, Hiruzen's gaze darkened. He turned and strode back towards the village's interior, proclaiming, "Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Ron are to be permanently exiled from Konoha." His words, calm yet resolute, left no room for dissent as he departed with the elite of Konoha. "Tsunade," came the urgent cry of her student, who sought to halt the third Hokage and plead for Uchiha Ron's clemency. Yet, the third Hokage did not look back, stating, "This is my final act of mercy. I grant you but 10 minutes. As his figure receded into the distance, only Tsunade and Shizen, who arrived late clutching a small pig, remained. A hum of spatial disturbance echoed as Uchiha Ron appeared beside Tsunade, accompanied by Itachi, a smile gracing her face. "It has been a while, Sister Tsunade." In response, Tsunade unleashed a powerful punch, but Uchiha Ron nimbly dodged it. After a prolonged separation, Tsunade remained as proactive as ever, a playful smile gracing her lips. Uchiha Ron, with a hint of jest, remarked before his expression turned serious. "There is but one final task for Itachi and me," he murmured, gazing skyward as if in contemplation. "After this, we shall part ways, perhaps to meet again by fate." The space around them rippled once more, and with his words, both Uchiha Ron and Itachi vanished from sight. Tsunade stepped forward, her hand outstretched in an attempt to grasp them, but found only emptiness. In the next instant, a voice resonated behind her, rich and magnetic. "Sister, might I have a farewell embrace?" With tears brimming in her eyes, Tsunade spun around and enveloped Uchiha Ron in a tight embrace, reluctant to let go. "Asuma, this is where my assistance must end," she whispered. "Tsunade, I can hardly breathe." Uchiha Ron gasped, feeling the softness of her presence against his chest. The recent upheavals had imparted a harsh reality of the ninja world upon him. The most painful realization was that he had altered Shusui's beliefs, having accompanied him through his youth, yet he could not alter his fate. Tsunade released him, using her chakra to dry her tears, and they exchanged silent smiles, their eyes locked for a long moment. "Time to slip away, farewell for now." Uchiha Ron gently tapped Tsunade's forehead before vanishing from sight. He reappeared at the Uchiha clan's territory in South Hachuan, swiftly entering Itachi's home. There, he collected the bodies of Fugaku and Mikoto into the system's bloodline space. After retrieving all the deceased clan members who had awakened their Sharingan, Uchiha Ron found Itachi within the ancestral hall, where 3 elite Umbu shinobi stood guard before the walls adorned with Sharingan. "Brother Ron," the young voice, hoarse and trembling, reached him. "Little Sasuke is missing." Uchiha Ron approached and affectionately ruffled the boy's hair. "Do not worry, Sasuke will be safe." With that, he raised his gaze, fixing a fierce stare upon the 3 elite Umbu. "If you wish to live, step aside." They exchanged glances, hesitating for a moment before retreating outside the hall. They had witnessed Uchiha Ron's formidable prowess firsthand, and the man before them was no longer the village's laughingstock, but a force to be reckoned with. Moreover, those eyes rightfully belonged to the Uchiha clan, and with the clan's tragic demise, they had no desire to provoke further conflict. Once all Sharingan were secured within the bloodline space, Uchiha Ron bent down and hoisted Itachi onto his back, disappearing in a flash. He already knew where Sasuke was, within a gray alternate dimension. The barely 4-year-old Uchiha Sasuke lay on the ground, his large eyes wide and vacant, tears streaming down his face as he stared blankly ahead, trembling uncontrollably. Within his spiritual realm, he witnessed the annihilation of his family in its entirety. His parents fell victim to the hands of Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Itachi. As the potent illusion continued to assail him, Sasuke's eyes gradually began to manifest a crimson hue. Before long, the excruciating pain compelled him to cover his eyes with both hands. After rolling on the ground several times, his wails of anguish subsided. Sasuke lowered his hands, his wide-open eyes now suffused with a deep scarlet, revealing the emergence of a single Tomo. With the obliteration of his clan, Sasuke unleashed the single Tomo in rage. As tears streamed down his face, the young child ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness. Above, in a different dimension, a spatial vortex suddenly materialized. A single Tomo? Obito sighed. Just as he dispelled the illusion, leaving Sasuke with a parting thought. Endure the pain and live on. Harbor your hatred for them. Seek the strength you desire. In this dark world, only blood red can suffice. The spatial vortex reappeared, and Obito seized Sasuke, extracting him from the Kamui dimension, discarding him at the entrance of the Hokage building before vanishing from Konoha. The patrolling ninja, upon discovering him, immediately transported him to the Konoha hospital for treatment. Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Itachi quietly infiltrated the hospital ward. I will await you at the village entrance, Obito declared before disappearing, leaving Itachi, who cared most for Sasuke, in a solitary farewell. A crow, with crimson eyes, Itachi's summoned spirit, flew through the slightly open window, circling around Itachi twice before transforming into a streak of black light that penetrated Sasuke's mouth. Sasuke, my brother, strive to live well, Itachi whispered, placing a gentle kiss on Sasuke's forehead before vanishing from the room. Uninfluenced by Konoha's indoctrination, even his farewell was tender. The strange sensation stirred Sasuke from his slumber, and as he blinked awake, he felt as though he had glimpsed his brother's shadow. Turning toward the windowsill, he found only the curtain swaying gently in the breeze. Over the course of a single night, the child, burdened by pain and hatred, once again shut his eyes in anguish. At the village entrance, under the chilly night sky, a clear and melodious voice emerged from behind. Uchiha Obito turned to see a graceful young woman. "It's you, Red," he exclaimed, revealing a sunlit smile. "Indeed. I have become a rogue ninja cast out." His tone remained light. "I wish Kurenai Yui mustered her courage, biting her lip and raising her glistening eyes." "I know," Obito interjected with a smile, "but I will ruin your life. In truth, the one who genuinely cared for you and wished to protect you is not me." With a smile, Uchiha Obito turned away. Gazing at the towering tree in the distance, I raised my right hand and made a grasping motion in the air. "Come forth, Big Beard." As the words left my lips, the mysterious force of the universe erupted. The enigmatic figure concealed among the dense foliage was abruptly pulled before Asuma Sarutobi by Uchiha Ron. "Well, brother, I can only assist you up to this point. Although Kurenai Yui harbors feelings for you and could easily be won over, I still believe you should be with the Big Beard." "Yes, it seems quite fitting. Kurenai, Asuma is truly your destined companion." Uchiha Ron lifted his gaze towards the night sky. Time will reveal the truth. Asuma, rendered speechless, had been hiding away, originally planning to play the hero when this fellow dared to act inappropriately towards Kurenai. Yet, how had he suddenly become the reluctant one confessing his feelings? "That Kurenai? I just couldn't sleep and thought I'd take a stroll." Smack. Uchiha Ron delivered a sharp slap to Asuma's head. "Coward, hurry up, I'm pressed for time." Uchiha Ron plucked a handful of vibrant wildflowers from the roadside and handed them to Asuma. "I can't bear to see you fail." Kurenai let out a soft giggle, amused by the foolishness of Asuma. However, the laughter gradually transformed into a glimmer of moisture in her eyes, sparkling under the moonlight. "Let me protect you in the future. I will always treat you well." The straightforward Asuma finally confessed his feelings in his own way. Kurenai accepted the colorful wildflowers and nodded, wiping her eyes. "Now that's more like it." Uchiha Ron quietly stepped back a couple of paces. "Before I leave, the Big Beard has a message for you." Asuma turned in confusion. "In the future, if you encounter someone wielding a 3-section staff, do not bleed or linger in battle." With that, Uchiha Ron gently tugged, causing Kurenai's soft form to stumble into Asuma's relatively sturdy chest. Beneath the moonlight at the village entrance, the two nestled together, gazing at the receding figure of a man carrying a child, lost in silence. In the Hokage building, within Sarutobi Hiruzen's office, bang. The door was forcefully kicked open by Tsunade. Revenge is a natural order. Tsunade crossed her arms, casting a cold gaze at her mentor, her voice heavy with accusation. "On what grounds do you classify him as a rogue ninja? Not killing him is already my utmost limit of tolerance." Sarutobi Hiruzen rose, setting down his pipe, his gaze piercing, exuding the overwhelming presence of a leader. The atmosphere in the office grew tense. Tsunade remained unfazed. "Sensei, this is one of the reasons you will never reach the heights of my grandfather." Leaving those words behind, she turned coldly. "I have discarded my identity as a wandering ninja. I, Tsunade, have long since grown accustomed to it." With a fierce glare at Sarutobi, she slammed the door behind her. What a disappointing display from a so-called master of ninjutsu, a supposed vanguard of the will of fire. If only his grandfather were still alive, Uchiha Ron would not only escape punishment, but would be hailed as a hero for restoring integrity within the village. Tsunade hastily liquidated all her assets and fled Konoha with Shizen. Outside the village of Konoha, on a wooded path, Uchiha Rong and Uchiha Itachi strolled quietly beneath the moonlight. Both enveloped in silence. The symphony of insects and croaking frogs harmonized around them. The events of the past month, for many, encapsulated a lifetime. As Uchiha Itachi walked quietly beside him, he seemed on the verge of speaking when a shadow darted swiftly from the trees. Itachi's instincts kicked in, and he reacted immediately, launching a shuriken. Yet, Uchiha Rong intercepted it with even greater speed, catching the shuriken in one hand and grinning at the intruder. Ningxi, you truly have guts. The nearly 5-year-old Ningxi lifted his small face, determination gleaming in his eyes. With a swift motion, he leaped onto Uchiha Rong's shoulders, riding triumphantly. Uchiha Rong chuckled. Little Ningxi, you must remain in Konoha. He gently set Ningxi down, ruffling his hair. You are exceptionally suited for the practice of taijutsu. While I consider myself quite skilled, I am far from the level of that man you will encounter in the future. Remember, you must train diligently every day until your chakra is depleted. And when you meet that man, be sure to pester him until he imparts his strongest techniques to you. I will return periodically to check on your progress. Lastly, do not forget the original intent of our flame organization. Bending down, he placed little Ningxi back on his shoulders. Itachi, you should proceed slowly towards the land of water. I will follow shortly. Uchiha Rong waved at Itachi, securing Ningxi on his right shoulder. Hold on tight, little one. Ignoring Ningxi's reluctant expression, Uchiha Rong activated his Flying Thunder God technique, teleporting to a location near the Hyuga clan's gate. After discreetly marking Ningxi's neck and arm with the Flying Thunder God seal, he bid farewell and vanished. Old man, your trick of subterfuge is quite clever. When he reappeared, Uchiha Rong found himself in the office of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Compared to you, I still have much to learn. Sarutobi seemed to have been waiting for him, rising to present a dossier to Uchiha Rong. You have no idea how fierce Tsunade was with me earlier. Sarutobi chided Uchiha Rong with a smile. If this scene were to be witnessed by Tsunade and other elite members of the Umbu, they would surely be left in shock. Come now, you old coot. Uchiha Rong accepted the document with a smirk. Gradually suppressing his smile, he spoke earnestly. I have dealt with Danzo for you, and you must fulfill your promise to me. I do not care whether you intentionally allowed the masked man to slaughter the Uchiha clan. If you do not cease your brainwashing rhetoric and stop using the civilian ninjas as cannon fodder, I will not spare you. The Rinnegan in Uchiha Rong's left eye was unveiled without reservation before Sarutobi Hiruzen, its chakra energy exuding an overwhelming presence. The glass of the window shattered instantly. Even Sarutobi's pipe was extinguished by the palpable pressure of this chakra. Sarutobi's expression changed dramatically. Everything I have done is solely for the prosperity and peace of Konoha. But rest assured, I will do my utmost to fulfill my promise to you, he declared, laying down his pipe, his expression laden with trepidation. As for Orochimaru, I cannot guarantee I will capture him, but I will ascertain and provide you with all pertinent information about him. Remember, I will always be watching you. After Uchiha Rong's proclamation, he vanished in an instant. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at the window, now marred with cracks yet unbroken. He reignited his pipe and inhaled deeply, allowing the smoke to linger in his lungs as he fell into contemplation. 2 days later, Uchiha Rong and Uchiha Itachi arrived in the land of rice. Brother Rong, what brings us to the land of rice? Itachi, at this stage, was not yet so taciturn. Thanks to his childhood experiences with Uchiha Rong, his worldview was not as extreme or sensitive, leaving him curious and eager to explore. Uchiha Rong donned the sunglasses he had pilfered from Ebisu, revealing his signature mischievous smile as he looked up at the blazing sun. We are here to play with snakes. Itachi, upon hearing this, was left utterly bewildered but chose not to inquire further. Regardless of the activity, he was willing to follow Uchiha Rong. After casually resolving their lunch in a border town of the land of rice, they hastened towards a newly established small ninja village, the Sound Village. As they drew closer to the Sound Village, they noticed an increasing number of ninjas observing them with cold eyes. Some even seemed poised to strike, eager to kill and plunder. The primary reason for this was the headband of the rogue ninja from Konoha worn on Uchiha Rong's shoulder and the forehead protector of the traitor worn by Uchiha Itachi. However, this very fact made the various sound ninjas who coveted them hesitate to act, fearful of the consequences. Any ninja with a modicum of common sense understood that a rogue ninja was someone with a criminal record, who had committed grave offenses yet possessed the capability to escape from their village and evade capture. Even ordinary ninjas were aware of this, let alone those from the Sound Village. This was especially true given that their village leader was a rogue ninja with strength rivaling that of a Hokage. Coincidentally, their leader, who had defected from Konoha, is none other than the renowned Sannin, Orochimaru. Uchiha Rong, with a smile gracing his face, strode confidently into the village of the Sound Ninjas. Accompanied by Uchiha Itachi, they proceeded directly to the entrance of the two-story tower situated at the heart of the village, unimpeded by any who dared to obstruct their path. Will you announce our arrival to Orochimaru, or shall I render you unconscious and proceed to find him myself? Uchiha Rong stated amiably to the two young Sound Ninjas blocking his way. The two youths, having never encountered such an imposing figure, were struck with fear and hastily responded. Please, wait a moment. One of the long-haired ninjas swiftly entered the tower to deliver the message. Minutes later, Orochimaru appeared before them. The audacity to eradicate the Jishir clan in a single night is truly commendable, he remarked, his demeanor seasoned with the wisdom of experience. Merely a slight show of strength. Compared to your research endeavors, our methods are insignificant, Uchiha Rong retorted, engaging in a mutual compliment. You two have defected from Konoha. Seeking to join my village of Sound Ninjas? Orochimaru, though not present at the battlefield, was well informed about the recent astonishing events in Konoha. Analyzing the situation with increasing caution towards Uchiha Rong. From the brutal arena competition in the Land of Wind's Sand Village to the massacre of the Jishir clan by the Annihilation Team, Uchiha Rong's prowess rivaled that of the leaders of various ninja villages. I shall not interfere with your plans. I am here to negotiate. Uchiha Rong turned to the gathering Sound Ninjas behind him, continuing with a relaxed smile, I seek to trade with you. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru raised his gaze, prompting all the Sound Ninjas to halt and retreat. I will provide you with the corpses of Uchiha clan members for your research in return. You must divulge all information regarding the forbidden ninja, by Ruhuo. Orochimaru's eyes glimmered with an intense light as he readily accepted the proposition. An excellent trade, but in addition, I require blood samples from both of you. Orochimaru, the embodiment of a scientific madman from Konoha, was devoted to the study of forbidden techniques and was utterly captivated by the mysteries of life. Upon learning that Uchiha Rong possessed over 5 types of chakra within him, Orochimaru's gaze was filled with fervor. What a perfect specimen for experimentation. As for Uchiha Itachi, he was intrigued by the extraordinary bloodline limit within him. Having awakened the Mangeki Sharingan at the tender age of 8, a feat unparalleled throughout the annals of ninja history. Such an explosive existence indeed. I may offer you my assistance, but as for him, do not even think about it. Uchiha Rong has no intention of allowing Itachi's genes to be misappropriated. As for himself, he remains utterly unperturbed. His system is not to be underestimated. Uchiha Rong's resolute demeanor leaves Orochimaru with no room for further advances. The two parties reach an agreement without any pleasantries. Following Orochimaru, Uchiha Rong and Itachi enter the hidden base located in the mountains behind the village. Upon entering, equipped with advanced devices and laboratories comparable to those within the Konoha hospital, Uchiha Rong cannot help but marvel at Orochimaru's grand ambitions. His personal prowess is beyond question, as is his mastery in fields such as technology, management, and biology, which is of the highest caliber. During the process of blood extraction and various instrument tests, Uchiha Rong discreetly leaves behind numerous flying thunder god marks. When was your last encounter with Himiko? Uchiha Rong cuts to the chase. He is aware that a decade prior, the third Hokage had dispatched him, Jiraiya, and Tsunade to pursue Himiko. Uchiha Rong accepted the commission from Sarutobi Hiruzen to investigate Orochimaru, with the underlying goal of locating Himiko. As for why he did not seek out Tsunade and Jiraiya, the reason is simple. Himiko escaped from their pursuit. However, Orochimaru has quietly gathered all information and biological samples regarding Himiko over the years, conducting secret research that may have already yielded significant breakthroughs. Now, having demonstrated my sincerity, Uchiha Rong employs his healing technique to mend the wound on his arm. Simultaneously, he retrieves the body of an elite Uchiha spy from his bloodline space. He then makes a request to Orochimaru. It is now your turn to show your sincerity. Orochimaru lets out a hearty laugh and tosses a scroll to Uchiha Rong. Uchiha Rong catches it but refrains from opening it, merely continuing to smile at Orochimaru, shaking his head. Is this your sincerity? Uchiha Rong scoffs. With a speed akin to lightning, his form crackles with electricity as he instantly appears behind Orochimaru, harnessing the immense potential energy of his movement. Coupled with the massive rock transformation of his right arm, boom, he delivers a powerful punch that shatters the laboratory wall into rubble. Since you lack sincerity, I shall take matters into my own hands. Uchiha Rong brushes off the scattered dust in front of him, leaps over the debris, and ventures deeper into the more clandestine laboratory. You seem to be hiding treasures in your golden chamber. Uchiha Rong pays no mind to Orochimaru's astonished expression, turning to offer a playful taunt. When it comes to cunning, scheming, and ambition, Danzo pales in comparison to Orochimaru, who has spent his life confined to the shadows of Konoha. To regard the world of Naruto as a lifelong aspiration and to pursue that status through any means necessary is a path fraught with ambition. In stark contrast, Orochimaru seeks the ultimate expressions of a ninja, mastery of ninjutsu, the pinnacle of lifespan, and the very essence of soul and existence. Ah, how intriguing. Uchiha Rong unabashedly exposes his back to Orochimaru, strolling with his hands clasped behind him within the laboratory. His gaze wandering, he eventually halts in front of an immense transparent glass experimental chamber, where within lies a striking young boy with white hair and pink eyes. His skin is pale as snow. Upon closer inspection, Uchiha Rong can ascertain that this is indeed a clone of Hiruzen. Dear Uncle Snake, this seems rather unfair. Uchiha Rong remarks with a playful grin directed at the pallid-haired man. With such a flawless replica, why would I need to venture out in search of the original? Uchiha Rong does not disguise his covetous desire for the clone behind him. Struggling to suppress the impulse to seize the clone, he preempts Orochimaru's response, pressing further. Uncle Snake, could you perhaps create another clone? You set the terms. Uchiha Rong intends to adopt a strategy of retreating to advance. Should Orochimaru refuse, he would not hesitate to resort to forceful acquisition, much like how Orochimaru would later attempt to snatch Sasuke from Konoha. Haha, truly a masterful ninja capable of slaying Danzo. Orochimaru's laughter echoes. 2 conditions. His mirth dissipates as he adopts a serious demeanor, his earthy yellow vertical pupils gleaming with an eerie light. First, procure for me a capable aide, one with a sharp mind and boundless potential. And secondly, Orochimaru's tone grows increasingly animated. I wish for him to join the Akatsuki, to carry out certain tasks on my behalf. With an eager gesture, he indicates Uchiha Itachi standing nearby. In an instant, Uchiha Rong appears before Orochimaru, a kunai pressed against his neck. Do you dare to covet him? His voice is calm, yet his eyes betray a chilling intent. Haha. As expected of Uchiha Rong, such speed is truly enviable. Orochimaru's voice suddenly resonates from the shadows of the laboratory. The kunai pressed against Orochimaru begins to dissolve, akin to a snake shedding its white skin, evoking a sense of discomfort. Brother Rong, agree to his terms. I am eager for some experience, Uchiha Itachi interjects. Lowering the kunai, Uchiha Rong nods. Very well, I accept those 2 conditions. I shall take Hiruzen with me now. He strides toward the experimental chamber, continuing. These conditions cannot be fulfilled in the short term, but rest assured, I will ensure your satisfaction when the time comes. Orochimaru emerges from the shadows, presenting 2 specially crafted scrolls to Uchiha Itachi. I await your favorable news. Bearing the lifeless body of the experimental clone, Uchiha Rong set forth eastward with Itachi, adhering to Orochimaru's instructions. The purpose of carrying this experimental subject was solely to serve as a tool for studying the bloodline limit of Bailuhu. Upon its initial creation, it became evident that the clone possessed a plethora of jutsu and techniques akin to those of the original Bailuhu. Over the years of experimentation, this clone, through its innate technique of Gyalluo, had assimilated several high-level ninja corpses and the summoning serpent. Even integrating the unique would release bloodline limit. How astonishing it was to realize that this was merely the first generation of Bailuhu's experimental clone. Uchiha Rong could not help but express his bemusement, pondering why Orochimaru would allow him to take it away while simultaneously presenting 2 conditions critical to his future plans. Fortunately, these 2 conditions were easily achievable for Uchiha Rong. Seeking assistance from an intelligent and promising individual? Wasn't that a reference to Kabuto Yakushi? In a few years, he could either deceive or forcibly bring him to the Sound Village. As for Itachi joining the Akatsuki organization to gather intelligence and study the tailed beasts, that was even more straightforward. He could simply join alongside Itachi. This way, he could protect Itachi as he fully matured while preventing any underhanded schemes from Orochimaru. Once Itachi had developed his Manjiki Sharingan to its utmost, he could then venture into the human realm on his own. At that point, if Orochimaru harbored any ulterior motives, it would lead to his own demise. With clarity in his mind, Uchiha Rong did not hastily return to Konoha to scrutinize the 3rd Hokage's style, but instead continued northeast towards the Land of Water. In the Land of Water, renowned for its blood mist, under Obito's clandestine machinations, this ninja village had become a realm of brutality and distortion. For an ordinary ninja, Venturing into this country and village was akin to courting death. Yet, Uchiha Rong had a meticulously crafted plan, for Obito was present here. He intended to stage a dramatic revelation right under Obito's nose. Additionally, within this insular ninja village, he could more effectively recover all remnants of Bailuhu, allowing him to conceal himself and delve deeply into the study of the Sharingan within the realm of bloodlines. Shirzue's left eye was still preserved in pristine condition. Upon arriving in the land of water via ferry, Uchiha Rong did not immediately head to the ninja village, but instead settled in a small village not far from the Hidden Mist village. Within 3 days of his stay, the Bailuhu experimental clone succumbed to death after being removed from its designated experimental chamber. Without hesitation, Uchiha Rong reclaimed the Gyayuo technique from within its body, a forbidden jutsu classified as a super-secret technique across the ninja world. The ability to merge oneself with a ninja or a summoning beast is within reach. Upon mastering this skill, one can even fuse with bloodline limits. Uchiha Rong has reclaimed this extraordinary ninjutsu, not merely for the formidable space-time ninjutsu it encompasses, but with the ambition to develop an exceptionally powerful physical clone, one that is governed by the consciousness of his true self. Time flows, akin to the ravenous Naruto devouring a bowl of Ichiraku's miso ramen, swift and relentless. In the blink of an eye, 9 years have elapsed. Shinobi World Corp's recovery system host, Uchiha Rong age, 28 affiliated ninja village, none ninja rank, Genin, defector, bloodline limit, Sharingan 6 Tomo Mangeki, I techniques, complete body Susanoo, mastery achieved. Merge ninjutsu, wind instant body technique, mastery achieved, flying thunder god technique, secret art. Mastery achieved, fusion degree 79, maximum distance 10 kilometers, partial multiplication technique, secret art, mastery achieved. Palm sage technique, mastery achieved. Lightning release chakra mode, Raijin armor. Mastery achieved. Bloodline limit. Intangibility, mastery achieved. Bloodline limit. Rinnegan, initial, eye-opening degree, 82. Universal pull, mastery achieved. Ghostly Yara technique, forbidden art, high level. Mastery achieved, storm release. Thundercloud destruction, mastery achieved. Storm release. Ultimate storm dragon, mastery achieved. Nether release. Evil self-destruction, mastery achieved. Steel release. Steelification, mastery achieved. Swift release. Mastery achieved. Wind release, vacuum wave. Fire release, great flame technique, water release, water dragon bullet, and 288 other ninjutsu, bloodline space, shared bloodline ninja corpses, 18th. Sharingan, 36. Chakra reserve, 107 cards. Physical energy, 80 Kai, 8 red Kai. Mental energy, 61 Itachi, at last. I have finally succeeded. Beneath a waterfall cliff in the land of water, Uchiha Rong emerged from the depths, howling to the heavens. Yet, scarcely a minute after awakening, a prompt from the system resonated in his mind. Alert, the host is hesitating. Forcing the fusion of yin and yang attribute chakra through the ghostly Yara technique will result in irreversible changes. Please be prepared at all times. What? Uchiha Rong's mind trembled. A long-dormant panic surged within him once more. What on earth is happening? In his mind, Uchiha Rong anxiously questioned the system. Altered chakra, Taiji chakra, a fusion of yin and yang attributes, absorbing a portion of the 5 elemental chakra mutations, unable to be primarily used for external ninjutsu. Only applicable to oneself or for yin-yang harmonization, a brand new passive ninjutsu, ninjutsu of eternal rewind, a novel ninjutsu born from the fusion of yin and yang dual attribute chakra. Mutated under the influence of the ghost bud technique. The host's cells and physical body will revert to their childhood or adolescence. Please take note. Moreover, due to the irreversible effects brought by the ghost bud technique, upon reverting, all previously cultivated ninjutsu of the host will be weakened by 90. Immortality is not so easily attained. Please strive harder. Uchiha Rong clasped his hands upon his head, inwardly seething with fury. System, I curse you. He raged in his heart, standing frozen in place. Over the years, aside from bringing Itachi into the Akatsuki organization, occasionally returning to Konoha to scout, and introducing Kabuto to Orochimaru, he had mostly secluded himself to study various ninjutsu and cultivate. Itachi had also matured into a ninja of shadow-level prowess, although both remained merely at the genin rank. Throughout these 9 years, Uchiha Rong had left behind numerous glorious deeds in various countries and major ninja villages while practicing powerful, forbidden ninjutsu. Their appearances were marked by the use of Flying Thunder God, donning pure black robes and an elliptical black mask, earning them the moniker of Black Flash within the ninja world. The organization had been fully entrusted to Itachi's management. I still need to reorganize Konoha and conquer the entire ninja world, he lamented. With a cry of despair, Uchiha Roan promptly re-examined all ninjutsu and statuses within the system. Aside from the warning regarding the rewind mutation, nothing else seemed amiss. After taking a deep breath to calm his emotions, he swiftly took off from his spot, instantly ascending to an altitude of nearly 1,000 meters. The Earth Release, super light heavy rock technique was already mastered to perfection. Uchiha Roan soared freely through the skies, heading towards Konoha. Having a comprehensive understanding of the characters within the Hokage, he had compiled information on Orochimaru into documents and submitted them to the third Hokage in the second year after his defection from Konoha. Additionally, he discreetly informed Orochimaru of certain intelligence regarding Konoha and the tailed beast through transactions. Once various precise and clandestine pieces of information were corroborated, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru grew increasingly wary of Uchiha Roan. Even more astonishing to them was the fact that, after 9 years, not a single trace of time had marked Uchiha Roan. His entire appearance remained exactly the same as when he had defected from Konoha. On this day, the sun shone brightly, and the weather was fine. The village was enveloped in tranquility. Yet, within Sarutobi Hiruzen's office, an unsettling atmosphere prevailed. Although most families in the village are aware of your circumstances, your sudden return may still be difficult for some villagers and ninjas to accept, Sarutobi Hiruzen advised. Their acceptance is their own concern, Uchiha Roan declared as he boldly seated himself in the Hokage's chair. As long as you and your people understand, that suffices. Furthermore, the graduates of this year's Ninja Academy will be classifying into their respective groups in a month, correct? Uchiha Roan tossed a rather substantial booklet to Sarutobi Hiruzen. A young boy may be entering the village tomorrow. Please ensure he is integrated into the normal classification. Uchiha Roan rose to pour a cup of tea, which he presented before Sarutobi Hiruzen. I will be departing from Konoha tomorrow, and perhaps I shall not return for quite some time. After handing the warm tea to the elder, Uchiha Roan slumped back into the chair, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon Sarutobi Hiruzen. I will remain vigilant regarding all matters of Konoha. You would do well to take care. Having long held a position of authority, Sarutobi Hiruzen had mastered the art of composure. Yet, upon seeing the intelligence manual and hearing Uchiha Roan's imposing words, he was taken aback, his eyes widening in shock, forgetting to clear the ash from his pipe. How did you acquire this information? He exclaimed, only to realize that his office chair was slowly spinning. Uchiha Roan had already vanished from sight. In the bustling streets of Konoha, Uchiha Roan strolled leisurely, reminiscing about the 3 years since his last visit. The streets had changed little, the death forest remained lush and dense. However, the former site of the Southie River, once the residence of the Uchiha clan, had been repurposed into a tourist attraction, becoming a significant symbol of Konoha's openness to the outside world. Upon learning that this site generated annual profits, of which 30% would be allocated to himself and Sasuke, he cast a discerning glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen. This old man had finally done something commendable. As the nominal last member of the Uchiha clan in Konoha, Uchiha Sasuke had also emerged as a veritable affluent individual over the years. As Uchiha Roan wandered, he found himself unconsciously drawn to a familiar establishment, the Sake House. He instinctively stepped inside, recalling the moment he first encountered Tsunade, a smile of nostalgia unwittingly gracing his face. Yet, before he could indulge in the memory of their enchanting first meeting, a snow-white fist loomed large before his eyes. Boom! Before he could react, Uchiha Roan was sent crashing out of the establishment, creating a considerable din in the street. Many patrons inside were frozen in shock, too frightened to move, their gazes fixed upon the furious woman and the young, handsome man who had been sent flying. Scoundrel! You conspired with that old fool to deceive me for all these years. The ageless Tsunade instantaneously appeared beside Uchiha Roan, just as Uchiha Roan was about to rise. This captivatingly fierce woman, akin to a beautiful maiden, lifted her foot to stomp on his chest. Tsunade, are you serious? Uchiha Roan exclaimed with a smile, his form vanishing from the ground. In the next moment, the world spun in vibrant hues. Tsunade felt dizzy, and as her vision regained clarity, she discovered her perspective had widened astonishingly, as if standing atop a lofty place. Upon closer inspection, she found herself atop her grandfather's colossal statue, cradled in the arms of that man. Sister Tsunade, one mustn't be so fierce with family, Uchiha Roan beamed, gently squeezing the thigh of the woman he held. The familiar warmth of his embrace and the intimate strength emanating from his grip caused Tsunade's cheeks to flush. "What have you brought me here for?" The formidable Tsunade felt a mix of anticipation and confusion within her heart. Accompanied by Uchiha Rong's succinct response, the two vanished from the statue's summit, reappearing within the vast sleeve of the grand statue. The cool, spacious sleeve, perfectly accommodating 2 to 3 individuals, shimmered with a blend of white and bronze, their supple, robust forms intertwined harmoniously, accompanied by a melodious symphony. The air around them gradually began to heat up, igniting with passion. The irreversible metamorphosis had transported them back to a time of liberation. The two battled from the afternoon until nightfall, though years had passed since their last meeting. Their synergy was impeccable, achieving a grand harmony in the rhythm of their lives. Despite its status as merely a massive sculpture, it was nonetheless her beloved grandfather. Tsunade felt an unprecedented thrill. "Where have you been all these years?" Tsunade nestled in Uchiha Rong's embrace, her body flushed with satisfaction. "I was training." Uchiha Rong gazed at the night sky, choosing not to reveal his own struggles to her. With a radiant smile, he said, "My dear, you will remain beautiful forever. Trust me." Tsunade closed her lovely eyes, burying her head in Uchiha Rong's arm, her face aglow with happiness. Their bond had not diminished with the passage of time. Instead, it had deepened. Observing the beautiful maiden in his embrace gradually settling into a steady breath, Uchiha Rong couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Having transferred half of his Tai Chi chakra to her, even though her Yin seal remained unsealed, it no longer affected her cellular vitality. With such thoughts, Uchiha Rong sighed softly. "I merely hope that from tomorrow onward, she will not be burdened by sorrow." Once Tsunade has fallen into a deep slumber, Uchiha Ron will escort her back to the luxurious suite he had previously arranged at a nearby inn. In an instant, he reappears at the Valley of the End, standing atop the statue of Madara, quietly awaiting the transformation of his body. The following morning at the Konoha Ninja Academy, a commanding voice resonated. "Silence. Silence. Naruto, return to your position immediately." Irika, clutching a document, glared sternly at the rebellious blonde lad before turning to the entrance with a warm smile. "Classmate Kurigane, please come in." As his words settled, a refined young boy with short black hair and a fair complexion stepped gracefully to the center of the podium, positioning himself beside Irika. "Classmates, this is our new companion who will learn alongside us until graduation. Now, Kurigane, please introduce yourself." With that, Irika stepped aside, gesturing for the handsome youth to speak. "Hello everyone, my name is Kurigane. I look forward to your guidance." His melodious voice echoed through the classroom, inciting a chorus of gasps from the female students. "Oh my, he is even more charming than Sasuke-kun. Kurigane, I have a seat available. Come and sit with me. Kurigane-kun, sit here. My mother made delicious bento, let us share lunch." The girls' hearts fluttered as they vied for the attention of the amiable lad at the podium. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted from the back row. Kurigane turned to see a girl with long pink hair retracting her elegant legs. Instantly softening her fierce demeanor, she smiled and gently urged, "Kurigane-kun, please sit here." As she spoke, Sakura deftly adjusted her bangs. Meanwhile, Naruto, having been unceremoniously kicked aside, sulked to the back row, settling beside Hinata Hyuga. The bashful girl felt a rush of warmth bloom on her cheeks, her fingers shyly fidgeting as she whispered, "Naruto-kun, Kurigane. Choose an empty seat and join us for class," Irika kindly reminded. The boy named Kurigane strolled towards the back of the classroom, causing all the girls to gaze at him with starry eyes, their hands clasped in anticipation. Sakura's heart raced with excitement as she thought, "Here he comes. Kurigane-kun is walking towards me. Oh my," surrounded by the two most handsome boys in class. How delightful. Just as she imagined this. The exquisitely dressed boy in black hair and attire glided past her without casting a glance in her direction. Sakura, akin to a deflated crimson balloon, slumped over the desk. Enveloped in gloom, the young boy walked to the penultimate row before finally halting. Under Naruto's hostile gaze, he took a seat beside him. A wave of irritation washed over Naruto as he rolled his eyes. "All right, class, our new student, Hokage, has settled in. Please remember to offer him your assistance," Irika cheerfully advised, and then commenced the lesson. The newly seated boy, Hokage, let out an inward sigh. This boy was none other than Uchiha Rong, whose essence had been influenced by the techniques of Kyubi and the mutations of Tai Chi chakra, reverting to the form of a 13-year-old. Upon awakening, a glance at the system left him speechless. He had traversed through time, yet the ninjutsu he had accumulated over the years remained intact. However, all his techniques, regardless of their previous mastery, had regressed to the level of a novice. Flying Thunder God Technique Fusion Level 5, Rinnegan Awakening Level 1, Chakra Amount 3 cards. Body Energy 1 Kai, Mental Energy 0, 5 Itachi. It was as if he had been thrust back to square one overnight. After a brief moment of lamentation, Uchiha Roan refocused his mindset. The cost was considerable, yet it marked the first gift of longevity he had received. The lost cultivation could be reclaimed with time and effort. Accepting the irreversible nature of his circumstances, he resolved to devise a new plan. He surmised that Tsunade, Itachi, and Niji would likely be searching for him. Yet he was unable to disclose this fact to them at present. Even more absurdly, following this mutation and regression, his appearance seemed to have undergone changes. While the contours of his face remained largely unchanged, his entire physique, skeleton, muscles, and features appeared as if meticulously sculpted anew, achieving a flawless harmony. The previous version of himself had been striking, characterized by sharp angles and a hint of wildness. Now, however, he resembled an ordinary boy of 12 or 13. Yet every proportion, head, neck, torso, arms, and legs, was perfectly aligned, though he did not exceed his peers in height or muscularity. There was an indescribable beauty in the overall harmony of his form. Tilting his head slightly, he glanced at the golden-haired boy to his left. Just then, as the boy made a move, Naruto abruptly turned his head. Humph! He scoffed, arms crossed, emitting a dismissive grunt. Uchiha Roan found himself at a loss for words. Though a sense of amusement prevailed, this boy was adorably rebellious. What else with the Sunder attitude? I'm the third person in this world to embrace you. He mused internally, leaning back in his seat, lost in thought as he stared at the blackboard. At last, the bell rang, signaling the end of class. Everyone, gather in the practice area on the playground after lunch, Iruka commanded in a firm voice. Yay, cheered Naruto and the trio of Shino, Kiba, and Hinata, reveling in their escape from class. If they had to endure another theory lesson in the afternoon, they would certainly devise a way to sneak off and have some fun outside the school. Uchiha Itachi observed this scene with a knowing smile. Physical education is always more popular than academic lessons. After lunch, the ninja skills practice class commenced. Iruka led everyone to the training area on the playground. In less than a month, you will be participating in assessments to graduate from school and become true ninjas, Iruka proclaimed, holding a roster in one hand and placing his other hand on his hip. Starting this afternoon, I will personally evaluate your training results. Today's test will be the Shuiken throwing technique. Those whose names are called, step forward to throw. Excitement rippled through the students. Haha. We'll get to see Sasuke's cool moves again. Don't just watch him. My shuriken throwing is already better than his. Watch me. Stop boasting. You can't even compare to me, let alone Sasuke. I wonder how strong Hikari is. I can't wait. These 12 and 13-year-olds were either eagerly preparing for their turn or gazing with admiration at Uchiha Sasuke. Many girls were also sneakily glancing at Uchiha Itachi, who stood quietly in a corner of the crowd, filled with anticipation. Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement. Haha, just watch. Naruto Uzumaki will definitely be better than him. The first contestant, Akimichi Choji, Iruka called from the list. Reluctantly, Choji waddled forward, carefully stowing away his chips. After licking his fingers clean, he pulled out 3 shurikens. With wide eyes, he threw them at the wooden target 10 meters away. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The shurikens flew in unison, all hitting the target. But only one managed to stick on the outer ring. The classmates, already aware of Choji's abilities, simply accepted the result without ridicule. Iruka called up several more students in succession, each showcasing varying degrees of skill, but the best performance yielded only 2 shurikens in the 8-ring zone. Uchiha Sasuke, at last. When Iruka called his name, Sasuke stepped forward, positioning himself sideways to the wooden target. With just a glance, this aloof young master turned and effortlessly launched several shurikens with one hand. Thud, 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 thud. The sound of shurikens embedding themselves into the target echoed. 5 in total. Impressive. Just moments ago, Naruto had boasted confidently in front of the entire class, but now his eyes widened in shock. Gasps of admiration erupted from the crowd. Sasuke is so cool. Heavens. All 5 shurikens struck the bullseye. The girl's eyes sparkled with hearts, and even Iruka was momentarily taken aback. Sasuke had merely glanced at the target before effortlessly hitting the center. Clearly, he was the frontrunner this year. Iruka was thoroughly impressed by Sasuke's astounding display. With a stoic demeanor, Sasuke returned to the crowd, casting a subtle glance at Uchiha Rong, who was discreetly nestled in a corner, meditating. Uchiha Rong sensed the gaze and opened his eyes just in time to meet Sasuke's glance, responding with a smile. "Naruto, you should be focusing on that blonde kid," he thought, observing the pride reflected in Sasuke's eyes. Rong shook his head inwardly, bemused. Why would he harbor animosity towards me? Perhaps it's my striking looks that overshadowed him this morning. Perplexed by the brooding demeanor of the aloof Sasuke, Uchiha Rong continued to stand with his hands in his pockets, squinting slightly in contemplation. Prideful? I can throw even more accurately than he can, as he noticed his goddess. Sakura, rushing to cheer for Sasuke with hearts in her eyes, Naruto felt a surge of discontent and exclaimed loudly. Unbeknownst to him, he had already begun to regard Sasuke as a rival to surpass. Naruto. Irika's warm, yet booming voice resonated. All right, show me what you've got. Naruto confidently strutted to the starting line, his hands plunged into his tool pouch. With unwavering confidence in his eyes, he surveyed his classmates on either side before glancing at the wooden post 10 meters away. 10 shurikens. With a resounding shout, he turned his head and dramatically hurled them forward. After releasing the shurikens, he mimicked Sasuke's pose, crossing his arms, closing his eyes, and tilting his head back. Naruto, what are you doing? Are you trying to assassinate the teacher? Irika's furious shout jolted Naruto from his proud reverie. Laughter erupted from his classmates, shaking the atmosphere. Opening his eyes, Naruto felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he realized not a single shuriken had struck the wooden post. 2 had even landed on Irika's scoring sheet. Defeated, he retreated, yet his gaze towards Uchiha Sasuke remained filled with defiance. Next, Uchiha Rong. Irika called. Regaining his composure as all eyes turned to the striking youth hidden among the students, Uchiha Rong stretched lazily, yawned, and sauntered to the starting line. Ah, could it be that the newcomer is merely dozing off? Aha, due to his striking appearance. Uchiha Rong has become the object of disdain among the boys in the class. Some have begun to jest and mock him. Surely, he cannot possess the strength akin to that of Sasuke Uchiha? The other boys chimed in, adding fuel to the fire. Wow, even while dozing off and stretching. Kuriko looks so handsome, a girl exclaimed, her infatuation evident. Whoosh. Uchiha Rong raised his hand and threw. After a brief moment of silence, laughter erupted. All the boys pointed towards the distance, at a tree, roughly 7 or 8 meters behind a wooden post, the size of an arm. The laughter was particularly loud from Naruto Uzumaki, who was the most boisterous of all. Tch, Sasuke Uchiha let out a disdainful snort upon witnessing the outcome of the throw. With his hands in his pockets, he turned his gaze away from Uchiha Rong. Kuriko may be handsome, but his ninja skills leave much to be desired, Sakura mused. Her earlier fluttering heart now completely extinguished after seeing Uchiha Rong merely toss a single shuriken, which had veered far off target. She no longer looked at Uchiha Rong, but instead gazed at Sasuke with shining eyes. Kuriko's shuriken throwing technique has ample room for improvement. Keep at it, Irika said, a bead of sweat forming on his forehead. His tone was devoid of reprimand, instead offering gentle encouragement to Uchiha Rong. Uchiha Rong simply nodded and smiled at Irika before rejoining the group of students. Irika observed all of Uchiha Rong's actions and behaviors, shaking his head slightly in disappointment. Kuriko, why is your fundamental ninja skill so lacking? Initially, he had high hopes for this transfer student personally brought in by the third Hokage, but now his heart was filled with disillusionment. The wooden post was so thick, and yet he could only manage to throw a simple shuriken that landed 5 or 6 meters away on a small tree branch. It seemed that he was yet another child of a bureaucrat or affluent family. All right, today's shuriken throwing technique assessments are complete, Irika announced solemnly to the entire class while holding the results sheet. Most of you performed admirably and have met the graduation requirements. Irika glanced at the score sheet and then surveyed the students. His voice suddenly took on a sharp tone, however. A select few have exhibited serious issues with their throwing technique and attitude. His gaze settled on Naruto Uzumaki, whose neck shrank back as he averted his eyes. If I catch you throwing carelessly again, you will be responsible for cleaning the entire school. With that, Irika declared, now dismissed. School is over, at Irika's command. Everyone erupted with cheers and rushed towards the school gates, their faces alight with joy. Their families had been waiting for quite some time. Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto Uzumaki. One headed south, the other north, as they walked alone and desolate towards their respective abodes. In the rear, Uchiha Rong hesitated for a moment before trailing behind Naruto. After witnessing his students depart, Irika began to collect the wooden stakes and the scattered shurikens that had missed their targets. It seemed one was missing. Upon recounting, he realized the numbers did not align. Suddenly recalling the most outrageous single throw by Uchiha Rong, he chuckled and turned towards the small tree behind him. As he extended his hand to retrieve the petite shuriken from the trunk, he stood frozen in disbelief, crouching down for a closer look. He was astonished to find a tiny fly impaled upon the sharp tip of the shuriken. The newly established Team 7, a series of mischievous pranks. As Irika removed the shuriken from the small tree, he still found it hard to believe that such a feat could be accomplished by the transfer student. Surely, it must be a mere coincidence. Irika, shaking off his astonishment, rationalized the situation to himself, but an undeniable curiosity about Uchiha Rong began to stir within him. After resolving to observe him further, Irika decided to seek out the third Hokage for clarification. Are you referring to the boy named Kirikage? The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, puffed on his pipe and glanced up at Irika. Irika nodded. He seems rather disinterested in attending classes, and his shurikens appear quite peculiar. He briefly recounted the events of the afternoon. The third Hokage exhaled a plume of smoke. This boy, I am uncertain of his exact origins. He approached the window and continued. All I know is that he was recommended by an old acquaintance with a clean background, seemingly connected to a noble house. You should investigate further. Regardless of his talent, once he enters Konoha, he must possess the resolve to become a Konoha ninja. Irika hesitated, caught between words, and ultimately took his leave. The month was swiftly drawing to a close, and the Ninja Academy was nearing the end of its graduation period. Throughout this month, Irika had meticulously observed Uchiha Rong's foundational ninja skills and concluded that the initial incident involving the shuriken and the fly was purely coincidental. For in subsequent demonstrations of the body replacement technique and peer combat, this exquisitely handsome student, Kirikage, could only be described as underwhelming in performance. Sigh. It seems I was overthinking. Irika gazed at the striking young man seated in the last row by the window, sighing internally. The control over his chakra appeared subpar. His foundational ninja techniques barely passing, and his physical stamina seemed lacking. His gaze swept across his classmates, landing once again on Uzumaki Naruto. Sigh. Let us form groups of 4, with the exceptionally skilled Sakura, who possesses a profound understanding of chakra, alongside the formidable Sasuke, to guide the 2 others. Irika, who has mentored several cohorts of students, promptly devised the optimal combination for this year's class. With the addition of the transfer student, Uchiha Rong, the original plan for triads has expanded to quadrants. The third Hokage also nodded in agreement with this novel division of training groups. This collaboration among 4 individuals would significantly enhance the sense of teamwork and cohesion among the new generation of ninjas, thereby greatly improving the survival capabilities of the squads. All right. Esteemed students, everyone has successfully passed the graduation test, and we will now officially assign the classes, Irika proclaimed, initiating the allocation process according to the established plan. Soon, amidst the murmurs and exclamations of the gathered students, Nara Shikumu, Yamanaka Ino, and Akimichi Choji, the 3 traditional clans of Konoha, were once again grouped together. Joined by another classmate skilled in medical ninjutsu, forming a brand new team. With 2 males and 2 females, the group was remarkably balanced. Hooray! Sakura leapt from her seat, raising one arm in jubilant triumph, casting a proud glance at Yamanaka Ino. Haha, wonderful. Now I can train and undertake missions with Sasuke-kun. However, nearby, Naruto sagged in disappointment, resting his head on the desk. Now, for the final 4, Haegwon, Haruno Sakura, Uzumaki Naruto, and Uchiha Sasuke. Irika's voice resonated. Welcome to Team 7. Uchiha Rong merely lifted his eyelids slightly in acknowledgement before closing his eyes again, seeking tranquility. Over the past month, the perceptions of his peers had shifted from initial awe, admiration, and hostility to a state of indifference. After all, mere good looks do not guarantee sustained favor in the world of ninjas. One must also possess formidable strength to match the attention received. Rong's apparent laziness and mediocrity had rendered him unpopular at school, which was precisely his intention. Yet, upon learning he would be training and undertaking missions alongside Naruto and Sasuke, he felt a flicker of excitement within. After all, this was a crucial component of his new plan. The performances of the underachievers over the past month had been quite effective. Irika and the school administration had truly placed him in Team 7 to ensure a balanced distribution of strength among the squads. The class assignments conclude here, Irika announced. Hey, Irika-sensei, why must someone as outstanding and handsome as I be grouped with this guy? Naruto exclaimed. his earlier exhilaration at being in the same group as Sasuke dissipating entirely. You are the underachiever of the class, and your placement in the same group as Sasuke is merely to accommodate your limited abilities. Iruka exclaimed with unrelenting fervor. Underachiever, do not hinder my progress. Sasuke, seated across the room, spoke coolly. The others erupted in derisive laughter. Enough. All of you, listen closely. This afternoon, a high-ranking Jonin will come to familiarize themselves with everyone. Now, disperse. The students clustered together according to their assigned groups as they exited the classroom. Uchiha Rong followed the trio to the designated classroom, awaiting the arrival of their Jonin instructor. Hey, Blacklight, we are in the same class, so don't feel pressured. I will do my utmost to look out for you. Naruto Uzumaki genuinely wished to converse with Sakura, but he understood that initiating a dialogue would not bode well for him. Thus, he sought an opening through Uchiha Rong. Although you are the one among us with the least keen eyesight, Naruto secretly glanced at Sasuke and Sakura, grinning broadly, by staying close to me. You are undoubtedly the safest. Just ask Sakura-chan if you doubt me. Internally, Uchiha Rong thought, how amusing. He refrained from exposing the young boy's little schemes and simply chuckled while scratching his head. How slow this is. Naruto poked his head out, pacing back and forth in the corridor. Naruto, come here quickly and wait patiently. Sakura shouted at him in displeasure. Sasuke sat silently in the first row, his chin resting on his hand, remaining as aloof as ever. Why is it that only our 7th class's teacher is as sluggish as a tortoise? The other classes have already been taken out for fun, Naruto grumbled. He withdrew his head, suddenly a mischievous glint in his eye. He stood up, grabbing an eraser and a stool, and approached the classroom door. Blacklight, come help me. You wish to punish that tardy teacher too, right? Kiki. Uchiha Rong opened his eyes and smiled broadly. Is this what you consider a prank? Uchiha Rong rose, retrieving a bucket of dirty water from the back of the classroom. If we are to execute a prank, let it be a grand one. Holding the bucket and wielding a broom, he positioned himself against the sliding door, standing on the stool to swiftly set up an upgraded version of the prank. Impressive. No wonder you are my little brother. Naruto's eyes lit up as he stepped forward to praise him, laughing delightedly. Haha, let us blame him for making us wait so long. The broom was perfectly poised to stabilize the bucket of water above the door. Should any external force push the door open, the bucket would tilt, spilling its contents onto the head of the unsuspecting individual entering. Hey, what are you two up to? Sakura approached and examined the scene closely. Oh, she gasped in astonishment, her lips voicing complaints. You two are truly something. I won't concern myself with you any longer, while internally, she cheered wildly. Haha, I quite like this prank. Sakura retreated to the side, feigning indifference. How could the Jonin not see through such a clumsy prank? Sasuke remarked, exasperated. Suddenly, a hand reached in from outside the door, prompting all 4 in the classroom to widen their eyes in anticipation. The door was then pushed open by Kakashi, and with a splash, a bucket of murky water cascaded down, drenching his signature spiky hairstyle and rendering him a drenched mess. Ahaha, you fell for it. You fell for it, Naruto exclaimed, pointing at Kakashi's waterlogged face, his shoulders shaking with laughter. Sakura, however, clasped her hands beneath her chin. I'm so sorry, teacher. I tried to stop them, but they insisted. Sasuke rubbed his forehead, incredulous. Is this really a Jonin? Kakashi brushed his now limp bangs aside. Well, how should I put it? My impression of you lot. He stood before them, but his voice echoed from the ceiling. You are rather annoying. Bam! Kakashi, who had just entered, suddenly transformed into a stool. Naruto and Sakura jumped in fright, while Sasuke stared in shock. When did this happen? At the back of the classroom. Kakashi was now upside down on the ceiling, surveying the 4 with his ordinary eyes visible outside his forehead protector. As for showing off, Sasuke's efforts paled in comparison to Kakashi's presence. You 4, truly. Kakashi attempted to leap down dramatically, but to his astonishment, his feet would not obey. Firmly glued to the ceiling. What? His visible eye was filled with disbelief. Hey, Kakashi-sensei, why aren't you coming down? Do you plan to get acquainted with us from the ceiling? Naruto pouted, frowning at Kakashi. Kakashi ignored him, gazing instead at Sasuke, who was resting his chin on his hands, and the other boy, who was dozing off in his seat. Did one of them do this? After scanning the room, his eyes narrowed as he surveyed other areas of the ceiling and the windowsill. Did they even include the windowsill in their scheme? The boy named Haegwang, as Iruka mentioned, seemed even less capable than Naruto, so he likely was the culprit. With a swift motion, Kakashi drew a kunai and sliced horizontally between the floor and ceiling. He landed back in the classroom. Not bad, using the trap at the entrance as a diversion. Forcing me to step into it. Kakashi smiled, narrowing his eyes in approval as he nodded at Sasuke. Truly an exceptional youth of the Uchiha clan. His words left Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke puzzled and astonished. Trap? But Haegwang and Naruto only set a trap at the door. On the ceiling, Kakashi commanded, "You four, gather on the rooftop." Before vanishing in an instant, Uchiha Rong followed Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke to the rooftop. The boredom was palpable as the reluctantly youthful Uchiha Rong slumped against the railing. He glanced at Kakashi, who perched casually on the edge, feeling as though time crawled at a snail's pace. It was inevitable that the next step would involve detailed self-introductions, names, likes, hobbies, and dreams. For Uchiha Rong, who could recite Naruto and Sasuke's original words verbatim. This was sheer torment. He squinted, feigning sleep to conserve energy while awaiting the completion of their introductions. Finally, Uchiha Rong opened his eyes under Kakashi's seemingly half-awake gaze and, in a state of utter ennui, spoke briefly. "Uchiha Rong, I have diverse interests. My dream is immortality, and I look forward to your guidance, Kakashi-sensei." The lackluster introduction caused a collective sweat to trickle down the foreheads of Kakashi and the other three. Subsequently, under Kakashi's ominous declaration of selecting 12 from 28, Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke nearly lost their composure. Their expressions grew serious. They all aspired to be chosen as Chunin, to become true ninjas. Thus, tomorrow at the training ground, I shall personally assess your qualifications. Arrive at 5 in the morning, equipped with your ninja tools, and do not be late. With the time and place set, Kakashi vanished from the school's rooftop. The following day, before dawn had broken, the four had already gathered at the training ground. Naruto and Sakura appeared bleary-eyed, while Sasuke maintained his composure. Checking the time, only a few minutes remained until 5 o'clock. Despite Kakashi's admonition not to be late, he himself had yet to arrive. Uchiha Rong walked over to a large tree, leaned against its trunk, and took out milk and a sandwich to enjoy his breakfast. "Hey, Uchiha Rong, how can you be eating?" Naruto, having just yawned, spotted Uchiha Rong relishing his meal. His stomach growled in response, and without hesitation, he approached Uchiha Rong, frowning and pouting. "You're ignoring Kakashi-sensei's orders." After chastising him loudly, he squatted down before Uchiha Rong, pleading, "Share some with me." Uchiha Rong merely turned his body slightly, not lifting his eyelids. Naruto wore a defeated expression. "When Kakashi-sensei sees you, you're done for." With that, he rested his hands behind his head and ambled over to Sakura. Sasuke and Sakura exchanged astonished glances, gazing at Uchiha Rong. "Are you really not afraid of being punished by Kakashi-sensei?" Sakura inquired. "Besides, didn't the teacher say he would throw up?" Though Sakura was known for her aesthetic preferences, Uchiha Rong, despite being the acknowledged underachiever of the class, possessed a charm that surpassed even Sasuke's. Sakura, with a hint of concern, inquired, "How can one practice without a proper meal? An empty stomach makes one feel even worse when retching." However, Uchiha Rong did not spare her a glance. Instead, he replied nonchalantly while tilting his head back to savor the rich, creamy milk. After rinsing his mouth with the purified water he carried, he shifted to a more comfortable position beneath the tree, seeking to indulge in a peaceful slumber. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were left utterly dumbfounded. It was already 5 o'clock. The masked, aloof, and stern Jonin Kakashi could emerge from any corner. If discovered, the consequences could be dire, potentially involving all three of them. Naruto and Sakura exchanged glances and promptly approached, ready to make some noise to rouse Uchiha Rong. Yet, it seemed that Uchiha Rong was aware of their intentions. Before they could draw near, he retrieved 2 small, silent earplugs from his pocket and inserted them into his ears, keeping his eyes firmly shut. Naruto and Sakura were at a loss for words and returned to Sasuke's side. Though their relationship was peculiar, Naruto and Sasuke often at odds in class, the bond forged through years of shared experiences drew them together. Uchiha Rong, who had assumed the alias of Blacklight, had only joined them a month prior and was rather reserved and somber, so they refrained from being overly enthusiastic. However, after an hour had passed, they realized just how prescient Uchiha Rong was. That oddly coiffed, white-haired teacher was not only late, but had yet to arrive even after an hour had elapsed. Nearly another hour passed before Uchiha Rong, satisfied, stretched lazily and approached the trio, standing silently beside them. Good morning, everyone." Kakashi's greeting, laced with a lazy smile, resonated before them. "You're terribly late." Sakura and Naruto shouted in unison. Naturally, Kakashi brushed it off with a rather flimsy excuse involving a black cat. Uchiha wrong, without needing to look. Already knew what would transpire next, the traditional bell-snatching contest. As expected, Kakashi produced a clock, bells, and other props, setting the clock to noon, holding up 3 bells. He cheerfully announced, "Today's exercise is to snatch these 2 bells from me before noon. Those who fail to procure a bell will forfeit their lunch and be tied to that wooden post, forced to watch me relish my delicious bento." With that, Kakashi shook the bells in his hand. At that moment, the trio's stomachs growled in unison, and they finally understood Kakashi's true reason for denying them breakfast. Instantly, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura turned to glance at Uchiha Rome, who was smiling with his eyes narrowed in amusement, eyes filled with astonishment and envy. "However, Kakashi-sensei, there are 4 of us. So why are there only 3 bells?" Sakura inquired, noticing the discrepancy. "Because one person is destined to go hungry. You are both a team and competitors. Oh, and those who fail to seize a bell will be sent back to the academy. This means at least one of you, perhaps even all, will be deemed unqualified and must return next year. Kakashi hung the bells at his waist and warned you, unless you possess the resolve to eliminate me, you will not obtain the bells." Kakashi closed his eyes, then suddenly opened them wide. "So, when I say ready, set, go. You all, huh?" Before Kakashi could finish, Naruto swiftly drew a kunai and charged forward, radiating murderous intent. Sasuke and Sakura quickly dodged to the sides, watching anxiously. In the next moment, Naruto was undoubtedly subdued in an instant. "I haven't said start yet." Kakashi pushed Naruto aside. "However, I can feel your determination to kill me. So everyone, prepare, begin." Whoosh. As Kakashi's words fell, Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke instantly leaped away, concealing their forms. Yet, Uchiha Itachi remained stationary, narrowing his eyes at Kakashi. "The bells won't simply fly into your hands," Kakashi reminded with a sly smile. "I know, the fundamental skill of a ninja is to conceal their presence." Uchiha Itachi stretched his neck and wrists, grinning. "But attempting to snatch the bells from you, an elite Chunin, with basic stealth techniques is futile." "Oh? Then what do you plan to do?" Kakashi inquired with growing interest. "Wait." The succinct reply surprised Kakashi. In the next second, let us engage in a fair battle." Naruto crossed his arms and stood boldly 10 meters in front of Kakashi, loudly challenging him. Most of Kakashi's attention was drawn to Naruto. Only when he noticed the scene had grown somewhat quiet did he realize that the handsome boy who had been on his left was nowhere to be seen. The profound art of Konoha's taijutsu, a millennium unbroken. Kakashi was astonished. That kid's weight was actually a ruse, using Naruto's foolishness as cover. His gaze swiftly scanned the surroundings but found no trace of the boy. Meanwhile, Naruto was already swinging his fists and leaping forward. Kakashi, holding a small yellow book in one hand, effortlessly dodged Naruto's flurry of punches and kicks, remaining perfectly still without moving an inch. However, Naruto grew increasingly exhilarated. His chakra surging wildly, and his punches, kicks, and leaps became faster and faster. Yet an insurmountable chasm remained between Naruto and Kakashi, hidden not far away among the thickets. Sakura and Sasuke exchanged furrowed brows at the sight. "What a complete fool," Sasuke berated inwardly. "Naruto recklessly charges out like that. He is not merely attempting to seize the bell, he is courting disaster." Sakura echoed his sentiments, her brow knitted in disapproval. Swish, swish, swish. Kakashi nimbly evaded, showing no intention of launching an attack. "You underestimate me far too much if you can read while we're engaged in combat," Naruto yelled, delivering a flying kick. Only for Kakashi to crouch and evade effortlessly, his gaze never straying from the small yellow book in his hands. Enraged, Naruto shouted in frustration. After dozens of exchanges, he began to show signs of exasperation as he swung a desperate punch at Kakashi, who, in an instant, vanished before him. Sakura and Sasuke, concealed in the underbrush, widened their eyes in astonishment. So fast, they thought in unison. Kakashi silently reappeared behind Naruto, crouched right behind him, closing the yellow book. With his fingers forming the hand sign for the tiger seal, he prepared to strike. Sakura, sensing impending danger, shouted urgently, "Naruto, run! Kakashi-sensei is right behind you." Meanwhile, Sasuke, hidden in another thicket, frowned and stared intently at the two. Wait a moment, that is, just as Sakura's warning rang out. A mysterious figure emerged silently from the grass behind Kakashi. Black light. Both Sasuke and Sakura gasped internally. Not only that, the handsome youth who had previously vanished now reappeared behind Kakashi, lying on the grass with his hands forming the same hand sign as Kakashi. Upon hearing Sakura's cry, Naruto's eyes widened, instinctively glancing back. The Leaf's ultimate taijutsu never falters through the ages. A soft exclamation escaped Kakashi's lips as he executed the hand sign aimed at Naruto's flower bud, launching a sudden strike. Yet, he was not the only one to unleash an attack. Bang! A similarly forceful blow surged straight towards Kakashi's flower bud. Both Kakashi and Naruto turned their heads to the left, shadows of surprise crossing their faces for an instant. Then, they simultaneously grasped their backsides and soared into the air. Sakura's cheeks flushed slightly in embarrassment. What a ridiculous taijutsu. Meanwhile, the previously astonished Sasuke wore a face of disbelief. This complete fool is 3. He internally scoffed, his mind swirling with astonishment and incredulity once more. The dark figure employed a remarkably sophisticated method of concealment, causing even this high-ranking jonin to furrow his brow in confusion. For a moment, he struggled to connect the underwhelming performance of the transfer student over the past month with the boy now grinning triumphantly before him. How exhilarating! Uchiha Rong reveled in the moment. One must ask, in the current ninja world, who could compel both the 6th and 7th Hokages to retreat in such a manner? This tactic, akin to a mantis stalking its prey, left the remaining members of Team 7 in utter astonishment, their eyelids twitching uncontrollably. Meanwhile, the 2 soaring figures among them experienced a more visceral reaction. Now, Uchiha Rong suddenly propelled himself off the ground, launching into the air at an astonishing speed, swiftly positioning himself to Kakashi's right. With a quick motion, his left hand darted towards Kakashi's waist, a triumphant smile adorning his face. Kakashi's hands, which had been protectively covering the cherished book, instantly shifted to their respective duties. His right hand deftly deflected Uchiha's left claw, while he twisted his waist counterclockwise to create distance from the bell at his side. Yet, in the midst of this flurry of actions, he noticed that the handsome boy to his right had transformed his victorious grin into a mysterious smile, causing his pupils to constrict in shock. Seizing the moment, Uchiha Rong redirected his left hand, leveraging Kakashi's block to snatch the little yellow book from Kakashi's grasp. What? Kakashi exclaimed in surprise, attempting to reclaim it. But Uchiha Rong evaded him by shifting his body, plummeting towards the ground. Upon landing, Uchiha Rong immediately began to distance himself from Kakashi. All of these actions transpiring within mere seconds. Sasuke and Sakura, hidden among the bushes, watched in disbelief. Such a cunning move. However, the next words from the handsome boy sent their astonishment to new heights, leaving them utterly flabbergasted. Hey, Kakashi-sensei, let us make a deal, Uchiha Rong said with a smile, raising the little yellow book in his hand. In an instant, Kakashi vanished from his spot, reappearing behind Uchiha Rong, the beloved book firmly in his grasp. With a hint of irritation, Kakashi raised the book as well, exclaiming, "A deal? Don't underestimate us adults, you little rascal." But before he could finish his thought, the boy behind Kakashi and the little yellow book dissolved into a plume of white smoke. Kakashi turned in astonishment, only to find, 1 meter behind him, nothing but a greenish wooden stump. Where can one still find the figures of handsome youths? Looking again at his hand, the small yellow book has transformed into a blade of grass, still moist with dew and carrying the scent of earth. Do not underestimate us children, Kakashi-sama. Uchiha Rong shook the small yellow book in his hand as he elegantly emerged from behind the trunk of a nearby large tree. You merely mentioned that seizing the bell was sufficient, but did not specify how it should be taken. Thus, Uchiha Rong boldly approached Kakashi. If I recall correctly, this book of yours should be the latest limited edition, the only one in the entire Hidden Leaf Village. And I presume you would not wish to miss the unfolding romance within its pages. Kakashi was utterly astonished. Among the 4, he at least expected anything from this gloomy boy clad in black. His chakra control and mastery were inferior to Sakura and Sasuke. His physical abilities paled in comparison to Naruto, and his taijutsu skills and speed were outmatched by Sasuke. Yet, this solitary boy, whom he least anticipated, had now transformed his previously somber demeanor and seized the initiative. Just 1 bell is all I need. The remaining 2 can be left for the 3 of them to continue fighting over. Uchiha Rong concealed the small yellow book behind his back and extended his right hand towards Kakashi. It seems I have underestimated you. Kakashi chuckled as he unfastened a bell. To be able to seize the opportunity and flawlessly merge the techniques of concealment, shadow clones, and transformation, impressive indeed. Kakashi willingly tossed the bell forward. However, the anticipated scene of the boy reaching out to catch it did not unfold. The bell landed before him. Uchiha Rong squinted and smiled, shaking his head, then leaped back 3 or 4 meters. Lowering his gaze towards the ground where he had previously stood, he casually remarked, "Kakashi-sensei, do all you adults have such elaborate schemes?" As his words fell, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, not far away, were once again struck with shock. For from the very spot Uchiha Rong had just occupied, a hand suddenly burst forth from the earth, followed swiftly by Kakashi emerging from below. Equally astonished as he gazed at the handsome boy before him. Was he truly just a child who had recently graduated from the Ninja Academy? The first mission outside the village after becoming Black Light. Even this could not deceive you. Are today's youths truly this astute? Kakashi found a way to save face. Very well, the bell is yours. Kakashi stepped forward and personally handed the bell to Uchiha Rong. Having tested him several times, it was evident that this handsome boy had perfectly unraveled and discerned every challenge presented. There was no need for further testing. Uchiha Rong carefully stowed the bell in the pocket of his thigh pouch and stepped aside, smiling at Kakashi. You three, learn from Black Light. Now, continue the exercise. Kakashi bellowed in the center, ringing the bells twice, producing a crisp, melodious sound. Naruto gritted his teeth, exclaiming, multiple shadow clone jutsu. Instantly, nearly 20 swirling Narutos materialized in the training ground, all charging towards Kakashi in a fervent rush for the bells. The battle for the bells continued to unfold. Uchiha Rong reclined comfortably against the memorial stone, indulging in a deep slumber, entirely unconcerned about the ensuing spectacle between Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. After all, they were merely puppets in Kakashi's hands, with only Sasuke garnering a modicum of Kakashi's attention. The preset alarm chimed melodiously, signaling the arrival of noon. Uchiha Rong was roused from his slumber by the alarm sound. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld Naruto tied to a wooden post, with Sasuke and Sakura seated beside him. The trio's stomachs were already growling with hunger. Uchiha Rong approached and sat beside them, producing a meticulously prepared lunchbox. At that moment, Kakashi approached, exclaiming, Oh, it seems your stomachs are growling. Returning to the matter at hand, he remarked, I believe there's no need for you to endure school any longer. At this statement, Naruto's jaw dropped in astonishment, while Sakura felt a surge of excitement. Yay! Cheered Naruto, bound to the post, his legs flailing joyfully. This is fantastic. So, the four of us, no, you four must cease to consider yourselves ninjas. Kakashi nearly roared at the quartet by the end of his sentence. Sasuke, with a fierce glint in his eyes, remained silent beside them. You completely failed to grasp the true significance of this exercise, Kakashi remarked, exasperatedly regarding Uchiha Rong and the others. Are your heads filled with cotton? The fundamental quality of becoming a Leaf Village ninja is Kakashi-sensei. Uchiha Rong could no longer contain himself and interrupted. Kakashi, mid-lecture, was taken aback by the interruption, casting an irked glance at Uchiha Rong. What do you wish to say? Kakashi-sensei, may I eat while you instruct us? Uchiha Rong had initially wanted to inform Kakashi that apart from the initial reckless charge into battle, both Naruto and Sasuke had indeed contemplated teamwork thereafter. As for Sakura, well, she had been utterly incapacitated throughout. Without waiting for Kakashi's consent, Uchiha Rong opened his lunchbox and delicately portioned out a small serving, beginning to eat. Kakashi yearned to intervene, but it was too late. He could only proceed with the pre-planned first and most significant lesson for the four. The harsh realities of the ninja world present a daunting challenge, particularly when faced with the abduction and sacrifice of comrades. Kakashi's profound preparation is noteworthy, as he imparts wisdom that weighs heavily on Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, yet ultimately benefits them greatly. In the end, Kakashi provides them with a singular opportunity, a single box of bento for 4 individuals, leaving them with only 3 to share, forbidding Naruto from partaking. Those who disrupt this arrangement would be deemed unfit. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Rong could not suppress his retort. Kakashi glanced curiously at Uchiha Rong. It seems you are not entirely satisfied with the rules I have established. Apologies, Kakashi-sensei. I momentarily lost my composure, Uchiha Rong replied, hands raised in a gesture of surrender, a sly smile adorning his face. Very well, let us finish our meal and reconvene this afternoon, Kakashi announced before vanishing. I am quite full. Uchiha Rong deliberately placed his bento in front of Naruto. Hey, Rong, you have quite a bit left. Naruto gazed longingly at the bento laid before him, which was but a small portion that Uchiha Rong had initially set aside. Sakura too cast a puzzled glance, while Sasuke, with sudden clarity, widened his eyes in realization. Uchiha Rong nodded knowingly at Sasuke, who then shared a small portion with Naruto. Leave the task of feeding him to you two. I will take it upon myself to keep watch, Uchiha Rong said with a smile, moving forward to keep an eye out for the group. Sakura also began to feed Naruto, who was deeply touched by their camaraderie. Although Uchiha Rong feigned vigilance, he was well aware that Kakashi had been observing their every move from a concealed location. Alas, the art of deception can be quite exhausting, as being overly familiar with the narrative can sometimes be a burden. As anticipated, just as Naruto was finishing his meal, Kakashi descended from above, questioning everyone. Uchiha Rong narrowed his eyes, awaiting the moment when Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura would proclaim their shared struggles as a team. The outcome was already predetermined. All are qualified. Upon hearing these 4 words, Uchiha Rong finally exhaled in relief. Once again, he had earned the honor of being a proud Chunin of Konoha. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were all exhilarated, completely under Kakashi's authoritative guidance. Even Sasuke, who was often haughty and consumed by hatred while constantly striving for strength, felt a surge of fervor ignite within him. Team 7. We shall commence our mission starting tomorrow, Kakashi declared with fervor. Naruto and Sakura cheered triumphantly. At last, we can leave the village. A flicker of anticipation also blossomed within Uchiha Rong's heart, uncertain of Itachi's current state. Ever since entrusting the Flame organization to him 2 years ago, he had ceased to concern himself with Itachi's training. His strength had already reached the level of a Hokage. In the following fortnight, Uchiha Rong accompanied the trio in executing over 20 C-rank missions. Eventually, even Naruto could no longer endure it. After a dramatic display before the Hokage, he finally secured a B-rank mission to escort the renowned bridge builder, Mr. Tazuna. On the following day, Team 7, comprising 5 members, set forth to escort Tazuna back to the Land of Waves. Along the journey, Naruto and the elderly Tazuna engaged in a relentless exchange of banter. Uchiha Rong walked at the center of the group, reflecting, alas, to provide more room for growth for the prince and the second pillar, I must endure some discomfort myself. Concealed behind Tazuna, he thought back to his previous self alongside Kakashi. According to his recollections, after traversing a little over 3 hours, they would encounter their first crisis. Uchiha Rong was utterly unconcerned. After all, they were merely 2 lackluster rogue ninjas from the Land of Waves, devoid of real prowess. Perhaps Sasuke alone could handle them with ease. There was no need for his intervention. Although the adversaries were inept, this marked the prince's first genuine encounter with foes. Kakashi and Sasuke would provide him with a valuable lesson, giving rise to the iconic scene of kunai piercing the back of the hand. Hey, Naruto. I never imagined you would be so paralyzed by fear, Kakashi remarked, glancing at Naruto before turning to Hokage with a tone of playful disappointment. And you, Hokage? Where has the performance from the training ground 2 weeks ago disappeared to? Faced with real enemies, do you retreat in fear? Just moments prior, Uchiha Rong had clearly observed Hokage's actions of hiding behind Sakura and Tazuna as the 2 mist ninjas initiated their assault. Kakashi-sensei, weren't you and Sasuke already engaged in combat? If I joined the fray, wouldn't I inadvertently disrupt your performance? Uchiha Rong maintained a charming, squint-eyed smile, elaborating with a feigned seriousness. Kakashi cast a sidelong glance at Hokage, but chose to remain silent. The 6 continued on their path, yet Kakashi had begun to question Tazuna. Amid Kakashi's pressing inquiries, the bridge builder revealed the truth. Kakashi initially intended to return to Konoha with Uchiha Rong and the others immediately. However, Tazuna's bridges far surpassed anything Kakashi had encountered in his readings. With a few heartfelt words and reasoned arguments, Tazuna persuaded Kakashi, who was keen to train the 4 young ninjas, coupled with his unwavering confidence in his own abilities. Kakashi acquiesced to the request to escort Tazuna further into the rural heart of the Land of Waves. Following Naruto's self-reflection regarding the kunai incident, the atmosphere of the entire team grew increasingly serious and proactive. Uchiha Rong continued to tread his own path, walking in the midst of the group while minimizing his presence. He had once promised Itachi that upon returning to Konoha, he would discreetly protect Sasuke. As far as Sasuke was concerned, it sufficed to guard him against Orochimaru. Yet the time for that had not yet arrived. After encountering 2 assassins from the Hidden Mist, everyone proceeded with caution, speaking scarcely. Throughout the journey, it was Old Man Dasna who elaborated on the specifics of their situation. At last, upon beholding the Azure Sea and the Grand Bridge that was largely constructed, they finally entered the borders of the Land of Waves. Kakashi, Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke learned from Dasna about the nefarious deeds of the unscrupulous merchant, Kato. Humph, that Kato fellow. I could handle him all on my own, Naruto exclaimed, feeling both indignant and dismissive. He considered himself a ninja capable of easily dealing with common mercenaries. If they were merely ordinary warriors, the people of this land might still manage to contend with them. Dasna adjusted his glasses and remarked, "But he always hires formidable ninjas at exorbitant prices. We ordinary folk are no match for them." Naruto, suppressing a grin, widened his eyes. "Ninjas? Are they as formidable as I am?" Sakura and Sasuke exchanged eye rolls. "If those two assassins just now were on par with you four little ones," Dasna suddenly halted. Casting a glance at Uchiha Rong and the others, the ninjas Kato has summoned now are not to be underestimated. Their prowess is exceptional. This statement was directed at Kakashi. For in Dasna's mind, only this white-haired leader could contend with the notorious ninja known as the Silent Killer, Momochi Zabuza. "Hey, Mr. Dasna, could you stop underestimating us? Although we have only recently become ninjas, we are quite capable," Naruto argued, hands on his hips, defending their abilities. "No matter how skilled he is, the four of us, along with Kakashi-sensei, can easily defeat him." Dasna glanced at Naruto, hoping that, as he claimed, they could successfully apprehend the so-called Silent Killer, Momochi Zabuza. Suddenly, as Dasna finished speaking, a massive, gleaming executioner's blade whistled through the air from a distance. "Watch out. Everyone, duck." Kakashi, who had initially been unconcerned, jolted and urgently warned the group. They all sought refuge as the blade soared overhead, embedding itself into the trunk of a tree behind them. In the next moment, a figure appeared, standing upon the blade, a peculiar ninja wrapped in bandages. Sasuke and Sakura frowned, their expressions serious, and turned to confront the newcomer. Only Naruto remained unfazed. His eyes gleamed with excitement, and his heart raced with anticipation. "Haha, it has finally arrived. This time, it's my turn to shine. I shall not be outdone by that guy Sasuke." Sasuke's eyes widened as he gazed at the figure standing atop the executioner's blade, his expression filled with trepidation and readiness. Kakashi, witnessing the exuberant display of bravado from Naruto, immediately admonished him with a commanding voice. "Silence, Naruto. He is not an opponent you can defeat." Kakashi's demeanor transformed entirely. The previous air of nonchalance had vanished, replaced by an unmistakable aura of lethal intent. Kakashi-sensei's gaze is truly terrifying. Sakura murmured in shock, hands clasped tightly. Sasuke, equally astonished, felt the chilling presence emanating not only from Kakashi, but also from the adversary who hurled the executioner's blade at them. It was the first time he had encountered such a palpable aura of menace from a Jonin, sending a shiver down his spine. Is this what it means to be a Jonin? Sasuke's gaze sharpened, filled with a yearning and thirst for power. How could that man be so formidable so quickly? Kakashi's expression turned contemplative. "Ah, isn't this the infamous rogue ninja, Zabuza Momochi?" Kakashi stepped forward casually, feigning ease. Naruto, puzzled, inquired, "Rogue ninja?" Nevertheless, he was undeterred, proclaiming, "Regardless. Let us get ready, begin." With overflowing confidence, Naruto charged at Zabuza but was halted by Kakashi's single-handed intervention. "You all, step back immediately." "Why?" Naruto retorted, visibly displeased. "Because this man is on an entirely different level compared to the ninjas we've encountered before. If our opponent is him," Kakashi placed his left hand upon his forehead protector, a serious expression settling upon him. The others were taken aback. They had never seen Kakashi's left eye. "Oh, so you are the famed Sharingan Kakashi," Zabuza remarked, turning to acknowledge Kakashi. Sasuke's heart jolted, his gaze toward Kakashi tinged with confusion. "Apologies, but please hand over the old man swiftly." Zabuza's tone was chillingly cold. Not a suggestion but a command. "What? Sharingan? What is that?" Naruto's curiosity was piqued by Zabuza's words. What was he talking about? Was he truly that powerful? Sakura stared at Kakashi in astonishment, and even the elder Tazuna appeared somewhat taken aback. "You all, form a defensive formation. Protect Mr. Tazuna and refrain from engaging in this battle. This is your task for teamwork." With that, Kakashi removed the forehead protector from his left eye. The vibrant crimson three-tomo appeared before their astonished eyes. Naruto stood frozen in awe. What kind of eye is that? "Oh, I never expected to witness the legendary Sharingan so soon. What an honor." Zabuza abruptly turned around, his tone brimming with excitement. The Sharingan, deriving power from its gaze, possesses the ability to perceive all forms of illusions, physical techniques, and ninjutsu in an instant. Moreover, it has the remarkable capability to rebound the observed techniques. The Sharingan is a unique ocular power possessed by the Uchiha clan. However, the prowess of the eyes is by no means limited to this. Uchiha Sasuke explained with a cold demeanor. "Indeed, that is not all. Even more terrifying is the fact that those eyes can not only discern the opponent's skills but can also replicate them, Zaibujan added in a chilling tone. Back when I was in the umbu of the Hidden Mist, I heard tales of the copy ninja Kakashi. Zaibujan expressed his respect for Kakashi. To think such a formidable ninja exists. Sakura exclaimed, utterly astonished. Wow, that's incredible. Naruto shouted in excitement. Yet Sasuke appeared even more perplexed and astonished. What on earth is going on? The Sharingan is a trait possessed only by a select few within our Uchiha clan. Could it be that this guy? Hey, the one over there. Can we skip the chatter and get on with killing Dazna? We are pressed for time. Thank you. Uchiha Rong, who had been standing silently behind Kakashi, had finally had enough of the ramblings. She stepped forward and addressed Zaibujan loudly. Kakashi and the others were taken aback. They never anticipated that this quiet youth would speak so remarkably. Then let us cease the idle talk. Zaibujan instantly vanished from the executioner's blade. Uchiha Rong and the trio of Naruto and Sakura swiftly shielded Dazna behind them. Ninjutsu, hidden mist technique. Zaibujan disappeared, but his presence echoed throughout the space. As he cast the technique, a thick mist began to rise, enveloping everyone. A fierce battle ensued. Naruto and Sasuke's first collaboration. Teacher. Sakura called out anxiously. Ahead, Kakashi's figure became obscured in the dense fog. He should come to deal with me first, Kakashi mused as he stepped forward a few meters. Who exactly is that ninja? Sakura instinctively inquired. Zaibujan, renowned in the umbu of the Hidden Mist for his mastery of silent assassination techniques. Kakashi elucidated. As his name suggests, he is a killer who strikes without a sound, taking lives in an instant. By the time one perceives danger, they may already have crossed into another realm. My Sharingan is still far from being used at its full potential. Please, do not let your guard down. Kakashi cautioned solemnly once more. The mist thickened ominously around them. Uchiha Rong patted Dazna on the arm. Mr. Dazna, whatever you do not move. As she spoke, Uchiha Rong stealthily employed the shadow clone technique. Her true self utilized the body flicker technique, vanishing into the thick fog. In the midst of the dense fog, a ghostly voice resonated. What? Sakura exclaimed in terror. Throat, spine, lungs, liver, carotid artery, subclavian artery, kidneys, heart. Where shall I choose? Upon hearing these words, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were instantly struck with dread. Yet, Uchiha Rong had quietly reappeared in the very spot where Zabuza had first manifested. Kakashi formed hand seals, his aura radiating with a more intense sharpness than before. The murderous intent thickened. Sasuke gazed in horror at the silhouette of the fierce dragon ahead. In the blink of an eye, a mere shift of breath or a turn of the eye could lead to fatal carelessness. It was this very atmosphere. Remaining in such an environment for less than half an hour would evoke an overwhelming sense of anxiety. The feeling of one's life being casually held in another's hands nearly engulfed Sasuke's heart. Fear not, Sasuke. I am here. I will never allow my comrades to fall. Kakashi suddenly turned to reassure him. Is it truly so? A voice, as cold as ice, pierced through the formation of Naruto. Sasuke and Sakura. Zabuza had materialized out of thin air, wielding a formidable executioner's blade. It was over. The blade swept across in an instant. Simultaneously, Kakashi's Sharingan spun wildly. He appeared before Zabuza just as the executioner's blade was halfway through its arc. A sharp kunai pierced Zabuza's abdomen. Drip. Instead of blood, a puddle of water pooled from the wound. Sensei, behind you. Naruto cried out in alarm. Kakashi reacted instantly. As he turned, Zabuza's blade swept towards him. Die. With a single arm swing, he cleaved Kakashi in two. However, similarly, the severed Kakashi transformed into a puddle of water upon hitting the ground. A water clone. What? Zabuza gasped. Could it be that my water clone was replicated? Realizing this, Kakashi's kunai pressed against Zabuza's neck. Don't move. Kakashi's voice echoed from behind Zabuza. It was over. The embodiment of coolness and charisma, Kakashi had grasped the situation in just 3 exchanges. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura stared in awe at Kakashi. Incredible! Naruto once again transformed into an ardent fan. Ha ha ha, what do you mean it's over? Zabuza suddenly let out a chilling laugh. You truly do not understand, Kakashi. Such tricks will never defeat me. Ha ha. However, you are indeed quite formidable, Zabuza remarked with an utterly calm tone. The voice suddenly resonated again from behind Kakashi. But I am not so easily dealt with either. Kakashi instinctively thrust the kunai into Zabuza's body before him. Once more, Zabuza transformed into a pool of water, summoning 2 water clones. With a swift motion, he swung his blade from behind, but Kakashi nimbly evaded the attack. The two engaged in a fierce battle that raged from the riverbank to the water's edge. As Kakashi emerged from the depths, contemplating his strategy, he was unexpectedly ambushed by Zabuza, who unleashed the water prison technique, ensnaring him within its confines. Zabuza, once again, conjured a water clone to confront the four young ninjas. Concealed in the shadows, Uchiha Ron, now equipped with a kunai and several shuriken, observed the unfolding scene. Zabuza's prowess was formidable, and at present, neither Sasuke nor Naruto stood a chance against him. Yet, through collaboration, they still possessed a fighting spirit. Ron's mission was straightforward, to protect Naruto and Sasuke. As for the somewhat bothersome Sakura, who complained of a dry throat when idle, Ron had no intention of intervening, as she was unlikely to engage directly in battle. Moreover, with Kakashi's support, their safety was assured. In the midst of contemplation, Naruto charged at Zabuza, only to be swiftly knocked to the ground, his forehead protector falling askew. Uchiha Ron remained a silent observer, his heart devoid of emotion. Although he had been restored to the physical form of his 13-year-old self, eliminating Zabuza would be a mere trifle for him. However, he refrained from acting hastily. The princely duo required growth and experience, and their synergy would blossom through mutual exploration, deepening their bonds. While he would not intervene recklessly, he was willing to offer subtle guidance. Sakura, protect Mr. Dazuna, Ron instructed before instantly appearing behind Naruto, whispering, Naruto, Sasuke. Use the ceiling shuriken. Coordinate with each other. I will draw his attention. Without waiting for their response, Uchiha Ron leaped into action, hurling a kunai and several shuriken to clear a path, propelling himself towards Zabuza. As he neared Zabuza, approximately 3 meters away, he sprang into the air, aiming a flying kick at the right side of Zabuza's head. Zabuza effortlessly dodged and counterattacked. Ron crouched low to evade Zabuza's kunai thrust, bending down to retrieve Naruto's kunai from the ground. He then pushed off the ground, skillfully retreating to Naruto and Sasuke's side. Here, Naruto, put this on. Our Team 7 is destined to become the strongest new generation in Konoha. Ron encouraged, his tone invigorating. Instantly, Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at Ron. Sasuke and Sakura were equally astonished, their eyes wide in disbelief as they looked at the typically reserved and introverted handsome youth. Under the dim light, Sakura clasped her hands before her chest, exuding an air of fervor. Naruto, Sasuke, employ the ceiling shuriken and your shadow clones. Uchiha Ron softly urged the duo. In an instant, he maneuvered to the right side of Zabuza, creating ample space for Naruto and Sasuke to execute their strategies. Sasuke nodded, dashing towards Zabuza with great urgency. However, in less than 10 exchanges, he found himself pinned beneath Zabuza's foot, rendered immobile. Sakura furrowed her brow with concern. Naruto swiftly unleashed a multitude of shadow clones, over 20 of them brandishing kunai, all leaping towards Zabuza in unison, overwhelming him in a sea of clones. Just when they believed victory was at hand, Zabuza's commanding voice pierced through the chaos. With a sudden whirl, he swung his blade and delivered a kick, sending Naruto's clones scattering. During the tumultuous flight, Naruto retrieved the ceiling shuriken from his pack. Sasuke, he shouted, launching the shuriken towards him. Upon catching it, Sasuke's eyes gleamed with understanding. The strategy devised by Blacklight was indeed commendable. Internally praising it, he gripped the ceiling shuriken that had transformed in Naruto's hands, his confidence surging as he turned his gaze resolutely towards Zabuza. The duo's inaugural collaboration was on the brink of manifestation. With the ceiling shuriken in hand, Sasuke coldly addressed Zabuza. "This ceiling shuriken will prove futile against me." Zabuza remained utterly unfazed. With a fierce shout, Sasuke soared into the air, propelling the shuriken with all his might. The shuriken spiraled fiercely towards Zabuza. Yet, Zabuza effortlessly caught it with one hand. In the next moment, another shuriken surged from behind. So that's how it is. Concealed behind the first was yet another shuriken. Zabuza discerned the ruse and agilely leapt aside, evading the attack. Clever, but rather naive, Zabuza remarked indifferently. What? He evaded it again? Sakura exclaimed in astonishment, her eyes wide. However, the ceiling shuriken that Zabuza had dodged suddenly erupted in a puff of smoke, revealing its true form, Naruto Uzumaki. Realizing the shift in dynamics, Zabuza turned in shock, but Naruto had already hurled his kunai from midair with all his strength. Right here, he proclaimed triumphantly as he released the kunai, which sped towards Zabuza's face. In a desperate attempt to evade, Zabuza was forced to withdraw his hand to execute the water prison technique. Meanwhile, Kakashi found himself liberated. In a fit of rage, Zabuza swung the ceiling shuriken at Naruto, exclaiming, "You little brat." The clash of metal echoed through the air. The enchanted shuriken blade was deflected by Kakashi's hand, droplets of fresh blood cascading down. Kakashi successfully thwarted Zabuza's lethal advance, eliciting a joyous exclamation from Sakura, whose gaze towards Kakashi brimmed with admiration. "Well done, Naruto," Kakashi praised, and Naruto, splashing in the water, chuckled with pride. Kakashi and Zabuza were locked in a fierce confrontation, while the rest of the team observed from a distance as the mist began to dissipate. "Though my collaboration with Sasuke is flawless, it's all thanks to you, Kakashi-sensei," Naruto said, a hint of bashfulness in his smile. This strategy was proposed by Haegwang. Kakashi's peripheral vision caught sight of the two handsome youths, one on either side of Mr. Tazuna, guarding him. A wave of astonishment washed over him, recalling the bell-snatching exercise from their first training session. That boy possessed such meticulous thought and strategy. While everyone marveled at Haegwang's tactics, the true Haegwang, Uchiha, was approximately 100 meters away in the dense forest, facing off against Zabuza's disciple, Haku. "Surrender. The Konoha ninja squad out there is not something you two can contend with." At that moment, Uchiha was enveloped in an extraordinarily voluminous black cloak, adorned with a blazing golden flame emblem on the left side of his chest. His face was obscured by an oval gray-brown mask, prominently featuring a striking purple-black lightning bolt. "You are the Black Flash." Haku, also donning a white spirit mask, gasped upon sighting Uchiha. "Like you, I have been in the land of waves for some time," Uchiha said, deliberately altering his voice to sound ancient and distant. "I will personally handle that demon, Kato. You accepted his mission for monetary gain, did you not?" After a moment of shock, Haku did not retreat and calmly replied, "Zabuza's will is my will. I am merely his weapon." Uchiha responded nonchalantly. "I understand you define yourself as his weapon, yet are you aware that he regards you as his dearest person? You all possess aspirations to make the ninja world a better place. I can provide you with funding to advance further. Take this." From the folds of his expansive cloak, Uchiha tossed a small cloth pouch. "Zabuza is likely already defeated by that Kakashi. Proceed with your plan to save him, but while contending with the Konoha ninja squad. Do not fight to the death. Go." As Uchiha voice faded, his form became transparent once more. Haku, beneath the spirit mask, wore a face etched with shock, his heart trembling with intensity. The chakra pressure he had just sensed, while not definitively that of the Black Flash, was nonetheless vast and formidable, surpassing even Zabuza's frenzied rampage. He hesitated momentarily before picking up the small cloth bag filled with ninja bills that lay before him. He swiftly made his way to the main battlefield. Indeed, upon witnessing the demise of his most revered Mr. Zabuza, pinned to a tree by Kakashi and on the verge of execution, he unleashed his flying needles, personally ending Zabuza's life. He then revealed himself, masquerading as an official ninja from the hidden Mist Village, carrying away Zabuza's lifeless body in the presence of Kakashi, all the members of Team 7, and Dazna. Finally, he had vanquished this formidable foe. Naruto, having just showcased his prowess, felt an overwhelming sense of pride and exhilaration, exuding confidence and dominance with every gesture. Kakashi, observing the direction in which Bai departed, appeared contemplative, yet could discern no flaws in his actions. He had just confirmed Zabuza's demise, noting the absence of a pulse and heartbeat. Old Man Dazna, witnessing such a powerful adversary being defeated by Kakashi's team, was also swept up by Naruto's jubilant spirit. He immediately invited the group to accompany him back to his small town. Meanwhile, Uchiha stealthily trailed the team. Upon reaching Dazna's home, Uchiha seized an opportunity to switch places with his clone. In the ensuing days, events unfolded as scripted. The members of Team 7 learned from Dazna, as well as from Inari's behavior, about the tribulations faced by his family and further grasped the extent to which the treacherous merchant, Kato, had ravaged the country. The villagers and workers initially involved in the bridge construction had abandoned their efforts, seeking to escape oppression and preserve their lives. The project fell into stagnation, leaving Dazna in a state of urgent distress. Following his first direct confrontation with Zabuza, Kakashi finally recognized that he had previously underestimated Naruto and Sasuke. Though they often appeared at odds, when faced with life-and-death situations, they exhibited an unparalleled synergy that surpassed that of ordinary teammates. Sakura, the atmosphere setter, proved adept at supporting and protecting Dazna. However, what astonished and gratified Kakashi the most was the calm and collected presence of Haegwang. Truly, he was a youth emerging from a prominent family, with strategic thinking far exceeding that of his peers. During mealtime, Kakashi made a point to observe the subtleties of the young ones in his team, realizing that Haegwang was indeed quiet and composed. With such a formidable intellect in the ranks, the future of Team 7 looked promising. Unbeknownst to him, the boy he quietly admired, clad in black, was merely a clone. The real Uchiha Rong had followed Kato and his subordinates to Zabuza's hideout. At that moment, Kato, surrounded by a dozen of his warrior subordinates, pointed his cane at Zabuza and exclaimed, "Did you not assure me that you could eliminate Dazna? What kind of nonsense is this? What about your infamous reputation for bloodshed? I perceive you two as utterly ineffectual." Suddenly, Kadu, startled by the mask-clad youth appearing before him, regurgitated his last word. He subsequently pleaded in agony, please. Do not strike. I shall grant you a week. The commission remains unchanged." By then relinquished his grip. However, Kadu nearly collapsed to the ground in pain, his arm, once grasped by Bai, now fractured. "Humph. You best handle that group of leaf ninjas and deceive Dazuna, or do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Kadu spat these harsh words before departing with the sycophant. Suddenly, a sharp blow struck his head, causing him to topple over. "Who dares strike me?" Kadu, furious and leaning on his cane, inquired of his lackey, yet he found no clues and left Zabuza's abode in a disheveled state. "Do not misconstrue. I merely find using my feet rather mundane." Uchiha Rong had just stealthily imprinted the Flying Thunder God seal onto Kadu. He spared Kadu to allow Zabuza and Bai to confront him directly. Such a villain, steeped in misdeeds, was best left for the retribution of the ghostly figure. Once Kadu departed, Uchiha Rong revealed himself. "Little one, we meet again." His weathered voice resonated within the room from beneath his black cloak and lightning mask. Zabuza, gripped by terror, felt as if facing a formidable adversary. Had it not been for his body's inability to function normally post-fake death, he would have unleashed his ninjutsu against the elusive Uchiha Rong. "Mr. Zabuza, that bundle of cash was indeed provided by him. He appears to be the Black Flash." Bai hastily interjected, providing clarification. Zabuza turned to scrutinize Uchiha Rong closely. This sum was indeed substantial. "I, along with Bai, shall accept your task," Zabuza stated calmly before abruptly altering his tone. "However, as a ninja, it is imperative that I engage in another battle against Kakashi and his allies." "Agreed." Uchiha Rong, concealed within his ample standard-issue black cloak, responded coldly. "You may engage in a grand battle, but do not forget to eradicate Kadu and his minions in their entirety. Upon completion, I shall bestow upon you another portion of the bounty." Suddenly, a flicker of light illuminated the room. Uchiha Rong vanished and instantly reappeared before Zabuza's bed. "I shall introduce you to an extraordinary organization. The members of this organization, like yourselves, toil tirelessly for their noble ideals in the struggle against their fates. Within this organization, you may assist one another and collectively forge the ninja world you desire." Upon hearing Uchiha Rong's words, Zabuza's gaze underwent a palpable transformation. The previously listless and dull eyes now sparkled with newfound vigor. Uchiha Rong recognized that his words had resonated deeply within Zabuza's heart. Raised amidst the blood mist, "I have honed my skills in the art of combat since childhood. Through countless assassination missions, I have matured, driven by the desire to become a ninja and to survive in the village of the blood mist. The once vibrant and sunny disposition of my heart has long since succumbed to darkness and desolation. My deepest aspiration is to overthrow the current hidden mist village and establish a sanctuary where children can experience a peaceful and joyous childhood. What, I wonder, is your true intention behind these actions? I, Zabuza, have emerged as an elite ninja from the depths of the dead. After a fleeting moment of exhilaration, I immediately sought to uncover the true motives of Uchiha Obito. He is well aware that there are no free lunches in this world. I have come for you. I am the leader of that organization." Uchiha Obito's words fell like stones upon a tranquil lake, stirring turbulent waves within both of us. "Remember, during your battle with Kakashi and the others, you may exert your full strength, but you must not take a life. Likewise, I shall ensure your safety from the shadows." With those words, Uchiha Obito executed the Flying Thunder God technique and vanished before our eyes. "Do you think this person can be trusted?" Haku inquired, concern lacing his voice as he lay beside Zabuza. In his heart, Haku regarded Zabuza as family, regardless of how appealing Uchiha Obito's proposal may be. If Haku is unwilling to proceed, Zabuza would not take a step forward. "Your dreams are my dreams, Mr. Zabuza. I shall forever follow your will," Haku declared, removing his mask to reveal his delicate, alabaster features, candidly expressing his thoughts. This enigmatic figure in the black cloak could very well be the Black Flash. His recent disappearance was not a mere body flicker technique, but rather an extraordinarily advanced space-time ninjutsu. Haku deduced, through his studies of space-time ninjutsu, that this individual possessed unfathomable strength far surpassing both my own and Kakashi's abilities. Let us trust him for now. Zabuza closed his eyes once more, focusing on his recovery. Meanwhile, Kakashi, leading Team 7, discerned Zabuza's feigned death and revealed the truth, opting to guide the four into advanced training to enhance their control over chakra, which involved the exercise of climbing trees. Under Kakashi's insistence, they ventured into the dense forest behind the town. From this moment on, we shall embark on a new training regimen, Kakashi instructed, asking Sakura to explain the fundamentals of chakra. To effectively control your chakra and utilize it more efficiently, you must train according to my forthcoming instructions, Kakashi proclaimed, leaning on his cane and speaking slowly. What exactly should we do? Naruto inquired, scratching his head in confusion. You must internalize the sensation of chakra balance through your body and then practice diligently. And what specific actions are required? Sakura, intrigued, pressed for details. Climb trees. Kakashi pointed to the treetops, squinting with a smile. I shall demonstrate for you. With a simple hand sign, Kakashi, leaning on his cane, gracefully traversed from the ground to the trunk of a large tree, ultimately suspending himself upside down from a sturdy branch. In this manner, he gathered chakra beneath his feet, adhering to the trunk, facilitating his ascent. It is imperative to note that this training method is far from simplistic. The feet are indeed the most challenging area for chakra accumulation, requiring a delicate balance of control. Mastery of this technique will greatly enhance your ability to manage your own chakra. As Kakashi landed, he deftly tossed 4 shuriken at the feet of his 4 students. All right, let us begin. Use the shuriken to mark your climbing height until you reach the treetop with stability. Naruto eagerly seized a shuriken from the ground. Humph, this training is no challenge for me, Uzumaki Naruto. After announcing his intent, he formed hand signs to concentrate his chakra, then charged towards his designated tree. Watch me reach the top. With shuriken in hand, Naruto sprinted towards the trunk. Thud, thud, thud. After 3 strides, he fell backward with a loud crash, his head striking the ground painfully. He rolled on the floor, clutching his head in agony. Subsequently, Sasuke attempted the task as well. Despite the seemingly straightforward nature of vertical climbing, he managed only 3 meters. Meanwhile, Sakura effortlessly ascended to 10 meters. Wow, currently, the one with the strongest chakra control seems to be Sakura, the girl, Kakashi remarked, deliberately addressing Naruto and Sasuke. Sakura's cheeks flushed as she stuck out her tongue, feeling a surge of joy within. Some individuals aspire to become Hokage, yet the one closest to that title at the moment appears to be Sakura. Naruto, you are the weakest. Hurry up and practice. Kakashi chided with a sardonic tone. I haven't even attempted it yet. How can I be the weakest? Naruto grumbled, glancing towards the other side at Uchiha Rome. Nani. To his astonishment, he jumped up in surprise, clutching his head. Uchiha Rome is incredibly impressive. His exclamation echoed through the forest, drawing the attention of Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura. Upon witnessing Uchiha Rome, Kakashi nearly lost his balance and fell from the tree. Sakura and Sasuke's eyes widened in disbelief, their jaws nearly hitting the ground. Not far off, against the tree trunk, the reticent and handsome youth was elegantly performing a handstand, ascending steadily with remarkable poise. After traversing several meters, he paused to execute a handstand push-up, all the while keeping his eyes closed. It seemed that upon hearing Naruto's astonishment, the ever-bored Uchiha Rong opened his eyes and sheepishly scratched his head with his right hand. I find using my feet rather mundane, so, Kakashi. Upon hearing Uchiha Rong's explanation, promptly toppled from the tree. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura collectively stared, their eyes wide and jaws nearly touching the ground. Kakashi had been a ninja for nearly 15 years and had never witnessed such an extraordinary genin. The boy was actually walking on a tree branch upside down, astonishingly supporting himself with one hand. What a remarkable level of chakra control. Higuan, come here. Kakashi gently descended to the ground and commanded Uchiha Long. Uchiha Long nimbly jumped down from the tree, clapping his hands before following Kakashi into the dense forest, leaving Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura in a state of shock. Walk over there on that tree for me to see, Kakashi instructed, pointing to a large tree not far ahead. Uchiha Long flatly refused. Kakashi-sensei, how about you teach me some impressive ninjutsu instead? My foundational skills as a ninja are merely adequate, with my chakra refinement and control being the only areas where I excel, he explained deliberately. As for ninjutsu, we can discuss that back at the village. Why don't you guide those 3 in their training? I'll be heading back now. Kakashi had indeed intended to further test Uchiha Long's limits of chakra control. But considering they were outside the village, he felt it inappropriate to casually demonstrate ninjutsu. Thus, he appointed Uchiha Long as the team instructor, directing him to lead the trio in chakra control exercises. Previously, he had sung praises of Sakura, but in comparison to Haegwon, she seemed almost insignificant. Kakashi sauntered away leisurely. Uchiha Long, feeling bored, returned to the training area of Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. The trio concealed their astonishment. Sasuke's gaze deepened, and his contempt for Uchiha Long diminished slightly. Naruto, on the other hand, clutched his head in disbelief. The awe-inspiring display of Uchiha Long had relegated him to the lowest tier of their team. The joy from their earlier dynamic with Sasuke evaporated in an instant. After a moment of discomfort, Naruto clenched his kunai, gritting his teeth, his expression hardening as he charged toward the tree once more. In no time, the three began to train fervently. Uchiha Long found it impossible to offer them specific instructions. Resorting instead to vague advice, I suggest you envision your feet as part of the tree, and as you concentrate your chakra at the soles, truly feel the feedback and energy emanating from the trunk. Having said this, he disregarded whether they could comprehend his words and, in front of the trio, leisurely made his way to a robust tree branch, reclining to take a nap. The expressions of the three once again morphed into bewilderment. The branch on which Uchiha Long lay, although thick, was far from being as wide as his body. He lay there, steady as a rock, not even shifting an inch. What lineage did that Haegwon belong to? Sasuke's gaze was sharp, filled with an unwillingness to accept his current limitations, yet he resolutely admonished himself to strengthen his abilities swiftly. The entity known as Kurwa was overwhelmingly powerful. Surely, many of the Chunin in the village could not match his prowess. Sakura fixated on Uchiha Long, perched upon the branches overhead, her mind racing with astonishment as she analyzed the situation. Has his control over chakra reached such an extraordinary level? Sakura had always considered herself a paragon of chakra refinement among their cohort, yet compared to this Kurwa, she felt woefully inadequate. Humph. He merely possesses a slight edge in chakra manipulation. Naruto, feeling indignant, huffed in defiance and charged toward his own grand tree. The three of them, in a spirited chase, each held their distinct perspectives on the pursuit of strength. For several consecutive days, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura engaged in fervent training. Ultimately, at the foot of the mountain, while Naruto and Sasuke persisted, Sakura had already triumphantly reached the treetop. After observing the two for several days, Uchiha Long chose to refrain from interference. After all, these two youngsters were motivating each other through competition. Mastering the balance of chakra within their bodies was merely a matter of time. Much like the lecherous sage peering into a women's bath, slipped by unnoticed. Naruto and Sasuke successfully ascended, mastering the delicate control of their internal chakra. Meanwhile, Zabuza and Kakashi regained their vigor, and a significant confrontation loomed on the horizon. Kakashi-sensei, Naruto seems to be exhausted from his training and hasn't gotten up yet. Sakura remarked somewhat reproachfully towards Kakashi. No worries, the four of us will proceed with Mr. Tazuna first, allowing him some time to rest. With me at the bridge. There will be no issues, Kakashi replied with a squinting smile as he organized their departure. Uchiha Long followed Kakashi and the others, escorting Tazuna to the Grand Bridge. Upon their arrival, the first order of business was to assign tasks. If we encounter Zabuza, that youth is your responsibility. I shall confront Zabuza myself. Kurwa, Sakura, ensure Mr. Tazuna's safety. Kakashi cast a meaningful glance at Uchiha Long before positioning himself at the forefront of the group. Before long, a fog began to rise slowly over the river's surface. As the mist thickened, an unsettling sensation gripped everyone. It's here, remain vigilant. Kakashi swiftly removed the forehead protector from his right eye, revealing his crimson, three-tomo Sharingan. Last time, I failed to finish him. This time, I shall personally eliminate Zabuza. Sasuke, Kurwa, as we engage in battle, do not hesitate if the opportunity arises. Remember, mercy towards the enemy equates to cruelty towards oneself. Kakashi's gaze flickered with a reminiscent intensity as he issued his stern command. Kakashi-sensei, I believe they are not inherently malevolent. We need only subdue them, Sakura interjected. Uchiha Long was somewhat taken aback. When did Kakashi become so assertive and cold-blooded? The boy named Haku was merely a year or two older than Sasuke and Naruto. Surely, he would not resort to killing. As for the infamous Zabuza, I am more acutely aware than you of the blood on his hands, more than the broth you have consumed in ramen. Kakashi seemed to be in a rather peculiar mood and spoke to Uchiha Long in a deep voice. Long intended to continue the argument, but, feeling the piercing gaze of Kakashi's Sharingan upon him, sighed inwardly, and ceased his counsel. In truth, he yearned to convey to Kakashi the possibility that both Zabuza and those he wishes to kill are deserving of their fates. Aside from the graduation exam, this demon from the depths of hell has kept the boy by his side, teaching him for many years. Do you truly believe that boy is merely an innocent child? Kakashi was resolute in his intent to eliminate both Zabuza and Haku, unperturbed by the prospect of elucidating the stakes to Sasuke and Sakura. What if they, as ninjas, simply wish to engage in combat with you to determine a victor? Uchiha Wrong sought to remind Kakashi. Even Sasuke and Sakura were provoked into contemplation by his words. He could not believe Kakashi was genuinely so cold-blooded. A specter who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals lacked any semblance of purity. Kakashi raised his gaze toward the thick fog and continued in a somber tone. In the hostile world of ninjas, once two parties encounter one another, victory and defeat are decided, as are life and death. With that, Kakashi disregarded Uchiha Wrong and the others. His Sharingan swiftly scanned the vicinity of the bridge and the distant water's surface. Ha ha ha, Kakashi, are you prepared to face my blade? Zabuza's ghostly voice suddenly echoed around the bridge. Sakura and Sasuke instinctively raised their kunai, fully on guard, utilizing the cover of the fog. Uchiha Wrong silently summoned a shadow clone. At the moment the clone appeared, his original form became translucent. Employing the body flicker technique, Uchiha Wrong swiftly repositioned himself. He could not stray too far from the battlefield between Zabuza and Kakashi. If he was to do this, he would be a competent war correspondent. Soon, Kakashi and Zabuza were locked in combat. The clash of elite ninjas was nothing short of monumental. Although Sasuke and Sakura could not discern the precise details of the battle, the sounds of their clash and the scope of their jutsu made it abundantly clear just how fierce their confrontation was. Sakura, keep an eye on Tazuna. I'm going to assist Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke commanded, and was about to rush toward the fray between Kakashi and Zabuza when he was forcefully repelled by several rapidly approaching spikes. Your opponent is me, Haku declared, standing on the railing at the edge of the bridge. With a mask adorning his face, he growled at Sasuke. The tension between them palpable, signaling an imminent clash. Previously, he had ventured alone to greet Zabuza at his stronghold. Moreover, given Haku's inherently kind nature, he could never truly bring himself to harm Sasuke. Thus, Uchiha Wrong felt completely at ease to disregard the confrontation, instead relishing the splendid duel between the two elite jonin. However, after observing a dozen exchanges, he found the spectacle rather tedious. With a shift in thought, he executed the Flying Thunder God technique, instantly appearing in the guest room of the Dazna household. That rascal Naruto was already en route. Uchiha Wrong glanced at Naruto's disheveled bed and chuckled softly. Suddenly, a presence drew near the house. Uchiha Wrong materialized atop the roof, quietly observing the two sword-wielding subordinates of Kado. They seemed rather ineffectual. Surely, the prince would arrive soon. He watched as the two swordsmen slowly approached Dazna's front door, opting not to intervene. Young Inari must have gone to the village to seek assistance, only to discover that the once harmonious villagers were unwilling to join him on the bridge to confront Kado. With a swift motion, the two swordsmen drew their blades, instantly severing the entrance to Dazna's home. Inari's mother, engrossed in washing dishes, was startled by the sudden commotion and was promptly taken hostage. Inari dashed out, desperate to save his mother, only to be knocked to the ground with a kick. The little brat, I wouldn't mind having another hostage. One of the villains menaced coolly. Unmoved, Inari stood defiantly before the two men. The other villain stepped forward, sneering, a worthless little brat like you is better off dead. Raising his sword to strike Inari. In a frantic plea, his mother cried out for mercy. Yet the remorseless swordsman had already swung his blade towards Inari. Stop. If you dare to kill him, I will bite my tongue and end my life. Inari's mother exhibited remarkable courage and defiance. Tears welled in Inari's eyes, leaving him at a loss for what to do. Bang! The vicious thug struck Inari's mother on the head with the hilt of his sword, rendering her unconscious. Now it's quiet. Finish him off, the malevolent swordsman commanded, raising his blade once more without hesitation to strike Inari. Terrified, Inari shut his eyes, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face. Alas, Naruto is still unreliable, Uchiha Wrong mused, picking up a small stone from the rooftop. With a flick of his wrist, the pebble flew like a sniper's bullet, shattering the wooden bridge beneath the feet of the attacking villain. The wooden surface gave way, causing the ruthless swordsman to tumble sideways, his blade missing Inari entirely. What? The lone warrior beside him gasped in astonishment upon witnessing his companion's failure to strike. At the same moment, another fighter, poised to strike Inari down, could scarcely believe his eyes. How could the ground beneath him suddenly give way? He dismissed the thought, attributing it to the dilapidated condition of the wooden bridge beneath his feet. Resolutely, he swung his blade toward Inari, intent on silencing him for good. With a resounding clang, the sword met a kunai as Naruto finally arrived on the scene. "Naruto, big brother," Inari exclaimed, his eyes wide with joy, believing himself doomed. To his surprise, his usually tearful brother descended like a hero from the heavens to save him. "Humph, another brat has arrived. Let us finish them both," snarled another nefarious thug. Drawing his foot back, the two assailants coordinated their strikes. "Be careful, big brother," Inari cried out in alarm as their blades simultaneously advanced from either side. There was no escape for Naruto. Inari fell to the ground in terror, trembling and pale, his eyes squeezed shut. The chilling sound of blades slicing through flesh resonated. "Huh. This little brat thinks he can be a hero and save someone?" One of the villains scoffed, but before he could finish, a youthful voice rang out behind them. "Inari. It's all right now." Naruto gently set Inari down and smiled reassuringly. Then, turning his attention to the two assailants, he quickly formed hand signs. Shadow Clone Jutsu. For Naruto's appeared simultaneously, charging at the adversaries and swiftly turning them into a mess, binding them together in the end. "Inari, I leave this to you. You can do it." Naruto patted Inari's head before dashing toward the bridge. Meanwhile, hidden atop a roof, Uchiha Rong revealed a smile, vanishing from sight. On the bridge, Sasuke found himself ensnared within the bloodline limit of Haku's ice release secret technique, the demonic mirroring ice crystals, a formidable trapping technique. Lying on the ground, he was impaled by numerous metallic spikes, resembling a hedgehog. The returning Uchiha Rong, using the flying thunder god technique, discreetly assessed Sasuke's condition and noted that his injuries were not severe. Haku had skillfully avoided all vital areas of his body. Clearly, he and Zabuza had acknowledged and consented to his proposal. "Haha, our organization will soon gain 2 more formidable warriors." Uchiha Rong thought cheerfully as he continued to observe the battle between Zabuza and Kakashi. As the conflict intensified, Zabuza began to falter. Although Kakashi was low on chakra, he was a prodigy well-versed in various ninjutsu. Zabuza, on the other hand, primarily relied on water-based techniques. In the distance behind, Naruto Uzumaki had already made his presence known, creating quite a commotion, as if he feared that others might be unaware of his arrival. This infuriated Kakashi and Sasuke, who privately deemed him a fool. Sakura and Mr. Tazuna were left speechless. However, soon after Naruto's arrival, Sasuke found some relief. At least there was a bumbling idiot to share the burden of the onslaught. Minutes later, the boisterous Naruto let out a series of anguished cries. Before long, an orange-hued hedgehog appeared within the magical ice mirror. Uchiha Rong, observing through his clones, nearly burst into laughter at the sight of the two. Unsurprisingly, they would be mercilessly pummeled by Haku for another 10 minutes, after which Sasuke would be rendered unconscious, slumped into a state of oblivion. The mist began to dissipate slightly, and the battle in both locations intensified. Zabuza felt he was on par with Kakashi in terms of taijutsu and ninjutsu. However, he lagged significantly in mobility speed and predictive reaction to ninjutsu. This battle was proving immensely beneficial for him. Meanwhile, after Sasuke activated his Sharingan and launched several fireballs in tandem with Naruto against the ice mirror, he finally exhausted his chakra and collapsed to the ground. At that critical moment, Sasuke leaped forward, using his back to shield Naruto from dozens of sharp spikes. With his chakra completely depleted, he fell unconscious into Naruto's arms. Naruto, engulfed in sorrow and rage, felt the orange chakra of the Nine Tails uncontrollably surge from within him, shocking everyone present, except for Uchiha Rong, who sighed, exasperated by the unpredictable child. He focused intently, meticulously observing the unfolding battle, prepared to intervene and stabilize the situation at any moment. Summoning technique. Kakashi called forth a pack of loyal summoning ninja dogs, binding Zabuza's limbs and trapping him in place. As the white light flickered, Kakashi unleashed his most potent secret technique, Chidori. At that moment, Uchiha Rong stealthily appeared not far from Kakashi and Zabuza, intent on rescuing Zabuza and Haku from Kakashi's grasp. Kakashi's right hand extended downward, emitting a dazzling blue-white lightning that nearly blinded onlookers. How could this be? The wounded chakra was visibly discernible. Zabuza's gaze trembled. "You were too perilous, Zabuza." Kakashi's expression remained cold as he stared at Zabuza. "The Tazuna you wish to kill embodies the courage of this nation. The bridge constructed by Tazuna represents the hope of this country. You have sacrificed too many for your ambitions. Such actions are unbecoming of a ninja. Kakashi wielded his Raikiri, emanating an aura of coldness and lethal determination. I shall not waver. I fight for my ideals. Zabuza's gaze was resolute, prepared to embrace death. I shall reiterate, surrender. Otherwise, your future holds naught but demise. A flicker of compassion resided within Kakashi's heart, a silent lament for Zabuza. Before him stood not merely an exceptional ninja, but a man striving to steer the land of water onto a righteous path. Zabuza, your ambitions are excessively grand. The assassination of the Mizukage and the failed coup, have you never contemplated pursuing your dreams through a different avenue? Kakashi understood the burdens carried by a ninja and the despair that follows the shattering of one's ideals. From the shadows, Uchiha Rome observed Kakashi's elite jutsu from an unprecedented proximity. Lightning blossomed in his palm, cascading in a terrifying display. Kakashi, indeed, was the Pikachu of the Hokage. Whoosh! Kakashi sprang into action. In the distance, Haku sensed the shift and leaped towards Zabuza. Meanwhile, Kakashi, gripping the sharp Raikiri, aimed for Zabuza's heart. Simultaneously, Uchiha Rome moved, his speed eclipsing Kakashi's, appearing almost instantaneously behind Zabuza, clamping his arm under his armpit. The Flying Thunder God technique was executed in an instant. Zabuza vanished from under Kakashi's Raikiri. At that moment, Uchiha Rome's gaze sharpened as he extended his left hand towards Haku, who was rushing in. Universal pull. Haku, who had charged towards Kakashi to sacrifice himself for Zabuza, was ensnared by an invisible force and drawn towards the cloaked Uchiha Rome. The battle between them had reached its conclusion. Do not forget our pact. Uchiha Rome's gravelly voice resonated once more, imbued with undeniable authority. Haku and Zabuza's eyes widened in shock, cold sweat trickling down their foreheads. Just moments earlier, they had contemplated their mutual demise. Fortunately, this figure cloaked in darkness had saved them. Do not forget your ideals. Uchiha Rome reminded them, just as Kado arrived. Both of you must fulfill the task I entrusted to you. Uchiha Rome had previously declared that they must utterly eradicate Kado and his forces to restore courage, peace, and hope to the land of waves. The two were shaken, staring in awe at the mysterious figure adorned with a purple-black lightning mask before them. Kakashi, accompanied by Naruto and Sakura, rushed over. Uchiha Rome executed the body flicker technique, vanishing from sight, reappearing beneath the bridge, switching places with his clone. Halt, Naruto and Sakura. Kakashi suddenly sensed an overwhelming surge of chakra, accompanied by a shadow that eluded the naked eye. Upon seeing Zabuza and Haku standing opposite him once more, he hesitated to allow his team to take any reckless risks. At that moment, Uchiha Rome, having exchanged identities with his shadow clone, quietly utilized the healing palm technique to mend most of Sasuke's external injuries. However, the excessive use of the Sharingan had left Sasuke in a state of shock and unconsciousness. Carrying Sasuke, he approached Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, look over there. Uchiha Rome called out. Sasuke-kun. Sakura exclaimed upon spotting the unconscious Sasuke on Uchiha Rome's back. Rushing over to assess his condition, Uchiha Rome entrusted Sasuke to Sakura and stepped forward. That grotesque bald man must be Kado, as Mr. Dasna described, Uchiha Rome reminded. Indeed. It seems so, Kakashi replied, his brow furrowing at the sight of a menacing crowd advancing towards them. Kakashi, our battle ends here. You are indeed formidable. I shall challenge you again when the opportunity arises, but for now. Zabuza once again brandished his executioner's blade before him. Haku and I have matters to attend to in the land of waves. With those words, Zabuza and Haku vanished from sight. In this moment, they reappeared behind Kado and his entourage. Kakashi and his companions gazed in astonishment. Hey, Kado, I've claimed your head. Zabuza's voice was cold as if it emanated from the depths of the abyss. Kado and his followers trembled as they slowly turned, their faces stricken with fear. Haku, leave none alive. With that command, the two surged towards Kado and his men like malevolent spirits. In an instant, blood splattered, heads rolled, and limbs flew. The executioner's blade gleamed ominously as it sliced through the crowd with ease. Seeing the situation turn dire, Kado hid behind his lackeys, frantically fleeing towards the opposite end of the bridge, surrounded by a few loyal subordinates. Little did he know, a child donning a straw hat led a massive crowd of over 300, encircling his escape route. Inari, Dasna shouted, his eyes shimmering with tears. Everyone, everyone. Kill him, kill him, kill him. The villagers roared, fervently brandishing various weapons such as sickles, hoes, and kitchen knives, all aimed at Kado. Swish, swish, swish. for sharp needles soared through the air, piercing Kato's joints. His arms fell limp, his legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the ground. Kill! Zabuza commanded with a fierce shout. The villagers behind Inari charged towards Kato and his men, a massacre unfolding before their eyes. This battle may have granted Zabuza a new direction forward. Kakashi observed Zabuza's piercing gaze and spoke softly. That youth might be the one who truly understands Zabuza. Uchiha gazed at the azure sky unveiled by the dissipating mist and echoed Kakashi's sentiment. Zabuza, I hope next time you can withstand my Raikiri. Kakashi covered his left Sharingan once more, squinting his right eye as he addressed Zabuza. No more senseless slaughter. With those final words, Kakashi turned away. Team 7, regroup. At Kakashi's command, Naruto hoisted Sasuke onto his back, followed by Sakura, while Uchiha brought up the rear, accompanying Dazuna and others toward the opposite end of the bridge. On the bridge, Zabuza and Haku silently watched the retreating figures of Kakashi and his team, bidding farewell to their departing forms. Haku, let us take our leave as well. Zabuza readied his executioner's blade once more and strode in another direction. You will grow stronger, Naruto-kun. Haku gazed at Naruto's silhouette, offering a silent blessing before turning to follow. Suddenly, within a mere 5 paces of their departure, a small black square package sliced through the air, landing beside them. Mr. Zabuza, Haku exclaimed joyfully, picking it up. Upon opening it, they discovered a bundle of cash. Zabuza's bandaged face broke into a smile. Let us return to the land of water and seek out the organization known as Flame. In over a decade, this marked the second time Zabuza revealed a genuine smile of happiness. This time, he not only forged a connection with the renowned Kakashi of the ninja world, but also resolved his inner turmoil, liberating the land of waves from its afflictions. Furthermore, he acquired substantial startup capital, all while being supported by that enigmatic figure cloaked in darkness. How could he not be joyous? Haku looked up at the sky, where the clouds parted to reveal the sun, mirroring the uplifting spirits of the two. For the first time, he felt that the world of ninjas could indeed bask in the warmth of sunlight. Upon their arrival in Konoha, Kakashi instructed, keep your tails tucked. The members of Team 7 recuperated at Tazuna's home until they had fully regained their strength before considering their return to the village. During this time, the bridge, which bore the hopes of the people of the Land of Waves, was completed under Tazuna's supervision and guidance. The courage Naruto exhibited during this interval instilled hope and aspirations in the hearts of all townsfolk, culminating in the bridge being named the Naruto Bridge. Indeed, the roads of the Land of Waves are widening. With this bridge, which bore the name of the great hero of the ninja world, the 7th Hokage of Konoha, which nation would dare to oppress the Land of Waves in the future? The sensation of orchestrating events from behind the scenes for the first time was rather delightful. Uchiha not only successfully recruited 2 elite ninjas but also seamlessly integrated into Team 7. Although his remarkable chakra control garnered the admiration of Kakashi and the others, his other performances barely caught their attention. Naruto and Sasuke shared this sentiment. In their eyes, the battle against Zabuza was entirely a product of their combined efforts with their mentor, Kakashi. Hey Guang, your chakra control is exquisite. If you could enhance your physical strength and foundational ninja skills, your progress would be monumental. Kakashi encouraged with a squint. Uchiha merely feigned modesty, scratching his head and nodding in agreement. Upon returning to the village, the animosity between Naruto and Sasuke became glaringly apparent. After spending several days on tasks such as weeding, fishing debris from the Konoha River, chopping wood, and walking dogs under Kakashi's guidance, Uchiha, along with Naruto and Sakura, finally found a moment to rest. Kakashi-sensei has allowed us a day off, claiming he has to attend some important meeting. Naruto mumbled, his boredom evident. He longed for another mission of the caliber he had faced against Zabuza. Very well, I shall return, Sasuke stated coolly. Sakura, eager to train alongside Sasuke, was met with his merciless mockery. And you, Sakura, are even weaker than Naruto. A simple statement that shattered her confidence. Ignoring Naruto's invitation, she yearned for Sasuke's approval but was cruelly dismissed. Just as Naruto was about to retreat into solitary training, he was followed by Konohamaru and his 2 companions, who insisted on joining him in his training. At that moment, Sakura approached, her expression one of despondency as she stared intently at Naruto. Am I truly inferior to this guy? Sakura's heart wept in silence. Naruto, noticing Sakura's unwavering gaze, felt a rush of shyness wash over him. Sakura, if you keep staring at me like that, I might just blush. He chuckled, scratching his head. Naruto and Ayakin, who is this big sister? Konohamaru inquired, pointing at Sakura with a puzzled expression. He wondered, This big sister has been looking at Naruto with an expression that suggests she wants to devour him. Who could she be? Suddenly, a light bulb moment struck Konohamaru. One must not underestimate my brother. Is this girl perhaps someone special to you? He glanced at Naruto and, extending his pinky finger, inquired, "This?" Naruto was instantly taken aback. Suddenly, her face flushed, she scratched her head and laughed heartily. "Ah, although you are mere children. You possess quite a keen perception, ha ha ha." However, Naruto barely had the chance to revel in his joy for more than 3 seconds before Sakura's formidable punch came hurtling towards him. He was sent flying, crashing into the wooden fence, leaving a significant dent in his wake. Leader, Konohamaru and his companions rushed to Naruto's side, crying out in distress. Enraged, Konohamaru shouted at Sakura, "You ugly brat, you ugly brat." Sakura, fists clenched, slowly approached him. A few minutes later, after venting her anger, she departed, leaving behind Naruto and Konohamaru. Both sprawled on the ground, heads adorned with lumps. The empowered Sakura, wielding her armed haki, was truly fearsome. Konohamaru, rising from the ground, angrily inquired, "Is that supposed to be a woman?" Upon uttering this sentence, he immediately felt a sense of impending doom. Sakura, who had not strayed far, suddenly halted, slowly turning around. Her face contorted into a demonic expression. This sight sent Naruto and Konohamaru into a frantic escape, with Konohamaru sprinting the fastest. Bam! At the corner, he collided with someone. "Konohamaru!" Naruto shouted in alarm as he witnessed Kanjiro lift Konohamaru effortlessly with one hand. "Ouch! You little brat!" Konohamaru exclaimed. Kanjiro wore a fierce expression, threatening. "I told you to be cautious, or you'll get scolded." Temari chimed in, trying to dissuade Kanjiro. Enraged, Naruto clenched his fists and charged toward them, determined to rescue Konohamaru. A conflict erupted instantaneously on the outskirts of the village. Enough already. Uchiha Rong, who had been stealthily observing from a distance, sighed at the scene. It seemed Naruto only learned to be calm after enduring a beating. He almost forgot that the Chunin exams were imminent. Uchiha Rong reflected on the need to devise a plan for the next phase. That Kanjiro is truly insufferable, he mused, observing Kanjiro as he menaced Konohamaru, threatening to end his life. Uchiha Rong felt a wave of nausea wash over him. If Kanjiro were to confront Naruto or Sasuke directly, Uchiha Rong wouldn't bother intervening. Regardless of whether they could defeat Kanjiro, losing would serve as a form of growth. Yet this fellow, resembling a grotesque statue from the Sanksingui site, had no right to threaten such a small child, especially not the grandson of that old man, the third Hokage. Sighing, he resolved to intervene once, hoping to call in a favor from that old smoker. As his thoughts coalesced, Uchiha Rong vanished from his perch on the wall. "Hey, are you so grown that all you do is bully children?" With a cool, youthful voice echoing, Uchiha Rong materialized directly before Kanjiro. Another one seeking a fight? As a puppeteer, he possesses an acute and precise sensitivity to the flow of chakra in other ninjas. The boy before him has an utterly pitiable amount of chakra, even less than that of the golden-haired youth. Get lost, or I might take you down as well. Kankuro smugly believed that with just a flick of his finger, he could send Naruto sprawling to the ground. Dealing with this black-clad youth, who dared to stand up for others, would be child's play. Just as he was about to covertly manipulate chakra threads to intimidate Uchiha Rong, the latter spoke again. "Once you enter our village, keep your tail tucked away and refrain from biting indiscriminately." After delivering this stern warning, Uchiha Rong turned and approached Naruto and Sakura. "Come on, Konohamaru is fine. That big-mouthed fool thinks he is clever, but he is really just a simpleton." Uchiha Rong deliberately raised his voice, draping an arm around Naruto's shoulder and taking H-Mo's hand as they walked toward the alleyway. "What did you say?" "Stand still." Kankuro, clearly incensed by Uchiha Rong's intentional insults, raised Konohamaru even higher, shouting at the retreating figures. However, before he could utter another word, a sudden pain shot through his wrist. Whoosh! In his helplessness, he released his grip, and Konohamaru fell to the ground. Following Kankuro's gaze, Sakura and Naruto turned to see the source of the commotion. Not far from the wall, Sasuke was coldly tossing pebbles. "Sasuke-kun." Sakura's eyes sparkled with affection. "That guy, the second pillar, is showing off again," Uchiha Rong remarked, ignoring Naruto and Sakura as he continued toward the alleyway. "Stop looking. Even if Sasuke doesn't intervene, Konohamaru will be fine, right, little friend?" Uchiha Rong squinted and smiled at the suddenly appearing Konohamaru. "Thank you for saving me, big brother." The sweet voice of Konohamaru echoed in the ears of Naruto, Sakura, HMO, and Udon. Turning at the sound, they were surprised to see Konohamaru standing beside Uchiha Rong. smiling and waving at them. Konohamaru? Naruto's eyes widened, feeling a flush rising within him. The conflict before the Chunin exam. Naruto, Sakura, and the others stared in disbelief as they witnessed Konohamaru's bashful demeanor before the imposing figure. Instinctively, they glanced back at Kankuro. Bang! After a puff of white smoke, the Konohamaru in Kankuro's grasp astonishingly transformed into a green wooden stump. What? When did this happen? Kankuro felt utterly bewildered. This brat had indeed been a tangible ninja when he collided with him. Yet he had been deftly swapped out by that boy in black using a substitution technique. What a clever ruse. Even Sasuke, perched upon the tree, and Gaara, who was inverted on the opposite side, were utterly astonished. Everyone initially marveled at Sasuke's remarkable long-distance rescue with stones. Little did they know that the dark light had already invisibly liberated Konohamaru. No wonder he appeared so composed. When they regained their senses and turned their gaze toward the alley's entrance, the cloaked youth had vanished without a trace. The following day, upon an inconspicuous bridge on the village's outer perimeter, Sakura suddenly erupted with a fervent shout, raising her fist. "Why does that guy always summon others only to keep them waiting?" she exclaimed in frustration. Exactly. Naruto followed suit, raising his hand in agreement. Meanwhile, Uchiha Obito leaned against the petite railing, eyes closed in contemplation. At last, Kakashi made his entrance, appearing atop the elevated structure. "Well, I shan't bother to offer excuses for my tardiness. Now, you four, take this." For Chunin exam application forms soared through the air, landing accurately in each of their hands. "Sign your names if you wish to partake in the exam. Assemble in classroom 301 5 days, hence at 3 in the afternoon." With that, Kakashi vanished in an instant. The 4 members of Team 7 made their way back into the village, application forms in hand. Naruto clutched the form with both hands, his expression brimming with excitement as he daydreamed of defeating both Kankuro and Sasuke to seize victory, ultimately leading to the retirement of the 3rd Hokage and his ascendance to the title of Hokage. Sasuke, however, was preoccupied with thoughts of the enigmatic Gaara, contemplating how to vanquish the lad bearing the enormous gourd during the exam. Obito, resting his hands behind his head, pondered how to confront Orochimaru should they encounter him, and how to ensure Sasuke's growth without falling under Orochimaru's influence. 5 days later, the quartet arrived punctually at classroom 301. After successfully navigating the preliminary challenges of the room, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura clasped hands and exited before all eyes, exuding a sense of flair. In contrast, Obito strolled alongside with his hands tucked into his pockets, maintaining an air of aloofness that was distinctly his own. As they approached the outer hall, they were halted by the fierce gaze of Rock Lee. "Wait a moment," he called from above. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura turned in surprise. "What is it?" Sasuke inquired. "Do you want to duel me right now?" Lee, fueled by enthusiasm, thought that defeating Sasuke would earn him Sakura's admiration. Obito paused, moving beside a nearby pillar to sit on the ground. He retrieved a can of drink and a bag of chips, preparing to observe the unfolding spectacle. "My name is Rock Lee," he declared, insisting on introducing himself before inquiring about others. "Uchiha Sasuke." Lee pointed at Sasuke, questioning him with fervor, immediately adopting a combat stance. There was a hint of the Chinese aesthetic in Might Guy's team. Uchiha Rong opened a beverage and took a sip. When it comes to fervor, one could hardly find a third ninja in the entire shinobi world to rival Might Guy and Rock Lee. Undoubtedly. They're also the most eccentric master and disciple duo in the shinobi realm. You are fully aware that I belong to the Uchiha clan. Yet you dare to challenge me. What ignorance! Do you wish to comprehend the significance of this name? With a cold gaze, Sasuke reminded, thick eyebrows. "Please, engage me in battle." Rock Lee remained unfazed, entirely consumed by thoughts of a spirited duel with Sasuke. Just as Sasuke was about to engage in a casual spar with Lee, Naruto interjected. He despised how everyone focused on Sasuke, neglecting him, the formidable underdog. "Ah!" Naruto shouted as he charged toward Rock Lee. "Naruto!" Sakura attempted to dissuade him, but it was too late. With a swift motion, Lee tapped Naruto's hand with one hand, subsequently sweeping his right hand, sending Naruto veering to the left. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto planted both hands on the ground and executed a spinning maneuver, aiming for Lee's legs. Lee effortlessly took a small step back to evade Naruto's sweeping kick. Konoha Gale. Lee countered with a sweeping kick, sending Naruto crashing onto his back, rendering him unconscious against the wall. Rock Lee faced the 7th squad with unshakable confidence. Indeed, impressive. The introduction of taijutsu is powerful and succinct, with chakra application precise to every joint. Uchiha Rong mused, crunching on a chip. "I declare once more, there is absolutely no way you can agree to my challenge." Rock Lee once again placed one hand behind his back, gazing at Sasuke with fervent eyes. The reason? Because I am the strongest among the Leafs Chunin. Lee's voice was soft, yet his tone exuded wild confidence. Sasuke observed Lee, recalling the earlier moment when Lee single-handedly blocked his and another Chunin strikes. A surge of combat spirit welled up within him. Interesting, then I shall meet you in battle. Sasuke replied with a smirk. Stop, Sasuke. Only 30 minutes remain until the 3 o'clock registration deadline. Sakura expressed her concern. No need to worry, Sasuke retorted coolly. I can settle this in just 5 minutes. He charged at Rock Lee. Forgive me, Master Guy. I may have to break the taboo and employ that technique. Lee met Sasuke's advance with a leap into the air. Konoha whirlwind. Sasuke was taken aback by Lee's rapid assault, struggling to defend himself. However, after a brief exchange, he was struck squarely in the face by Lee's kick, sent flying backward. Sasuke. Sakura was startled and let out a loud scream. What on earth is happening? I clearly just defended, yet somehow they penetrated my defenses. Is it due to numbers, or perhaps an illusion? Sasuke was utterly astonished. However, soon a fervent battle spirit surged within him. Raising his gaze once more, his eyes had transformed into a deep crimson hue. The double Tomo Sharingan fixated on Lee. Sakura, too, felt a rush of excitement. In her heart, those eyes were akin to those of Kakashi-sensei. Sasuke felt increasingly empowered within himself. With unwavering confidence, Sasuke charged towards Lee once again. Yet, the next moment, bang. The Sasuke, whom Sakura held in such high regard, was once more sent flying by Lee's kick. This time, however, it was an upward strike. Swiftly, Lee began to mercilessly assault Sasuke. Despite straining his eyes, he could not see through it. Could it be that this guy's techniques were? A wave of shock and confusion surged through Sasuke's mind. Indeed, my technique is neither ninjutsu nor jinjutsu, but rather taijutsu, Lee explained calmly. As his words fell, Lee launched yet another attack. Sasuke hurriedly dodged, desperately trying to create some distance. It is said that the Sharingan can see through everything, but while your eyes may perceive my taijutsu, they can barely grasp my movements. Yet your body cannot keep up with my speed at all. Sasuke charged at Lee once more, but Lee effortlessly evaded him. Seizing the moment, Lee delivered a powerful kick that sent Sasuke soaring into the air. Without hesitation, Lee unleashed the lotus. In the treacherous death forest, dark currents surged. Shadow dance of the leaves, Lee exclaimed, appearing behind Sasuke. The two figures momentarily froze in a parallel stance. The bandages on Lee's arms unraveled. I have won, Lee declared triumphantly as the white bandages fell away. What do you intend to do? Sasuke, filled with rage, immediately questioned him. I have won. Yet at that moment, a massive red turtle inexplicably appeared in the hall. Instantly, Lee's earlier fervor and formidable aura vanished without a trace. He knelt on one knee before the turtle, sincerely apologizing. Naruto awoke, witnessing Lee apologizing to the two turtles, his demeanor remarkably humble. Naruto even thought this summoning turtle was utterly ineffective. Lee's attitude left Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura utterly astounded. Just as everyone was contemplating their disdain, a plume of white smoke erupted from the turtle. Might Guy made his entrance, appearing atop the red turtle. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were left in utter disbelief. Wow, a fellow with even thicker eyebrows has arrived. Naruto shouted. Yo, Lee. Might Guy greeted Lee cheerfully. The trio from afar was taken aback. The children of the Nashi tribe seemed reminiscent of Kakashi's Kai, observing the trio with a contemplative expression. How is your teacher, Kakashi? Kai inquired. Are you familiar with Kakashi? The others referred to him as my eternal rival in this life. Might Guy's teeth gleamed with a radiant smile. Suddenly, a voice echoed behind the three. By the way, the record stands at 50 victories and 49 defeats. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were taken aback. When did this happen? Subsequently, the two mentors further reshaped the trio's understanding of the world. Kai first delivered a punch to Lee. After an exchange of words, the two embraced in encouragement. Let me make it clear, I am definitely stronger than Kakashi, Kai proclaimed, giving a thumbs up to himself, revealing his pearly whites. How could that be? So fast. His speed indeed surpasses Kakashi's. Is he even human? Sasuke was internally astounded. This time, Lee has caused you trouble. For my sake, please forgive him. For the sake of my refreshing visage, Kai cheerfully suggested. Even more formidable than that Kakashi. How infuriating. This guy isn't merely boasting. Sasuke was utterly shocked. Lee, and you all, it's probably time to head to the hospital, Kai cheerfully advised. Good luck, Lee. After his words of encouragement, Kai vanished from his original spot. Uchiha Rong opened a can of soda and a bag of chips. Rising amidst the astonished gazes of the others, he declared, "The Chunin exams are about to commence. Stay vigilant." Uchiha Rong left behind this remark before disappearing around the corner. Days later, all participants in the Chunin exams gathered together. "I am the examiner for the first test of the Chunin selection, Marino Ibiki." The scar-faced Ibiki fixed his intense gaze upon everyone in the classroom. "You from the Sound Village, do not cause any trouble before the exam." Ibiki shouted towards the back row. "My apologies, it's our first exam. And we're particularly excited," one of the Sound Village ninjas quickly explained. Hearing Ibiki's admonition, the Sound Village ninjas hurriedly smiled in response. Uchiha Rong sat in the middle of the classroom, bored, resting his chin on his hand. After Ibiki explained the rules of the written exam, he slumped over the desk and fell asleep. For this first exam, it sufficed to clearly decide whether to participate in answering the final question. Soon, under the stipulated rules, the candidates began to showcase their diverse talents. Naruto glanced down at his test paper, only to find that he recognized none of the questions. As he scratched his head in confusion, uncertain of how to proceed, he instinctively glanced towards Uchiha Rong not far away. His eyes widened in astonishment. "What is that guy doing?" Uchiha Rong was soundly asleep. Naruto has also relinquished Hinata's goodwill, further elevating her affection for him. Indifferent to how the others perceive or interpret the situation, ultimately, due to Naruto, everyone manages to pass. Following the relentless pressure from Ibiki, everyone begins to ponder earnestly. It is at this moment that Uchiha Obito awakens, embarking on the remarkable feat of passing the exam with a score of 0. When Ibiki collects the papers, he unexpectedly discovers 2 blank sheets and, upon checking the names, begins to pay attention to Kirikage. The second examination arrives as scheduled. Under the guidance and commentary of Akane, all candidates are each granted a captured scroll and instructed to choose an entrance to enter the Forest of Death. The task is straightforward: seize the scrolls from others, and upon successful integration, one may advance. Uchiha Obito and his companions decide to progress together. After handing the scroll to Sasuke, the 4 devise a covert signal. In no time, within the Forest of Death, various teams commence their respective battles for the scrolls, with anguished cries echoing throughout, sending chills down the spine of any listener. Obito suggests they find a place to hide, but to his surprise, Sasuke and Naruto resolutely choose a direction to advance, testing the waters by attempting to snatch scrolls. If they cannot overcome their opponents, they plan to flee. Obito, though exasperated, understands the two, who have recently faced elite ninjas of Zabos' caliber and made significant strides in their abilities, would not fear other genin. Was that truly a human scream? Naruto glances back, feeling a sense of unease. Sakura voices her own fears, admitting, "I think I need to relieve myself." Naruto steps aside, preparing to draw his weapon, only to be met with a punch from Sakura. "You fool, what are you doing in front of a lady? Go hide in the bushes." Naruto, with a large bump on his head, retreats into the foliage to relieve himself. Moments later, he emerges with a refreshed expression, exclaiming, "Wow, what a significant relief." He zips up and approaches Sasuke and Sakura. "Still daring to speak like that in front of a lady?" Sakura raises her fist, prepared to reprimand Naruto once more. But Sasuke intervenes first. Swift as lightning, he sends Naruto flying. Sakura gasps in shock. "What are you doing?" Rubbing his mouth, Naruto shouts, "Sasuke, regardless of the circumstances, you shouldn't resort to violence." Sakura is perplexed, wondering, where has the real Naruto gone? Sasuke coldly replies, "What are you talking about? I can't understand you." Sitting up, Naruto glares at Sasuke, questioning, "What happened to the wounds inflicted by the examiner? And your shuriken pouch is strapped to your left leg." The individual in question is a right-handed person, and your imitation of transformation techniques pales in comparison to Naruto's. Sasuke, with his arms crossed, coldly pointed out the flaw. "Humph. What bad luck. Once exposed, there is no turning back." Bang! A cloud of white smoke dispersed, revealing the true identity of the imposter from the Sound Village. Who is it that carries the scroll? A ninja from the Sound, wearing a gas mask, charged towards Sasuke and Sakura. In that case, I shall seize it by force. Uchiha Rong quickly leapt aside, taking cover behind a massive tree. Such minor characters hardly require his intervention. As the enemy approached, Sakura hastily jumped aside. However, Sasuke leaped forward, forming hand seals in midair. Fire style. Phoenix fire technique. Countless fireballs surged towards the advancing Sound ninjas. The older Sound ninja moved with remarkable speed and agility, evading Sasuke's fiery assault with several swift jumps. The two engaged in fierce combat once more. Uchiha Rong observed Sasuke's condition and felt a sense of relief. For now, their strengths were evenly matched. Yet, Sasuke had yet to activate his Sharingan. Uchiha Rong darted behind another tree, hurling a kunai towards Naruto, who was bound to the ground. Upon seeing it, Naruto's face lit up with joy. Black light. Hurry, help Sasuke. Even while lying on the ground, Naruto remained concerned for Sasuke's safety. Sakura wore a perpetual expression of worry, proving to be of little use. After several exchanges, Sasuke found himself caught in an explosion tag hidden among the tree trunks. Upon landing, he was swiftly overpowered by the pursuing sound ninja, who held a kunai to his neck. What luck! Move again, and I shall end you. Hand over the scroll obediently. The kunai pressed against Sasuke's throat. TCH, you think you can kill my brother like this? Uchiha Rong, concealed within the branches of a nearby tree, could not help but comment on the opponent's lack of combat prowess. While observing the battle, he remained vigilant of his surroundings. This sound ninja dared to act so brazenly against multiple opponents, indicating that allies were surely nearby. Whoosh! The sound ninja, still holding Sasuke captive, had yet to utter another word when a kunai flew in with precision from afar. The sound ninja had no choice but to leap back, narrowly avoiding the deadly projectile. I won't let you succeed. Once freed, Naruto rushed over to assist Sasuke. Naruto, you are always too slow. Sasuke, who had initially lowered his head, now raised it, his eyes glowing a vivid crimson. I shall not be defeated by your Sharingan. Using his chakra, he attached the kunai beneath his foot. Sasuke spun, channeling all his strength. A kunai concealed beneath his left foot struck out towards the enemy. The airborne sound ninja, desperately trying to evade, tilted his body. Still trying to hide? Uchiha Rong, concealed within the nearby tree, quietly extended his hand. Universal pull. The kunai that narrowly brushed past the sound ninja suddenly pivoted and thrust towards his back. At that very moment, Sasuke arrived just in time. With both hands gripping the kunai, he plunged it fiercely into the enemy's chest, striking almost simultaneously with the kunai embedded in the unfortunate sound ninja's back. Blood gushed forth as the sound ninja, grievously wounded, staggered. Sasuke! Sakura exclaimed in shock upon witnessing this scene. Struck by her momentary daze, she realized that this individual was certainly not alone. Listen well, if you lose focus, you might truly meet your end. At that moment, Sasuke exuded an unmistakable aura of leadership. The sound ninja, injured, attempted to flee. Uchiha Rong's eyes brightened at the sight. The boy possesses commendable combat talent. That move was rather impressive. Uchiha Rong acknowledged him fully. In a flash, Uchiha Rong appeared beside the wounded sound ninja. You are the sound ninja, gasped in surprise upon recognizing Uchiha Rong. I am the one who will send you on your way. Remember not to mistake a snake for your father in your next life. With those words, Uchiha Rong's kunai sliced through the villain's throat. The battle finally concluded. Uchiha Rong returned to his team at the opportune moment. His teammates were likely entangled with other squads, unable to come to his aid. Uchiha Rong regarded Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, speaking calmly. However, we must redefine our code. The trio nodded solemnly, acknowledging Uchiha Rong's suggestion. The previous code had indeed been rather simplistic. The four formed a circle, seated on the ground, and began to deliberate on a new code. Uchiha Rong turned to glance at a bamboo tube quietly emerging from the ground nearby, his gaze clouded. A Chunin exam, truly filled with all manners of strange beings. He mused, redirecting his focus to listen as Sasuke recited an extensive code reminiscent of song lyrics. Naruto frowned in confusion. Could you repeat that? He implored, turning to Sasuke. Didn't I say I would only say it once? Sasuke paid no heed to Naruto's plea. Uchiha Rong understood Sasuke's ulterior motives, but chose not to expose them. Instead, Sakura seized the opportunity to chide Naruto. Didn't you remember? You fool, I memorized it in an instant. Naruto retorted, I was paying attention. I merely wanted to hear it once more for assurance. Uchiha Rong, weary of Sakura's incessant chatter, stood up and smiled at Naruto. It's all right, Naruto. The code is merely an aid. We must all be cautious and not stray apart. Gratefully, Naruto nodded in response. I'll retrieve the scroll. After the earlier battle, Sasuke had become exceedingly cautious. Be careful. Uchiha Rong warned urgently, his eyes narrowing as he swiftly leaped away from the trio. In the next moment, as Naruto prepared to rise, a sharp pain shot through his right cheek. Ouch! He exclaimed, clutching his face. The three who had yet to comprehend the situation turned to gaze into the distance. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted. A violent gust, akin to a fierce hurricane, swept over them, accompanied by a wave of sound that engulfed the trio. With a thunderous crash, Orochimaru made his spectacular entrance. Sasuke and Sakura swiftly leaped aside, seeking refuge in the underbrush. The 4 members of Team 7 were scattered. Just then, a noise came from behind. Sasuke sprang to his feet and, upon spotting Sakura, did not lower the kunai in his right hand. "Sasuke!" Sakura exclaimed in delight as she rushed towards him. "Stay back." Sasuke raised his kunai, signaling her to maintain her distance. "Sakura, initiate the code." Sakura paused for a moment, then hurriedly recited a lengthy string of code words. Sasuke listened intently, even as he kept his kunai raised. Meanwhile, Naruto dashed in from another direction. "Hey, everyone. Ouch. That hurts," he complained, rubbing his face and body as he approached Sasuke and Sakura. Uchiha had activated his invisibility technique and was cautiously observing the situation from atop a massive tree above the 3. "Naruto, wait. The code." Sakura, having been prompted by Sasuke, now directed her attention to Naruto. "I know." Naruto squinted, grinning as he flawlessly recited the code. "Looks like it's time for some action. The second pillar has his work cut out for him." Uchiha grinned from above. Unlike Naruto, whose luck seemed boundless, Sasuke's journey had been marked by an abundance of combat experience. Upon hearing Naruto recite the code, Sakura breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, Sasuke remained coldly fixated on Naruto from a distance. Without warning, he hurled a kunai. Naruto dodged, collapsing onto the ground. "What are you doing?" He scowled in anger. "Do you think you're the kind of guy who can evade my attack just now?" Sasuke remained unfazed, his gaze piercing as he stared at Naruto. "Sasuke, what are you doing? Didn't T. Naruto already say the code?" Sakura questioned, perplexed. It's problematic that he said it. Sasuke stood tall, his eyes never leaving Naruto. "Do you really believe that guy could remember such a lengthy code? If you were to ask him what the code was, what would he typically say? Shouldn't it be something like, 'Sorry, I forgot'? This person is clearly different from Naruto. That much is evident from how he evaded my unexpected attack," Sasuke explained with unwavering certainty. At that moment, Sakura finally understood, instinctively taking a couple of steps back. "Hey, it's about time you revealed your true self." A smile crept onto Sasuke's lips as his aura surged once more. 076 Orochimaru's ruthlessness, Uchiha protection. Thus, Naruto, who had collapsed to the ground, extended his crimson tongue and licked his lips with a devilish grin. Suddenly, a loud bang reverberated through the air as a cloud of white smoke erupted. The adult female sound ninja, transformed from Orochimaru, appeared before the group. "But since you were aware he would forget, why did you not choose a shorter code?" Orochimaru inquired with a hint of intrigue. "Because I knew you were eavesdropping on our conversation, which is precisely why I employed such a code," Sasuke retorted, exuding confidence. Orochimaru removed the straw hat atop his head, revealing, "Ah, I see now. You shall neither tire nor retreat. This is far more entertaining than I had anticipated." Orochimaru extended a hand to caress the hat, sending a chill down Sakura's spine. Uchiha concealed himself among the dense leaves above the trio, activating his intangibility and chakra barrier the moment Naruto appeared, ensuring his chakra remained undetected by Orochimaru, although his physical and mental energies had undergone a profound transformation. Uchiha opted for the most prudent approach. At this moment, Naruto was likely still grappling with the ordinary summoning snake. Uchiha chose not to intervene but remained on high alert, prepared to assist his companions against Orochimaru. Orochimaru cast the Book of Earth into the air. "You covet the Book of Earth in my possession, do you not? After all, you hold the Book of Heaven," he said with a sinister smile, simultaneously raising the Book of Earth. He opened his mouth wide and audibly swallowed the Book of Earth, observing the bizarre turn of events below. Uchiha felt a twitch of his eyelid. When it comes to repulsiveness and grotesqueness, Orochimaru humbly claimed the second position, for no one in the ninja world dared to claim the first. As he raised his gaze, Orochimaru discreetly opened his left eye, locking his sight on Sasuke and Sakura. Then let the struggle for the scroll commence. With his words, the genjutsu from his left eye was instantaneously unleashed, ensnaring Sasuke and Sakura in a terrifying illusion of death. Their mental states were severely shaken, and in reality, the two stood there, eyes wide open and mouths agape, frozen in place. When the illusion dissipated, Sakura found herself collapsed on the ground, entrapped in a daze. Although Sasuke recognized he had fallen victim to a genjutsu, he still succumbed to dry heaving. His body trembling uncontrollably, struggling to rise, he found himself unable to do so. "No, this is not an illusion. This is merely a palpable aura of killing intent," he thought in disbelief. Why had merely gazing into his eyes provoked such a response? A tempest of confusion surged within Sasuke's young mind. How could a mere lower-ranking ninja from another nation possess such a terrifying aura of killing intent? What kind of bloodshed had forged this overwhelming presence? No, I must flee. Should we fail to take action, what awaits us is merely death. Sasuke observed Sakura, trembling like a car engine, and in that moment, he made a choice to flee. Devoid of any inclination to fight. Enough is enough. Beneath the sprawling branches and leaves, Sasuke and Sakura found themselves ensnared in a perilous situation. Within Uchiha Rong's heart, there brewed a deep-seated contempt for Orochimaru. Only a rogue ninja of Orochimaru's caliber would deliberately participate in the Chunin exams to prey on the weak. Move. Move. Sasuke quivered as he struggled to extract a kunai, slowly rising to his feet. What will you do now? Orochimaru's gaze was cold and menacing as he focused intently on Sasuke, who widened his eyes in terror. Fear not. It will be over in an instant, Orochimaru assured, producing 2 kunai as he advanced towards Sasuke and Sakura. You want to even feel a moment of pain? Uchiha Rong's eyes were fixed on the scene, one hand poised and ready to intervene at the slightest hint of lethal danger to Sasuke. As Orochimaru approached to a certain distance, he halted, lifting his kunai. What a pity, he said, swinging his left arm. The 2 kunai shot forth at an alarming speed towards Sasuke and Sakura. At that moment, they were paralyzed, helplessly watching as the weapons hurtled toward them. A sickening thud echoed as a kunai embedded itself in flesh, blood gushing forth. In a desperate bid for survival, Sasuke astonishingly drove a kunai into his own thigh, blood spilling onto the ground. Before Orochimaru, there was no sign of Sasuke and Sakura. Oh, I see. Orochimaru's gaze shifted knowingly. You truly are ruthless, aren't you? Uchiha Rong, who had almost intervened to save Sasuke, reflected on the sheer determination displayed. In such a seemingly fatal predicament, Sasuke had resorted to self-harm to awaken his physical capabilities, enabling him to swiftly carry Sakura away from the impending kunai. This tenacity and ferocity, when viewed through the annals of ninja history, were indeed extraordinary. As he withdrew the bloodied kunai from his thigh before Sakura, she gasped in shock. Sasuke. He immediately placed his left hand over her mouth, silencing her, even as the serpent slithered behind them unnoticed. Sakura swatted away Sasuke's hand, exclaiming, Sasuke, it's a snake. In an instant, they sprang apart, yet the anticipated snake attack did not materialize. The serpent that had previously raised its head and flicked its tongue was now draped lifelessly over the trunk of the massive tree. Uchiha Rong had struck, using a kunai to pierce the snake's vital point, vanquishing it on the spot. From the depths of a lifeless serpent, the long-absent Orochimaru emerged, breaking through the skin with a suddenness that startled all. Upon his appearance, he transformed into a serpentine form, coiling around the trunk of a tree as he lunged towards Sasuke. Overcome with fear, Sasuke's eyes widened in shock, momentarily forgetting to evade the imminent threat. Just then, a kunai, accompanied by several shurikens, hurtled towards Orochimaru's head, halting his advance on Sasuke. Apologies, Sasuke. Naruto called from a distance, perched atop a colossal tree trunk. Sakura looked up, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Naruto. With arms crossed and posture resolute, Naruto fixed his sharp gaze on Sasuke and Sakura, exclaiming, the signal. I forgot it. Observing from the shadows, Uchiha Obito smiled at Naruto's arrival, appreciating his straightforwardness. Indeed, Naruto had not resorted to veiled words. Naruto's entrance added an intriguing dynamic to the encounter with Orochimaru. Well done, Naruto. Sakura exclaimed, her eyes wide with renewed energy. I don't care if you're here to show off, just don't draw attention to yourself and run. Our strength pales in comparison to this foe, even at this critical juncture. Sasuke urged Naruto to flee. Obito felt a sense of satisfaction. Oh dear, you seem to be bullying the weak. Now that the illustrious Naruto Uzumaki has arrived, I shall teach you a proper lesson, Naruto declared boldly, pointing at Orochimaru. Sasuke could only roll his eyes internally, while even Obito shook his head with a bemused smile. This reckless youth truly feared no danger. Quietly, Obito leaped to another tree, drawing closer to Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. Meanwhile, Sasuke, consumed by thoughts of how to escape the dire threat of death, made a surprising move that astonished all present. He retrieved the heaven scroll from his belongings. Please, take this and let us go, grant us a path to survival. Sasuke proposed to Orochimaru, negotiating terms. Witnessing this, Naruto erupted in fury, shouting, Hey, Sasuke, what are you doing? Why give the scroll to the enemy? Sasuke turned, fixing Naruto with a cold glare. Silence, he commanded, leaving Naruto speechless. The reprimands he had prepared swallowed back. Obito frowned, observing Sasuke, whose heart was consumed by vengeance. He feared not death but was reluctant to embrace it. Revenge against Itachi and Obito was his singular ambition in life. How could he succumb in such a place? Sometimes, the obsessions within one's heart can lead a person to forsake invaluable treasures. Obito noted this, realizing that Sasuke had indeed succumbed to the weight of impending death, losing his former strategic mind and meticulous nature. Yet there remained the prince, the boy brimming with passion and hope. It's up to you now, Naruto. Uchiha Rong turned her head, eagerly gazing at the distant Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto, filled with rage, felt an uncontrollable urge to charge at Sasuke and deliver a fierce blow. Ah, I see. Quite an ambitious little one from the Uchiha clan. Orochimaru straightened his body, his serpentine waist coiling gracefully around the tree. His crimson tongue flicked across his lips. What prey can expect from a predator but to surrender other prey, lest they attempt to spare themselves? Uchiha Rong observed below, envious of Orochimaru's figure that countless kunoichi admired. She longed to unleash a flurry of wind blades toward him. Accept this. Sasuke hesitated for a few moments, yet ultimately tossed the heaven scroll toward Orochimaru. Naruto swiftly lunged into action, with rapid strides along the tree trunk. He intercepted the scroll just before it fell into Orochimaru's grasp. You fool! Don't engage in such unnecessary antics. Do you comprehend the gravity of the situation? Sasuke reprimanded Naruto sternly. However, Naruto retaliated with a powerful punch, sending Sasuke crashing into another tree trunk. What the hell are you doing? Sasuke's anger flared. Uchiha Rong quietly observed the unfolding drama, feeling a twinge of shock. Naruto was genuinely fighting. The prince's acknowledgement of Sasuke had already penetrated his very soul. Faced with such cowardice from Sasuke, the image of the second pillar in Sasuke's heart remained unshaken. Naruto chose to awaken him in his own unique manner. What a noble spirit that cannot tolerate humiliation. Uchiha Rong sighed inwardly, keeping her gaze fixed on Orochimaru. I simply forgot the code word, which is why I couldn't confirm. Naruto gritted his teeth. You must be an imposter, Sasuke. Sakura was utterly astonished. Naruto, what are you saying? Are you out of your mind? Sasuke furiously retorted. You idiot. I am real. Naruto was seething, his chest heaving with anger. Liar. This cowardly fool is certainly not the Sasuke I know. I have no idea how strong this guy is, but there's no guarantee that surrendering the scroll will spare us. It's you who is bewildered by the situation. Naruto clenched his right fist, filled with righteous indignation. Orochimaru observed the spectacle quietly, excitement glimmering in his eyes. He stood, fixating on Naruto. Naruto, haha, a correct answer. His crimson tongue licked his lips once more. The scroll? Killing you and taking it is all that is needed. As Orochimaru spoke, he rolled up his left sleeve, revealing the intricate seals etched into his skin. He bit his fingertip, tracing it across his arm, preparing to unleash a jutsu. Naruto was consumed by fury. He drew a kunai, charging toward Orochimaru with relentless speed. What a joke. Sasuke, terrified, shouted, Stop, Naruto. Run. Sasuke, nearly driven to the brink of mental collapse by Orochimaru's murderous intent, acutely understood the terrifying nature of the sinister grass ninja before him. The summoning technique. Orochimaru fully unleashed his jutsu. Boom. The impact sent Naruto, who was charging forward, hurtling backwards, repelled by an overwhelming burst of energy. Orochimaru's summoned beast, Manda, ominously manifested on the scene. Uchiha Rong, with a slight shake of his arm, conjured a kunai in his hand. Should Orochimaru dare to inflict lethal harm upon Naruto, he would not hesitate to ensure that Orochimaru lost his summoned beast. By this time, Akatsuki and the others should have already discerned Orochimaru's circumstances, he mused. Glancing at the sky, Uchiha Rong was aware that Orochimaru would make his moves during this period. However, his bottom line was clear. He could torment the prince in the two pillars, but he must never resort to lethal force. Simultaneously, Akatsuki had already issued orders to inform the Hokage. As for Akatsuki, she swiftly darted into the forest of death in pursuit of Orochimaru. Within the dense forest, Orochimaru stood atop Manda's head. With a mere thought, Manda's tail severed the massive trunk upon which Naruto stood. Naruto was jolted downwards, landing on a tree trunk. Kneeling on one knee, suddenly, his eyes widened, revealing two dark red slit pupils. Damn it! Watch this. Naruto gritted his teeth, his strength immense. This little brat. Could it be? Orochimaru was jolted awake by the surge of Nine Tails chakra emanating from Naruto. Disregarding everything, Naruto twisted in midair and charged towards Manda's head. unleashing a flurry of punches. Manda, however, paid no heed to Naruto's cries. The game was becoming increasingly entertaining, Orochimaru mused with excitement. Sasuke, it is your turn. What will you do? Orochimaru seemed particularly invested in Sasuke. Unbeknownst to him, Manda had already lunged towards Sasuke. Whoosh. Just as the massive serpent's head was about to collide with Sasuke, Naruto leaped in front of him. Naruto. Sasuke was moved. Naruto was sweating profusely. This cowardly fool was certainly not the Sasuke he knew. Uchiha Rong looked down at Naruto, who was exhibiting remarkable intelligence, feeling a sense of relief. Yet, Orochimaru's tongue suddenly shot out, ensnaring Naruto. Sasuke and Sakura gasped in horror, their eyes wide. Orochimaru's right hand had already released an invisible energy at his fingertips. In the original narrative, Naruto would be sealed by Orochimaru's invisible technique, completely locking away the Nine Tails chakra. Humph. I refuse to let you succeed. Concealed in the shadows. Uchiha Rong's gaze sharpened as he swiftly waved his right hand downward, in full view of everyone. Several kunai shot down from above at a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Orochimaru drew Naruto close with his elongated tongue. The five-element seal was unleashed, and Naruto let out a pained scream before succumbing to unconsciousness. Yet, Orochimaru paid a price for this act. His tongue was pierced by several shurikens, forcing him to relinquish Naruto. The unconscious Naruto fell from the tree. Universal pull. Uchiha Rong hovered 20 meters above. Without hesitation, he struck. Naruto's body was propelled back against the enormous tree trunk. Meanwhile, Sasuke, witnessing Naruto's severe injury at the hands of Orochimaru, once again revealed his Sharingan. Indeed. As a member of the Uchiha clan, the blood within him stirred. Allow me to gradually ascertain your strength. Orochimaru displayed an expression of exhilaration. Sasuke, however, was suddenly filled with fervor, the memories of his clan's annihilation flooding his mind. Uchiha Rong observed as Sasuke charged at Orochimaru with kunai in hand, swiftly repositioning himself atop a tree branch behind them. There was no doubt, even with Sasuke regaining his confidence, he was still no match for Orochimaru. Yet, with his Sharingan activated, Sasuke was now able to perceive Orochimaru's movements. After evading, he counterattacked with fire release techniques. Uchiha Rong, intent on allowing Sasuke to enhance his combat abilities, refrained from intervening. His sole aim was to ensure that Sasuke did not fall victim to Orochimaru's sealing techniques. Before long, Sasuke found himself at a disadvantage. After several exchanges, he was pinned against the tree trunk. Sasuke. Sakura's voice rang out, filled with desperation. How tiresome. The name Uchiha Yu is weeping. Well then, I shall torment you slowly before your demise. It will be as simple as crushing a bug. Orochimaru approached the fallen Sasuke, poised to strike, when Sasuke unexpectedly sprang to life, catching him off guard. The meticulously set thread ensnared Orochimaru in its grasp. Sharingan. Windmill technique. 3 blades of the mind. Uchiha Rong's eyelid twitched. Below, Sasuke formed hand seals to manipulate the threads. Fire release. Dragon fire technique. A colossal flame surged along the threads, scorching Orochimaru in place. The fire illuminated the forest, and anguished cries soon followed. Splendid. Sakura began to cheer with delight. Uchiha Rong, observing everything from the shadows, furrowed his brow. Orochimaru was not merely holding back. He was unleashing a torrent. To wield the Sharingan with such proficiency at such a young age is truly commendable for one who bears the name of Uchiha. Just when it seemed Orochimaru should have been consumed by flames, he reappeared before Sasuke. I cannot endure this. He seethed, furious, ready to teach Sakura a lesson, repeatedly activating his Sharingan and unleashing extensive fire release techniques. Sasuke's chakra had nearly depleted. Completely drained, despair washed over him as he beheld Orochimaru once more. Indeed, I yearn to possess you. Indeed, you are brothers. Within your eyes lies a power surpassing even that of Itachi. The dry, hoarse voice of Orochimaru emerged for the first time. Sasuke, stunned and frantic, exclaimed, Who are you? Orochimaru brandished the Book of Heaven, enveloping it in chakra energy. I am Orochimaru. If you wish to see me again, strive to stand out in this examination. With a swift motion of his right hand across his forehead protector, the emblem of the Hidden Grass Village transformed instantaneously into that of the Sound Village. What are you saying? It makes no sense. We certainly do not want to see you again. Sakura audaciously chastised Orochimaru, a sight to behold. That will not do, Orochimaru replied, his voice trailing off as he swiftly formed hand seals with one hand. In an instant, he morphed into Monkey D. Luffy, his head and neck resembling pliable clay, darting toward Sasuke's left side. With a wide maw filled with sharp teeth, he lunged to bite down. Who gave you the audacity to touch him? At that critical moment, a deep, resonant voice echoed in everyone's ears. Orochimaru's sinister and malevolent visage, eyes brimming with malice, halted mere centimeters from Sasuke's neck. Unable to advance any further, the eternal Mangeki Sharingan had activated. The universal pull firmly ensnared Orochimaru's head, and the two engaged in an invisible struggle. Sasuke, why aren't you escaping? Urged Uchiha Rong, his voice resonating with authority. Earth style, Yellow Spring Swamp. Within Uchiha Rong, the earth-based chakra surged violently. A vast swamp emerged, enveloping Orochimaru's vicinity. Orochimaru found himself ensnared, unable to extricate himself. Sasuke, realizing the urgency, swiftly darted aside. However, at that moment, the ensnared Orochimaru silently emerged from the very tree trunk where Sasuke had just stood, appearing behind him without a sound. Be careful, Uchiha Rong exclaimed, alarmed, and promptly activated the Flying Thunder God technique. In the blink of an eye, Uchiha Rong materialized behind Sasuke. Die, he shouted, swinging his fist imbued with Earth style, Heavy Rock technique, aiming a powerful blow at Orochimaru's head. Yet, Orochimaru was resolute in his intent to mark Sasuke. Enduring the impact of a fist weighted with immense gravity, he managed to sink his teeth into Sasuke's neck. Just as he broke the skin, Uchiha Rong unleashed a flurry of punches, crushing Orochimaru's head and sending him flying. Although the bite only penetrated a few millimeters, 3 tomo marks appeared at the site of the injury on Sasuke's left neck. Orochimaru, you seek your own demise. Uchiha Rong's fury ignited. In his ethereal state, the lightning release chakra mode activated instantaneously. With a powerful, electrifying strike, the hand blade descended upon Orochimaru's neck. However, Orochimaru swiftly melded into the tree trunk, vanishing from sight. Ultimately, Uchiha Rong was unable to intercept him. Nevertheless, Orochimaru was left astounded. He had previously believed himself to be the most formidable presence within this forest. The realization of Uchiha Rong's intangible emergence filled him with trepidation, compelling him to refrain from lingering. After all, this was the territory of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Although he bore no fear of his former mentor, Orochimaru dared not act recklessly. Uchiha Rong, for the time being, chose to spare Orochimaru. Darting to the treetop to survey the surroundings, finding no other signs of hostility. Quietly, Uchiha Rong emerged from the trees, cloaked in darkness. Sakura, she exclaimed in surprise, quickly drawing a kunai and assuming a defensive stance. Halt. First, reveal the password. Uchiha Rong shook his head. Do you truly believe that in this treacherous forest of death, such a formality still holds any significance? Orochimaru, who once impersonated Naruto, spoke without hesitation just moments ago. There is no need for passwords. During my first encounter with Kakashi-sensei, Naruto and I played a prank at the door, escorting Mr. Tazuna back to the land of waves and battling Zabuza and Haku. Uchiha Rong calmly gazed at Sakura. Is that sufficient proof? Seeing Uchiha Rong voluntarily disclose information known only to their Team 7, Sakura's anxiety dissipated, allowing her to exhale a heavy breath. Her expression shifted to one of anger and reproach. Black light. Sasuke and Naruto have been battling all along, and they are both injured. Sasuke has been marked with a strange seal by that Orochimaru. He is now unconscious. And you, when danger arose, merely hid away, showing no regard for your comrades' lives. After a series of questions and reprimands, Sakura's frustration and anger lessened slightly. And what about you? Uchiha Rong retorted, his response succinct. Sakura was momentarily speechless. It dawned on her that while she had been present, she had done little more than shout in alarm, failing to assist Naruto and Sasuke in any meaningful way. Though I did nothing, I was always by Naruto and Sasuke's side. Unlike you, who only thought of fleeing, you are nothing but a coward. Uchiha Rong regarded Sakura's aggressive demeanor and double standards with a calm gaze, a subtle smile gracing his lips. In an instant, he appeared directly before her, gripping her throat with his left hand and lifting her off the ground. Sakura's heart raced in terror, and instinctively, she attempted to stab Uchiha Rong with her kunai, only to realize it had vanished without a trace. What can you do, aside from shouting during others' battles and mocking Naruto? Uchiha Rong derisively questioned, severing a lock of Sakura's hair with the kunai. Did you see that? Before the coward you so disdainfully referred to, you could not withstand even a single exchange. So silence yourself. If I ever hear you mock or belittle your comrades again, I will not merely cut your hair. Uchiha Rong cast Sakura aside with a swift motion. pressing a kunai against her scalp, pinning it to the tree behind her, and strode towards Naruto and Sasuke. Cough, cough, cough. Sakura clutched her throat. Her face flushed as she bowed her head to cough, her eyes wide with terror. In that fleeting moment when Uchiha Rong had grasped her neck, she feared he was an enemy in disguise. However, upon witnessing him administering healing ninjutsu to Sasuke and Naruto, she breathed a sigh of relief. Though a lingering unease remained in her heart, the words Uchiha Rong had spoken echoed in her mind, and she recalled his astounding performance during the initial bell-grabbing competition. In her eyes, Uchiha Rong had become an imposing, invisible mountain, shrouded in mist. After Uchiha Rong had healed Naruto and Sasuke's wounds, he leaned against a nearby tree, closing his eyes to rest. Meanwhile, Sakura sat beside him, lost and vacant, her gaze devoid of focus. Have you comprehended it? If so, come quickly to assist. Uchiha Rong commanded coldly, addressing the dazed Sakura. If she lingered, those three formidable subordinates of Orochimaru would soon seek trouble, while Uchiha Rong could easily dispatch them. He had no time to waste on these children. He needed to swiftly complete the trial of the Death Forest scroll, return to the village, and prepare for the impending chaos orchestrated by Orochimaru aimed at destroying Konoha. Uchiha Rong's sudden assertive demeanor left Sakura bewildered, and she felt no inclination to resist. Instinctively, she moved to assist Sasuke. Sasuke, allow me to help. You aid Naruto. Uchiha Rong's tone was detached as he issued his orders. Thus, Sakura had no choice but to support Naruto. Her previous aversion and unfriendliness towards him needed to be addressed. Stay close to me, Uchiha Rong declared, hoisting Sasuke onto his back as he swiftly advanced deeper into the forest. Time was of the essence. The Sound Ninja Trio was approaching. Just then, Rock Lee arrived to assist Sakura. Uchiha Rong intended to circumvent the impending skirmish, leading Sakura and carrying Sasuke as they moved quickly through the woods. Suddenly, within a mere 500 meters, several shurikens shot forth from the shadows. Uchiha Rong nimbly evaded them and halted his advance. Ah, little ones from Konoha. Where do you think you can escape to? The Sound Ninja Trio had indeed materialized before Uchiha Rong and his companions. Uchiha Rong withdrew to Sakura's side, entrusting Sasuke to her care. Look after them both and flee towards the right rear. Lee is over there. Uchiha Rong's voice was deep and authoritative. I will hold them off. Do not concern yourself with me. Just ensure their safety. With a command given, Sakura supported one person with each hand and slowly retreated towards the forest right rear. Trying to escape? A ninja clad in a deceptive guise attempted to leap in front of Sakura to obstruct her path, only to find his body inexplicably stilled 2 meters into his jump. He plummeted to the ground and rapidly retreated. This scene left his two companions in bewilderment, ignorant of the peculiar occurrence that had just transpired. They only sensed that the situation had taken a strange turn. The trio swiftly fell back, forming a defensive circle, vigilant of their surroundings. Noting that Sakura had vanished into the depths of the woods, Uchiha Rong hesitated no longer. As he summoned shadow clones, his true self activated the body flicker technique. The three were preoccupied with the clones, allowing Uchiha Rong's true form to systematically take them down one by one. After seizing their scrolls, Uchiha Rong hastened in the direction Sakura had departed. When Naruto and Sasuke regained consciousness, they found themselves in an unfamiliar hall, surrounded by other ninjas who had also passed the trials. Soon, the Hokage himself began to outline the details of the third round of the examination, urging everyone to pay close attention. Akatsuki spoke in a low tone, and Uchiha Rong discreetly surveyed all the passing genin. To his surprise, the Sound Four, whom he had swiftly incapacitated, were still present. Originally, there had been 26 teams participating, now only 7 remained. After the third Hokage concluded his lengthy explanation of the third round's rules, the atmosphere shifted as everyone learned that prominent leaders from the 5 great nations and the heads of various ninja villages would attend the matches, leaving them all in astonishment. Uchiha Rong concealed himself within the crowd, quietly observing Sasuke, who was grimacing in pain, his right hand clutching his left shoulder. The duration of his agony seemed to diminish. Uchiha Rong continued his watchful gaze, recognizing the formidable potency of the Heaven's Curse mark implanted by Orochimaru. The third Hokage and others were now aware of Orochimaru's machinations concerning Sasuke. Red Bean, fully cognizant of the dangers posed by the curse mark, demanded an immediate cessation of Sasuke's forthcoming individual battle. Yet in the next moment, before Sasuke could voice his desire to withdraw, Kabuto raised his hand, voluntarily forfeiting his match. This action captured the attention of Konoha's upper echelons and elite ninjas alike. prompting the Hokage to discreetly arrange for an investigation into him. Naruto, bewildered, vocally challenged Kabuto. Yoshido, citing physical discomfort as an excuse, nonchalantly departed from the hall. Upon reviewing the records, Hongdo discovered that Yoshido had failed the Chunin exam 6 consecutive times. This assault on Konoha would serve as a pivotal moment in his life. Uchiha Rong observed Yoshido's retreating figure, momentarily uncertain whether his initial recommendation of Yoshida to Orochimaru had been a prudent choice. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that even had he not introduced Yoshida to Orochimaru, their fates would inevitably intertwine. The king of espionage in the ninja world, indeed deserving of the title. At the suggestion of the Hokage, Sasuke was permitted to remain and continue competing, allowing for the observation of all participants. As the judge, Moonlight Gale promptly announced the commencement of the preliminary matches. The individual battles would adhere to the rules of previous contests, with combatants facing off in designated arenas until one side succumbed or surrendered, thereby concluding the match. The large screens flanking the hall began to display the names of all remaining competitors. The names of the first pair of opponents swiftly appeared: Chikugai versus Uchiha Sasuke. Now, aside from the two combatants, all others please relocate to the upper viewing area, instructed Moonlight Gale, one of the 4 esteemed male figures of the Hokage. Everyone moved to the second floor stands. Uchiha Rong, however, turned to gaze at a striking ninja on the opposite side, a male shinobi from the Sound Village, undoubtedly transformed by Orochimaru. Now, let the battle commence, Moonlight Gale proclaimed, his hands forming the necessary seals, signaling the match's initiation. Uchiha Rong observed below, noting that Sasuke, under the influence of the curse seal, struggled to perform jutsu or engage in close combat fluidly. In contrast, Chikugai possessed a peculiar ability to absorb the chakra of others. After 2 rounds, Sasuke found himself pinned to the ground by Chikugai. Yet Uchiha Rong remained unfazed, confident that victory was assured for Sasuke against Chikugai. More importantly, a spirited youth was vocally cheering him on. Sasuke, is this how you embody the Uchiha name? What a disgrace. Fight properly. Naruto shouted from above, his voice hoarse with encouragement. Sasuke, of course, heard him, and a strategy began to form in his mind. While Uchiha Rong observed the renewed struggle below, his thoughts wandered to how he might secure victory against other opponents without revealing his true strength, or perhaps even choosing not to win at all. Amidst his contemplation, a fresh turn of events unfolded in the arena below. Uchiha Rong, without needing to look, knew that Sasuke had invoked his Lion's Barrage, inspired by Rock Lee's Lotus technique. Despite the cursed seal triggering midair, momentarily placing him in a precarious situation. Yet, bolstered by his formidable mental strength and Naruto's fervent encouragement, Sasuke resolutely resisted the effects of the cursed seal. With an elegant and decisive strike, he brought the crimson armor crashing to the ground. The audience was left in utter astonishment. Indeed, Uchiha Sasuke is a prodigious warrior. Uchiha Rong nodded to himself, acknowledging the brilliance of the second pillar. His capacity for learning and comprehension is truly remarkable. Although he is somewhat overshadowed by Itachi, he is nonetheless immensely talented. This spectacle elicited sheer exhilaration from Orochimaru. The victor of the first round is none other than Uchiha Sasuke. As the Moonlight Gale confirmed that the crimson armor could rise no more, he promptly declared the outcome. Naruto, brimming with excitement, leapt into the air. At that moment, another figure appeared on the scene, the silver-haired ninja, Kakashi, holding a small yellow book. "Ah, Sasuke, splendid work," Kakashi exclaimed, as he propped his leg against Sasuke's back, who was on the verge of collapsing. He offered genuine praise. Sasuke was initially taken aback, but his expression soon morphed into one of self-satisfaction. Kakashi certainly knows how to impress and charm. Witnessing this scene, Uchiha Rong couldn't help but admire Kakashi's deep-seated charisma. "Sasuke, you, haha, what a mess you've made. You're drenched." Sasuke grasped the railing, his joy almost lifting him off the ground. Yet he could not resist teasing Sasuke with laughter. Sasuke turned to Naruto. "Honestly, you big fool," Uchiha Sasuke remarked, a smile breaking through his initial demeanor. Kakashi led Sasuke to seal the heavenly cursed mark. The competition continued. On the large screen, everyone's names flashed wildly. Everyone eagerly anticipated the next matchup. 080. A lesson for the arrogant Kankuro, the name appeared. It was indeed Shino Aburame against Saku. Alas, it seems I have not yet been called. Uchiha Rong sighed in boredom. "Hey, Naruto, when it's my turn, be sure to wake me." Uchiha Rong called out to Naruto before leaning against the side and closing his eyes. After some time, he felt increasingly drowsy. A detail he had become aware of without making a conscious effort to resist. Following the instincts of his body and mind, he began to drift into slumber. Time passed, and Uchiha Rong sensed a slight itch in his nose. Achoo! A sneeze escaped him involuntarily. Naruto, holding a few strands of hair, was raising his arm to shield his face. Hey, Blacklight, are you still in the midst of this slumber? Wake up, it's your turn. Uchiha Rong yawned and rose, glancing at the large screen. Well, what a coincidence, a mischievous smile crept across Uchiha Rong's lips. Kankuro. A week ago, the self-proclaimed jester had threatened to personally deliver a beating. Thus, I shall indulge you in your game. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Uchiha Rong descended the steps, making his way to the battleground below. Hey, can't you just jump down from there? Naruto chided, unable to tolerate the languid demeanor of the black-clad figure. Uchiha Rong remained unfazed, hands in his pockets, dressed in a black short-sleeved shirt and shorts. He approached Kankuro. Ah, it's you. What a delightful coincidence. Kankuro loosened the white bandages that bound his puppet, gazing at Uchiha Rong with a smug expression. Come, let me show you the agony of being devoured by crows. Uchiha Rong, with a playful smirk, nodded in response. Ah, indeed. The spectators exchanged peculiar glances at the audacity of the black-clad figure. How pretentious could he be? Ino had never encountered someone so arrogantly nonchalant, especially a mere genin. Hey, Blacklight, get your act together. That guy can manipulate chakra with his puppets. Naruto, having previously suffered at Kankuro's hands, shouted a warning to Uchiha Rong. It seems your companions have little faith in you. Kankuro taunted, extending his right hand with fingers splayed, his face brimming with mockery. Within 5 rounds, you will surrender. Uchiha Rong smiled, pursing his lips as he raised a single finger. I'm not certain about the number of rounds, but I do know that within a minute, you shall fall. Their fierce banter was hardly loud, yet the swift winds carried their words clearly. As the referee, Sasuke found the self-assuredness of the two youths rather amusing. To counter their boastful proclamations, he quickly interjected, Now, please prepare, and let the battle commence. As the words left his lips, Uchiha Rong executed the phantom body technique with practiced precision. In an instant, this newly devised ninjutsu came to life. As the shadow clones were formed, the technique of invisibility was simultaneously unleashed. Both jutsu activated in perfect harmony, with chakra energies finely tuned. To the onlookers, it appeared as though Uchiha Rong had made no movement at all. In reality, at the moment the jutsu was cast, his true self swiftly vanished. One of the shadow clones rapidly positioned itself in front of the original. Such subtlety was imperceptible to the ordinary eye, and only the Rinnegan, Byakugan, and Sharingan could unveil the truth. Once the phantom body technique was employed, Uchiha Rong swiftly materialized beside Kankuro, while the clone disguised as his true self, alongside another shadow clone, launched a simultaneous attack, one from a distance, the other up close. A perfect coordination ensued. The average individual instinctively assumes that the long-range attack is the true essence. Those with a modicum of intelligence might employ reverse thinking, believing that the figure charging towards them is the real entity. However, in truth, the genuine essence has long concealed itself to the side, casting a chakra barrier that renders Kanjiro's extraordinary chakra sensitivity utterly ineffective. Kanjiro's core ability lies in his collaboration with crows, utilizing the technique of body switching, allowing both the puppet clone and the true essence to communicate and perceive one another. Whether in defense or offense, this tactic is immensely confounding. Yet, Uchiha Rong pays no heed to such strategies. Since you relish in concealment and deception, why not simply seize your true essence along with the puppet crow? Shurikens are unleashed in a barrage towards Kanjiro, among which a shadow clone surges forth with alarming speed, wielding a kunai aimed directly at Kanjiro's neck. Kanjiro evades with relative ease, but he gradually realizes that his movements are becoming increasingly sluggish, his arms and legs feeling as though they are weighted with lead. The exertion of his motions becomes more laborious. Unbeknownst to him, this is the effect of Uchiha Rong's earth-style jutsu, the heavy rock technique, executed from a concealed position. The puppet master condenses chakra into threads, wielding an extraordinary level of chakra sensitivity and control to manipulate objects infused with his chakra, maintaining a balance of precision. A top-tier puppet master can even control shadow-level living ninjas. Kanjiro possesses such innate talent, while evading the fierce and rapid onslaught of Uchiha Rong's shadow clone. He attempts to ensnare distant opponents with chakra threads, occasionally hurling kunai and shurikens. Meanwhile, on the observation corridor of the second floor, Ino, who had previously belittled Uchiha Rong, now stares wide-eyed, her mouth agape as if it could accommodate two hot dogs. Is this the same Blacklight who nearly failed the graduation test? Naruto, equally astonished, reflects on Kanjuro's prowess, believing him to be lacking in all aspects save for chakra manipulation. Yet below, a shadow clone is instantly created, coordinating flawlessly between near and far. This level of synergy surpasses that of most Chunin. Sakura, when did Kanjuro become this formidable? Naruto instinctively inquires. To him, Kanjuro had previously been uninvolved in combat during their joint missions, much like Sakura. Perhaps asking Sakura would yield an answer. However, Sakura offers no reply, her eyes fixed intently on the black figure engaged in battle below. Sakura? Naruto receives no response. Turning his gaze towards her, he is startled to see her trembling slightly. His complexion turned ashen. Little did he know that at this moment, Sakura's mind involuntarily conjured images of her previous encounter in the Forest of Death, where she was at the mercy of Uchiha Arin's power over life and death. In that moment, she harbored no doubt that Uchiha Arin harbored murderous intent towards her. The terrifying killing aura emanating from his gaze and entire being left an indelible shadow in her heart. She believed that black light could eliminate her effortlessly, without a trace of psychological burden. The chilling pressure of that murderous intent was almost as intense as her first encounter with Orochimaru, if not more so. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Kankura was utterly rigid, having endured several blows to his face. His limbs and joints felt as though they had rusted, rendering him incapable of flexible movement. Yet he remained unfazed, biding his time for the perfect opportunity to strike. He awaited the moment when Uchiha Arin believed victory was assured and prepared to unleash a fatal blow, at which point Kankura would emerge from the crow puppet and seize Arin. After a relentless assault, 30 seconds had elapsed. It was time to conclude this. The invisible Uchiha Arin swiftly approached the crow, raising his right fist. Partial multiplication technique. Earth release, rock fist technique. Earth release, super heavy rock technique. As the techniques unfolded, Uchiha Arin's right fist transformed into the hardest rock in the ninja world, growing larger until it reached a diameter of over 2 meters. As Uchiha Arin swung his fist, Kankura, oblivious to the impending doom, was concealed within the white bandages of the crow. Desperately attempting to connect his chakra with that of Uchiha Arin's shadow clone and the distant figure that likely represented his true form. Suddenly, a tremendous force struck his back, propelling him, along with the white bandages, against the wall, leaving a colossal human-shaped indentation in its wake. This was far from the end. The true body, having been grievously injured and sent flying, could not shield the lifelike crow puppet clone from its grim fate. Uchiha Arin delivered a punch to its face. This blow was invisible, transparent, yet powerful enough to shatter mountains and split stones. Fortunately, Uchiha Arin executed both punches through the feigned actions of his close combat clone. To the spectators, including Naruto, it appeared as though Kankura's true body and the crow were successively struck and sent flying by Uchiha Arin's close combat clone. After dispatching his opponent, Uchiha Arin's clone immediately tossed a smoke bomb at his feet. Within the dense fog, Uchiha Arin's true self and shadow clone switched places. As the smoke cleared, only black light remained on the battlefield. It was indeed the body of Uchiha Rong, freed from the concealment. In the distant corner, the white bandages on Kanjuro's crow puppet gradually loosened, revealing Kanjuro's true form. Meanwhile, the real Kanjuro, who had been sent flying by a punch, shattered into small wooden fragments and bamboo segments. The atmosphere became so tense that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone was left in a state of shock, their scalps tingling with disbelief. Uchiha Rong, appearing as nonchalant as before, stifled a yawn. With his hands casually tucked into his pockets, he smiled at Moonlight Breeze and remarked, "No need to check. He has multiple fractures throughout his body and won't be getting up." The entire demeanor of Breeze was electrified. He had never encountered such a stark contrast in a lower ninja. On the surface, he appeared calm and handsome, yet when he struck, it was with a ferocity that was both ruthless and profound. Most alarming was the fact that this young man had claimed he would conclude the battle within a minute, and indeed, he had, within 60 seconds. Utilizing the most straightforward and brutal approach against his opponent, it seemed that Kanjuro would be incapacitated for at least 2 months, unable to engage in normal activities. On the spectator's platform, Gaara's eyes sparkled with excitement, and a slight swirl of sand trembled around him. This battle, lasting merely a minute, left all present speechless. enveloped in a surreal sense of shock and absurdity. Just moments before, the two combatants had seemed evenly matched, and now, both Kanjuro and his crow puppet had suffered such devastating blows. It was utterly inconceivable. Kakashi Might Guy and other elite ninjas were unable to discern the true nature of the events that had transpired or pinpoint where things had gone awry. However, Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with enthusiasm, reminiscent of his gaze when he beheld Sasuke. With no interest in the subsequent matches, Uchiha Rong knew that as long as Naruto was not pitted against Gaara, there would be no suspense. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Uchiha Rong strolled out of the arena with an air of composure, hands still in his pockets. Regardless of the forthcoming matches, arrangements would be made for him. When the time came, it would suffice for him to deliver a casual blow to any opponent he faced. At that moment, his focus had to shift entirely to Orochimaru. The second round of elimination matches was about to commence, with Orochimaru, now embodying the Wind Shadow, poised to incite chaos. Although Uchiha Rong was eager to witness Niji's match, he recognized that it was not yet time to acknowledge Niji. Soon, the month of rest and training would arrive. All the competitors advancing to the next round began their special training regimens. Sasuke had Kakashi, Naruto had Jiraiya, and Shikamaru was under the tutelage of Asuma and his father. The others seemed to enjoy the favor of their respective clans. Yet, he, the solitary figure in the darkness, found himself alone. Though his strength was sufficient to annihilate any lower ninja, the crux of the matter was that he could not unleash his full array of jutsu. He could only rely on the art of concealment and physical techniques to dispatch his foes. Suddenly, Uchiha Rong recalled an old acquaintance. If it were her, perhaps she would be willing to teach me. Uchiha Rong's eyes sparkled as she instantly vanished from her home. In the northeastern part of the village, there stood a relatively new and exquisite residence. Uchiha Rong perched herself upon the rooftop opposite, waiting for the owner of the elegant manor to emerge. Before long, a woman clad in black, cradling a pink and white piglet, stepped out from the main hall of the house. Huh, how surprising that Shizun has grown up. Uchiha Rong thought to herself, her eyes gleaming with admiration. After Shizun left the manor with the piglet, Uchiha Rong's awaited figure finally appeared, clad in a brown coat, with brilliant yellow hair, and a figure that commanded respect across the entire shinobi world. It had been years since their last encounter, and Tsunade still exuded such allure. Uchiha Rong understood that after acquiring half of her yin-yang chakra, Tsunade's side effects from the yin seal had completely vanished, allowing her to truly combine the 100 healings technique with the yin seal, achieving the effect of eternal youth. She was a singular beauty in the entire shinobi realm. Her appearance forever preserved at the age of 18 or 19, radiantly captivating. As Tsunade stepped out of the manor, she lifted her gaze to the rising sun, lazily stretching her body. The surge of her upper body threatened to burst through her clothing, causing Uchiha Rong to hastily recite a calming mantra. Just then, as Tsunade stretched, she caught sight of Uchiha Rong on the rooftop across. "Oh, what a handsome little brat!" Tsunade exclaimed softly, pointing at Uchiha Rong. "Hey, kid. What are you doing on my roof?" "Waiting for you," Uchiha Rong replied with a radiant smile. "Huh?" Tsunade was taken aback by the charming smile of Uchiha Rong, her eyes widening as she scrutinized his features. "Alas, that scoundrel, after conquering me that night, simply vanished." Tsunade frowned, a look of resentment crossing her face as she muttered to herself. "He is merely a child, yet that smile is undeniably reminiscent." Contemplating this, Tsunade stubbornly continued, "Stop pretending. Quickly revert to your true form, you scoundrel." With that, she leaped into the air, her fist poised to strike Uchiha Rong on the rooftop. Uchiha Rong felt a jolt of shock. Could it be that she recognized me? Just as he prepared to evade, Tsunade halted her fist a mere half-meter in front of him. "It seems I mistook him. Perhaps it was my longing over the years that clouded my judgment." Tsunade had clearly seen the boy's astonishment and panic. In an instant, she deduced that the young man before her was not Uchiha Rong in disguise, but rather an even more handsome lad. "Hey, kid, you said you were waiting for me. Who are you, and why are you waiting for me? Do you even know who I am?" After the recent misunderstanding, Tsunade's mood darkened, her tone carrying a hint of reprimand. Now, upon encountering an attractive man, he experiences a surge of emotions. If that man bears a resemblance to Uchiha Rong, it is likely that she would lose her composure entirely. Uchiha Rong finds this rather amusing, reflecting inwardly that not only does she know who he is, but she is also aware of a minuscule pink mole located just beneath his left breast. "Lady Tsunade, my name is Hague Wong. and I have come to request your guidance after a month of training. Despite her internal sarcasm, Uchiha Rong respectfully implores. Hagwon. Tsunade is taken aback, as she is entirely unfamiliar with the impeccably handsome youth before her. You wish for my instruction? Be gone. I do not recognize you. Nor do I have the time to teach you anything. Seek assistance elsewhere. Upon hearing his name, Tsunade immediately frowns and declines. What amusement could there be in teaching when one could unleash their battle spirit at a gambling table? This little brat dares to brazenly seek her training? Is this how competitive the genin of Konoha have become? It was Uchiha Rong who instructed me to seek you out. This declaration halts Tsunade, who was about to turn and enter her dwelling. She swiftly pivots, striding directly to Uchiha Rong, seizing his collar with one hand and lifting him effortlessly off the ground. What did you just say? Uchiha Rong can feel her body trembling slightly. Mr. Uchiha Rong sent me to Konoha to learn ninjutsu and become a genin. He is currently training elsewhere in the ninja world. Thus, technically, Uchiha Rong is not deceiving Tsunade, as he indeed instructed Hagwon to find her. Where is he now? Tsunade inquires urgently. I am not entirely certain of his exact location, but the last I saw him was at the daimyo's residence in the Land of Fire. He seemed to be traveling through various countries in the ninja world afterwards. Upon hearing Uchiha Rong's explanation, Tsunade's initial excitement and surprise diminished significantly, her expression turning somber. Filled with resentment and longing towards Uchiha Rong, which tugs at his heartstrings. What is it that he wishes for you to learn? Incredible strength. Uchiha Rong blurts out. Tsunade's extraordinary strength is a rather marvelous ability. Her primary combat style is grounded in her remarkable physical prowess. The essence of her strength lies in the precise control of chakra, while Uchiha Rong possesses the earth release, heavy rock technique. It relies solely on his own physical power without the need for any ninjutsu. By the way, he mentioned that if you agree, he would send you something special and assist you in overcoming your hemophobia. Uchiha Rong continues to persuade her earnestly. Tsunade's eyes widen in surprise, her face illuminating with delight. I agree to train with you for a month. What is this thing? Show it to me at once. Tsunade can hardly contain her eagerness. Let us step inside, Uchiha Rong said with a smile, swiftly entering the grand hall of Tsunade's residence. Inside Tsunade's abode, Uchiha Rong retrieved a neatly folded piece of silk from his small backpack. Here it is, he stated earnestly as he handed it to Tsunade. He asked me to tell you that you can only look at this when you are alone in your bedroom. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Tsunade snatched the small square from him. She quickly unfolded it, only to discover another perfectly stacked piece within. Eagerly, she grabbed the white handkerchief, opened it, and upon catching a glimpse of its contents, she was instantly overwhelmed. Her eyes rolled back, her body trembled violently, and she fainted. The robust woman, who had been standing in the center of the bedroom, toppled backward. Uchiha Rong, with swift reflexes, caught Tsunade and gently laid her on the bed, tucking her in. Sigh. This woman is far too hasty, he mused, unable to discern whether Tsunade missed him or loathed him. Her hemophobia was evidently severe. Was it merely a small token of his blood? Just a fleeting glance, and she had fainted? Exiting Tsunade's bedroom, Uchiha Rong made his way to the kitchen to prepare a bowl of ginseng soup for her. It was clear that her hemophobia needed urgent attention. He vanished from the room and reappeared 2 minutes later, now holding a brown eye mask, a bag of human blood, and several ripe tomatoes. He carefully wrapped the blood in a black plastic bag and placed it in the refrigerator for safekeeping. Uchiha Rong stood vigil by the bed, awaiting Tsunade's awakening. After 10 minutes, she stirred back to consciousness. Upon seeing the handsome young boy who had thoughtfully covered her with a blanket and stayed by her side, a wave of warmth washed over her, and she felt deeply touched. Little one, let us go to the back mountain later. I know you train there. Tsunade, known for her fierce demeanor and assertive nature, held a tender heart within, deeply caring and pure. This charming and obedient boy, even if he were not the disciple of a heartless man, she would willingly guide him. Thank you, Sister Tsunade, but I wish to treat your hemophobia first, Uchiha Rong declared earnestly, his exquisite features illuminated by a radiant smile. Tsunade felt her heart melt as she squinted and reached out to stroke Uchiha Rong's head. Dear one, the medical department has failed to cure this for years. You need not waste your efforts on me. Focus on your training instead, Uchiha Rong replied. Have I not already expended enough energy on you? It's all right, Sister Tsunade. Let us give it a try. A month's time will suffice. Uchiha Rong insisted on having Tsunade correct herself. Come on, sister, put this on first. Uchiha Rong handed the newly acquired eye mask to Tsunade. With affectionate calls of sister echoing on both sides, Tsunade's heart blossomed with joy. Unable to resist, she pulled Uchiha Wrong into her embrace, delightfully ruffling the top of her head. Feeling the soft, gentle presence of the Nine Tails against her chest, Uchiha Wrong soared with exhilaration, only to feign a symbolic struggle a few moments later. It was only then that Tsunade ceased her indulgent behavior. Following Uchiha Wrong's instructions, she secured the eye mask in place. "It's on. I didn't ask you to remove it, so don't move, okay?" With a command from the order group, Uchiha Wrong swiftly exited to the kitchen, retrieving fresh blood from the refrigerator. Pouring several dozen milliliters into a small cup, she brought it back to Tsunade's nose. "Sister Tsunade, can you smell anything?" Uchiha Wrong commenced the corrective treatment. Tsunade was exceptionally cooperative, fully engaged in the process. For this was a burden that had plagued her for nearly 2 decades, and she longed to unravel it, to no longer fear blood. Uchiha Wrong meticulously adjusted and treated Tsunade through her senses of smell, touch, and taste, gradually familiarizing her with the scent, color, and texture of blood, allowing her to embrace its existence in all aspects. Thus began a month-long training and therapeutic journey shared between Uchiha Wrong and Tsunade. Time passed, fleeting and mundane, much like a middle-aged man submitting his work. A month slipped by in this manner, and Konoha welcomed its annual grand event, the Chunin promotion exam. All the genin who advanced to the final round would engage in battles, pairwise, showcasing the prowess of young ninjas from various countries to the daimyos and high-ranking officials of the ninja villages, highlighting the living strength of the nation's future. Naruto faced Neji, a match that Uchiha Wrong eagerly anticipated. Perhaps Neji would not lose this match as he did in the original plot. Uchiha Wrong's presence had already altered so many events that were meant to unfold. Soon enough, Naruto gave his all, only to be mercilessly tormented by Neji. Ultimately, he succeeded in making the Nine Tails pay yet another round of rent. The orange chakra swirled around him, an overwhelming aura that intimidated all present. Neji unleashed the family's ultimate technique, the Byakugan. Executing various gentle fist techniques against Naruto, he found them suppressed by Naruto's immense chakra energy. In the Nine Tails chakra mode, Naruto's speed surged to an inconceivable level, far exceeding the reaction limits of a genin. Even a genius like Neji struggled to keep up, unable to respond in time. After enduring a barrage of attacks, Neji felt a mix of resentment and anger. Although influenced early on by Uchiha Wrong, he no longer clung to the notion of a predestined fate. What remains is merely a yearning for the sincere bonds of friendship, a persistent desire to alter one's fate and to pursue freedom and happiness. Gradually, Neji found himself cornered by Naruto, the host of the Nine Tails. The techniques of Kaiten and Byakugan could no longer withstand Naruto's relentless onslaught. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration illuminated Neji's mind. Utilizing the ninjutsu taught by his elder brother, Neji felt a surge of determination. At the moment Naruto launched a swift kick, Neji's chakra surged wildly, enveloping his entire being. Whoosh! His speed reached its zenith. As he expertly combined the Hyuga's taijutsu with precise chakra manipulation, Neji's velocity soared, surpassing even Naruto in his Nine Tails form. Lightning released chakra mode, Neji proclaimed within. As sparks flickered beneath his feet, his palms radiated a dazzling brilliance, though subtle enough to evade casual observation. Boom, boom, boom. With his speed amplified, his physical prowess, chakra, and mental state reached an extraordinary level. Coupled with the Hyuga clan's Kaiten, Neji's form became so swift that it left mere afterimages in its wake. In less than 10 exchanges, Naruto, having borrowed the power of the Nine Tails, found himself thoroughly restrained by Neji's rapid and efficient assault in lightning release chakra mode. The two figures on the field became indistinguishable, their velocity discernible only to the Sharingan and Byakugan. With a resounding crash, Neji sent Naruto's clones ricocheting back to the original body, rendering Naruto unconscious. The aftermath of the Nine Tails power transfer required prompt medical attention. Ultimately, Neji emerged victorious. This young man had likely been diligently training. In comparison to Naruto, Neji proved to be quite formidable. Uchiha Wrong quickly reached his conclusions. The next match would likely feature Sasuke. Following that would be his own strategy, which may very well be guarded by ninjas from other villages. In the historic match featuring the most serene ninja, Sasuke had yet to make an appearance, necessitating a delay in the tournament. To placate the audience's discontent, under the instruction of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the match between Shikamaru and Temari was moved ahead of Sasuke's. The spectators' grievances and complaints began to subside. Temari swiftly drew forth a unique fan from her back, instantly conjuring a localized whirlwind around her. As she unfurled the fan, she gracefully mounted it, riding the winds downward with poise and elegance, captivating the audience with her enchanting form. The referee gazed in astonishment at Temari's graceful descent. "It seems you possess quite the fighting spirit," he mused. With the fan stowed away, Temari stood confidently with her hands on her hips. "Now it's my turn, and I shall fight with all my might." Shinomiya Hanabi, with her radiant beauty, is universally acknowledged as a stunning woman, a fact recognized even by the judges. As the next match approaches, a sense of urgency arises. "Hey, where's my opponent? Nara Shikamaru, hurry up and come down." The referee shakes a branch and glances toward the high platform. Shikamaru looks down, bemused. Why is there such enthusiasm? Why is it that only my match has been altered? He grumbles, casting a sidelong glance at Hanabi. Fine, if that's the case, I might as well forfeit. Shikamaru leans over the railing, contemplating raising his hand to concede. That's great. Shikamaru, give it your all. Naruto suddenly leaps in, slapping Shikamaru on the back. Startled, Shikamaru stumbles and topples over the railing, crashing down to the arena below. He lands sprawled on the ground, gazing up at the sky, his expression one of lazy resignation. That Naruto really is a nuisance, he mutters to himself. The battle of domestic strife is about to unfold. As a man devoid of any fighting spirit, Shikamaru is reluctantly compelled to confront a similarly aged, breathtaking beauty. This is truly unbearable. He laments, his utter lack of combat desire inciting discontent among the spectators. Uchiha Rong finds the situation amusing, retreating to a corner of the audience, his form becoming ethereal. He retrieves the technique of the ghostly threads from the shadows. His mastery of chakra perception has grown more refined, enabling him to discern the flow and gathering of chakra within an opponent during their hand signs and techniques. However, he has lacked the opportunity to put this skill to use. Today, at last, he has the chance. He intends to experiment on Shikamaru himself. With unparalleled proficiency in his invisibility technique, Uchiha Rong dons sunglasses and activates his chakra barrier. He instantly appears in the arena, hiding about 6 to 7 meters behind Shikamaru. At this distance, with the power of 2 Sharingan activated, he can perceive the intricate details of chakra movement and concentration as Shikamaru performs his hand signs. Yet, at this moment, Shikamaru remains sprawled on the ground, staring at the sky, inwardly grumbling. It seems everyone is eagerly anticipating Sasuke's match. Yet they are left to watch someone like me instead. If that's the case, I find little meaning in continuing this match. As Shikamaru struggles to muster even a flicker of interest. Meanwhile, Hanabi, not far off, taunts Shikamaru. What's the matter? Are you so weak that you're going to forfeit willingly? And why is my opponent a woman again? Hearing Hanabi's mocking provocation, Shikamaru reluctantly glances her way, exasperated. The spectators familiar with Shikamaru can't help but chuckle at his plight. Esma, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, reflects that guy has absolutely no desire to fight. Meanwhile, in the observation corridor behind the central wall, Naruto can hardly contain himself. He would not permit Shikamaru to remain sprawled on the ground. Immediately, he bellowed from the sidelines. Hey, what is going on here? Shikamaru, get up and join the match. In the center of the arena, Temari, spirited and combative, could hardly contain her impatience. If you're not going to make the first move, then I shall initiate this battle. With that declaration, she brandished her specially crafted ninja fan and charged towards Shikamaru. Wait, the match hasn't even started. The referee ninja interjected, attempting to intervene. However, Temari paid no heed. Leaping into the air, she raised her fan high and brought it crashing down towards the prone Shikamaru. The arena fell silent in anticipation. A cloud of smoke erupted, and all eyes turned to the spot where the impact occurred. As the haze dissipated, it revealed the ground shattered at Shikamaru's former position. Yet he was nowhere to be seen, having vertically positioned himself against the wall. Whether or not the audience noticed was inconsequential. A man must not be outdone by a woman. Upon hearing this, Temari was instantly incensed. She unfurled her fan and swung it fiercely at Shikamaru. But after the tempestuous wind surged, there was no trace of him on the wall. Uchiha Rong, concealed in the shadows, couldn't help but smile in admiration. When it came to mastering the art of escape, Shikamaru was undoubtedly a master. Through the tinted lenses of his sunglasses, Uchiha Rong activated his tracking of Shikamaru's movements at the precise moment Temari launched her attack. He clearly observed that as Temari unleashed a whirlwind of wind and sand, Shikamaru had already produced 2 shuriken, throwing them as he swiftly evaded to the left side of the arena, taking refuge in the distant woods. His tactical positioning was nothing short of exquisite. Uchiha Rong swiftly pursued, maintaining a discreet distance of 5 to 6 meters. It was indeed a rare opportunity to learn from a genius strategist with an IQ exceeding 200. However, Shikamaru was currently crouched behind a tree trunk, gazing skyward. Ah, the clouds are lovely, so free. I have no burdens or desires. I became a ninja simply to enjoy life more fully. His expression was languid, embodying a serene nonchalance that surpassed even the tranquility of the clouds. Uchiha Rong observed the subtle shifts in his demeanor, keenly aware of every nuance. In the distance, Naruto and Ino continued to vocally rally for him. After a moment's contemplation, Shikamaru chose to rise, deliberately exposing himself to Temari's line of sight. What's with that silly face? You dare to underestimate me. Temari raised her ninja fan, visibly displeased with Shikamaru's demeanor. Ninja art, Scythe Weasel. She swung her enormous fan once more, directing a fierce gust towards Shikamaru. The arena was instantly engulfed in a violent wind, even affecting the front rows of the audience. However, as the dust settled, Temari's eyes widened in shock. A dark shadow surged toward her feet from the dissipating smoke. Startled, she instinctively retreated 6 or 7 meters to evade the oncoming threat. The shadow halted, and Temari traced a line with her fan to establish a boundary. I see now. I have discerned the intricacies of the shadow imitation technique. It appears that regardless of how the shadows stretch and morph, they remain confined within certain limits. No matter how the shape of the shadow is altered, it is constrained to the surface area of the shadow itself. Am I correct? Shikamaru's intellect is truly exceptional. He swiftly deduced the limitations of the shadow imitation technique. Uchiha Obito, however, perceives the situation with clarity. Just moments ago, amidst the thick smoke, as he formed his hand seals, Uchiha Obito observed Shikamaru's chakra gathering abruptly from his hands to his feet. The fluctuation of the Yin chakra was minimal. In an instant, it fused with the shadow of his physical form on the ground, beginning to extend and transform outward. The sequence of Shikamaru's hand seals, his techniques, the flow of chakra, and the precision of his control were all replicated and analyzed by Uchiha Obito. The fundamental methods of this secret technique have, at least in terms of execution and chakra application, been completely mastered by Uchiha Obito. In the arena, considering Shikamaru's extraordinary evasion capabilities, Hondan refrained from launching an aggressive assault, opting instead to observe. Shikamaru sat cross-legged on the ground, his hands partially open, thumbs aligned, forming what appeared to be a seal. Hondan's eyes widened in astonishment at Shikamaru's sudden gesture. What is that seal? Ino, seated beside Asuma, inquired with surprise. That is not a seal. It is merely a habitual action. A habitual action? Ino was perplexed. This is a battle, and he is leisurely sitting on the ground, assuming a comfortable position? The shadow imitation technique is underway, and the arena awaits Sasuke. That fellow relishes a leisurely lifestyle, akin to an elderly gentleman. He enjoys playing Go and chess, often dragging me into matches. When confronted with a challenging maneuver, he adopts that very posture. It is his way of strategizing. Asuma, well acquainted with Shikamaru's daily conduct and behavior, patiently explained to Ino. Meditation, perhaps? Uchiha Obito observed closely as Shikamaru, eyes closed and hands stacked upon his abdomen, inspired admiration. This, the most laid-back ninja in history, approaches tasks with a nonchalant demeanor, yet when he becomes earnest, the entire ninja world finds itself at his mercy. At that moment, Shikamaru suddenly opened his eyes and rose to his feet. His strategy was already devised. The true contest was about to unfold. He seemed to have garnered a hint of enthusiasm. Uchiha Obito also noted the change in Shikamaru's gaze. Outside the boundary, Hondan wielded her ninja fan, sending several scythe-like winds slicing towards Shikamaru. He produced a kunai to fend them off, enduring the fierce winds as he struggled to remove his outer garment. The tempest caused the trees to sway and leaves to dance about the arena. Shikamaru, having shed his clothing, struggled to extend himself behind the trunk of a grand tree, his chest heaving with exertion. Stop hiding and come out at once. Temari shouted into the distance. Suddenly, a shuriken whizzed through the air with remarkable speed. Temari narrowly evaded it. However, a remarkably elongated shadow surged forth from afar, once again encroaching upon her. Temari stood her ground calmly behind the boundary, unperturbed. Yet, when Shikamaru's shadow technique crossed the line and continued its advance, her expression shifted slightly. She hastily retreated 2 or 3 meters. The shadow extended but halted a mere 20 centimeters before Temari's feet. All right, since the objective has been achieved, let us withdraw. Uchiha Rong expressed disinterest in the ensuing combat. A man who meticulously considers every detail of his surroundings in battle is indeed invincible. This was merely the Chunin exam, and Shikamaru had already integrated every element of the scene into his calculations: the distance from his opponent, the potency of Temari's strikes, the limits of his shadow imitation technique, and the angle of sunlight filtering from above. Every facet and nuance of strategy had been precisely computed by Shikamaru throughout the confrontation. Although Shikamaru ultimately relinquished the opportunity for victory, allowing Temari to triumph, he inadvertently planted a seed of connection in her heart. Uchiha Rong, observing the match from a close vantage point, gained invaluable insights. Not only did he learn about the shadow imitation technique, but he also garnered a fresh perspective on strategic thinking. Through various skirmishes and illusions, he prepared the groundwork for his decisive blow. Unbeknownst to her, Temari was stepping into the carefully laid trap crafted by Shikamaru. The climax, marked by Naru's concession, was a stroke of genius, perhaps the finest strategic decision of his life. Without question, from this battle and this singular phrase, he secured a stunningly beautiful wife. This is truly the essence of a life well lived. Uchiha Rong returned to the central viewing platform, awaiting the announcement of the next match. As the contest concluded, Temari emerged victorious, leaving the audience astonished. They eagerly anticipated the forthcoming battle of the last remaining prodigy of the Uchiha clan. However, Sasuke had yet to arrive at the scene. His opponent, Gaara from the Land of Wind, had been waiting for quite some time. Meanwhile, among the spectators, the hidden Sand Village shinobi, disguised or concealed within the crowd, exchanged knowing glances and gestures, silently communicating with one another. The third Hokage was once again informed that Sasuke had not yet arrived. After a moment of contemplation, he raised his head, preparing to declare Sasuke's forfeiture. However, the Kazekage interjected, suggesting they could wait an additional 10 minutes. Thus, the match was extended by another 10 minutes. Upon receiving the news, the referee, Xuanma, gestured for everyone to remain calm and patiently await for a mere 10 minutes. The audience, filled with anticipation, strained their eyes for any sign. Yet, at that moment, Sasuke was nowhere to be found. However, Lee, supported by his mentor, Might Guy, arrived at the scene with the aid of a cane, eager to witness the battle between Uchiha Sasuke and Gaara. When Lee learned that Naruto had nearly defeated Neji, he was utterly astounded. Time slipped away, and as the 10 minutes drew to a close, the crowd began to speculate that Sasuke might forfeit the match. Just as referee Xuanma raised his hand to announce Sasuke's automatic withdrawal, a flurry of leaves danced through the air, heralding the arrival of Uchiha Sasuke, who had returned from a rigorous training session with Kakashi. Their entrance sent a whirlwind of leaves spiraling about. "Ah, my apologies for our tardiness," Kakashi suddenly interjected. The audience erupted in thunderous applause. "Is your penchant for tardiness contagious, Kakashi?" Xuanma teased with a hint of complaint. "I hope Sasuke's qualifications aren't in jeopardy," Kakashi inquired, scratching his head and squinting with a smile. "Not at all. Sasuke's match has merely been postponed. Although time is pressing, it has not yet reached the point of disqualification." Kakashi sighed in relief, masking his embarrassment with a smile. "Sasuke, I too wish to face you." Naruto's unique form of encouragement could only be understood by Sasuke. Sasuke replied curtly, locking his cold gaze on his opponent. From the audience, Lee observed the intense standoff between Naruto and Neji, feeling utterly defeated. His injuries weighed heavily upon him, leaving him uncertain of his future as a ninja. As Sasuke arrived, Gaara was yet to make his descent. His excitement and hatred reached a boiling point, his demeanor fierce. Gaara, bearing his gourd, approached the entrance of the arena, but was confronted by two towering grass ninjas who audaciously dared to intercept him. Standing before Sasuke, the two ninjas found themselves met with Sasuke's icy glare, which conveyed his disdain for engaging with such lowly adversaries. With a sudden intensity, he unleashed the sand from his gourd, filling the air with the anguished cries of the two grass ninjas. Gaara had succumbed to madness. One of them struggled desperately to crawl out of the passage, only to be spotted by Naruto and Shikamaru just as he emerged. The other ninja was dragged back into the shadows, silenced. Naruto and Shikamaru stood frozen in shock, beads of cold sweat trickling down their faces. Gaara, with a deliberate calmness, descended the stairs, brushing past them. Had it not been for those two individuals in the alley, it could very well have been us lying lifeless, remarked Shikamaru. Reflecting on his narrow escape, Gaara stepped into the arena, standing face to face with Sasuke. "Now, let the competition commence." Meanwhile, Uchiha Obito stealthily maneuvered into the shadowy blind spot of the audience. Utilizing the techniques of shadow clone and transformation simultaneously, 10 distinct Uchiha Obito figures, each with varying genders and physical traits, began to scatter in different directions, primarily to safeguard the lower-ranked shinobi from the Hidden Leaf Village who were participating in or observing the contest. An unsettling atmosphere began to permeate the air. Was Orochimaru attempting to exploit Gaara's moment of fury? The ominous prospect of a complete upheaval loomed large. Alarmed, Uchiha Obito's true form vanished in an instant. Teleporting to the side of the wind shadow, Orochimaru